Dragon Country. A Saturn base in the northwest. By rejecting the amicable terms proposed by our Russian counterparts, you, Dragon Country, have effectively sealed the door to your own nuclear weapon development. Without assistance from the Russians, even if you were given a millennium, you would still be incapable of producing a nuclear bomb. The several burly Russian experts swaggered out of the conference room, each exuding an air of defiance. Bang! The final foreign expert slammed the door behind him. The atmosphere in the conference room plummeted to an icy silence. In the corner sat a young researcher, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. With renewed determination, he aspired to excel. To construct a prosperous nation swiftly and efficiently. A day equates to 2 decades. A powerful country is within reach. The slogans of the era surrounding him and the departing Russian experts all underscored one undeniable truth. Zhang Jun had traversed time. In the next moment, a deluge of memories surged into Zhang Jun's mind. The original host was among the first cohort of nuclear physics students in Dragon Country. June 1959. With the assistance of Russian experts, Dragon Country officially commenced its nuclear weapon research, known as Project 596. Due to his exemplary character and academic performance, he was selected by the organization on the brink of graduation. He joined the nuclear research project as an assistant researcher, becoming one of the aides to the chief engineer of the nuclear project, Lu Guangming. Unexpectedly, just as the project was set in motion, the Russians suddenly turned hostile. They presented a series of subsequent conditions for assistance that were unacceptable to Dragon Country. They demanded the construction of a naval base within Dragon Country, the establishment of long-wave radio stations, and insisted that Dragon Country integrate into their economic system following the Russian model. To acquiesce would mean binding oneself in chains, resulting in the loss of all autonomy in the future, militarily, economically, and industrially reliant on the Russians. Faced with Dragon Country's firm refusal, the Russians chose to sever ties completely. They threatened to annul all mutual assistance agreements, withdraw their experts, and destroy vital data. They pressured the scientific experts to petition the higher-ups, coercing Dragon Country into accepting their unreasonable demands. This was met with a stern refusal from General Fong, the military representative. In anger, the Russian nuclear expert group departed. Comrades, let's stay spirited. At the forefront of the conference room, General Fong, adorned with the insignia of a major general, forced a smile and encouraged, "The more our elder brother looks down upon us, the more we must demonstrate that even without Zhang the Butcher, we shall not feast upon the hairy pig." Without the assistance of Russian experts, Project 596 will not only continue but will also achieve all research objectives within the designated time frame. As his words resonated, the atmosphere remained unchanged, devoid of any uplift. Since its founding, Dragon Country had scarcely 10 years to its name. Western powers had consistently harbored intentions of undermining it. Externally, powerful nations lurked with predatory intent, while internally, remnants of hostile forces wreaked havoc. Now, having severed ties with the Russians, the already precarious situation had become even more dire. The Russians had not only torn up the cooperation agreement for Project 596. They had also dismantled hundreds of industrial, agricultural, and scientific aid projects. Billions in various loans were at stake. Survival itself was a challenge. How could one contemplate the advancement of Project 596? General Fong, any scientific inquiry must respect the truth. What constitutes the truth? The truth is our Project 596, which has been undermined by the bear. Professor Lee, the straightforward deputy chief engineer of the project, closed his eyes in anguish. The data has been confiscated, the information obliterated. Numerous technical personnel from the bear have been integral to the supporting factories and research institutions serving Project 596. With their departure, not only will the theoretical research of the project be stalled, but the various nuclear facilities will also descend into a state of operational paralysis. It has been merely a week since the bear turned its back on us, offering no time for preparation to long country. The issues with the supporting factories can be surmounted, yet the core problem of the neutron multiplication coefficient formula cannot be resolved by our individual efforts in a short time frame. Without the assistance of bear experts, even with computational resources, it would take us a minimum of 10 years to independently calculate these formulas. The White Eagle Nation took 6 years, the Sunset Kingdom 5, the bear 8 years. The atmosphere in the room was one of palpable despair. The White Eagle Nation, the Sunset Kingdom, and the bear each possess hundreds of computers. How many does Long Country have? Just one. The solitary computer must also cater to other research projects. It is impossible to allocate it solely for Project 596. Calculating critical values, mass, and concentration without computational aid is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Ding. The great nation's technology system awakens. As the air of despair began to envelop Zhang Jun, an odd metallic voice echoed in his mind. Zhang Jun's expression brightened. The essential system for traversing dimensions has arrived. Report, Chief. I can resolve the calculation formula for the neutron multiplication coefficient. Zhang Jun abruptly rose from his seat. The great nation's technology system encompasses myriad advanced technologies, military, civilian, and extraterrestrial. Through engine searches, it acquires the requisite cutting-edge technologies. It guarantees comprehensive education and mastery. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Zhang Jun. Utter nonsense, this is sheer folly. An expert scolded Zhang Jun, expressing his discontent. How can you, a mere assistant researcher, dare to speak such grandiose claims when we, the returning experts, cannot resolve these issues? Sit down at once. The integrals and extremes within the neutron multiplication coefficient are like a labyrinth. Even with 1,000 of you, it would be impossible to calculate. Several other experts chimed in, chastising Zhang Jun for his audacity. Zhang Jun had joined the project team for less than 6 months. In the presence of those esteemed, he was but a novice. The crux of determining the neutron multiplication coefficient lies in computational power. Who does Zhang Jun think he is? The most advanced computer. Unfazed, Zhang Jun responded, esteemed experts, the foreigners, like us, possess but one head and two hands. If they can achieve it, why must you insist that we cannot? We have triumphed over a coalition of armed forces on the northern battlefield. Likewise, we can leverage our intellect to conquer the battle of formula calculations that plagues nuclear research. People say I am audacious, yet without the spirit of bold adventure and the courage to dream and act. How shall we vanquish our enemies, who are armed to the teeth? What shall we rely upon to research and manufacture our own domestic automobiles and aircraft? Through the indomitable spirit of independent innovation and perseverance, we have triumphed over numerous challenges, filling countless voids in industrial and national defense. Development. Such resounding and impassioned declarations caused the countenances of several experts to shift dramatically. General Fong, who had battled fiercely in the northern front for 3 years, felt a surge of fervor within his heart. Commander, I implore you to grant me 1 week, allowing me access to all materials related to the core data. I assure you that within this week, I shall overcome the obstacles posed by the neutron multiplication factor. If I fail, I am prepared to accept any penalties from the organization. Zhang Jun proclaimed with conviction. As the word settled, the room was enveloped in astonishment. General Fong, a veteran of the battlefield, and the composed Lu Guangming displayed expressions of disbelief, particularly Lu Guangming, who could scarcely believe his ears. Zhang Jun had served as Lu Guangming's assistant for 6 or 7 months, demonstrating diligence and a humble demeanor. Indeed, silence precedes a thunderous revelation. The personnel engaged in the 596 project numbered over 100,000, with thousands of associated enterprises and factories. With more than half of the nation's top physicists and mathematicians drawn away, and an abundance of electronic tube computers available, it would take at least a year for all scientists to collaborate effectively. A week? Such grandiloquent claims are utterly misplaced. For one individual to achieve a breakthrough in the neutron multiplication factor is not merely ambitious, but rather a spectacle meant to attract attention. If Zhang Jun were to succeed in this endeavor, it would equate to resolving 80 theoretical challenges in atomic bomb calculations. The question remains, could this even be feasible? The calculation of the neutron multiplication factor involves not just integrals and limits, but also a multitude of chain reactions and multidimensional partial differential equations. The latter demands the use of linear equation matrices, where often a single convergent result necessitates thousands of iterations, with larger matrices requiring exponentially greater computational power. Voices of skepticism, sighs, and accusations reverberated throughout the room. Every calculation necessitates the support of numerical algorithms. And for Zhang Jun to tackle the neutron multiplication factor single-handedly is more fantastical than a tale from the Arabian Nights. Silence. General Feng's gaze was grave as he turned to Zhang Jun. Comrade Zhang Jun, do you comprehend the implications of your recent statement? Zhang Jun stood, his voice resolute. Report to General Feng that this is not only a research institution but also a military command area. My previous words signify a military order. In the military, there is no room for jest. Should I fail, I am prepared to accept all consequences, suspension, reassignment, I shall bear it all. General Feng nodded slightly, then cast an inquiring glance at Lu Guangming. As the commander of the 596 project, General Feng relied on Lu Guangming, the chief engineer. Any decision required mutual consent. After a brief silence, Lu Guangming spoke. Zhang Jun, in addition to granting you access to various documents, what else do you require? At this statement, the others were left speechless. Zhang Jun, in his youthful bravado, seemed to speak without forethought, and yet Lu Guangming appeared to be equally bewildered. Was this a matter to be agreed upon so casually? In an independent, sealed room, all provisions must be delivered by designated personnel. Without my permission, no one is to enter, including you and General Feng. Very well, Lu Guangming nodded. This day does not count, starting tomorrow. You shall have the right to access all documents within 7 days. After that, General Feng and I shall await your results. Thank you, Chief Engineer Lu, thank you. General Feng. I will return now to prepare. With that, Zhang Jun stepped away from the meeting. Barely had Zhang Jun left when dissenting voices arose. His recent display was nothing short of the ramblings of a delusional individual. Comrades, the recent conduct of Comrade Zhang Jun has indeed been somewhat unconventional. Yet it serves to underscore a vital principle, self-reliance. Lu Guangming took a deep breath and earnestly inquired of the assembly. With the departure of the old comrades, does this imply the cessation of Project 596? Without the technological assistance, supporting materials, and relevant research equipment provided by our Russian counterparts, shall the dragon country retreat into the shadows, weeping? No. The old comrades have departed, we shall forge ahead on our own. Lu Guangming declared resolutely, science does not revere authority nor does it cower before adversity. Comrade Zhang Jun has staked his future to tackle the challenges posed by the data and formulas concerning atomic bombs. If he can forsake personal accolades for the sake of Project 596, can we not do the same? Applause erupted as General Feng clapped vigorously, proclaiming, Comrades, you are all aware that for years, the White Eagle Nation has flaunted their trinkets before us, repeatedly threatening us with surgical strikes. They bully us. And our elder brother looks down upon us. If we cannot respect ourselves, the blood of our martyrs will have been shed in vain. At this juncture, General Feng's voice grew choked, and his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. After 3 years of relentless warfare in the Northern Territories, the White Eagle Nation has resorted to nuclear blackmail and threats each time they face defeat on the battlefield. Without such trinkets, the backs of hundreds of millions of Dragon Country citizens will never stand tall. Whether Zhang Jun's public pledge was a momentary surge of passion, or a deliberate attempt to inspire others, it is an effort to dispel the prevailing pessimism. In a nutshell, let it be known, not even the Almighty can impede Project 596. If there is a shortage of large electronic computers, we shall utilize hand-cranked calculators, slide rules, or even abacuses to compute every necessary data and formula. Lu Guangming immediately issued orders to consolidate all available calculating tools and implement a strategy of mass participation. As for Zhang Jun, a bittersweet smile played on Lu Guangming's lips as he intentionally sought to galvanize the spirits of the experts present, igniting their resolve. While this method may be questionable, in this moment of low morale, it proves to be a brilliant tactic. If even a recent graduate like Zhang Jun dares to confront the formidable core principles of atomic bombs, are those scholars who have studied in Europe or the Eagle Nation, or those who have directly engaged in foreign nuclear projects, to be deemed cowards. In the ensuing days, the auditorium of the research base transformed into a battleground of intellectual fervor. Countless scientists bent over their desks, diligently utilizing hand-cranked calculators, slide rules, and abacuses, every available device capable of deciphering the principles of atomic bombs. Thousands of mathematicians, physicists, and nuclear weapon experts meticulously calculated the data before them, cross-referencing with the remnants of information left by our Russian counterparts. Squad leader, what are these experts doing? Outside the auditorium, 2 soldiers approached to change shifts, one of whom cast a puzzled glance inside. What are they doing? They are engaging in matters of national glory, the squad leader replied quietly. The abacus and slide rule are limited to basic calculations. This time, upon entering the capital, I sought to apply for an extension of our computer usage time. Old Feng, I leave the operations at the base in your capable hands. In the small square outside the auditorium, Lu Guangming, with a suitcase in hand, was about to board a helicopter bound for the Academy of Sciences in the capital. General Feng patted Lu Guangming on the shoulder and said, rest assured. Everything is under my watch. Even securing an additional 10 minutes of usage time would be a significant contribution to Project 596. Glancing at the date on his wristwatch, Lu Guangming expressed with a complex demeanor, "Today marks the 7th day. As for Zhang Jun, old Lu, I understand your intention. Without these lads' provoking tactics, reigniting everyone's fighting spirit would require us to exhaust our vocal cords. I know what must be done." General Feng smiled knowingly. "Report." At that moment, a guard hurriedly approached. "Report, sir. Comrade Zhang Jun has completed his research." In an instant, Lu Guangming and General Feng exchanged looks of surprise. "Did he tell you this in person?" General Feng quickly composed himself. Upon receiving confirmation, he remarked with a smile, "Oh Lu, shall we go take a look?" "All right." With some time before their departure, Lu Guangming and General Feng walked towards the dormitory area, a few hundred meters from the auditorium. The entire secret base sprawled over a vast expanse, encompassing not only the auditorium, a research zone, logistics area, and living quarters, but also a large helicopter landing site. Before long, they arrived at a single-story building in the dormitory area, where another guard immediately saluted at their approach. General Feng returned the salute and pushed open the door. Goodness. Not very old but quite the chain smoker. The room was filled with a haze of smoke that even General Feng, an old smoker himself, found suffocating. Lu Guangming waved his hand to disperse the smoke and said, "Zhang Jun, how many cigarettes have you smoked these past few days? Aren't you afraid of starting a fire? The guard mentioned you completed all calculations. What are the results?" After a few days of work, Zhang Jun's hair was as disheveled as a bird's nest, and stubble had formed around his mouth. "Chief Engineer Lu, these are my calculations." Zhang Jun handed a thick stack of documents directly to Lu Guangming. As Lu Guangming casually flipped through a few pages, his expression changed drastically. General Feng, noticing Lu Guangming's shift in demeanor, inquired, "Oh Lu, could it be?" Before he could finish, Lu Guangming shook his head and silently walked to the table, sitting down. He picked up the slide rule and verified the functions inscribed upon it. No, this isn't the core data for the atomic bomb." Time seemed to stretch as Lu Guangming muttered to himself, "This isn't the formula for nuclear fission, yet, logically, it seems coherent. Countless nuclear materials, each below the critical threshold, gathered together, but that didn't add up either." With each statement, Lu Guangming's expression grew graver. Since the first nuclear research conducted by the White Eagle Nation in 1942, 18 years had passed in humanity's pursuit of nuclear weaponry. Following the White Eagle, nations like the Bear and the Land of the Setting Sun had completed their own nuclear weapon research. The scientific community's understanding of nuclear research had gradually deepened. Once the nuclear fission formula encounters even the slightest deviation due to calculations, it directly impacts its critical volume. If issues arise with the critical volume, the proliferation nuclear reactions intended for fission would become futile. Overcoming the challenges of the neutron multiplication factor is essential, not only for a comprehensive understanding of the core principles of atomic bombs but also to maximize budget efficiency. For the 596 project, the nation has painstakingly allocated billions from its limited resources. Lu Guangming earns a mere 21 a month, the figure that underscores the enormity of the financial undertaking. Every fraction of a penny must be meticulously accounted for. Just as Lu Guangming contemplated seeking confirmation from Zhang Jun, he discovered that Zhang had fallen asleep on the floor. "Come in," the guard entered the room. "Quickly summon Professor Li, and ensure he brings several nuclear physics experts with him." At that moment, Lu Guangming found himself ensnared in a perplexing thought loop. Under normal circumstances, the formula for the atomic bomb calculates the probability of neutron collisions within nuclear explosions, employing probabilistic analysis and partial differential equations. When the collision of nuclear materials reaches a critical threshold, it ultimately produces a critical reaction. In the absence of precise calculations, the potency of nuclear materials could be significantly diminished. The final result might yield a large bomb, yet it would never reach the strategic level of an atomic bomb. However, the information provided by Zhang Jun was laden with ambiguities. Any ordinary expert, upon first glance, would likely dismiss it as nonsensical. Yet much of the content bore striking similarities to the principles of atomic bomb theories. General Feng cast a sidelong glance at the slumbering Zhang Jun, his mind swirling with doubts. All personnel associated with the 596 project were required to sign the strictest confidentiality agreements, and each individual's background underwent rigorous scrutiny. Chief Engineer Lu Guangming nearly faced exclusion due to his wife's background. At just 22 years of age, Zhang Jun had lost his parents during wartime and was sent to the rear by local guerrillas in 1943, subsequently taken in by the headquarters children's care facility. His origins were impeccable, and his sincerity beyond question. Thus, he was appointed to the 596 project as one of Lu Guangming's assistants. "Only take a look at this," Lu Guangming urged. Shortly thereafter, Professor Li arrived with several top-tier nuclear physics experts. The material seemed to possess an enchanting quality after a mere glance. Professor Li found himself unable to tear his eyes away. Could there truly be a genius in this world who is born with such knowledge? One nuclear physicist murmured, while the others remained at a loss for words. General Fong could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Gentlemen, what is happening here? Has Zhang Jun indeed unraveled the core data of the atomic bomb, or has he not?" Lu Guangming turned to Professor Li, who, with a peculiar expression, replied, "One could say he has deciphered a significant portion, yet the difficulty appears to have escalated." "What? The difficulty has increased?" General Fong exclaimed in astonishment. "Esteemed experts, I am but a simple man, a soldier who has spent his life waging war, entirely unversed in matters of science beyond this project. Could you elucidate in simpler terms what satellite Zhang Jun has placed before you?" Lu Guangming continued, stating that Zhang Jun had provided explicit calculations on paper, detailing the neutron source position of the atomic bomb, the specific number of neutrons released, the uranium data for bomb production, parameters for the neutron reflection layer material, and cylindrical uranium data. Remarkably, Zhang Jun had even specified the detonation velocity. The issue lay in the numerous isotopes annotated above, alongside the response formulas concerning deuterium and tritium. Additionally, the fission formulas had become increasingly convoluted, concerned that General Fong would become even more bewildered. Lu Guangming employed a vivid analogy: if mastering the atomic bomb formulas was akin to teaching an ordinary person to learn to drive, the current challenge was equivalent to instructing them to pilot an aircraft. Chief Engineer Lu, Professor Li, could Zhang Jun have derived the thermonuclear bomb formula? Interjected a nuclear physics expert. Upon hearing the term thermonuclear bomb, Lu Guangming's mind went blank. Professor Li reacted swiftly, revisiting the documents in his hands. "Indeed, it is quite possible," he exclaimed, cursing under his breath. "Based on the scant intelligence we've gathered, the thermonuclear explosion necessitates an atomic bomb to act as a detonator. The latter half of the information in these materials is utterly unfamiliar to us. If we assume we've deciphered the core theory of the atomic bomb, the subsequent content might very well represent the data formulas for the thermonuclear bomb. After all, without an atomic bomb, a thermonuclear explosion is unattainable." General Fong felt his knees weaken. Good heavens! The atomic bomb is just the beginning. How could Zhang Jun possibly comprehend the secrets of the thermonuclear bomb? "Quick! Wake Zhang Jun up!" Lu Guangming bellowed. After both the Bear and the Eagle nations succeeded in developing atomic bombs, they soon mastered thermonuclear weapons as well. The Bear had provided some assistance to the Dragon nation concerning atomic bomb technology. However, when it came to understanding thermonuclear bomb technology, the Bear's stance was colder than ice. The atomic bomb is a national treasure, thus, the thermonuclear bomb is the ultimate weapon of sovereign power. In the next moment, General Fong bent down and vigorously shook Zhang Jun. "Young man, what exactly have you been calculating these past few days, an atomic bomb or a thermonuclear bomb? This is madness. Zhang Jun must be out of his mind," Professor Fong exclaimed, stamping his foot. "Having learned a few technical terms and concepts, he begins to blather on about thermonuclear bombs. If he were to produce a super thermonuclear bomb with a yield of 50 megatons, not only would I honor my previous promise to treat Zhang Jun as a disciple, but," here, Professor Fong pushed through the crowd blocking his path, reaching the door and pointing toward the research base outside, "I would run 3 laps around the entire base, shouting that Zhang Jun is my teacher." Not only did Professor Fong remain skeptical, but not a single person present believed the delirious claims emanating from Zhang Jun. A bomb with a yield of 50 megatons. Even 30 megatons, no, even 20 megatons, any nation daring to bare its fangs and threaten the Dragon nation would tremble in fear and collapse like mad. The nuclear extortion of the ego nation and the hegemonic demands of the elder brother could all go to hell. Regrettably, General Feng's voice was laced with bitterness. How wonderful it would be if such a day were to come. Zhang Jun, awaken. Lu Guangming bent down in front of Zhang Jun, vigorously shaking his arm. His heart was devoid of mockery, filled instead with concern. In the realm of scientific inquiry, rigidity is the greatest foe. Should Zhang Jun become overly eager for success, he might inadvertently strain himself too much, leading to potential complications in his mind. General Feng shared this worry. Zhang Jun had lost his parents to the hands of hardship and became an orphan at a tender age, raised by the organization. In a moment of public bravado, Zhang Jun had boasted of his intent to independently conquer the formula for nuclear fission data. This was not merely an attempt to seek attention. It was likely a desire to repay the organization for its nurturing, alleviating the burdens of the nation. Why am I lying on the ground? Zhang Jun wondered, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Enough talk, let us take him to the base hospital, General Feng commanded. It's time to have his head examined. Professor Feng, with a hint of irritation, tapped his temple and quipped, how can one who fails to grasp the atomic bomb formula dare to claim the creation of a hydrogen bomb? The quality of domestic nuclear physics graduates leaves much to be desired. At this remark, many faces turned pale. Professor Feng, if you persist in this line of thought, I shall have to counter your assertions. More than half of the researchers involved in the 596 project have no overseas study experience. Many are self-taught experts who have never tasted foreign bread nor sipped foreign ink, yet they tirelessly contribute to the national defense and construction, General Feng interjected. Though he was neither a scientist nor had he spent much time in academia. His appointment as the overall commander of the 596 project stemmed from his profound respect for science and scientists. Respecting experts who have returned from abroad does not imply that they are inherently more valuable than domestic specialists. General Feng, esteemed colleagues, you misunderstand my intentions. I harbor no disdain for domestic research talents, I merely find Zhang Jun to be a braggart, adept at feigning madness and inept for practical use. Sensing the rising ire of those around him, Professor Feng once more steered the conversation back to Zhang Jun. Regardless of whether Zhang Jun's atomic bomb calculation was correct or not, let us address the hydrogen bomb. Among the thousands of core experts in the 596 project, fewer than 100 possess knowledge of hydrogen bomb intricacies. By what merit does Zhang Jun claim to produce a complete formula for hydrogen bomb data? Oldly. You are a luminary in the field of hydrogen bombs, how many datasheets and diagrams are required to derive the core formula? I dare say the entire base would be covered in them, with plenty still remaining, Professor Feng inquired, gazing at Professor Li. After a moment of silence, Professor Li nodded quietly. In 1952, the United States conducted the first hydrogen bomb test in human history on an island in international waters. A few years later, the renowned foreign physics journal, Science, published relevant details. The hydrogen bomb tested by the United States was codenamed Mike. The Mike hydrogen bomb stood 6 meters tall and weighed 65 tons. The shockwave produced by the detonation extended 8 kilometers, obliterating all life within the explosion radius, with smoke rising to 32 kilometers. The maximum expansion range reached 165 kilometers, and the explosion's thermal pulse lasted 23 seconds, with a yield equivalent to 10 megatons. The research process spanned 4 years. On par with the scale of the H-bomb project. The theoretical research documents, data, and formulas for the hydrogen bomb reportedly weighed over 5 tons. Including the data at hand and the scattered documents on the table, there were at most a few hundred pieces. Among the research materials on thermonuclear bomb designs from the White Eagle Nation, nearly 1/3 was dedicated to answering a singular question, what constitutes a hydrogen bomb? Professor Li, you must see this, exclaimed an expert, raising a document in astonishment. It appears to contain the calculations for the explosive shockwave overpressure formula. Give it to me. Professor Li interjected, snatching the document from the expert's hands. The pressure differential between the detonation wavefront and atmospheric pressure. Fireball radius, 5,000 meters, mushroom cloud height is 64 kilometers. Explosive heatwave coverage, 50 kilometers. Beads of sweat formed on Professor Li's forehead as he examined the clearly delineated equations. This. Zhang Jun, have you truly derived the theoretical formula for the hydrogen bomb? Suddenly breathless, Professor Li found it hard to believe. Yet the accuracy of Zhang Jun's hydrogen bomb theory was undeniable. Seizing the opportunity to speak, Zhang Jun maintained a composed demeanor, stating, "I report to Professor Lee. I can vouch for every word in the hydrogen bomb theoretical formula. In other words, you have not only completed the theoretical calculations for the atomic bomb but have also resolved the theoretical formula for the hydrogen bomb." General Fong interjected eagerly. Zhang Jun nodded affirmatively. "The reason the Bear Nation has agreed to assist us in nuclear bomb research is not due to a change of heart or our desperate pleas, but rather because they have developed a more formidable weapon, the hydrogen bomb. It is well known that the hydrogen bomb possesses a potency far exceeding that of the atomic bomb. For the same mass, the explosive power of an equivalent hydrogen bomb is at least 4 times greater than that of an atomic bomb. Since we already possess atomic weapons, we must also develop hydrogen bombs. Only through the combination of both can we ensure our national defense and deter the ambitions of 2 superpowers." His words resonated with many present. Zhang Jun was undeniably correct. 9 years prior, the Northern War erupted. In response to the Dragon Nation's military intervention in the Northern Realm to aid their ideological brethren against the multinational coalition, the White Eagle Nation repeatedly threatened nuclear strikes against the Dragon Nation, vowing to send it back to the Stone Age. To prevent the White Eagle Nation from resorting to such madness, the Dragon Nation sought nuclear technology assistance from the Bear Nation, determined to develop its own atomic bomb. Initially, the Bear Nation rebuffed the Dragon Nation with various excuses, claiming that their nuclear arsenal could protect all Eastern Bloc nations. Only after the Bear Nation acquired the hydrogen bomb in 1953, following the White Eagle Nation, did they reluctantly agree to assist the Dragon Nation in weapon development. Zhang Jun asserted with conviction, "By calculating the core formula of the atomic bomb, I simultaneously resolved the core theoretical formula for the hydrogen bomb." Furthermore, he paused, pride swelling within him, "If we follow my theoretical framework in our nuclear weapon research, our Dragon Nation's nuclear arsenal will no longer produce nuclear radiation. Nuclear weapons without radiation." Did Zhang Jun truly mean what he said? General Fong, Lu Guangming, Professor Lee, then Professor Fong, along with dozens of research experts in the room, stood in stunned silence. Immediately, the crowd turned their incredulous gazes toward Zhang Jun. "Without nuclear radiation, can this still be considered nuclear weaponry?" "Zhang Jun, could you repeat what you just said?" General Feng's voice trembled, a quiver betraying his usual composure. "I assert that if we pursue research in my proposed manner, our nuclear weapons will entirely eliminate nuclear radiation," Zhang Jun stated with grave seriousness. "While nuclear weapons possess immense power, they also engender severe nuclear radiation. The residual radiation in the detonation zone may linger for decades, even centuries. In my childhood, the caretakers at the nursery often recounted tales to us children, the most frequent being the heroic deeds of our troops in combating the enemy. One phrase I recall vividly is, 'We must combat the wolves without allowing them to bite us.' One day, when we engage in combat with certain adversaries, we must possess offensive nuclear weaponry while ensuring that nuclear radiation does not affect our own forces." These simple yet profound words brought tears to the eyes of many. General Fong took a deep breath, turning away to discreetly wipe his tears. The Dragon Nation was forged from the ashes of devastation. The oppressive forces of the reactionary bandits and the imperialistic White Eagle Nation left countless ruins and shattered lives across the land of the Dragon Nation. Each war was imposed upon the Dragon Nation by its enemies. Besides their nuclear arsenal, the White Eagle Nation and the Bear also possessed strategic bombers and ballistic missiles capable of delivering nuclear payloads. Prior to 1956, both superpowers relied on bombers for nuclear strikes. By 1957, the Bear pioneered the development of ballistic missiles capable of carrying nuclear weapons, with a range exceeding 8,000 kilometers. The White Eagle Nation, not to be outdone, completed its own ballistic missile research earlier this year. The Dragon Nation lacked strategic bombers capable of deploying nuclear weapons, and its missile research was only in its infancy. No one knew when the Dragon Nation would acquire ballistic missiles equipped to carry nuclear warheads. Even with nuclear weapons, without the means to launch them, one cannot defend the nation's borders. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Professor Fong vehemently retorted, "Nuclear weapons cannot exist without nuclear radiation. Even hydrogen bombs detonated through nuclear fusion produce a certain degree of radiation." Professor Fong, do you believe that we, the people of the Dragon Nation, are destined to trail behind foreigners, scavenging their leftovers? Zhang Jun scoffed, the elder brother possesses the entire suite of hydrogen bomb technology. Along with ballistic missiles capable of striking targets thousands of kilometers away, why do you not declare such advancements impossible? When foreigners achieve technological breakthroughs, some regard it as a given. Yet when we, as compatriots, attain even the slightest success, it feels as though we have stepped on certain individuals' toes. Professor Fong, could you kindly elucidate for me why nuclear explosions produce radiation? Professor Fong's face turned a deep shade of anger, unaccustomed to such ridicule. It was not that he looked down upon the Dragon Nation, but rather that, in the present day, no sector of the Dragon Nation could be compared to its foreign counterparts. The principle behind the atomic bomb explosion involves nuclear fission, which releases a substantial amount of radioactive materials, commonly referred to as nuclear radiation. Professor Fong spoke with an indifferent tone. Indeed, nuclear fission generates a considerable quantity of radioactive substances, but if one were to alter the explosion principle of the atomic bomb, transforming the internal nuclear reaction from fission to fusion, would there still be a significant amount of radiation? Zhang Jun countered. A sharp intake of breath echoed throughout the room. Transforming the explosion principle of the atomic bomb from nuclear fission to fusion, initiating a vast array of nuclear elements to undergo fusion reactions, would indeed not produce nuclear radiation. The reasoning is sound, yet the question remains, is it feasible? Pseudoscience. You assert these claims are nothing more than sensationalist pseudoscience. Professor Fong remained obstinate. Deeply skeptical of any word uttered by Zhang Jun, as the project commander and organizational representative, I inquired, do you stand by every word you have spoken? General Fong abruptly turned, his stern expression fixed upon Zhang Jun's eyes. I assure the organization, there is no falsehood in my words. The realm of advanced technology within major nations is vast and varied. Not only are there nuclear weapons devoid of radiation, but even antimatter bombs exist. Given the current conditions domestically, Zhang Jun resolutely pursued the development of a fourth-generation radiation-free nuclear bomb. He conveniently acquired a set of technical blueprints pertaining to the Russian Big Ivan. A nation is rightfully considered a nuclear power only when it possesses both atomic and hydrogen bombs. The reason for his apparent slumber in the presence of others was primarily due to the mental strain of complex calculations. As his mind relaxed, fatigue and drowsiness washed over him like a tide. Due to the immense nuclear radiation, atomic bombs are categorized as strategic weapons, often denounced as inhumane weapons of mass destruction. However, once stripped of nuclear radiation, they would merely be conventional weapons. Zhang Jun gritted his teeth, stating, if we were to rain down a dozen on those little days, who would dare to speak against it? Well said, indeed. General Fong, like Zhang Jun, had lost many relatives at the hands of those little days. Not to mention launching a dozen bombs, even obliterating those islands would not warrant a blink from General Fong. Chief Engineer Lu and Professor Li exchanged glances, their minds racing with possibilities. Should Zhang Jun's theory be validated, the nuclear weapons developed by the Dragon Nation would pose no threat of nuclear radiation. Who would then dare to threaten the Dragon Nation with military force? You possess aircraft carrier strike groups, do you? Very well. If you deploy your carrier strike groups to blockade us, I would not hesitate to unleash radiation-free nuclear bombs upon the sea. What of the Iron Tide from Russia? Should you dare to cross the border, your entire army would surely perish. Whether atomic or hydrogen bombs, none would produce nuclear contamination. They would wield immense power while causing no permanent environmental damage. Exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. General Fong laughed heartily. Chief Engineer Lu, whether Zhang Jun's claims hold truth rests upon your judgment. If what he states is indeed factual, would you be willing to join me in petitioning our superiors for his commendation? Certainly. Chief Engineer Lu replied with a faint smile. Verifying the authenticity of Zhang Jun's various formulas is, in fact, not a daunting task. Utilizing the large-scale computers at the Academy of Sciences, the truth can swiftly be discerned. With this thought, Lu Guangming immediately instructed the collection of all materials related to nuclear weapon formulas within the room. They were about to board a helicopter to the capital when Zhang Jun suddenly called out to Lu Guangming, saying, Chief Engineer Lu, there is one more matter I must report. What is it? Lu Guangming turned back to inquire. During the nuclear research process, the bear has laid a significant trap for us, Zhang Jun stated solemnly. In reviewing various materials over the past few days, I have discovered that much of the content is erroneous. No wonder the segment I am responsible for cannot be computed correctly at all. The materials are indeed flawed. Professor Lee slammed his fist onto the table. A few days prior, Lu Guangming, along with several deputies, had discussed adopting a mass assault strategy in the realm of scientific research. Each individual was assigned a specific area, culminating in a summary comparison to expedite the research process. While the projects managed by the others progressed smoothly, Professor Lee's area was fraught with problems. Hundreds of individuals calculated countless times. Yet not once did their results align with the data left by the Bear's experts. They assumed it was their own error. No one considered that the materials provided by the Bear's experts could be flawed. It makes no sense. Many materials were salvaged from the flames, and they had no reason to leave behind erroneous content only to incinerate it. Professor Fong murmured, disbelief etched upon his face. The day after Zhang Jun pledged his commitment, the Bear's experts commenced a mass incineration of nuclear research books, blueprints, and materials. These individuals hastily discarded various documents into fire barrels, turning away without a glance. As soon as the Bear's experts departed, Professor Fong and others, braving torrential rain and the peril of severe burns, desperately salvaged research materials that had not yet been completely consumed by the flames. If the Bear had indeed laid a trap, why engage in such a thankless endeavor? Lu Guangming implored, Zhang Jun, why do you believe they are deliberately setting traps? I utilized mathematical modeling to backtrack the partial data left by the Bear, and discovered discrepancies in the energy model. After identifying the issue, I noticed burn marks on these materials and inquired with the guards about their origins. At this point, Zhang Jun, with a semblance of a smile, countered, on a rainy day, burning documents in an open area could suggest that some of the Bear's experts still retain a shred of conscience, wishing to leave us with a glimmer of opportunity. Yet, if viewed from another perspective, might they not be orchestrating a deception, leading us to trust these salvaged materials implicitly? As his words fell, Professor Lee's expression shifted dramatically. It was precisely because these documents were salvaged from the fire that everyone repeatedly believed they had erred in their calculations. After all, materials that the Bear's experts deemed worthy of incineration must undoubtedly be core data. General Feng's countenance darkened gradually. Along with him, the others had always believed that the Bear's experts and their higher-ups were not of the same ilk. They must possess some sense of conscience. Choosing to burn documents amidst the rain and hastily abandoning them seemed to reinforce that notion. Having completed the incineration task assigned by their superiors, they also granted the scientists of the Dragon Nation ample opportunity for rescue. Zhang Jun sighed, stating, our sincerity does not guarantee reciprocation. He turned to Chief Engineer Lu, suggesting, during your upcoming trip to the capital, it would be prudent to verify my formula data and scrutinize the materials left by the experts from the Bear Nation. While I am reluctant to cast the worst suspicion on these experts, certain matters require vigilance. Lu Guangming bowed his head and replied, there is no need for verification. They have already provided us with the answer. Oh Lu, what do you mean by that? Who has given us the answer? General Fong interjected hastily. Andronov, he replied. The room fell silent as the others exchanged glances. Andronov was the deputy leader of the Bear Nation's expert team and a distinguished nuclear physicist, having been involved in the research of their atomic and hydrogen bombs from the outset. Are you suggesting that the phrase meaningless referred to our situation? Professor Lee asked in astonishment. At the time, none of us considered the implications. We assumed he meant our loss of cooperation with the Bear Nation rendered our nuclear research futile. Yet, we failed to grasp the deeper meaning of his words. He continued, when he spoke of meaninglessness, he was referring to the materials we salvaged. Vivid memories flooded the minds of the experts. Just days prior, they had risked severe burns to recover a trove of data. As they prepared to restore the damaged documents, a drunken Andronov had stumbled into the laboratory, declaring the materials on the table meaningless before staggering out. They had dismissed his outburst as drunken folly, mocking the notion that the Dragon Nation could independently develop nuclear weapons. Little did they realize that his words bore a second layer of significance. The research into nuclear weapons is akin to constructing a tower on the sand. A single misstep can lead to catastrophic collapse. Not only must the process start anew, but identifying the point of failure can prove elusive, with the risk of a second collapse looming. A critical aspect of nuclear research is the threshold, and the Bear Nation has manipulated this element. Zhang Jun turned to Professor Li, stating, "The issue you have identified is merely one of the landmines left for us by the Bear Nation, directing us into a labyrinth through erroneous threshold information. Why would they do this? What motivates such actions?" Professor Fong struggled to accept this reality, muttering helplessly to himself. "Isn't it said that science knows no borders?" Zhang Jun replied coldly, "Professor Fong, your willingness to forsake generous foreign offers and return home to contribute to our nation's development is commendable and deserving of our respect. However, your perspective is rather naive. You not only place undue faith in authority but also harbor unrealistic fantasies about foreigners. Science may transcend borders, but scientists do not." Director Chen's unjust 3-year detention by the White Eagle Nation begs the question, is this the essence of science without borders? The White Eagle Nation's claim of scientific universality serves merely as a marketing slogan to attract talent. Once you enter their research institutions, living becomes a challenge indeed. Science does have its boundaries. Currently, the Dragon Nation faces not only external threats but also a significant number of naive scholars, like Professor Fang, who must be willing to resist various temptations and return home to participate in its development. Professor Fong embodies a profound sense of patriotism. Regrettably, his prolonged stay abroad has engendered a degree of foreign servility within him. We often speak of repaying kindness with virtue, believing in the innate goodness of humanity. Yet the original phrase also poses the question, how does one repay virtue? Similarly, while the discourse abroad frequently espouses the notion that science knows no borders, it deliberately overlooks the latter part of Pasteur's assertion. Science may transcend borders, yet scholars undeniably possess their own homeland. Zhang Jun sighed. We often proclaim that science should not be swayed by authority, why then do we refrain from asserting that the experts from the Bear Nation are mistaken? Zhang Jun's voice, though not loud, resonated in the ears of the audience like a thunderous bell. His words were irrefutable. Even Professor Fong, who had always found Zhang Jun displeasing, was rendered speechless. Among them, Lu Guangming's emotions were particularly complex. It is often said that scientists must respect facts and shun blind faith in authority. Yet, in the face of repeated computational dilemmas, no one dared to question the Bear Nation's experts. The Bear Nation brazenly tore apart various agreements, repeatedly trampling the dignity of Longwo. Despite this, people continued to disbelieve that the Bear Nation would orchestrate a trap for all. Conversely, they harbored various doubts and mistrust regarding Zhang Jun's research. They professed to reject blind faith in authority, yet their hearts remained unwaveringly devoted to it. Foreign experts must be correct, the people of Longwo could never surpass them. In the capital city, within the Academy of Sciences, the large computer room, nearly 200 square meters in size, was predominantly occupied by computers. These colossal electronic devices represented Longwo's sole high-tech research apparatus and were coveted by numerous research departments, all vying for time to utilize them. Reports indicated that there were no issues with the theoretical calculations for the atomic bomb. Chief Engineer Lu, it is feasible. The energy produced from the atomic bomb formula could indeed ignite fusion materials. Deputy Minister Chin, Chief Engineer Lu, the thermonuclear materials can burn efficiently. All model calculations yielded accurate results, as long as the atomic bomb could be controlled. Designing thermonuclear weapons with a yield in the tens of millions of tons posed absolutely no challenge. The three principal parameters, density, confinement time, and temperature, met the standard conditions, with the plasma density and energy confinement time parameters also conforming to the requirements. Dozens of staff members clad in white lab coats exuberantly reported a series of good news. In addition to the relevant personnel, Chief Engineer Lu Guangming of Project 596, there was another nuclear weapons research expert present, Deputy Minister of the Second Machine Department. Returning overseas research expert Qin Weimen. A genius. Our little nursery has produced a prodigy in nuclear research. Qin Weimen laughed heartily, tears brimming in his eyes. Among the numerous theoretical results proposed by Zhang Jun, the most poignant for Qin Weimen was undoubtedly the fluid dynamics of radiation. Mastery of one principle illuminates 100 others. Zhang Jun independently conquered the dissection of atomic, nuclear, neutron, nucleon, and electron elements. Both Qin Weimen and Professor Li are experts in the domain of hydrogen bombs. Zhang Jun single-handedly resolved the 98 challenges in the theoretical research of hydrogen bombs, encompassing over 20 related fields of knowledge. gradually transitioning from one-dimensional ordinary differential equations to differential integral equations, the intricate trajectories and motion laws of radiation rays and particles produced by nuclear weapons, whether atomic or hydrogen bombs, reveal their complexity. The detonation of a hydrogen bomb by an atomic bomb is not as straightforward as a simple arithmetic equation. It necessitates a considerable amount of energy from the atomic bomb. By concentrating energy on reactive materials, the ultimate goal of igniting the hydrogen bomb is achieved. This is the crux of the matter, indeed the most challenging aspect. Historically, this was the most formidable hurdle. However, the greatest challenge today is no longer the detonation of a hydrogen bomb by an atomic bomb, but rather the validation of Comrade Zhang Jun's radiation-free nuclear weapon. Beside him, Lu Guangming removed his glasses, rubbing his reddened eyes. When Qin Weimin referred to a kindergarten, he was alluding to the derisive remarks made by the bear regarding the Dragon Nation. Without the assistance of the bear, the nuclear weapon research capabilities of the Dragon Nation would stagnate at a rudimentary level. Comrade Zhang Jun has not only illuminated our path forward but has also successfully advanced the hydrogen bomb's development ahead of schedule. As he spoke, Qin Weimin led Lu Guangming outside. On the very day Lu Guangming arrived in the capital, a meeting was convened by the higher-ups, officially deciding to fully support Project 596. Without the bear's experts, the Dragon Nation would independently develop atomic bombs. Once Project 596 is on a steady course, another nuclear weapon initiative will immediately be launched, aiming to develop a thermonuclear weapon weighing 1 ton with an explosive yield of 1 million tons. The state has allocated 3 billion in theoretical research funding for the hydrogen bomb project. Does this imply that Comrade Zhang Jun has saved the country a staggering 3 billion? Lu Guangming exclaimed in astonishment. Hush, keep your voice down, Qin Weimin replied in a lowered tone. The funds saved by Comrade Zhang Jun far exceed 3 billion. Don't forget about the theoretical research funding for your atomic bomb project group. Lu Guangming gasped, realizing he had indeed overlooked that detail. The combined theoretical research funding for both projects will likely surpass 5 billion. To put that into perspective, Lu Guangming's monthly salary is a mere 230 yuan. While Qin Weimin, holding the position of deputy minister, earns only 25 yuan more. Although passing theoretical tests does not guarantee smooth sailing ahead. My suggestion is to proceed in 2 phases. First, develop the atomic bomb, then combine theory with practice to test Zhang Jun's claimed radiation-free nuclear weapon. If our atomic bomb truly has no nuclear radiation, the second machinery department will reassign personnel to strive to produce our super bomb within a year. The mere thought of Zhang Jun's proposed 50 million tons yield radiation-free thermonuclear weapon stirred excitement in Qin Weimin. By employing electronic computers for validation, the second machinery department has tentatively recognized Zhang Jun as a genius, a comrade who delivers on his promises. Yet, mere acknowledgement is insufficient. Actual production is the epitome of success. If one were to liken the current pace of Project 596 to a pilgrimage for sacred scriptures, Zhang Jun would represent the Monkey King, propelling the team forward on a cloud to the west. The closer they draw to the Grand Thunder Sound Temple, the more vigilance is required. What lies ahead is yet to unfold. The second machinery ministry and the 596 engineering project team are set to conduct detonation simulation experiments, engage in the production and processing of various nuclear materials, select locations for the establishment of experimental zones, and deploy supporting projects. They will install various types of testing instruments and equipment while relocating nearby residents. Arrangements are made for overseas colleagues to procure all necessary experimental materials from abroad. As Lu Guangming and Qin Weimin conversed while walking, they soon arrived outside the Academy of Sciences. An important meeting will be held by the second machinery ministry tonight, primarily to discuss the appointment of Zhang Jun, the reasons behind Zhang Jun's ability to solve the core theories of atomic and hydrogen bombs, which have confounded countless others, leave Qin Weimin and his colleagues perplexed. Ultimately, it boils down to the phrase scientific career transition and the diligent study encapsulated in 8 characters. As for any suspicions regarding Zhang Jun, the answer is a resounding no. While anyone involved in the project could be under scrutiny, Zhang Jun stands exempt. An orphan since childhood, Zhang Jun entered the orphanage at the border region headquarters at the age of 4. He attended schools established for war orphans throughout his elementary, middle, and high school years. With solid roots and a deep-seated sense of grievance, he represents the quintessence of the Red 5 categories. The same year he was accepted into university. He was introduced to the organization by the Minister of the 5th Machinery Department. Not merely a member of the Red 5 categories. He was a young man of exemplary character and loyalty to ideology, qualified to study nuclear physics. Davala Lu Chin, I never expected to see you before I departed. From the building across from the Academy of Sciences, a dozen burly men emerged. The leader, upon spotting Lu Guangming and Qin Weimen, revealed a sharp, sardonic smile. What advice do you have, Colonel Vasily? Upon seeing the newcomers, Lu Guangming and Qin Weimen promptly wiped their smiles away. Vasily, the leader of the Soviet expert team and a major general in the missile forces, is a quintessential sly fox. The nuclear research project of your nation is about to be halted, and I express my sympathy and regret in advance. Vasily embodies the archetype of a Soviet general and a typical big power nationalist who firmly believes that the Dragon nation should behave like other Eastern Bloc countries, dutifully serving as a satellite state to the Soviet Union. Under the protection of the Soviet Union, there is no need for its satellites to develop strategic weaponry. Qin Weimen retorted in Russian, General Vasily, before you leave, allow me to share a saying from the Dragon nation, a fool's errand. Dream. Ha ha ha, gentlemen. Having dreams is commendable, but it is crucial to discern whether they are sweet dreams or nightmares. Vasily, with a smile that belied his intentions, stated, you may not yet be aware, but our High Command has officially notified your country that we will be demanding a loan of 8.6 billion on January 1st of next year. 8.6 billion. General Vasily, that seems incorrect. Qin Weimen frowned deeply. According to the series of loan agreements signed between our nations, the total amount does not approach such a figure. During the 2 5-year plans, the Dragon nation borrowed a total of 4.6 billion from the Soviet Union. It is only natural to repay debts. And there is nothing more to say on that matter. What, then, accounts for the additional 4 billion? As the Deputy Minister of the 2nd Machinery Department, Qin Weimen is certain that the Dragon nation owes the Soviet Union only 4.6 billion. The subsequent loan agreements have not yet resulted in any funds being disbursed to the Dragon nation, and there are no other outstanding debts. Having borrowed 4.6 billion from our nation, you audaciously demand interest equivalent to the principal amount. This is utterly shameless. Lu Guangming, who can equally comprehend the language of the bear, vehemently denounces the actions of the bear as akin to those of Western powers. Where is the semblance of a big brother from the Eastern camp? Their grotesque demeanor mirrors that of the white eagle. Ha ha ha, Lu, I never anticipated that a learned intellectual such as yourself would stoop to such vulgarity. Vasily sneered darkly, we bears have never taken advantage of any nation, or indeed, you Dragon country owe us 8.6 billion. Of this, 4.6 billion constitutes a construction loan, while the remaining 4 billion pertains to military loans. As he uttered the phrase military loans, Vasily raised 3 fingers. Of that, 3 billion was incurred during the Northern War. At that time, we bears provided your Dragon country with a substantial supply of military weaponry, which, when calculated, amounts to precisely 3 billion. 4 years ago, in the spirit of brotherhood, we withdrew all our protective forces from your territory, leaving behind our military bases and various armaments. After meticulous assessment, the total value of these assets is approximately 1 billion. My dear Davarish, do you now comprehend? You owe us not 4.6 billion, but 8.6 billion. Lu Guangming's eyes blazed with fury. As a highly educated individual, he had never resorted to profanity. Yet, at this moment, he found himself hurling invectives at the ancestors of the bear. Qin Weimen's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, his inner rage reaching a boiling point. The bear had irrevocably transformed, emerging as a new power. During the Northern War, in an effort to sever the White Eagle's sinister grasp extending towards both nations, the Dragon country deployed personnel, while the bear selflessly supplied weaponry to the Dragon country. In 1955, to uphold national dignity, the Dragon country demanded the bear withdraw its final contingent of troops stationed within its borders. Once more, the bear vowed to transfer all weaponry and military equipment left by its forces to the Dragon country without charge. What was once a gift has now been transformed into a commodity with a price tag. Ha ha ha, Davarish, the weak have no right to rage. This is the last lesson the bear imparts to you, Grotis. Vasily attempted to pat Lu Guangming on the shoulder, but an infuriated Lu brushed his hand aside, retorting, one day, you shall regret your actions. No, that sentiment should be directed towards you. It is you who should lament rejecting the bear's goodwill. Sharing the coastline. Consenting to our re-establishment of troops and erecting long-wave radio stations would only benefit your dragon country, bearing no adverse effects. Those stubborn-minded higher-ups of yours absurdly believe that without the protection of the bear, you could defend your homeland on your own. Such a notion is preposterously laughable. What do you possess to safeguard your nation? A meager supply of millet and rifles. Spirit cannot triumph over the iron tide. The Westerners wield ballistic missiles and nuclear arms, devoid of our protection. Their strategic weaponry could reduce your dragon country to ashes at any moment, sending you back to the Stone Age. Vasily's words dripped with biting sarcasm, mocking the Dragon Kingdom for its departure from the bear. Not only will the nuclear weapons program be shelved, but also the industrial, agricultural, and economic development will all come to a halt. If you truly cannot produce the funds, I offer you a suggestion. Various goods may be used as offsets. Of course, we bears do not desire just anything. The goods used to offset the loan must meet our requirements. For instance, Vasily formed a circle with his hands and said, "We do not want fruits smaller than this circle. Such small fruits in our bear household are reserved for livestock." With his words, the members of the bear expert group, who were merely observing, erupted in laughter. In the vast Eastern Bloc, no one has ever dared to contradict the bears, save for the Dragon Kingdom, which has repeatedly refused to grant the bears face. Many years ago, the Dragon Kingdom family demanded the withdrawal of bear troops. Had it not been for the fact that the Dragon Kingdom stands as the forefront against the West, the bears would have severed ties long ago. In the subsequent years, the Dragon Kingdom continued to take advantage, repeatedly rejecting the bears' goodwill assistance. Other countries in the Eastern Bloc not only permitted bear troops to be stationed but also agreed to allow the bears to lead their defense, economy, and industrial development. The Dragon Kingdom, having stood for just a few years, had no justification to act as an anomaly. Should one wish to be an anomaly, one must be prepared to endure the wrath of the bear. "Chief, the car has arrived, we must head to the airport," the assistant reminded. As he opened the car door for himself, Vasily arrogantly nodded towards Lu Guangming. "Lu, the Dragon Kingdom is on the brink of collapse. Your esteemed nuclear weapons researchers have become obsolete. I personally admire your talent. Should you wish, I can take you to the bear. Once in bear territory, you will have greater opportunities, and we may even assist you in obtaining a Nobel Prize, provided you accept bear nationality. Get in the car now, and I assure you, no one will stop you." Lu Guangming, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "I must decline. Alas, not only are your superiors thick-headed, but you, as a senior scientist, are equally obstinate," Vasily remarked with ill intentions. "Since you wish to remain in the Dragon Kingdom and suffer, I can only respect your decision." An internationally renowned nuclear physicist, once nominated for a Nobel Prize, is soon to face hunger. What a profound irony. With that, Vasily lowered himself into the car. "Old Lu, shout out if it makes you feel better," Qin Weimin said, complex emotions flooding his face as he patted Lu Guangming's shoulder. Lu Guangming clenched his jaw, his fist tightly balled. His nails dug into his flesh, drawing thin lines of blood towards his fingertips. "Let us go to the department for a meeting." Lu Guangming turned to Qin Weimin and said solemnly, "Old Qin, I propose we add a point to today's meeting to prepare our comrades for the hardships of hunger and confinement." Qin Weimin nodded thoughtfully. If the bears were to withdraw their nuclear physicists, it would strike at the very core of Project 596. The 8.6 billion in foreign debt they demand would effectively strangle the still developing Dragon Kingdom from an economic standpoint. Northwest Nuclear Base, Grand Auditorium. Qin Weimin, representing the Ministry of Industry, conveyed a series of exhilarating announcements to everyone present. Following a meticulous review lasting over half a month, all results provided by Zhang Jun were confirmed to be accurate. Zhang Jun single-handedly saved the nation and the project billions in funding, thereby significantly reducing the overall timeline of Project 596. Comrades, the so-called experts believed that once their team departed, our Project 596 would falter. How utterly absurd. General Fong, with one hand on his waist and the microphone in the other, expressed his excitement. They have no idea that our comrade Zhang Jun has completed all theoretical research. Next month, we will embark on a journey to the nuclear test site to install testing instruments and commence the production of the first atomic bomb. The faces of the hundreds of attending scientists were alight with anticipation. In just 1 week, Zhang Jun accomplished what would typically require countless individuals' years to calculate. The atomic bomb project had thus surmounted the most intricate and time-consuming theoretical research phase, advancing directly to the final stages of development and manufacturing. Regardless of the challenges or hardships that lie ahead, we will see this through to completion, even if it costs us our lives. I hereby announce the appointment of Comrade Zhang Jun as Senior Researcher of Project 596 and Chief Consultant for Nuclear Testing. As the applause subsided, General Feng began to read Zhang Jun's appointment. Simultaneously, he invited Zhang Jun to the stage to receive his commendation. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Zhang Jun walked proudly to the podium. Just moments ago, Qin women declared that once the atomic bomb for testing meets all standards and is free of nuclear radiation, the two bombs project would be immediately initiated. The responsibilities of our nation's Project 596 will not only encompass atomic bomb production but will also extend to the creation of hydrogen bombs. Specifically the development of the 50 megaton super hydrogen bomb described by Zhang Jun. Comrade Zhang Jun, after discussions within the Project 596 organization and approval from higher authorities, is hereby awarded the Medal of Exceptional Merit. Exceptional Merit. This took Zhang Jun by surprise. Wasn't this award reserved for times of war? Observing Zhang Jun's astonishment, General Feng, Lu Guangming, the Qin women, and Professor Li all displayed warm smiles. The work being undertaken in Project 596 is, in essence, a battle, a strategic campaign to safeguard our nation. General Feng opened the box containing the medal and personally placed this emblem of unparalleled honor on Zhang Jun's chest. The hall erupted once more in thunderous applause. Come on, don't just stand there, say a few words to your comrades, General Feng thought, feeling a sense of comfort. Zhang Jun felt he had lived up to the organization's training and to the sacrifices of his parents. I am grateful to the nation and the people for this honor. And to those martyrs who shed their blood for our project research, ensuring our peace. Zhang Jun turned to face the hundreds of scientists present. The theoretical formulas for both the atomic and hydrogen bombs originated from advanced technological systems. Yet, without a peaceful and stable research environment, what value would such technology hold? It is the countless heroes who sacrificed on the battlefield that have made this possible. How can the masses find solace in pursuing scientific research and contributing to the nation's development? In times of war, each dawn brings the inevitable sight of gunfire and chaos. One must always be prepared to rush to the air raid shelter at a moment's notice. In one fleeting second, you may be engaged in conversation with a friend. And in the next, a stray bullet could claim your life. Comrades, this prestigious Medal of Honor weighs only a few dozen grams in hand. Yet it bears the weight of 1,000 pounds when worn upon the chest. Zhang Jun glanced down at the gleaming medal adorning his chest. It carries such immense significance because it serves as a constant reminder of the heavy responsibility we bear in safeguarding our nation's security. Repelling the enemy's fierce forces from our borders. Without nuclear weaponry, the enemy could invade our homes at any time, seizing everything and annihilating our loved ones. Lacking these arms, enduring peace eludes us, and the beauty of the present can be obliterated at any moment by adversaries. Millions have sacrificed their lives to secure peace, while billions strive tirelessly to build their homeland. Now, as intellectuals and researchers, we must protect our home with the knowledge and skills we possess. Suddenly, Zhang Jun bowed deeply to the audience. He understood better than anyone that time is not on the side of the Dragon Nation. It will not be long before the bear and the eagle conspire to oppress our land. First, the bear's million-strong army will gather at the border, followed by the eagle deploying a fleet of strategic bombers to military bases in the region. The 7th Fleet has blockaded our coastal areas, forming the initial island chain against us. This is merely the first step in the oppression by these two superpowers. The eagle and the bear have conspired repeatedly to dispatch nuclear-capable bombers for targeted strikes on our nuclear testing zones, planning nuclear assaults on hundreds of our cities. Utilizing coordinates provided by the bear, the eagle has identified military factories, hydroelectric plants, industrial zones, barracks, airports, and command centers across our cities as targets. Some cities will face a few missiles, while others could endure strikes from dozens of nuclear devices. The success of our superbombs in preempting the enemy's aggression rests upon us all. Our Dragon Nation has risen from the ashes of countless wars, not due to the efforts of one or two individuals, but through the collective strength and contributions of the people. General Fong and others stood in unison, fervently applauding. Hundreds of researchers rose alongside them. Comrades, the news I am about to announce is not of a favorable nature. As the applause began to wane, Qin women sighed heavily. As the saying goes, good fortune does not come in pairs, while misfortune seldom comes alone. Comrade Zhang Jun has completed the theoretical research on hydrogen and atomic bombs ahead of schedule, saving the nation significant funds and propelling both projects forward. Such accomplishments ought to be cause for celebration, however, our elder brother has no desire to allow us joy. Not long ago, the bear formally demanded the immediate repayment of our loans and foreign debts. In an effort to compel our submission and force us to kneel in defeat, they audaciously included the unpaid assistance from the Northern War and the equipment from the troop withdrawal in the reckoning of our debts. They demand that we repay the sum of 8.6 billion to the bear country in one fell swoop. A gasp of astonishment resonated through the crowd. 8.6 billion. The bear country clearly intends to extract every last penny from the Dragon Nation. Not only have they ceased exporting grain to us, but they also insist that we offset our debts with various production materials and agricultural products due to our financial constraints. Qin women declared with unwavering resolve, though our Dragon Nation may be impoverished, we shall remain dignified in our poverty. Even if we must tighten our belts and sell off our possessions, we will repay the bear country. It seems we are destined for several years of frugality and arduous toil. Alas! Zhang Jun slapped his forehead in dismay. His mind had been solely focused on swiftly developing a high-yield hydrogen bomb, completely overlooking the looming food crisis. His feelings towards the bear country were complex. It was both the creator of the Eastern Bloc and a nation that had paid a heavy toll in the fight for human peace against malevolence. Yet, how many could envision that the valiant architect of noble ideals, which once led countless nations in driving away imperialist powers, would one day transform into a new imperial force? The once dragon-slaying hero was gradually shedding its golden sheen, becoming a terror-inducing behemoth feared across the globe. In their bid to force the Dragon Nation into submission, the bear country wielded three ruthless tactics: tearing up aid agreements, withdrawing all assistance, then coercing immediate debt repayment from the Dragon Nation. Among these, the latter was the most sinister, entirely disregarding the existing inadequacies in our agricultural production. They showed no concern for the countless innocent lives that would be jeopardized by such actions. Zhang Jun, what troubles you? General Fong inquired with concern. General Fong, may I speak with you privately after the meeting? Zhang Jun replied softly. Upon receiving General Feng's consent, Zhang Jun took his seat among the attendees. The subsequent discussions held little interest for him. He connected to the system, searching for groundbreaking technologies to address the food crisis. Time passed, and soon the participants began to vacate the auditorium. Zhang Jun remained silent, trailing behind General Fong towards the office building. Before long, the two entered the office together. Child, do not overthink things. No matter how dire the situation, it will not deprive you intellectuals of sustenance, General Fong reassured him, noticing Zhang Jun's grave demeanor. He forced a smile and patted Zhang Jun on the shoulder, gesturing for him to sit while he retrieved some provisions for him. Look here. A special supply of red sausage and chocolate for the bear country's experts. General Fong opened a drawer, producing 2 vibrant sausages and placing a large piece of chocolate wrapped in foil atop them. Once we reach the base, I assure you intellectuals will have food for every meal. As for whether it is coarse or fine grain, we will strive to ensure you receive the finer fare. Zhang Jun, now a senior researcher on the atomic bomb project and chief advisor for the dual weapon initiative, ought to be made aware of certain matters. Even if Zhang Jun did not seek out General Fong, the general would take the initiative to engage him in conversation. The superior has made an official decision to tighten the belt and repay the debt. The aim is to clear the 8.6 billion owed to the bear within 3 years. If funds are insufficient, various materials will be used for repayment. Even if it means selling everything, we shall not leave behind the disgrace of unpaid debts. While repaying the debt, we must do everything possible to ensure that the personnel involved in Project 596 have enough to eat. If fine grains are available, our researchers shall not be given coarse grains. If dry food can be provided, we must not allow the intellectuals to consume watery meals. Notify everyone to prepare mentally for difficult times. This does not mean they must suffer. You should be aware of our long-standing policy. We never conceal any dangers or difficulties from our own people. This was true in wartime, and it remains so in peacetime. This is a small favor from Uncle Fong. Among the core expert group, you are the youngest, and it is a crucial time for your growth. It is beneficial for you to eat well. General Fong, the chief commander of the atomic bomb project, holds multiple responsibilities. Coordinating various military departments while ensuring logistical support for the scientists. Other issues can be resolved, but the problem of food is particularly challenging. Since the founding of the nation, our country has had to import grain annually from the Bear and other Eastern Bloc countries. The reason is straightforward: land yield issues. Coming from a farming background, General Fong is especially concerned about food matters. During wartime, the yield per acre was only 40 to 50 gin. In the construction period, there has been a significant improvement. Last year, the national average yield was 198 gin per acre, with a population nearing 700 million. Uncle Fong, I have a solution for our food problem, Zhang Jun declared. What? You have a solution for the scientists' meals? General Fong was taken aback. Zhang Jun, you are nurtured by the organization. Do you not know that in the organization's dictionary, there are no terms for individual merit? What exists is the role of serving the common people. Sensing Zhang Jun's intentions, General Feng's expression turned serious as he reminded him not to become arrogant due to his achievements. Indeed, Zhang Jun had made significant contributions by resolving the theoretical formulas for both the atomic and hydrogen bombs. However, the more accolades he received, the more he needed to remain humble and cautious. The higher-ups have decided to repay all debts owed to the Bear. And every department will need to endure hardship in the future. You cannot request additional food supplies from the higher-ups based on your accomplishments. If we are to discuss merit and rewards, let us not even mention other departments. Just among the soldiers commanded by General Fong, the names of those who have achieved outstanding merit could fill hours of discussion. Seeing the situation, Zhang Jun hastily clarified, Uncle Fong, you misunderstand. I do not intend to request extra food from the higher-ups, nor am I addressing the meals of the scientists involved in the project. Rather, I aim to tackle the food issues faced by our 6.7 billion citizens. General Fong felt a wave of unease. He momentarily doubted his hearing. You mean you want to solve the food issue for the entire nation? Zhang Jun replied earnestly. Our country has long relied on grain imports primarily due to insufficient yield per acre. To address the issue of yield per acre, a multitude of factors must be considered, including fertilizers, agricultural machinery, and technological guidance. In an instant, Zhang Jun transformed into an agricultural expert, eloquently articulating the various challenges facing grain yield in long war. General Fong was rendered speechless. Many of the issues Zhang raised were unknown even to him, the farmer's son. Not only did Zhang cover every aspect comprehensively, but he also employed numerous terms related to grain that Fong had never encountered before. Wait a moment, the General Fong interjected, his hand raised to halt Zhang's flow of information. The more Zhang spoke, the more incredulous his claims became. 8,000 gin per acre, are you certain this is rice? It sounds as if the rice has somehow become sentient. I can assure you of the accuracy of every word I have uttered, Zhang replied earnestly. Aside from my studies in nuclear physics, I have dedicated my spare time to researching methods for increasing grain production. I share this with you specifically because you, as a farmer, are more acutely aware of the difficulties our nation faces regarding food security than anyone else in our project team. With heartfelt sincerity, Zhang pleaded with General Fong for a 2-month leave. In a few days, the team would be relocating from the base to the Gobi Desert to participate in the second phase of the atomic project, a test explosion. While theoretical research had been completed, Zhang's absence would not significantly impede the progress of the experimental base construction. He resolved to remain at the research base and cultivate rice. Caught off guard by Zhang's determination, General Fong found himself at a loss. On one hand, there was the astonishing claim of 8,000 gin of rice per acre. On the other, such an outrageous assertion was almost beyond comprehension. At that moment, General Fong began to understand why Professor Fong was reluctant to believe Zhang. Goodness! This is terrifying. Growing rice at a nuclear facility, there is no other place in the world that can claim such a feat in a corner of the Northwest nuclear base. Zhang, donned in a straw hat and vest, with his pant legs rolled up to his knees, reclined comfortably in a wicker chair, gazing at the robust rice plants before him. Months prior, he had promised to cultivate super rice within 2 months. Ultimately, however, General Feng rejected Zhang's proposal not out of distrust, but because the timing was simply inappropriate. Planting rice in the dead of winter was an audacious notion, even for Zhang. Reluctantly, Zhang accompanied the main contingent to the Gobi Desert, remaining occupied until the warmth of spring arrived. Only then did General Feng reluctantly grant Zhang a 2-month leave, arranging for soldiers to escort him back to the Northwest nuclear base, regardless of whether he succeeded or failed. Zhang was expected to return to the Gobi test site in 2 months. The conclusion of theoretical research on nuclear weapons did not imply that Zhang's expertise would be rendered obsolete. Let us not forget, the objective this time was to develop a thermonuclear weapon with a capacity of 5 million tons. Apart from Zhang, no one else possessed the confidence to tackle this project. To the bears and the eagles, just wait, I shall first resolve the food crisis for the common folk before unleashing any grand displays of firepower. However, the impending military pressure cast a shadow over Zhang's once buoyant spirits. The super rice, a product of the system, would mature in 2 months, yielding 7,000 gin per acre. Until the technology of super rice is fully disseminated, the food security of nearly 700 million citizens of the Dragon Nation will be thoroughly resolved, achieving self-sufficiency in grain production. This will enable the reverse export of food to generate foreign exchange, allowing competition with the White Eagle Nation for the title of a major grain exporting country. With a well-structured plan, grain can also become a strategic asset. As May approached, the Northwest gradually warmed, causing Zhang Jun to yawn repeatedly. He raised his hand to switch on the nearby mineral radio. Over the past 2 months, the only companions accompanying Zhang Jun, aside from the 2 acres of rice in front of him, were the mineral radio lent by General Feng to alleviate his boredom. Standing on the city tower, I gazed at the mountains, listening to the commotion outside the city, and the radio played a rendition of the empty city stratagem, prompting Zhang Jun to hum along involuntarily. Advisor Zhang, it's time for a meal, said a young soldier adorned with the rank of second lieutenant, approaching with a tray. On it lay a dish of pickled vegetables and 3 cornmeal buns. Comrade Le Shengli, we will soon improve our rations, Zhang Jun remarked upon hearing his voice. The second lieutenant, named Le Shengli, displayed a joyful expression, nodding vigorously while glancing at the towering super rice that almost reached 2 meters in height, swallowing hard in anticipation. Who could have imagined that just 2 months prior, this area was a barren field? Now, it had transformed into a rice paddy, with rice plants taller than Le Shengli himself. Advisor Zhang, when can we report this joyous news to the commander? Le Shengli asked eagerly. With this technology, we will never go hungry again. Reflecting on how, since January, various departments had begun to reduce grain rations, he felt an urgent desire to relay the good news to his superiors, envisioning rice cultivation across the nation, ensuring that every citizen could enjoy rice. It won't be long. Once we complete the final gene analysis and data collection, everyone will be able to indulge in rice, Zhang Jun replied, glancing at the notebook beside the radio. The reason he resided and dined here was to meticulously document the growth rate of the rice, gathering comprehensive data from various aspects. The rapid growth of the 2 acres of rice was directly linked to the seeds that Zhang Jun had exchanged from the system. Speaking of seeds, one must mention another remarkable function of the great nation's technology system, achievement redemption. Aside from searching for various cutting-edge technologies, this system also allows for the exchange of goods. Whenever Zhang Jun transformed a theoretical principle of a cutting-edge technology into a practical application, he would receive corresponding achievements. Through these achievements, he could redeem tangible products of advanced technology. During their last conversation, Zhang Jun remained silent for a long time, contemplating the system's second capability. His promise to General Feng to resolve the food issues for the nation's populace within 2 months stemmed from his decisive exchange of a pound of super rice seeds. Without seeds, relying solely on research and technology, who knows when results would materialize. Zhang Jun could wait, but the billions of citizens could not. The Dragon Nation could not afford to delay even for a minute. With the finished seeds, all other issues would fall into place. Completing the gene sequence analysis and submitting the full set of data to the higher authorities would facilitate widespread promotion, shedding the stigma of a grain-deficient nation. In addition to documenting the genetic sequences, Zhang Jun also recorded the density, fullness of grains, and growth cycles of the super rice. 2 days later, 2 helicopters descended upon the desolate helipad of the Northwest nuclear base. General Fong, along with Lu Guangming, Professor Fong, and 3 guards, disembarked from the helicopters. Old Fong. Although young, I can tell that Zhang Jun is not one to harbor grudges. A simple apology acknowledging your subjective error will suffice, there is no need for any formalities. General Fong remarked with a faint smile. Accepting the wager means one must abide by the outcome, there is little else to discuss. After thorough testing with various professional instruments, Zhang Jun's conceptual design for a radiation-free nuclear weapon is entirely feasible. Professor Fong stated honestly, the atomic bomb has been successfully developed and has undergone comprehensive radiation inspections. For the forthcoming hydrogen bomb project, it is imperative that Comrade Zhang Jun oversees it. My purpose in accompanying you is twofold, to acknowledge my earlier mistake and to fulfill my second promise, running 3 laps around the nuclear base while proclaiming Zhang Jun as my teacher. General Fong chuckled, saying, you scholars who have studied abroad are often stubborn beyond reason, once you fixate on an idea. Not even 10 oxen could sway you from your path. I must say, this is quite astonishing. The next moment, General Fong uttered an expletive, his eyes fixed intently ahead. Lu Guangming and Professor Fong looked up in unison, perplexed. Before them lay an expanse of the logistics area parking lot and now shrouded in a layer of green gauze. Could it be? General Fong turned to Lu Guangming, who instinctively responded, could it be Zhang Jun's super race? Quick, let us take a closer look. Both men were acutely aware of Zhang Jun's ambition to cultivate super rice yielding 8,000 jin per mu. Frankly, they found it hard to believe. The primary reason for granting Zhang Jun a 2-month leave was the harsh living conditions in the Gobi Desert. There was little requiring his computational input during the early construction phase. Returning him to the more favorable conditions of the nuclear base was also a way to commend his contributions to the atomic bomb research. All personnel associated with Project 596 underwent rigorous confidentiality training. Questions deemed inappropriate were left unasked, statements considered unsuitable were withheld, and ears were closed to unworthy remarks. Despite the presence of guards assigned to look after Zhang Jun, they would not utter a word unless he spoke first. Lo and behold, without a sound, such an enormous satellite was launched. This is super rice. Racing towards the green gauze, General Feng's brain was nearly overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. Grasping a heavy ear of rice, tears streamed down his cheeks, soaking his collar. It is real, super rice is indeed real. Professor Fong and Lu Guangming stood in utter disbelief. Both were city dwellers, unaccustomed to fields or agricultural labor, yet they understood the approximate height of rice plants. Before them stood rice at least 2 meters tall. Especially considering Lu Guangming's height of 1 meter 80. In just 2 months, this area transformed from a parking lot into a rice paddy. Old Fong, is this even possible? A lifelong believer in science, Lu Guangming felt his mind nearly sizzling from disbelief at the sight of the robust rice stalks and the vast expanse of verdant seedlings. Every moment bears witness to the miraculous. Professor Fong stood with his mouth agape, latterly speechless. This defies the laws of science. The moment General Fong regained his composure, he embraced Zhang Jun, his powerful hands vigorously patting Zhang's back. Food is the lifeblood of the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Guangming, overwhelmed with emotion, declared to Old Fong. From this moment forth, those 3 words will never again appear in the annals of history. Which 3 words? Professor Fong instinctively inquired. The Great Famine. Though Lu Guangming was not an agricultural expert, he comprehended the monumental significance of the rice before them. It signified that the Dragon Kingdom would no longer fret over food shortages. The somber specter of famine, where lives were lost in desperation, would be banished forever. With the advent of this super rice, the granaries across the Dragon Kingdom would never be empty. Hundreds of millions would only need to worry about the quality of their meals, assured that they would never again face hunger. Comrade Zhang Jun, thank you. At this moment, mere words of gratitude could scarcely encapsulate Zhang Jun's extraordinary contributions. Lu Guangming bowed deeply to the beaming Zhang Jun. Professor Fong, taking a deep breath, also bowed and said, "Thank you, teacher." General Fong, Uncle Fong, I can hardly breathe. Zhang Jun, his face flushed, urgently reminded the general. If you continue to hold me like this, I shall become a martyr. My apologies, child. Are you all right? Seeing Zhang Jun's face turn as red as liver, General Fong quickly released his grip. Old Fong, I propose we immediately implement military control here, report to higher authorities, and invite agricultural experts to assist in research. We must strive to promote super rice nationwide as swiftly as possible, Lu Guangling suggested. This area is already under military control, with 2 divisions stationed outside and 3 regiments within, so confidentiality is not an issue. I will report to higher authorities shortly. However, inviting agricultural experts may pose a challenge. General Fong replied, his expression troubled. If one were to inquire where in the Dragon Kingdom the highest levels of confidentiality are maintained, the central government would undoubtedly rank first. As for second place, it would pertain to all departments and units associated with Project 596. The Northwestern Nuclear Base. One of the most vital research institutions involved in Project 596 mandates that any individual entering must undergo extensive background checks and sign a series of confidentiality agreements. Everything seen, done, and learned must remain classified. No reporting to parents or informing wives and daughters is permitted. In other words, the moment one sets foot here and interacts with Project 596, it is akin to a temporary disappearance from the world. No matter, this issue can be easily resolved. We can uproot some seedlings and rice heads as samples to send to the Agricultural Science Institute, and then arrange for personnel at the base to photograph and film the site, Zhang Jun said, inhaling fresh air while picking up 2 notebooks from the small table. He had long considered the confidentiality matters. All data related to super rice was meticulously recorded in his notebooks. Even if agricultural experts could not enter, it would not hinder the promotion of super rice. The notebooks contain not only the genetic sequences of the super rice. There exists pertinent documentation regarding the hybridization techniques of super rice encompassing both the maternal and paternal lines. The maternal technique ensures the vigorous growth of super rice, consistently yielding high productivity. Conversely, the paternal technique is pivotal for the super rice's resistance to pests and diseases. These 2 techniques are complementary and indispensable. Additionally, there are relevant pollination techniques. Upon receiving 2 notebooks from Zhang Jun, General Fong felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. If only we had more exemplary youth like Zhang Jun. How could our nation not prosper, and how would the powers of the world dare to bully the Dragon Kingdom? In a few months, Zhang Jun will celebrate his 23rd birthday. This young man has single-handedly resolved the core theories of the 2 bombs that have troubled thousands of scientists. And he has independently cultivated fields yielding thousands of jin per mu. To claim a yield of 4 tons per mu, who would believe it? Yet, the scenes before me are undeniably real. Even if the yield does not reach 8,000 jin per mu, 4 to 5,000 jin is still attainable. All Zhang. Our nation's grain issues may very well be thoroughly resolved this year. In the capital, within the Science and Technology Commission building, General Zhang Jianxi, the deputy director of the commission, received a phone call and entered the director's office. Upon hearing the news, he was momentarily stunned. The head of the commission, Director Ning, spoke with a grave expression. You heard correctly, we may completely resolve the grain issue. Could it be that our agricultural experts have developed a new hybrid rice technology capable of further enhancing agricultural yields? The 50-year-old Zhang Jianxi trembled with excitement. The Dragon Kingdom must not only tighten its belt to repay debts but also ensure that the populace has enough to eat. By embracing a spirit of thrift and diligence, we must vigorously reclaim wastelands, dispatch troops to assist agriculture, and devise methods to increase yields. Every possible means to enhance grain production has been employed by the Dragon Kingdom. To address this issue at its roots, the Finance Department and the Science and Technology Commission each allocated 50 million in funding to the Agricultural Academy's hybrid rice research project. The hybrid rice research in the Dragon Kingdom can be traced back to the 1930s, when Director Ding of the Agricultural Academy developed the first generation of hybrid rice. In the 3rd year, he cultivated a hybrid rice variety that could yield 1,000 grains per year. It is not merely the Agricultural Academy but the 596 project group. Director, are you joking? Zhang Jianxi responded incredulously. The 596 project focuses on nuclear weapons, not on rice in the fields. Scientists developing nuclear weapons have solved the food issues affecting billions. How can this be so perplexing? Don't say you don't believe it. I can hardly believe it myself, yet I cannot afford to disbelieve it, Director Ning replied, his expression complex. Half an hour ago, Fong Shonchon called me to inform that Zhang Jun has managed to create 2 mu of ton rice fields in just 2 months. According to him, each mu can yield 8,000 jin of rice. 800 jin. Zhang Jun gestured with his fingers to indicate the number 8. Director Ning nodded and said, Feng Shonchuan is your former subordinate, have you ever known him to boast? Zhang Jun shook his head in a daze. He has been appointed as the overall commander of the 596 project. Feng Shonchuan is trustworthy in every aspect. You must immediately go to the Agricultural Science Institute. Omitting any mention of the 596 project Zhang Jun and anything related to nuclear weapon research. Inform Director Ding that our military's agricultural scientists have developed a strain of super hybrid rice. And ask him to select a group of reliable agricultural experts to conduct identification studies. You are personally responsible for verifying the identities of the agricultural specialists designated by Professor Ding. We cannot afford to take any risks. Chairman Ning is more excited than anyone else. The more excited he is, the more composed he must remain. Without nuclear weapons, it is challenging for Longwo to ensure the absolute reliability of the super hybrid rice technology. Whether it is discovered by the bear or leaked to the eagle, Longwo will never know peace. After Zhang Jun left, Chairman Ning picked up the red secure phone on his desk. After much hesitation, he placed the phone back down. In 4 hours, Feng Shonchuan will deliver the rice ear samples, technical data, photos of the rice fields, and film here. It will be prudent to examine the materials before reporting to the central government. Meanwhile, the 72-year-old Director Ding of the Agricultural Science Institute was nearly stunned by the news brought by Zhang Jun. It took him half an hour to regain his composure. Director Ding personally drafted a list of personnel, including all agricultural experts who had participated in the hybrid rice project. Zhang Jun conducted on-site operations. And the security department swiftly investigated the identities, backgrounds, and family relations of these individuals, confirming that there were no issues. Academician Ding, Zhang Jun, and 36 agricultural experts boarded a military vehicle and headed towards the Science and Technology Committee. In the underground screening room of the committee, films related to the super hybrid rice were being shown. My heavens! What kind of divine intervention is this? The rice has grown to such an astonishing size. It is utterly unbelievable. Just from these films, 2 acres could yield over 10,000 pounds of grain. Are these even rice ears? They are nearly as thick as a child's arm. Academician Ding, have you ever seen seedlings this large? The agricultural experts watching the film exclaimed in disbelief. Unable to comprehend the spectacle before their eyes, Director Ding, seated at the front, remained motionless, neither speaking nor displaying any signs of unusual behavior. At the entrance, Chairman Ning praised, as expected of our nation's first academicians, they truly embody the demeanor of great leaders. Zhang Jun frowned and remarked, Chairman, why do I feel like Director Ding is in a daze? In a daze? Chairman Ning paused for a moment. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Director Ding's eyes were glazed over, as if he truly were in a stupor. Chairman Ning, I must see him immediately. In an instant, Director Ding sprang to his feet, shouting towards the entrance, Chairman, please arrange for me to meet the scientist who developed the super rice at once. Director Ding was filled with countless questions. How could it be possible to cultivate such a vast quantity of rice in just 2 months? What seeds were used to achieve an yield of 8,000 pounds per acre, and how were pests and diseases combated? He wanted to know everything regarding rice tillering, young ear development, light and temperature responses, rice cultivation, and ecological factor indicators. Director Ding and esteemed experts, let us all take a moment to compose ourselves. Mr. Ning, with a gentle demeanor, sought to soothe the crowd's agitated emotions. Among the agricultural specialists in the screening room, the eldest was 72 years of age, while the youngest was in their 50s. Should anyone become overly excited, resulting in a heart attack or stroke, the burden of such responsibility would be unbearable. After much discussion, the attendees gradually calmed their fervent spirits. Mr. Ning remarked, Comrades, this esteemed scientist has other pressing tasks to attend to and, regrettably, cannot meet with you at this time. However, rest assured that he has prepared materials for your benefit. As his words concluded, General Feng entered with several soldiers, each bearing seedlings, rice ears, and technical documents entrusted by Zhang Jun to the higher authorities. In addition to this, General Feng brought the parent strains of the super hybrid rice. Mr. Ning continued, Comrades, If you encounter any perplexing issues during your research, please compile your questions, then the military will relay them to this scientist. He will provide us with the answers to share with you. Director Ding argued earnestly, Mr. Ning, I understand the military's discipline and the necessity of remaining on task. Yet it is essential to prioritize matters according to their significance. With the assistance of this scientist, we can expedite our research on the super hybrid race and ensure that the populace is well fed as swiftly as possible. Is there any task of greater importance or honor than this? Upon hearing this, other agricultural professionals joined in agreement. No military assignment could possibly outweigh the urgency of addressing the food security of billions. Director Ding, please refrain from pressing further. In essence, if not for extenuating circumstances, we will not resort to this relay of technology in such a manner. Mr. Ning shook his head. Resolving the issue of hunger for our citizens is undoubtedly a monumental task, without question. However, ensuring that the populace remains fed is of even greater significance. Without strategic defenses to safeguard our nation, the super hybrid rice technology is perpetually at risk of being seized by others. With nations like the bear and the eagle brandishing nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles demanding our super hybrid rice, how can we possibly resist? In times of conflict and chaos, will our land remain tranquil enough to cultivate this vital crop? Director Ding, in frustration, stomped his foot and insisted, Mr. Ning, though you withhold the scientist's identity, surely we deserve to know the name of this esteemed contributor. Mr. Ning instinctively hesitated to respond. Yet, upon witnessing the earnest expressions of Director Ding and the others, he felt a twinge of compassion. Zhang Jun, also known as the Bowmaster, he finally revealed. Bowmaster. Director Ding mused aloud, ingenious craftsmanship. The triumph of human endeavor over nature, how fitting. A splendid name for this esteemed individual. Director Ding, the product of a private academy. Well versed in the 4 books and 5 classics, immediately grasped the significance of the name. In ancient times, there existed a remarkable work titled The Exploitation of the Works of Nature, and now we have the extraordinary super rice developed by the comrades of Tiangong. How marvelous. Simply marvelous. Director Ding chuckled heartily and turned to the assembly, urging, comrades, why do you remain idle? Take these materials and return to the Agricultural Research Institute to commence our studies. The old Russians aim to starve us, but we shall not allow them to succeed. Old Zhang, you will temporarily assume the role of project leader for the Super Rice Initiative. Leaving the group behind, President Ning summoned Zhang Jun to the corridor. The Super Rice project is of paramount importance, akin to the 596 project. Should you encounter any issues during your research, do not hesitate to contact President Ning directly, or report to the central authorities. We aim to implement partial promotion within this year. Once the development of nuclear weaponry is completed, we shall proceed with comprehensive promotion immediately. After bidding farewell to the group, President Ning ushered General Feng into his office. No one is permitted to approach this area without my command. Before entering, President Ning stationed 2 guards at the door. From the moment you arrived, I sensed that your visit was not solely to deliver good news. There must be other matters at hand. Now that it is just the 2 of us, you may speak freely. President Ning said as he settled onto a patched sofa and gestured for General Feng to join him. Sir, Comrade Zhang has asked me to convey a message to the higher-ups. He has a plan that could help the nation generate at least $100 million. President Ning sprang to his feet. Repeat that, how much? Report, sir, just before departure. Comrade Zhang privately informed me that he has a means to achieve a significant technological innovation within 6 months, which could yield us a profit of at least $100 million. General Feng also stood, solemnly reiterating Zhang's words in full. Prior to their journey, Comrade Zhang had discreetly pulled General Feng aside to candidly address him. Resolving the food crisis is merely the first step towards the Dragon Nation's arduous path to prosperity. For our country to flourish and for the people to live in peace and security, financial resources are imperative. The old bear has proposed that if the Dragon Nation cannot provide sufficient funds to repay its debts, the remaining debts can be settled with various materials. Once super hybrid rice is widely adopted across the nation, all debts owed to the old bear can be repaid with food. With an astonishing yield of 8,000 jin per mu, the Dragon Nation's existing arable land spans approximately 1.5 billion mu. Even if only 1/3 of this land were cultivated with super rice, The annual output would reach an astounding 40 trillion Jin, equivalent to 20 billion tons. According to the information Comrade Zhang possesses. International grain prices typically see rice valued high while other grains remain inexpensive. With an annual production of 20 billion tons of rice, the Dragon Nation could not only ensure that its citizens are well fed but also have ample surplus to repay debts. These figures are merely conservative estimates. Should half of the available land be utilized for rice cultivation, the Dragon Nation's grain production could soar even higher. Comrade Zhang believes that merely satisfying basic needs is insufficient. We must further our development and break free from the old bears and the West stranglehold. To achieve this, we must possess substantial foreign exchange reserves. A look of approval appeared on General Ning's face. Zhang Jun was indeed correct, satisfying basic needs, such as hunger, is paramount. The construction of light and heavy industries, the universalization of education, the enhancement of medical standards, and the modernization of the military, alongside the research and development of military equipment, all demand substantial financial resources. Last year, Longwo's foreign exchange reserves stood at $10.7 billion. As of now, only $46 million remain. The debt owed to the bear amounted to $8.6 billion, which translates to approximately 1 billion rubles and around $1.2 billion when converted. Zhang Jun intends to participate in the missile project, aiming to generate foreign exchange for the nation through this endeavor. Wait a moment. He plans to engage in a missile project that can generate foreign currency. General Ning felt utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? The missile and atomic bomb research in Long was established with assistance from the bear, with the initiation of both projects occurring almost simultaneously. The core technical personnel from both project teams were aware of each other's existence. After all, the original notion of the two bombs referred not to the atomic and hydrogen bombs but rather to missiles and atomic bombs. It was not until Zhang Jun independently resolved the theoretical challenges surrounding the hydrogen and atomic bombs that the two bombs project evolved into the atomic and hydrogen bombs. General Sucha called Riley, saying, "Chief, like you, I also find this somewhat unbelievable. It is precisely for this reason that I hesitated to inform you initially. Unsure whether to speak up. I feared that revealing this directly might diminish Zhang Jun's stature in your eyes. A person proficient in one or two fields is already considered a genius. To traverse three disciplines is to be a genius among geniuses." As for Zhang Jun, General Feng was at a loss for words in attempting to describe him. Atomic bombs, hydrogen bombs, and super-hybrid rice, each is a cornerstone technology in its own right. Zhang Jun not only excels in all but also conducts his research at an astonishing pace. To tally it all, from the moment Zhang Jun began tackling nuclear weapon technology independently to the development of super rice, a mere 7 months elapsed. If one were to account for it meticulously, the total duration would be only 3 months. Now, Zhang Jun has set his sights on the missile project. General Feng, having fought in countless battles, had never witnessed such an extraordinary occurrence. General Ning, hands clasped behind his back, furrowed his brow and paced back and forth within the room. How could missiles generate foreign exchange? Who would purchase them? Countless questions swirled in General Ning's mind. Setting aside whether Zhang Jun could contribute to the missile project. Even if he could, who would buy the developed missiles? Small nations could neither afford nor require them. Major powers like the White Eagle and the Bear already possessed intercontinental ballistic missiles. Moreover, Longwa's missile technology is derived from the Bear, making it improbable to surpass the master in the short term. The Sun-Setting Kingdom, the White Eagle's close allies. It would be a miracle if they did not call for conflict against Longwa, let alone engage in trade. The Iron Tower Kingdom. General Ning's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "No, no, no, this is impossible." The Iron Tower Kingdom is a formal member of the Western Alliance, and in recent years, we have thoroughly defeated them. General Ning's face changed color as he recalled events from February of this year. The Iron Tower Nation has accomplished a remarkable feat, the detonation of an atomic bomb. This test signifies that Iron Tower Nation has become the fourth country, following the White Eagle Nation, the Bear Nation, and the Sunset Kingdom, to possess nuclear weapons. Simultaneously, it has instilled a renewed sense of pressure upon the Dragon Nation. The Western Bloc now boasts 3 nuclear-capable nations, coupled with the Bear Nation's proximity. Should tensions escalate, The Dragon Nation could find itself in a predicament far more arduous than the War of Guardianship. General Fong suggested, Chief, if you find it difficult to comprehend, perhaps a visit to the Northwest nuclear base to speak directly with Zhang Jun might provide clarity. Preparations were swiftly made for a flight. Chairman Ning picked up the telephone on the table, initiating a series of directives. As dusk approached, a military transport aircraft took off from a military airport on the outskirts of the capital, heading straight for the Northwest nuclear base. Old Fong, oh Old Fong. Why must you go to such lengths? A brief visit would suffice, yet you insist on making 3 complete circuits. Are you aware of the vastness of the base? It spans a full 48 square kilometers. Inside the medical office of the nuclear base, Lu Guoming gazed in exasperation at Professor Fong, who lay on the hospital bed, groaning. It's merely a cramp from lack of exercise. Once I recover, I shall continue, he said, but before he could finish, beads of sweat began to form on his brow from the pain. Professor Fong, perhaps it's best you forego further exertion. I had long forgotten our wager. Zhang Jun replied with a wry smile. Despite your occasional inclination towards foreign ideologies, you are still a commendable comrade. Months ago, they had wagered. But Zhang Jun had long since dismissed the matter from his mind. Unexpectedly, Professor Fong remembered every detail. Resolutely believing that the nuclear weapons developed by their group bore no radiation, and thus he accepted his defeat gracefully. In the morning, Professor Fong first performed a disciple-less salute to Zhang Jun, then began jogging around the base. Unbeknownst to him, the Northwest nuclear base covers 48 square kilometers, larger than some county towns. After 2 hours of running, he collapsed, frothing at the mouth. Fortunately, the base was teeming with soldiers who promptly transported him to the medical office for treatment. Comrade Zhang Jun, the chief has come to see you, announced a voice as the door to the medical office swung open. General Fong entered, accompanied by an elderly man clad in immaculate military attire, his shoulders adorned with 2 gleaming dragon insignias. Uncle Ning, Zhang Jun exclaimed with excitement. Haha. The once-not-nosed little rascal has grown into a formidable figure in the research front, proving the worth of the pen I gifted you all those years ago. Chairman Ning affectionately ruffled Zhang Jun's hair. Memories flooded back to a decade ago, during the harrowing years of national turmoil. The border region orphanage, dedicated to caring for war orphans, was situated adjacent to the headquarters. Whenever Chairman Ning and the other leaders returned to report on their work, they would always take a moment to visit the children at the orphanage. Occasionally, they would bring food and small trinkets seized from the enemy. Each time he witnessed the joyous smiles on the children's faces, Chairman Ning felt invigorated, his fatigue dissipating. The brave soldiers fighting on the front lines did so to ensure that these children would never have to endure war again. This generation has bled and sacrificed, determined to conclude all conflicts. The next generation shall no longer be required to make sacrifices. As they mature, they will contribute to the nation's development, ensuring that war is forever distanced from the Dragon Kingdom. Unlike other children who revel in mischief, Zhang Jun has always been a quiet child, with an insatiable passion for reading. Professor Fong, what troubles you? General Fong's inquiry interrupted Mr. Ning's reverie. Professor Fong's face flushed crimson, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Lu Guangming jested, our long-distance runner has stumbled. Long distance? Oh, I see, General Fong exclaimed, unable to suppress a smile. The base spans several dozen square kilometers, it would be quite exhausting for Professor Fong to complete a lap. Upon learning that Professor Fong had merely twisted his ankle and suffered no serious injuries, Mr. Ning and General Fong felt relieved. Young lad, accompany Uncle Ning for a smoke, Mr. Ning instructed before stepping towards the door. Zhang Jun hesitated, glancing at General Fong, who gave a slight nod, urging him to follow. I hear you are to engage in missile research and intend to generate revenue through our missiles. Uncle Ning isn't curious about your interest in missiles. He merely inquires about one thing, does the revenue you speak of pertain to the Iron Tower Nation? Upon reaching the playground outside, Mr. Ning dismissed the guards. Zhang Jun also sent his own protector, Li, to the side. Indeed, Uncle Ning, you guessed correctly, it is the Iron Tower Nation, Zhang Jun replied with a grin. Why are you so convinced that the Iron Tower Nation will purchase our missiles? Is it merely because they possess atomic bombs but lack the ballistic missiles to launch them? On the way, Mr. Ning contemplated extensively. Currently, only the White Eagle Nation, the Bear, the Setting Sun Kingdom, and the Iron Tower Nation possess nuclear weapons globally. Among these, only the White Eagle Nation and the Bear have mastery over ballistic missiles. These two countries not only possess conventional ballistic missiles capable of carrying nuclear warheads but also intercontinental ballistic missiles that can traverse oceans. This is but one facet. The other lies in the fact that the Iron Tower Nation seeks to carve out new international space. New international space. Mr. Ning's hand, poised to smoke, halted midair. Indeed. New international space. Zhang Jun's smile faded as he spoke earnestly. Uncle Ning, are you aware that the Iron Tower Nation is attempting to subtly contend with the White Eagle Nation, aiming to expel its influence from the European continent? Before you ask if I know, let me inquire why you believe this to be true and where you gleaned such information. Mr. Ning's expression grew increasingly grave. If Zhang Jun's research capabilities stemmed from self-study and innate talent, then how had he acquired such knowledge of international affairs? Could it also be from self-study? Partly from the Bear professors at our school, and partly from reading newspapers, Zhang Jun responded. Our institution is a key beneficiary of support from the Bear, hosting a plethora of experts and professors from that nation. Continue, Mr. Ning urged noncommittally. Thanks to my solid grasp of the Bear's language, I often hear these experts convene to discuss the situation in the European region. With time, I have formed some insights of my own, Zhang Jun elaborated. Zhang Jun spoke eloquently, remarking that some of his classmates jokingly claimed that no one could capture the capital of the Iron Tower Nation before it surrendered. This carried a certain irony regarding the nation's tendency to capitulate without a fight. However, during the last Great War, the rapid surrender of the Iron Tower Nation was not solely due to its fragility. It was also significantly influenced by the devastating losses they suffered at the hands of the Sunset Kingdom. In the preceding conflict, the Iron Tower Nation lost an entire generation, with over 130,000 lives claimed and more than 400,000 wounded. With the expulsion of invaders, the Iron Tower Nation emerged as a core member state. And in recent years, the newly empowered General Dai has endeavored to restore its image. As the saying goes, a new official ignites three fires. General Dai's first blaze was directed towards the White Eagle Nation, repeatedly asserting that the continent belonged to its inhabitants and was not merely a garden for the White Eagle Nation. He encouraged various nations to gradually eliminate the influence of the White Eagle Nation, frequently opposing its military presence and striving for complete autonomy in national defense. If we were to develop ballistic missiles ahead of time, the Iron Tower Nation would undoubtedly express interest. At this juncture, Zhang Jun shifted the conversation to the casual observer. The relationship between the Dragon Nation and the Iron Tower Nation, having clashed fiercely in Monkey Nation, would appear exceedingly strained. However, unbeknownst to many, their relationship has remained intact and relatively cordial. The former Prime Minister of the Iron Tower Nation had previously visited the Dragon Nation, a clear indication of ongoing ties. The Dragon Nation surmised the Iron Tower Nation's need for ballistic missiles, a realization not lost on the White Eagle Nation. Should the Iron Tower Nation acquire such missiles, the White Eagle Nation would find it exponentially more challenging to exert control over them. Even if the White Eagle Nation refrained from overt interference in the Iron Tower Nation's missile endeavors, it would undoubtedly resort to covert sabotage. Imagine if the Dragon Nation were to lead in developing superior ballistic missiles and offer the Iron Tower Nation some core technological parameters for a fee of $1 or $200 million, would that be excessive? Unbeknownst to him, Chairman Ning's cigarette had burned down to the filter. Chairman Ning, the cigarette is nearly at your fingertips, someone remarked. Unperturbed, Chairman Ning discarded the bat and scrutinized Zhang Jun. As the ancients said, a scholar should be viewed with new eyes after 3 days apart. The last time we met was when you enrolled in university in the capital. 4 years have flown by, and you, young rascal, have truly impressed me. Chairman Ning had not anticipated Zhang Jun's clear grasp of international dynamics, nor his intention to delve into the tense relationship between the Iron Tower Nation and the White Eagle Nation, one an established power on the continent, the other a rising superpower. It was not unusual for interest to lead to confrontations. The question remained whether the Dragon Nation could swiftly develop ballistic missiles and persuade the Iron Tower Nation to willingly pay for them. Zhang Jun asserted, Chairman Ning, I have been nurtured by the organization and have been a part of it for 4 years. Please trust that I will not speak empty words. Chairman Ning adjusted his glasses and replied, You have never engaged with missiles, how could you possibly understand the technical aspects involved? Who says I have not been exposed to it? Have you forgotten that 3 years ago, our school established a missile specialization, commonly referred to as the missile program? Zhang Jun declared with pride. As students of nuclear physics, we are entitled to audit various courses. After all, it is a matter of integrating the two weapons. President Ning was momentarily taken aback. Is that truly permissible? Attending a few years of missile courses qualifies one as a missile expert. I wonder how Din Chen would react upon hearing this. Uncle Ning, I can join the missile project team as an ordinary researcher and assure you that my identity will remain concealed. Once in the project team, I will assist the experts diligently to develop mature ballistic missile technology. Noticing that President Ning remained silent for an extended period, Zhang Jun grew increasingly anxious. No one understood better than he the daunting challenges that awaited Long Kingdom in the coming years. Two superpowers, one amassing 1 million troops along the borders of Long Kingdom, posturing for a full-scale invasion, while simultaneously inciting allied factions to provoke and harass Long Kingdom, aiming to undermine its development. The other was directly deploying troops to the Monkey Nation, seeking to achieve the cunning objectives that eluded them during the northern conflict. With aspirations to occupy the Monkey Nation and set their sights on the southern gates of Long Kingdom. As it stands, only 42 nations maintain diplomatic relations with Long Kingdom, with 90 being third world countries and a mere 9 from the European continent. The only influential developed nation is the Bear Nation. It will not be long before the Bear Nation formally severs ties with Long Kingdom. When that occurs, a multitude of nations influenced by the Bear Nation will abruptly cease all connections with Long Kingdom. The situation is dire. Only through proactive measures can one hope to carve out a path to survival. Among nearly 200 countries and regions worldwide, only Iron Tower Nation dares to confront both the White Eagle Nation and the Soviet Alliance simultaneously. As a significant player in the Western camp and one of the founding nations of the Western Alliance Organization, Iron Tower Nation strives to restore its stature as a great power and secure greater influence, repeatedly opposing the White Eagle Nation within the Western Organization. Not only has it persistently challenged the White Eagle Nation, but it has also fervently urged its internal members to unite, asserting that the Europeans can defend their continent without the presence of White Eagle troops. The White Eagle Nation will not relinquish its control over Europe. Nor will Commander Dai of Iron Tower Nation choose to submit. Ultimately, the Iron Tower Nation achieved 3 globally astonishing feats. The first, it withdrew from the Western Alliance Organization and expelled all White Eagle troops from its territory. Second, it developed nuclear weapons. Third, it established diplomatic relations with Long Kingdom, exporting a significant amount of weaponry to it. It is no exaggeration to state that until the early 1980s, the foreign weaponry most extensively equipped to Long Kingdom's forces, aside from bear-style arms, was that of Iron Tower Nation. Zhang Jun, setting aside whether your participation can expedite the ballistic missile research, let us consider this. Even if we were to complete the ballistic missile development in the short term and transfer some technology to Iron Tower Nation for a fee, it may pose a threat to our national defense. President Ning's hesitation was not about whether Zhang Jun should participate in missile research, but rather the concern he articulated. Uncle Ning, the issue at hand is quite easily resolvable. The missile technology we will provide to the Tower Nation is of a secondary tier, cutting-edge technology, undoubtedly will not be sold. Zhang Jun remarked nonchalantly, for instance, if we were to develop intercontinental missiles, such technology is absolutely non-negotiable. The only technology we could potentially sell to the Tower Nation is that pertaining to ballistic missiles. As long as our equipment technology remains superior, all secondary technologies can be transformed into development capital. Zhang Jun exuded confidence, presenting the notion of developing intercontinental missile technology as a mere trifle. Observing Zhang Jun's nonchalant demeanor, President Ning could only smile in amusement. This young man is indeed becoming bolder in his aspirations and expressions. The Science and Technology Commission bears the responsibility of guiding all matters related to national defense. Any military project or weaponry research must be sanctioned by the Commission, which serves as the direct superior to several military industrial departments. What constitutes an intercontinental missile? While others may struggle to articulate this, President Ning, as the director of the Commission, possesses a clear understanding. Intercontinental missiles are a subset of ballistic missiles. According to the standards set by the White Eagle Nation and the Bear, only missiles with a range exceeding 500 kilometers can be classified as intercontinental missiles. Currently, only these two nations possess such ballistic missiles. Uncle Ning, if you harbor any doubts, let us refrain from discussing the sale of missile technology for now. Allow me to join the missile project team. Once we achieve tangible results, we can deliberate on subsequent matters. Zhang Jun persistently requested to be included in the missile project team. The Dragon Nation requires both missiles and firearms. The integration of the two is essential to break through any blockade to a certain extent. Remain here and await news. The organization will provide you with a definitive response. President Ning reignited a cigarette, taking Zhang Jun back to the medical office. After half an hour, President Ning comprehensively grasped the current progress of Project 596. The atomic bomb model has been successfully constructed. The data on the two bombs provided by Zhang Jun has received further validation. According to Zhang Jun's theoretical data, when the nuclear elements within the weapon undergo full fusion, there will indeed be no nuclear radiation produced. Barring any unexpected developments, by the end of this year, the hydrogen bomb will be ready for completion. The hydrogen bomb, triggered by the atomic bomb, will similarly not emit nuclear radiation. The explosive yield is projected to be at least 40 megatons. Upon receiving the briefing, President Ning's face radiated pride and satisfaction. The atomic bomb project is nearing its conclusion, with hydrogen bomb production set for completion by year-end, followed by a test explosion next year. With a resounding roar, the Dragon Nation will become the fifth country to possess nuclear weapons, thereby formally dismantling the nuclear monopoly and threat posed by the two superpowers. The notion of nuclear weapons devoid of radiation is indeed exhilarating to President Ning. After bidding farewell to President Ning, Zhang Jun was afforded a rare respite. Before departing, the president instructed that Zhang Jun should not be dispatched to the Gobi test explosion base for the time being, but rather remain at the Northwest nuclear base awaiting further orders. Despite the rest, Zhang Jun found himself busier than during work hours, simultaneously providing remote guidance for hydrogen bomb manufacturing while constantly addressing inquiries from the Agricultural Science Institute. Time swiftly passed, then after 8 days, the above command finally reached the base. Effective immediately, Zhang Jun suspended all his current tasks and began preparing to report to the missile project team located in the capital. Assuming the role of a special expert, he was to assist Director Chen and other esteemed experts in accelerating the research on domestically produced ballistic missiles. Have you heard? The higher-ups have dispatched a master in missile projects to us. That goes without saying. Director Chen announced this at the meeting. But tell me, how do you know this expert is a luminary in missile technology? Isn't it obvious? What does special expert imply? If he weren't a luminary in the missile field, how could he possibly bear the title of special? In the lobby of the theoretical building at the Missile Research Institute, a few researchers who had just finished lunch gathered to smoke and chat. Yesterday, Director Chen convened a meeting of the entire institute to announce that a special expert would join the ballistic missile research project today. Similar to nuclear technology, the missile research in Longo developed with the assistance of the Mikhailov state. However, due to the deliberate withholding of information by the Mikhailov state, many core data in missile research were either ambiguous or partially missing. Ding ding ding. Accompanied by a series of urgent bell rings, the crowd's expressions shifted, and they quickly rushed towards the large conference room on the third floor. The ringing signified that an emergency meeting was about to take place, and it was highly likely that the special expert had arrived. Before long, the large conference room, capable of accommodating hundreds, was filled to capacity. Over 500 men and women of varying ages eagerly awaited the arrival of the guest of honor. The withdrawal of experts, the destruction of data, and the cessation of all technical assistance from the Mikhailov state had not only plunged the atomic bomb project group into a state of paralysis but had also placed the missile project group in a similarly challenging position. The missile research was fraught with numerous issues, and everyone hoped that this special expert could illuminate a clear path forward. A few minutes later, Director Chen entered the conference hall with a young man by his side. Comrades, allow me to introduce Zhang Jun, who will be joining our ballistic missile research team starting today. Let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome Comrade Zhang Jun. With that, Director Chen initiated the applause. Only Director Chen knew Zhang's true identity, a co-technical expert from a brother project group who had independently resolved all theoretical data concerning hydrogen and atomic bombs. In addition to his work, he had developed a strain of super rice yielding 8000 gene per mu, making him a top-tier genius among young researchers. Though uncertain about Zhang Jun's knowledge of missiles, he could still contribute to the project's advancement. Director, is he truly the special expert you mentioned? My goodness. He appears to be younger than my son. How can a special expert be in their 20s? What were the higher-ups thinking? Director Chen's words fell like a bucket of cold water on the assembled researchers. The hundreds of eager scientists were left dumbfounded, realizing that the special expert was merely a young man in his 20s. When did expertise become so devalued? Comrades, silence please, Director Chen continued, as the saying goes. Ambition is not determined by age. Comrade Zhang Jun's age is indeed quite youthful, yet when it comes to missiles, Director Chen glanced at Zhang Jun beside him. He had only recently received information and was uncertain about Zhang Jun's understanding of missiles. Observing this, Zhang Jun smiled faintly and remarked, I must disappoint my comrades. The special expert you have been eagerly awaiting is neither an elderly sage nor a renowned author but merely a fledgling. However, in terms of missile knowledge, this fledgling does possess some insights. Upon hearing this, several individuals could not suppress their amusement. Though young, his words were quite witty. Prior to my arrival, the comrades from the Science and Technology Commission provided me with a brief overview of the missile project we are currently researching. Our missile research is a new generation of medium to short-range ballistic missile projects based on the technology of the two missiles provided by the Bear. The original plan aimed for a range of 800 kilometers, but following the departure of the Bear's experts and negotiations with our institute and higher authorities, the proposed maximum range has been revised to 200 kilometers. Presently, the issues at hand primarily revolve around 8 key aspects. As he spoke, Zhang Jun set down his burdens and turned towards the blackboard in the grand conference room. He picked up a piece of chalk and began to inscribe his notes. Director Chen took a seat in the front row, watching intently as the blackboard filled with writing. Even the main colleagues of the project team had not yet grasped everything. Yet they were already entering a state of work. This young genius, Zhang Jun, was indeed intriguing. In a short while, the 4-meter blackboard was densely covered with text and data. Zhang Jun set down the chalk and dusted off his hands. In less than 10 minutes, he had outlined the 8 major challenges currently facing the project team: power systems, control system stability, airframe strength, self-destruct mechanisms, engine thrust and specific impulse, liquid oxygen replenishment systems, airframe structural weight, and most crucially, range accuracy issues. These 8 challenges loomed like insurmountable mountains, each towering with formidable height. Director Chen nodded slightly. Each of the 8 problems was interconnected, inextricably linked. Next, Zhang Jun picked up another piece of chalk and continued to write. This time, he inscribed theoretical data and missile technology formulas that were drastically different from those being researched by the Dragon Kingdom's Divine Arrow missile. As he continued, Director Chen's expression underwent a complete transformation. The newly inscribed data and formulas not only began to address the perplexing dilemmas faced by everyone but also appeared to represent a novel missile technology. Old one. Has Zhang Jun lost his mind? According to his theoretical data, the missile's launch weight must be at least 200 tons. While our previously modeled Divine Arrow Type 1 missile weighs less than 20 tons at launch. This is absurd. Our liquid fuel engine cannot possibly propel such a massive missile. Are those data on the left referring to stage gas separation technology? What does two-stage liquid fuel inertial guidance mean? The expressions of the crowd reflected their astonishment. The content Zhang Jun wrote for the second time sent shivers down everyone's spine. The intricate data is perplexing at first glance. While the theoretical concepts may be elusive to some, they remain comprehensible to the masses. The solution proposed by Zhang Jun resembles an entirely novel missile design, significantly augmenting the launch weight while simultaneously simplifying the missile's pressurization system. By injecting the propellant into the oxidizer chamber and eliminating the missile's braking engine, he effectively merges the rocket engine with the propellant tank. This missile employs a guidance system that integrates both inertial and radio guidance, thereby enhancing its targeting precision. Moreover, Zhang Jun has introduced another chilling notion: the missile's effective payload approaches 13 tons, with precision within 250 meters. The warhead is capable of carrying nuclear weapons equivalent to 50 megatons, boasting a maximum strike range of 17,000 kilometers. The audience erupted in astonishment. Could this truly be classified as a ballistic missile? It is indeed more formidable than an intercontinental missile. The launch method is via ground-based missile silos. Employing underground cold launch technology, with a projected weight of 9 tons. Din Chien was left speechless, his mind a blank canvas. Could this be technology within the grasp of the Dragon Nation? With a strike range of 17,000 kilometers, the Dragon Nation is merely 12,000 kilometers from the White Eagle Nation. This new missile could not only thoroughly cover the territory of the Bear Nation but also extend its reach across the entirety of the White Eagle Nation. The much-anticipated Divine Arrow 2 missile, which the team has diligently studied, utilizes a single-stage liquid-fueled engine. In contrast, Zhang Jun's innovative concept employs a quad-engine assembly technology, representing a leap beyond mere incremental advancements. Suddenly, a bizarre thought crossed Din Chien's mind: could Zhang Jun have emptied the Bear Nation's missile database? Otherwise, how could he conceive of such a terrifying strategic weapon? The Bear Nation's 7 intercontinental ballistic missiles have a theoretical maximum range of only 800 kilometers, capable of carrying nuclear warheads weighing 3 million tons. The White Eagle Nation's cosmic intercontinental ballistic missiles have a theoretical range of 14,000 kilometers. Yet their actual range has never exceeded 9,000 kilometers. The new information presented by Zhang Jun transcends the collective understanding of the audience and surpasses the current projects under study. An intercontinental missile with a theoretical range of 17,000 kilometers, even if it can only achieve a few thousand kilometers, would grant the Dragon Nation entry into the exclusive club of nations possessing intercontinental missiles, making it the third such country. Is this truly a missile we can possess? Time seemed to stretch on as a technician murmured to himself. Upon hearing his words, the room fell silent. From a rational perspective, the claims made by Zhang Jun seemed excessively grandiose, bordering on the fantastical. Yet, the equations for the active and passive phases, along with the flight control, aerodynamic layout, and missile materials he presented, left no room for disbelief. The Dragon Nation has yet to develop a ballistic missile with a range exceeding 1,500 kilometers, and Zhang Jun has propelled everyone into the realm of intercontinental missile research, marking not a mere step forward but a complete reconfiguration of the race, placing them in a leading position. "Guard!" Din Chien suddenly shouted towards the entrance. In the next moment, several soldiers clad in military uniforms stormed into the conference hall, imposing an immediate lockdown, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. Din Chien, not only the foremost missile expert in the Dragon Nation but also the preeminent returning scholar, wielded authority comparable to that of a minister. With a single command, the entire building was placed under strict security measures. The guard units stationed inside and outside the edifice readied their weapons, chambering rounds. "Comrade Zhang Jun, is your theoretical research sufficiently advanced?" Din Chien inquired with urgency. Zhang Jun nodded, affirming, "Everything is in place." The mere utterance of those words filled Din Chien with exhilaration. A novel domain, bolstered by mature technological theories, provided Zhang Jun could furnish more technical details, formulas, and data. The Dragon Nation would undoubtedly have a chance to join the ranks of the Intercontinental Missile Club. Immediately, Din Chien relinquished his office and arranged for special protection for Zhang Jun. At this moment, Zhang Jun's sole task was to articulate all missile formulas. If the content provided by Zhang Jun proved entirely accurate, it would fundamentally alter the unfavorable international dynamics confronting the Dragon Nation. Why did the White Eagle Nation and the Bear Nation dare to bully and threaten the Dragon Nation? It was precisely because they possessed nuclear weapons and the ballistic missiles to launch them. The progress of the nuclear weapons project was astonishingly swift. Should the missile project also reach completion ahead of schedule, the Dragon Nation would no longer cower before any nation's nuclear intimidation. Those who sought to threaten the Dragon Nation with missiles and atomic bombs should first contemplate how many high-yield nuclear warheads their own territory could withstand. No one anticipated that a seemingly ordinary meeting would be imbued with strategic significance. Even more astonishing was that Zhang Jun had mastered intercontinental missile technology. Subsequently, Zhang Jun was personally escorted to the office by Din Chien, with dual guards stationed outside. Without Din Chien's explicit instructions, none would dare approach the office, and any transgressors would be dealt with immediately. Inside the room, Zhang Jun began not with subsequent formulas and theories, but with a materials list. Given the Dragon Nation's current industrial and raw material processing capabilities, many material specifications required simplification. In the absence of chips, Electronic tubes and transistors were to be employed as substitutes. Compared to short-range and mid-range missiles, the development of intercontinental ballistic missiles posed the highest level of difficulty within the missile family. The subject matter encompassed not only theoretical formulas and equation calculations but also materials science, rocket engine technology, and systematic research on fuels. Several years prior, the Dragon nation had completed the development of the first-generation Divine Arrow missile. This undertaking not only amassed a wealth of experience but also allowed researchers to master a series of core technologies. Had it not been for the domestic research personnel's experience in developing mid- to short-range ballistic missiles, Zhang Jun would have been incapable of presenting intercontinental ballistic missile technology ahead of schedule. The reason being that an individual's capabilities are inherently limited. Manufacturing an intercontinental missile necessitates not just a complete set of technologies but also a certain degree of industrial infrastructure to produce missile raw materials. A multitude of researchers, skilled technicians, and countless supporting enterprises, units, and manufacturers are required. In summary, without the backing of over 100,000 individuals, Zhang Jun could not realize the development of intercontinental missiles. Even in the absence of satellite assistance, the accuracy of missiles would be significantly compromised. When precision falters, quantity compensates. If one missile fails to eliminate you, then 10 shall be dispatched. Soon, the White Eagle nation will obtain coordinate data from the Bear and designate critical facilities in hundreds of important cities within the Dragon country as nuclear strike targets. With pre-established coordinates, they will be ever ready for launch. Zhang Jun does not shy away from learning tactics from the two formidable bullies, marking strategic objectives within their territories, creating a sense of nuclear threat that is as palpable as a thorn in the back. Interception. Nonsense. When an intercontinental missile breaches your homeland, carrying a hydrogen bomb of 50 megatons, you shall face a far graver demise. Moreover, it has only been 60 years. The missile defense technologies of the White Eagle nation and the Bear do not possess the capability to intercept intercontinental ballistic missiles. Zhang Jun's startling revelations are not intended to show off, nor to slap anyone's face, rather, time is of the essence. In just one more year, the two-bomb project will reach completion. At the moment of testing the hydrogen bomb, if there is no missile capable of launching it, the encirclement by the White Eagle and the Bear will intensify. Therefore, Zhang Jun must unveil some astonishing intercontinental missile technologies. He lacks the luxury of time to earn the trust of others gradually. Even though Director Chen is aware of Zhang Jun's background and his innate talent for nuclear weaponry, he may not provide unconditional support for the development of intercontinental ballistic missiles. Now, the issues are nearly resolved. Scientists trust not mere words, but rather data and ironclad formulas. After completing the materials list, Zhang Jun commenced drafting the relevant blueprints and technical details for the intercontinental missile, body materials, propellers, engines, warheads, guidance systems, and central control components. Utilizing electronic tubes and transistors in place of chips, he undertook the construction of the guidance system. Without computers, he relied on the system's built-in computational capabilities. Through system-assisted calculations, he designed the relevant ballistic missile programs, establishing computational models to determine the speed, angle, weather, tides, and Earth's rotation necessary for launching intercontinental missiles. All pertinent considerations for a missile with a range of 17,000 kilometers were meticulously accounted for by Zhang Jun. As for the flight trajectory, Director Chen would assist in resolving that. With the data provided by Zhang Jun and the unique trajectory knowledge possessed by Director Chen, the intercontinental missiles of the Dragon country shall not be easily tracked by foreign adversaries. Since Zhang Jun entered Director Chen's office to design intercontinental missiles behind closed doors, the atmosphere within the Missile Design Institute has become more solemn than ever. Each day, blueprints and technical documents emerge from within. Each sheet of paper further solidifies the collective trust in Zhang Jun. He indeed possesses mature intercontinental missile technology. Comrades, the higher-ups have just relayed news of significant advancements in missile research. We must not fall behind. Let us hasten the development of the two bombs and swiftly enable our nation to stand tall. In the neighboring vast desert, General Fong, while tagging the stone mill, invigorated the scientists and soldiers participating in the nuclear test. A testing ground that meets the necessary standards is imperative for nuclear explosion experiments. It is preferable for the testing site to await the nuclear weapons rather than the other way around. The missile project team is progressing with remarkable speed, hence, the construction of the testing site must not lag behind. By next year, everything will be transformed. The Dragon Nation will possess missiles equipped with nuclear warheads, capable not only of defending against foreign invasions but also of executing a preemptive strike. For soldiers, offense is indeed the best defense. Director Chen. The atomic bomb project team has become rather domineering. It was agreed that each side would utilize the large computers for 4 hours daily. Yet they have been obstinately refusing to vacate at the designated times. I report to the director that the electronic tubes and transistors from Factory 707 and Factory 901 have arrived. And the raw materials from other enterprises are also gradually being delivered to the testing base. At the Missile Research Institute's theory building, everyone is busily engaged and deriving joy from their work. Thanks to the unique technology developed by Zhang Jun, hundreds of enterprises nationwide have been mobilized. Within the theory building, over 1,000 technology personnel involved in intercontinental missile research have gathered. Outside the building, no fewer than hundreds of thousands are contributing to the project. The 2 domestic manufacturers of electronic tubes and transistors provide more than half of their output to the missile project. Numerous manufacturers from various countries employ tens of thousands of skilled workers, all contributing to the endeavor. Director Chen himself remains actively involved. Zhang Jun has provided everything except the trajectory of movement, which is quite clear. This direction must utilize Director Chen's unique ace in the whole, Chen's ballistics. Director Chen. What is the current progress? On this day, President Ning led a group of leaders from the Science and Technology Commission to inspect the missile research and development efforts at the theory building. Learning that the Dragon Nation would be able to conduct intercontinental missile tests within 3 months stirred immense excitement within him. Director Chen confidently responded, President. After a month of preparation, we have completed the fabrication of the missile's body. By the end of this month, the intercontinental missiles will be transported to the testing base. Next month, our technical staff will conduct comprehensive tests on the missiles. Only when we are absolutely certain will we inject fuel into them. With a tone of deep reflection, Director Chen continued, in just 3 months, we have accomplished theoretical research, technical breakthroughs, body manufacturing, and the final test launch. Reflecting on this, it feels like a dream. The development of the Shenzhen-1 missile alone took us 4 years to study and 2 years to replicate. Comrade Zhang Jun has single-handedly propelled our missile research onto an entirely new trajectory. No one at the Missile Research Institute dared to dream that the Dragon Nation could possess intercontinental missiles in such a short time. Based on discussions from last year's conference, I believe that it would take at least 20 years for the Dragon Nation to master intercontinental missile technology. Little did I know that it would take not 20 years. Not even 2 years, just 1 year. In just 1 year, the Dragon country has remarkably achieved the transformation from nothing to a fully operational intercontinental ballistic missile system. Indeed, it feels like a dream. President Ning smiled lightly and remarked, however, what we are pursuing is not a fanciful dream, but the dream of a powerful nation. Some individuals are perhaps destined for scientific research, born to rejuvenate their homeland. Upon hearing this, Din Chen nodded in agreement, saying, President, I have never believed in the notion of genius within the scientific community. I have always thought that so-called geniuses are merely those who cultivate their abilities through hard work. Yet today, I am convinced. As you mentioned, Comrade Zhang Jun is indeed born for science. He possesses a formidable capacity for learning and research that surpasses ordinary scientists. The blueprints for the intercontinental missile that Zhang Jun provided are so detailed that one need only follow them to succeed. The only aspect that might require some contemplation is the trajectory of the missile, akin to preparing a meal and personally feeding it to the diners. All that remains for everyone is to chew and swallow. By the way, where is that young man? President Ning glanced around and noticed Zhang Jun was absent. Din Chen replied, Comrade Zhang Jun mentioned he is developing a smaller-scale intercontinental missile, intending it as a gift to the nation. A gift, indeed. President Ning suddenly realized that this so-called gift referred to the technical documents to be sold to the Iron Tower nation, in exchange for foreign currency. This would pave a path for the Dragon country amidst the blockade from the 2 major factions. President Ning had already reported all recent developments to the central government. The Grand Elder had penned a calligraphy piece for Zhang Jun, which would be presented to him upon the completion of this research. President, how is the external situation currently? Din Chen inquired. "It is quite troublesome," came the succinct response, laden with the weight of the dragon country's current hardships. The bear had not only torn up various aid agreements but also prematurely recalled loans, even seizing half-constructed warships. In April 1949, the Dragon Navy was born. In the subsequent years, the nation acquired 4 destroyers from the bear, each displacing between 1,500 to 2,000 tons, collectively dubbed the 4 Great Kings. Before the purchase, those destroyers were already outdated. Nevertheless, the Dragon country paid a substantial price for them, as the bear, while proclaiming brotherhood and camaraderie, demanded an export price equivalent to 68 tons of gold. By the mid-1950s, the Dragon country resolved to construct its own modernized destroyers. With the assistance of bear experts, the Hybo-class missile destroyer project was officially launched. Last month, under the pretext of national defense confidentiality, the bear forcibly reclaimed the nearly completed Hybo. Years of effort were in vain, and the naval sector had to start anew, redesigning and tackling the missile destroyer project from scratch. Aware that some topics were perhaps not his to discuss, Din Chien, with a serious demeanor, stated, "President, there are certain statements that are not appropriate for me to voice. But as you know, I have never concealed my opinions." President Ning chuckled, "Even in confinement, one remains unyielding." Defiantly rebuking the numerous high-ranking military officials of the White Eagle Nation. Director Chien, "Please feel free to share your insights, I am all ears." "You flatter me, President. My thoughts are merely personal reflections." Director Chien replied with a gentle smile. "I hope you can extend the same unconditional trust in Comrade Zhang Jun as you have in me. He may very well be a polymath, possessing boundless potential and unparalleled innovative capabilities in scientific research. The miracles that Comrade Zhang can achieve may surpass even our wildest imaginations." Noticing President Ning's inclination to speak, Director Chen continued, "President, I have dedicated a lifetime to the study of missiles, while I do not claim to be an expert in the field. I possess considerable experience and accomplishments. I can assure you with complete certainty that Comrade Zhang is not only a genius in research but also a remarkable talent who understands the importance of adaptability to local conditions." With that, Director Chen led President Ning to the adjacent classified materials room, retrieving the list of materials provided by Zhang Jun. "Comrade Zhang not only comprehends missile technology but also recognizes our current predicament regarding the lack of core components. The materials he has proposed for missile production can all be sourced domestically. Moreover, Comrade Zhang's intercontinental missile design aligns perfectly with our existing wind tunnel and testing facilities. In other words, his missile research is specifically tailored to our current capabilities." President Ning inhaled sharply. Utilizing available resources and fostering innovative thinking is a long-standing principle of development in Long Nation. To his surprise, Zhang Jun had successfully integrated this philosophy into his intercontinental missile research. The thousands of components required for the rocket engine can all be produced domestically, saving the nation considerable funds while also circumventing potential future bottlenecks in intercontinental missile production. Director Chen had not known Zhang Jun for long, just over 2 months. Yet, during this brief period, he had gained a sufficiently clear understanding of Zhang Jun. A genius, undoubtedly a 100 genius. Had he merely been a genius, Director Chen would not have placed such significance on him. What is most commendable about Zhang Jun is his exceptional understanding of adaptability. Prior to Zhang Jun's involvement, the missile research team had faced substantial technological hurdles with the Shenzhen 2 ballistic missile, encountering significant challenges related to materials, equipment, and processing, 3 formidable obstacles. According to Director Chen's analysis, even if all theoretical challenges were surmounted, at least 30 of the components would still need to be imported during the manufacturing phase. Even with imported parts, numerous issues would persist in processing and quality control. Zhang Jun provided not only the blueprints for the intercontinental missile but also a comprehensive suite of related knowledge, particularly concerning components, all of which could be sourced domestically. Even if ready-made parts were unavailable, with Long Nation's current manufacturing capabilities, they could undoubtedly be produced. President, I once again implore you to trust Comrade Zhang Jun as you trust me. Comrade Zhang Jun possesses not only a solid theoretical foundation in scientific research but also remarkable practical skills and a keen ability to learn, making him truly exceptional. Din Chen generously extols Zhang Jun's expertise, declaring him an undeniable authority in the realm of learning. Endowed with an extraordinary capacity for self-study and an aptitude for drawing inferences from one instance to another, The laughter of General Ning resonates, assuring, rest assured. Our unwavering principle is to cultivate talent without constraints. We ardently support researchers in their scientific endeavors, which is a cornerstone of our development strategy. He emphasizes the importance of integrating theory with practice, advocating for a thoughtful consideration of our current circumstances prior to undertaking scientific research, a rarity indeed. With that, General Ning lights a cigarette. For our nation, we are never short of geniuses. Din Qian, Lu Guangming, and Din Ding of the Agricultural Academy, each one is an unequivocal genius in their respective fields. One has participated in the Hadron Project in the White Eagle Nation and was subsequently nominated for the Nobel Prize in Physics. Another pioneered hybrid rice technology in the 1920s and 1930s, astonishing the world and leaving our neighboring nation in a state of unrest. Even in his 70s, he remains steadfast on the front lines of research. Din Qian, preparing to return to contribute to national development, faced illegal arrest by the White Eagle Nation, which boasted that he alone was worth 5 of their divisions. The patriotic fervor of the crowd is palpable. Yet, our impoverished nation is not blessed with the wealth of the White Eagle Nation. We grapple with shortages in research equipment and a lack of production materials. With only a bowl of rice, how can one cook for 10? Not only must the meal be prepared, but it must also satisfy the guests. This is the true challenge. Zhang Jun has brilliantly resolved this dilemma. Utilizing all available resources, he has engineered strategic weapons that surpass those of superpowers. The idea of nurturing talent without boundaries must extend beyond our scientists. We, too, must embrace transformation. General Ning muses to himself about exporting second-tier missile technology in exchange for a certain amount of foreign currency, which would greatly benefit the nation and its people while improving the livelihoods of our scientists. Contemplating this, he extinguishes his cigarette, adjusts his military cap, and salutes Din Qian with a military gesture before leading his guards away from the missile research facility. A month later, at a secret launch base command center, an array of uniquely designed testing equipment fills the space. A multitude of technicians clad in white lab coats meticulously conduct final inspections. After months of collective effort, today, a divine arrow is poised to pierce the heavens. All preparatory work has been completed, with the final fuel loading finished just yesterday. In the underground missile silo, Din Qian and Zhang Jun walk side by side, their eyes alight with excitement as they gaze upon the colossal missile in the distance. Over the past month, researchers have labored day and night in their pursuit of innovation. The nation mobilized a substantial engineering corps working in shifts to complete the underground land-based missile launch silo. Ahead lies the intercontinental missile, measuring 32 meters in length and weighing 210 tons at launch. The payload is 13 tons. Capable of carrying a nuclear weapon with a yield of 50 megatons. Comrade Zhang Jun, we are on the verge of acquiring the gun for our research on the 2 bombs. You are the progenitor of this missile, please bestow upon it a new name. Din Qian, overwhelmed with emotions, considered that unlike the painstakingly researched Divine Arrow 2 missile by others, this missile is uniquely developed by Zhang Jun. To continue calling it Divine Arrow 2 would be somewhat unseemly. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jun spoke earnestly, Din Qian, I propose we name it Divine Arrow 60. To commemorate this extraordinary year. Divine Arrow 60, an extraordinary year indeed. Let that be its name. Din Qian exclaimed with a hearty laugh. This year has indeed been remarkable. At the beginning of the year, the bear officially severed ties with the Dragon Nation, withdrawing all exports and demanding early repayment. Just as the nation faced dire circumstances of hunger, the Dragon Nation achieved an unprecedented yield of 8,000 jin per mu of super rice, overcoming the economic pressure from the bear. Subsequently, significant advancements were made in both missile and nuclear weapon projects. This year has been a challenging one for the Dragon Nation. Yet it has also been a year of remarkable scientific achievements. Divine Arrow 60 not only serves as the code for the Dragon Nation's intercontinental missile but also symbolizes the nation's efforts and sacrifices throughout this year. An intercontinental missile, with multifaceted applications, serves not only as a national defense artifact but also as a treasure trove for scientific research. Through the data provided by Zhang Jun, the Dragon Nation has not only mastered intercontinental missile technology but has also laid a valuable foundation for its aerospace research. 3 years ago, the bear launched the first human-made satellite into space, a news that sent shockwaves through the Eagle Nation. 3 months later, the Eagle Nation also launched a satellite. According to reports from overseas personnel, both the Eagle Nation and the Bear are gearing up to send humans into space, igniting a new round of space competition. The research on intercontinental missiles encompasses numerous aerospace technologies, among which the rocket engine is of utmost importance. Perhaps the Dragon Nation could become the third country to launch a satellite, following the two superpowers. Comrade Zhang Jun, what is it that amuses you? During his contemplation, Din Qian noticed a mischievous smile on Zhang Jun's face. One day, when our intercontinental missile, carrying nuclear weapons, conducts a long-range test in the high seas, will the Eagle Nation and the Bear, startled, accuse each other of leaking intercontinental missile technology to us? Din Qian paused. Realizing that with the Dragon Nation possessing intercontinental missile capabilities, it would be hard not to think about the two nations that possess such technology. Zhang Jun chuckled. The thought of them engaging in a dog-eat-dog scenario, blaming each other for disrupting world peace, makes me unable to contain my laughter. Ha ha ha. Din Qian could not help but burst into laughter. Zhang Jun's intercontinental missile features a tri-nozzle design, boasting precision strike capabilities that overshadow the two superpowers. Meanwhile, the engine thrust has reached an astonishing several hundred tons, with a flight speed of 22 Mach and a maximum speed of 27 Mach. The recent missile test launch spanned the breadth of the Dragon Nation from east to west, covering a total distance of 5,200 kilometers. The missile was launched from a clandestine base located in a certain area of the Gobi Desert, targeting the northeastern region known for its pristine waters. The range of intercontinental missiles is exceedingly vast, even the longest expanse within the Dragon Nation measures just over 5,000 kilometers, proving insufficient. The initial test must be completed fast. In the coming years, Zhang Jun is determined to present a formidable display to the world powers. The limited distance within the Dragon Nation is inadequate to fully assess the capabilities of the Divine Aero 60. However, striking the eastern coastline of the White Eagle Nation should suffice. Zhang Jun is confident that the Divine Aero 60 will not falter. The mission will be accomplished, and satisfaction is assured. Interception. Not a chance. If the air-to-ground missiles of the White Eagle Nation are not enough to intimidate, it would be considered a loss for Zhang Jun. With a flight speed of 22 Mach translating to an impressive 78 km per second, humanity has yet to encounter mid-course interception technology. No one knows the optimal method for intercepting missiles during the mid-course phase. Even if they did, they would be unable to thwart the unique techniques of Director Qian. After inspecting the connections of the missile, the two departed the underground launch silo and made their way to the distant command center. In the open square of the command center, the staff involved in the project and military personnel stood in neat formation. General Ning, accompanied by a multitude of generals from the Science and Technology Commission, passionately commended everyone for their hard work and dedication over the past few months. Comrades, today is an extraordinary day, one that will be etched in history. Our Dragon Nation is on the verge of launching our intercontinental missile. A resounding applause erupted from the crowd. To ensure the success of our missile launch, many comrades have sacrificed their personal lives. Some cannot return home, worried about sick children or mourning the loss of loved ones. Yet none have allowed these concerns to impede their work. Some comrades even sacrificed their lives to guarantee the success of our missile launch. General Ning, removing his military cap, spoke somberly. Two comrades from the meteorological department have given their lives for our missile endeavor. Let us observe a moment of silence in their honor. The generals followed suit, bowing their heads in reverence. The atmosphere was solemn and quiet. Weather conditions, whether windy, rainy, or otherwise adverse, are crucial at both the launch site and target destination, as they could significantly impact the missile's launch. Each missile represents the collective dedication of countless individuals. The nation has invested substantial financial and material resources into this project, allowing for no margin of error. After a minute, the crowd lifted their gaze once more. General Ning donned his military cap again and proclaimed, "Comrades, the sacrifices of our martyrs serve to ensure that future generations will not face the same fate." At this juncture, he invited the project's special expert, Comrade Zhang Jun, to address the gathering. Noticing Zhang Jun and Director Chen's return, General Ning gestured for Zhang Jun to step forward and speak. Addressing the thousands of soldiers and technicians before him, Zhang Jun remarked, "Comrades, I have just learned that two meteorological workers sacrificed their lives to ensure the success of our launch. I assure everyone that our future meteorological exploration endeavors will become increasingly safe and convenient. Mastery of intercontinental ballistic missile technology not only fortifies our national defense but also elevates the caliber of our aerospace research. We shall possess satellites, crewed rockets, and space stations, just as others do. Moreover, we shall acquire what others lack. Despite many being unfamiliar with terms like crewed rockets and space stations, it does not dampen the fervor of the crowd. Din Qian, while applauding, cast a complex glance towards Zhang Jun. Among the thousands present, only Din Qian and a handful of rocket experts comprehend the true essence of a space station. The term space station first emerged in 1869, proposed by a foreign scientist. And for decades thereafter, numerous scientists contemplated its theoretical implications. It was not until the mid-1950s that a rudimentary theoretical framework began to take shape, envisioning a crewed spacecraft capable of orbiting the Earth like a satellite. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Jun, the graduate of a domestic institution, possessed knowledge of space station theory. Perhaps in future satellite and rocket research, Zhang Jun could play an unexpectedly pivotal role. Everyone, take your positions. With applause subsiding, General Ning issued his command. The missile troops and researchers promptly returned to their posts, awaiting the final moment. Upon returning to the Launch Command Center, Zhang Jun reported, "Report, Chief. All preparations for the Shenzhen 60 intercontinental missile are complete and ready for launch." "Launch authorized," General Ning replied, suppressing his excitement. Shenzhen 60, a splendid name. The first half of the year had been fraught with challenges for our nation, yet the latter half heralded a wave of good fortune. Super Rice had begun limited promotion, and the nuclear weapons project was progressing rapidly. The missile initiative had even reached its final launch phase. In this moment, clarity emerged. The missile's target location was situated in a remote area of northeast China. Nearby researchers and military personnel were fully positioned. Once the missile launched successfully, data would be continuously transmitted back here. Zhang Jun gazed intently at the observation point. Though our nation may be impoverished, we possess a treasure unmatched by others, collective spirit. The nuclear and missile projects mobilized all experts and technicians in the field, with over 1 million individuals contributing to these two endeavors. Countless factories, enterprises, and departments rallied around the projects. Aside from a select few key personnel, no one knew they were serving the dual missile and nuclear initiatives. They simply understood they were contributing to the nation's construction. Without the unwavering support of the central government, the coordinated efforts of the Science and Technology Committee, and the collaboration of several major machinery industries along with hundreds of relevant departments and thousands of supporting enterprises, even with advanced technological systems, Zhang Jun would not be able to produce intercontinental missiles. Handcrafted. Nonsense. Merely constructing a single rocket engine involves thousands of components, not to mention the electronic tubes and transistors. To create intercontinental missiles, the ability to launch a rocket can be attributed to Zhang Jun's exceptional prowess. The only advantage lies in the system's inherent supercomputing capabilities. Through systematic calculations, Zhang Jun, without the aid of satellite guidance, successfully determined all the necessary latitude and longitude data for the launch, significantly enhancing strike precision. Comrade Zhang Jun, under your leadership, the intercontinental missile has been thoroughly researched and developed. It is not an exaggeration to refer to you as the father of intercontinental ballistic missiles. The responsibility for pressing the launch button now rests in your capable hands. President Ning's voice resonated with both nostalgia and an ineffable sense of helplessness. It is only just to reward merit. The state has never neglected those who have contributed. Unfortunately, the current state of Longwo is rather impoverished, with limited funds required for production, construction, scientific research, and the repayment of debts owed to the bear. Granting Zhang Jun the authority to press the launch button serves as a form of compensation for him. When Longwo truly flourishes, President Ning will personally bestow upon Zhang Jun a pure gold medal. Half a month ago, the White Eagle Nation and the Bear jointly revised the standards for intercontinental missiles, increasing the range from 500 kilometers to 8,000 kilometers. This move not only signifies a new breakthrough for both nations in the realm of intercontinental missile projects but also sends a dangerously ominous signal. The two countries are likely engaged in some form of collaboration. Such a synchronized announcement of the revised standards could not occur otherwise. Zhang Jun held his breath as he approached the launch pad, staring at the crimson launch button before him. In the next moment, the countdown for the missile launch commenced. The loudspeakers surrounding the command center began broadcasting the countdown. Simultaneously, in the underground launch silo, numerous soldiers clad in white protective gear orderly exited through various passages. Among them, a dozen soldiers did not board the vehicles with the main force but instead made their way to a nearby underground bunker. As the last soldier entered, the robust door of the bunker sealed shut. Launch. Zhang Jun, suppressing his excitement, pressed the launch button with trembling hands. Boom. The underground launch silo several kilometers away erupted with a thunderous roar. The earth trembled and the skies darkened. A colossal missile soared from the launch silo, its exhaust plume resembling the fiery breath of a mighty dragon. The missile accelerated increasingly, hurtling toward its designated target. In a mere 3 minutes, the Divine Aero 60 intercontinental ballistic missile speed escalated from 0 to 20 Mach. As its velocity approached the theoretical estimate of 22 Mach, only a few minutes remained until it would reach its target. Due to existing technological limitations, the missile project team could not maintain continuous observation throughout the flight. They could only analyze the missile speed based on the time of impact at the target location. In a remote area of Northeast, a multitude of researchers and military personnel involved in the project anxiously observed the target site with telescopes and artillery sights. According to the predetermined schedule, the intercontinental ballistic missile was set to arrive in 1 minute. Ensuring arrival within the allotted time was merely the first step in their observation. The deviation from the intended target is of paramount importance. Thunderous roars reverberate, the earth quakes, and flames soar skyward. 4 kilometers from the observation point, the intercontinental ballistic missile has successfully struck its designated target. Success! Our missile has triumphantly hit the target. Comrades, we possess ballistic missiles now. We have acquired a super weapon to confront the great powers. May I borrow the telescope to behold our dragon nation's formidable weaponry? Alas, please do not jostle. Who has kicked off my shoe? The officers and soldiers, overwhelmed with excitement, cast their hats aside and embrace one another, celebrating the dragon nation's possession of long-range missiles. The majority of the warriors and commanders present are veterans of wartime. In those days, our nation relied solely on rice and rifles. Now, we too have missiles capable of striking thousands of kilometers away. Neither the dominant White Eagle nation nor the erstwhile elder brother, the Bear, ever regarded us with respect. On the northern battlefield, the White Eagle nation, boasting advanced weaponry such as aircraft, artillery, and atomic bombs, declared that they would conclude the war in 3 months, utterly defeating our nation and allowing their soldiers to return home for Christmas. Comparatively, the Bear was no less dismissive, proclaiming that without their assistance, our nation would take years to develop atomic bombs or ballistic missiles. Countless individuals wept tears of joy at the realization that we could create ballistic missiles with ranges of thousands of kilometers. How much longer would it take to research atomic bombs? With our ability to independently develop ballistic missiles, there is a shared belief that we can likewise produce atomic bombs. Comrade Zhang Jun, Director Qian, esteemed experts and researchers, I extend my gratitude on behalf of the nation, on behalf of nearly 700 million citizens, and on behalf of the Science and Technology Commission. In the command center, news of the missile's successful strike on the predetermined target has returned. Chairman Ning bowed deeply in excitement to the crowd. Startled, Zhang Jun quickly assists Chairman Ning. Although the missile deviated slightly from its intended target, the discrepancy is not substantial. Future generations of intercontinental missiles will resolve these issues entirely. In the mere span of 2 cigarettes, the missile has gone from launch to target impact. This is not only a miracle created by our researchers for the nation but also a sharp sword for the Dragon Nation to stand tall against external humiliation. Director Qian, with tears streaming down his face and his voice choked with emotion, declared, "We possess a sword now." Zhang Jun, moved, remarked, "In the days to come, as the 2 bombs unite, those matters will surely find peace." Upon hearing this, even more individuals succumbed to tears. Zhang Jun lamented, "1 generation has borne the hardships of 2, accomplishing the endeavors of 3, all to secure a tranquil and harmonious living space for our descendants." Chairman Ning rubbed his reddened eyes, a powerful thought surging within him to expedite the nurturing of Zhang Jun, enabling his scientific intellect to be applied across more fields. "Chairman, I implore you to reconsider my matter," Zhang Jun whispered. "We must possess not only a sword but also a shield. A comprehensive industrial system and substantial economic reserves shall serve as our protective barrier. A robust industrial nation, fortified by military strength, can only stand firm through a dual approach. Currently, the Dragon country grapples with a myriad of challenges, among which outdated weaponry is merely a fragment. The paramount issue lies in the inadequacy of its industrial framework. The bear merely assisted in establishing a foundational industrial system, accomplishing the transition from non-existence to existence. The subsequent task is to evolve from small to large, and from weak to strong. Industrial advancement is essential, military forces require enhancement, and weaponry must undergo modernization to elevate the living standards of the populace. Financial resources are imperative in every aspect. Solely focusing on military might would lead to a path akin to that of the bear. Possessing an arsenal capable of annihilating humanity multiple times, yet failing to produce even the most basic athletic apparel. Only you, my dear boy, could be so preoccupied with monetary gain at such a thrilling juncture, General Ning remarked with a wry smile. We cannot forego financial resources, the 2 bombs, no. The 3 bombs project has nearly depleted our reserves, Zhang Jun replied, spreading his hands in exasperation. In times of war, the people stand as our unwavering support. Without them, victory would elude us. Now is the moment to enhance the lives of the common folk. Zhang Jun then proposed a theory that had never crossed General Ning's mind. By vigorously developing industry through foreign currency generation, and once the industrial system matures, it would comprehensively reinvest in agriculture. Various types of machinery would be employed to construct bridges and roads in rural areas, achieving agricultural automation. Every village would gain access to electricity, and every household would enjoy clean running water. Even if he bore the stigma of being a money-minded individual, Zhang Jun remained unfazed. As long as the people thrive, what does it matter if I bear the burden alone? General Ning fell silent, struggling to believe that such an all-encompassing developmental proposal could emanate from someone in their early 20s. Zhang Jun was tasked with research and currency generation, utilizing the earnings to bolster industrial and agricultural sectors, thereby enhancing national strength. Before General Ning could utter a word, Zhang Jun ushered him outside and thoroughly expounded on his initial currency-generating plan. General, the cultural department of the Dragon country has once again extended an invitation for a visit. They claim to have made significant advancements in a certain area of cultural development. Edgar, the former chief minister of the Iron Tower Nation, who had just celebrated his 53rd birthday, appeared in General Dai's office. 3 years prior, in 1957, Edgar had accepted an academic visit invitation from a prestigious institution in the Dragon country, becoming the first high-ranking Western official to visit since its founding. Due to the absence of diplomatic relations between the Iron Tower Nation and the Dragon country, coupled with various conflicts during the Monkey Nation War, Edgar's private visit garnered global attention. This recent visit proved fruitful for Edgar, fundamentally altering his mutable perceptions of the Dragon country and fostering a genuine admiration for its venerable elder. However, it also incited severe discontent from the Eagle Nation, which cautioned the Iron Tower Nation to exercise restraint, should it dare to lean towards the Dragon country. The Eagle Nation would reconsider the strategic standing of the Iron Tower Nation. Was Mr. Edgar apprehensive that a second visit to the Dragon country might once again provoke the vehement opposition of the Eagle Nation? In front of the floor-to-ceiling window opposite the office, a nearly 2-meter-tall, slender old man slowly turned around. The esteemed leader who has resurrected the Iron Tower Nation, Dai Dashuai, has now reached the age of 70. Even in his advanced years, Dai Dashuai continues to battle with the same fervor as in his youth, fighting daily. Before reaching 50, he contended with the kingdom of the setting sun and Prussia. After 50, the White Eagle Nation became the thorn in his side. As long as the White Eagle Nation persists, the Iron Tower Nation cannot regain its former glory, nor can it aspire to reclaim its dominance in the European continent. Recently, it has become apparent that the White Eagle Nation and the Bear Country are conspiring to suppress the Dragon Nation. My visit to the Dragon Nation at this juncture would not only invite opposition from the White Eagle Nation, but the Bear Country might also pose threats to us. Edgar hesitated, unable to articulate his concerns. Not only could he not foresee the developments, but even Dai Dashuai, hailed as the savior of the Iron Tower Nation and its last man standing, was taken aback. The Dragon Nation, having faced off against 2 superpowers, surprisingly extended an invitation for Edgar to visit a second time. It was evident that the motivations behind this invitation were far from simple. General Edgar cautioned. This could lead us to offend both the White Eagle Nation and the Bear Country simultaneously. Upon hearing that, Shui agreed to Edgar's visit to the Dragon Nation. Edgar's worries resurfaced. It is well known that Shui and the White Eagle Nation do not share common ground, having opposed them repeatedly. However, this time was different. Should he proceed, not only would the White Eagle Nation erupt in fury, but the Bear Country would likely threaten the Iron Tower Nation as well. Shui picked up a cigarette from the box on the table, inhaling its scent without lighting it. Mr. Edgar, you are correct. We must consider the attitudes of both superpowers. However, he shifted the conversation, speaking with a grave tone, we must prioritize the interests of the Iron Tower Nation. This visit to the Dragon Nation would still be in a private capacity. Upon arrival, I intend to discuss my advocacy for free diplomacy with the senior officials of the Dragon Nation. Upon hearing this, Edgar understood. Shui was laying the groundwork for a withdrawal from the Simon organization. Last year, the naval forces of the Iron Tower Nation had fully exited the armed ranks of the Western Alliance. To others, this maneuver appeared to be a response to the White Eagle Nation's blatant interference and opposition to the Iron Tower Nation's nuclear research. Little did they know, Shui had orchestrated a clever stratagem, first withdrawing the Navy and then preparing for a complete exit from the Western Alliance, dominated by the White Eagle Nation. Once the Iron Tower Nation completely withdraws from the Simon organization, the conflict with the White Eagle Nation will become utterly transparent. Countries in the European region influenced by the White Eagle Nation would likely not treat the Iron Tower Nation kindly. At this moment, the Iron Tower Nation requires assistance from another nation of considerable strength to alleviate the pressure. With over 100 nations and regions globally, the two superpowers have already divided territories. There are very few nations that neither indulge the White Eagle Nation nor fear the Bear Country. The strongest among them is undoubtedly the Dragon Nation. In the grand vision of Marshall Dai, the Iron Tower Nation is destined to emerge as the preeminent power of the European continent, establishing a realm of freedom unshackled by the influences of the White Eagle Nation and the Bear Nation. I understand, Edgar nodded. I shall endeavor to convey our goodwill to the Dragon Nation. Should the opportune moment arise, might we not establish diplomatic relations with them? However, this hinges upon whether the Dragon Nation can endure until that time, and more importantly, how the White Eagle Nation will regard us henceforth. Since the successful detonation of the atomic bomb, Marshall Dai's resolve has fortified. With an even more fervent determination, he has expelled all influence of the White Eagle Nation from the Iron Tower Nation, forbidding their intelligence agencies from establishing bases and demanding the withdrawal of their military forces. Once the Iron Tower Nation possesses ballistic missiles capable of launching atomic weapons, Marshall Dai will have the means to further oust the substantial military presence of the White Eagle Nation from the European continent, replacing their voice with that of his own. Should the White Eagle Nation show signs of retreat, Marshall Dai would still afford them a modicum of respect, postponing diplomatic relations with the Dragon Nation. Conversely, if the White Eagle Nation persists in its aggressive stance, Marshall Dai shall not hesitate to respond with force. Unlike the leaders of other nations who were nurtured in the safety of greenhouses, Marshall Dai has spent his life amidst the tumult of warfare. Emerging unscathed from the blood-soaked battlefields of the First and Second World Wars, knowing not the meaning of fear. While others may tremble before the White Eagle Nation and the Bear Nation, Marshall Dai stands resolute. The following day, Edgar, through private channels, replied to the Dragon Nation, indicating his intention to traverse through Port City to enter the Dragon Nation in 2 weeks, participating in academic discussions at the Dragon Nation's Industrial University. Upon receiving the response, Zhang Jun, Din Qian, and their colleagues immediately immersed themselves in their work. Utilizing Zhang Jun's designs for missile technology, they devoted the ensuing fortnight to developing a ballistic missile with a range of 200 to 500 kilometers. The progression of the Iron Tower Nation's ballistic missile research mirrored the tumultuous journey of the Dragon Nation's endeavors. Faced with the audacity of a wayward child wielding atomic power, the White Eagle Nation was naturally unwilling to allow them to master ballistic missile technology. Repeated interventions forced Marshall Dai to delay missile research, redirecting efforts toward the development of strategic bombers. It was only 4 years later that the Iron Tower Nation could barely produce a submarine-launched ballistic missile, with a range precisely matching 200 to 500 kilometers. However, the mere existence of the missile did not guarantee the Iron Tower Nation's success. Numerous challenges plagued the submarine-launched ballistic missile. which were not fully resolved until 1971, when it was officially commissioned into service. At this juncture, selling them a ballistic missile with a range of 500 kilometers would undoubtedly come at a significant cost to Marshall Dye. Simultaneously, collaborative research with the Iron Tower Nation would be initiated, preemptively securing research funding. Additionally, substantial imports of industrial and civilian production materials and goods, which the Dragon Nation sorely lacked, would be arranged from the Iron Tower Nation. A perfect strategy. Zhang Jun vaguely recalled that the Iron Tower Nation had been grappling with energy shortages and persistent food supply issues, necessitating extensive imports of grain each year. It was only upon the establishment of nuclear power plants that this problem was fundamentally resolved. Like all proud Western nations, the Iron Tower Nation had never regarded the Dragon Nation with any measure of respect, particularly prior to 1950. The Iron Tower Nation has always acknowledged that the Dragon Nation's victory in the war against the Guardian Nation and the defeat of the Little Sun had no connection to its own fierce struggles. It was entirely the merit of the West. The true conqueror of the Little Sun was the White Eagle Nation. Without the 2 atomic bombs dropped by the White Eagle Nation on the Little Sun, the latter would undoubtedly have refused to surrender, perpetuating the conflict indefinitely. As time progressed to 1950, the Iron Tower Nation gradually realized the extent of its misjudgment, an egregious one at that. In 1950, the Dragon Nation found itself embroiled in 2 wars simultaneously, one against the multinational coalition led by the White Eagle Nation, and the other a conflict instigated by the Iron Tower Nation itself. In both battles, the Dragon Nation showcased its military prowess and national dignity. Over the course of 3 years in the Northern Nation War, the Dragon Nation successfully drove the heavily armed multinational coalition into the sea, decisively overcoming the world's strongest military power, the White Eagle Nation. Simultaneously, the war instigated by the Iron Tower Nation, known as the Monkey War, faced utter failure due to the Dragon Nation's intervention. From 1950 to 1954, the Dragon Nation dispatched a significant number of military personnel to assist the almost primitive Monkey Army, ultimately defeating the foremost land power of the continent, the Iron Tower Nation. In the realm of humanity, strength reigns supreme. The Dragon Nation, despite its dire poverty and soldiers armed with foreign weapons, achieved a series of victories that can only be described as classic. It must be said, if miracles exist, then surely they are crafted by the hands of the Dragon Nation. With a desire to delve deeper, Edgar, having recently stepped down as Chief Chancellor, officially accepted an invitation to visit the Dragon Nation in 1957, embarking on a comprehensive investigation in a personal capacity. Following this visit, Edgar's preconceived notions about the Dragon Nation underwent a profound transformation. Indeed, the Dragon Nation was impoverished, and many areas exhibited signs of backwardness, however. It is imperative to note that these conditions were merely temporary. As long as the Bear Nation continued to assist the Dragon Nation for 20 years, 15 years, the overall national strength of the Dragon Nation would undoubtedly evolve to rival that of the developed nations in the West. This conviction was unwavering in Edgar's mind. Dr. Edgar, we welcome you once again to our Dragon Nation. A few days later, Edgar replicated his journey, entering the Dragon Nation via Port City. Upon arriving in the capital, he was met with a collective welcome from the educational and cultural sectors of the Dragon Nation. Minister Zhao of the Education Department personally led the delegation to the airport to greet Edgar, introducing each member of the welcoming committee, all esteemed experts in the field of education. Among the welcoming party, what captured Edgar's attention most was a 20-year-old young translator, who not only spoke fluent Iron Tower language but also embodied the principles of fidelity, expressiveness, and elegance in translation. After a day of enthusiastic hospitality, Edgar promptly commenced a series of cultural exchange initiatives. Having previously served as the Chief Chancellor of the Iron Tower Nation and being a renowned scholar and author with a repertoire of widely acclaimed publications, Edgar was a significant figure in the cultural landscape of the entire continent. On the 4th day of his stay in the Dragon Nation, the grand auditorium of the Dragon Nation Industrial University in the capital resounded with applause. Zhang, your students are truly exuberant. In them, I have perceived the glimmer of hope for the future of your esteemed Dragon Nation, witnessing countless outstanding individuals. After delivering an engaging speech lasting nearly 3 hours, Edgar found himself both fatigued and exhilarated. I must say, the thirst for knowledge exhibited by the students of the Dragon Nation is truly remarkable. The entire presentation unfolded in a dynamic interplay of discourse and dialogue as a multitude of students eagerly posed questions in succession. Upon the conclusion of the talk, Edgar, accompanied by a translator, took a leisurely stroll around the campus, gradually calming his excitement. The Dr.'s address was indeed captivating. Were it not for my responsibilities, I would have been tempted to take the stage to pose a question myself. The young translator was none other than Zhang Jun, who not only proposed the plan but also designed the second-rate ballistic missile. He confidently assured that he could sell ballistic missile technology to the Iron Tower nation without causing any unforeseen complications. As fate would have it, the initial engagement with Edgar fell to Zhang Jun. To prepare for this, Zhang Jun utilized his achievements with Super Rise to exchange for proficiency in all languages within the system. Education serves as a critical pillar for national development. For a nation to attain strength, its foremost task must be to prioritize foundational education while also promoting lifelong learning. Zhang Jun honestly remarked that lifelong education is an essential guarantee for establishing a learning-oriented society, a sentiment I wholeheartedly endorse. It brings me immense joy that my educational theories have received recognition from your nation. Edgar, more adept in the realms of education and culture than in political affairs, delivered a speech that was compelling, although one aspect I found worthy of discussion. Zhang Jun deftly translated the idioms into concepts comprehensible to Edgar. Oh, Zhang, which point do you believe requires modification? Edgar inquired with keen interest. The duties of students extend beyond mere academic pursuits. They must also cultivate a robust sense of national defense. Merely absorbing information leads to the breeding of bookish scholars. Zhang Jun candidly pointed out the flaw in Edgar's emphasis solely on learning. While students are indeed tasked with education, it is not their sole responsibility. The contemporary world is fraught with conflict, and the flames of war can be observed in many corners of the globe. Just because the fires of war have not reached the Dragon Nation does not imply that adversaries lack the courage to strike, rather. They simply choose not to engage at this moment. With resolute clarity, Zhang Jun proclaimed, over 1,000 years ago, a saying emerged in our ancient land: the rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every citizen. Furthermore, during the more distant spring and autumn period, another timeless adage prevailed: though the homeland may flourish, if war is not met, it shall surely perish, though the world may be at peace. Forgetting the threat of war shall lead to peril. During their university years, it is imperative for students to receive regular national defense education, so they understand that national defense concerns everyone, fostering a spirit of patriotism, dedication, and sacrifice. Zhang, your ideas are rather radical, Edgar countered, shaking his head. National defense should be managed by professional military personnel. Specialized matters ought to be entrusted to specialists. The duty of students is to learn, and only after graduation should they consider engaging in national defense work. Doctor, I cannot concur with that perspective, Zhang Jun retorted. In your Western nations, the military is merely a profession, whereas in our Dragon Nation, being a soldier is not only a profession but also a sacred duty. If we do not cultivate a sense of patriotism and instill correct national defense concepts in young people from their student days, will they possess a steadfast belief in serving the nation and defending the people against foreign aggression when they eventually become soldiers? How can one develop a sense of mission without understanding the current international landscape? The state of today's world is evident to your country more than anyone else. The White Eagle and the Bear are vying for supremacy, launching military expansions in various regions, perpetually threatening the national defense of all countries. If this were not the case, would your Iron Tower nation be under immense pressure to develop atomic weapons? Zhang Jun retorted. His words left Edgar at a loss for words. The rivalry between the White Eagle and the Bear not only stirs turmoil in the world but also compels the entire European continent to continuously bolster its national defense. Military expenditures rise year after year, driven by the fear that one day, the fires of war may descend upon their own lands. The current arms situation among nations surpasses that of World War II. There is rampant military expansion, always on high alert. Perhaps you speak truthfully, Zhang. Indeed, helping students grasp the contemporary international situation is beneficial for strengthening a nation's defense. However, this may not be suitable for your Dragon country. Edgar conceded that some of Zhang Jun's points were valid. Yet for the Dragon country, significantly enhancing basic education to ensure students can focus on their studies is paramount. For an extended period, the Dragon nation has endured internal strife with an illiteracy rate that would astonish the West. The establishment of a comprehensive education system has only been underway for a decade. With the bear gone, the White Eagle continues to harbor an unyielding enmity towards the Dragon Country, cultivating a multitude of outstanding intellectuals to elevate the overall capacity of the Dragon Nation, and seeking reconciliation with these two superpowers is of utmost importance. Everything else is secondary. Haha, Doctor, I sense a hint of insincerity in your words, Zhang Jun remarked with a wry smile, to reconcile with the two superpowers, sacrificing significant national interest in exchange for their leniency to gain greater developmental space. If the Doctor deems this the optimal strategy, why does your Iron Tower nation persist in opposing the White Eagle? Edgar's expression changed. Although the discussion was ostensibly about the issues facing the Dragon Country, Zhang Jun had diverted the topic to the Iron Tower nation. Doctor, do you not perceive the numerous similarities between our Dragon Country and your Iron Tower nation? Zhang Jun counted on his fingers, speaking to himself, in terms of national defense, industrial development, strategic direction, and international space, we are employing remarkably similar approaches. Regarding defense, both our nations emphasize self-reliance. Acquiring some foreign technology and equipment merely addresses immediate challenges, allowing us to thoroughly assimilate and internalize foreign advancements. Our industrial development consistently follows an independent path, free from external interference. In terms of foreign policy, our approaches are identical. We neither rely on the White Eagle nor harbor any illusions about the bear, always hoping to project our own voice while gradually extricating ourselves from the control of major powers and claiming our rightful entitlements. At that moment, Zhang Jun eloquently recounted the various actions undertaken by the esteemed General Dai over the years. He first shattered the traditional conventions of the Simon Alliance, reclaiming the wartime command authority of the Iron Tower nation's military. Subsequently, he declared the withdrawal of the Iron Tower nation's navy from the armed framework of the Western Alliance, emphasizing the enhancement of cooperation with third world countries and other nations outside the Eastern and Western camps. He ardently advocated for the development of domestic industries and agriculture, as well as the promotion of educational accessibility. Zhang, are you truly just a translator? Edgar gazed at Zhang Jun incredulously. The ability to fluently articulate the intricate and archaic terms of the Iron Tower language with such clarity was already astonishing to Edgar. It is worth noting that even native citizens of the Iron Tower nation might not convey the language with such precision as Zhang Jun did. Nowadays, Zhang Jun adeptly elucidated the policies of the Iron Tower nation and the personal philosophies of General Dai, evidently having invested considerable effort in his understanding. Do foreign language translators in Longwa require such extensive knowledge? Edgar inquired. Zhang Jun smiled gently. Doctor, I have another occupation. My role as your translator is merely because I can speak fluent foreign languages. As I previously mentioned, our two nations share numerous striking similarities in various aspects. To ensure our dignity remains unviolated, we must be equipped with a few sticks to fend off aggressors. Understanding that Zhang Jun had other responsibilities, Edgar nodded slightly. It was no wonder Zhang Jun possessed such profound understanding. He likely held a position within some significant department, perhaps as a secretary or commissioner. Your nation requires nuclear weapons for protection to avert the day when it might face the shameless invasion of the White Eagle nation. Our Longwa is no different. Zhang Jun sighed. Both our nations, as major powers, have had our legitimate standings illegally usurped by certain brigands due to historical entanglements. But I believe this situation will not persist for long. Soon, they shall scurry off the international stage. As a great nation, how could we lack strategic weaponry? Upon hearing this, Edgar began to grasp why Zhang Jun had shared such insights with him. The Iron Tower nation, in a desperate bid to counter the dual pressures from the White Eagle nation and the Bear nation, was fervently developing nuclear arms. However, the mere possession of weaponry was insufficient. It was imperative to find ways to expand international space and cultivate new alliances beyond the two dominant camps, thereby enhancing the Iron Tower nation's global influence and positioning it as a third formidable force capable of standing against the two giants. It was highly probable that Longwa harbored similar aspirations. The Northern War had showcased Longwa's military prowess, establishing it as a significant adversary to the Western world. Led by the White Eagle nation, second only to the Bear nation. Consequently, Longwa had become a common target for the entire Western Bloc. Now, with Longwa suddenly at odds with the Bear nation, it was certain that Longwa was also seeking ways to carve out new international space amidst the encirclement and blockade from two superpowers. Zhang Jun repeatedly highlighted the numerous commonalities between Longwo and the Iron Tower Nation, intending to convey a singular message: both countries faced shared challenges, thus possessing the potential for alliance. By appointing this young man, Zhang Jun, to represent Longwo in conveying this sentiment, it not only granted Longwo considerable maneuvering room but also aligned with the principles of equality between nations. Edgar has long since stepped down from his position as chief minister, bearing no official title. His visit this time is purely in a personal capacity, arranged to engage with an ordinary staff member. Overall, it cannot be classified as a formal diplomatic dialogue. Without the constraints of official discourse, the conversation flows freely. After contemplating various possibilities, Edgar's expression became complex as he remarked, "Zhang, you are absolutely correct. A great power devoid of strategic weapons commands no respect. However, there are certain matters I hope you will comprehend. Although our Iron Tower Nation does not fear the White Eagle Nation, we must also avoid provoking them too severely. Once the blueprints and materials are handed over to you, I can assure you that the day you receive those documents will be the day the boots of White Eagle soldiers tread upon our borders." Edgar subtly conveyed the stance of Iron Tower Nation: forming friendships is acceptable, but not a single page of nuclear research data will be transferred to Dragon Country. Understanding that the other party might misinterpret his intent, Zhang did not counter but instead smiled and inquired, "Doctor, do you know what the greatest companion of the atomic bomb is?" "The best companion of the atomic bomb?" Edgar paused, uncertain, and replied, "Missiles. More precisely, it is ballistic missiles and intercontinental ballistic missiles," Zhang remarked playfully. "Without their escort, relying solely on bombers to deploy nuclear weapons may not yield sufficient deterrence. I have heard that your country has consistently faced technological shortcomings in this aspect. Would you be interested in learning more about this area of knowledge?" The suggestion to delve into ballistic missile technology left Edgar's mind buzzing, akin to receiving a sudden blow. As the chief minister of Iron Tower Nation, he possessed capabilities, wisdom, and cunning that far exceeded that of the average individual. It was inconceivable. Dragon Country could not possibly master ballistic missile technology. The international landscape has always been a complex interplay of interests. Many years ago, Western nations, including the White Eagle Nation, had already caught wind of the situation. The bear was preparing to impart certain missile and nuclear bomb experiences to Dragon Country. Ballistic missiles are the exclusive domain of superpowers, the ultimate strategic weapons resulting from the immense investment of human, material, and financial resources by the White Eagle Nation and the bear. Even if Dragon Country were to acquire some knowledge of ballistic missile technology, what would it amount to? The bear could withdraw its experts, tear up all assistance agreements, and demand repayment of loans with brutal force. These matters have been widely known and discussed. Lacking funds, materials, equipment, and sufficient technical experts, Dragon Country would be unable to achieve any advancements in ballistic missile technology for at least a decade. "Zhang, please continue." Edgar suppressed his disbelief and, embodying the calm demeanor characteristic of an elite, gestured for Zhang to proceed. Zhang replied nonchalantly, "The White Eagle Nation and the bear have perpetually engaged in their so-called land grabbing on a global scale, seeking to rally allies and suppress dissenters, attempting to partition the human world in the shortest possible time. Nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles are among the crucial factors that enable them to pursue this endeavor. In Dragon Country, we have an ancient saying: one cannot allow others to slumber beside their own bed, regardless of whether it is the eastern or western camp. There can only be one leading power, one nation that possesses these two formidable weapons. As for the kingdom of the setting sun, their alliance with the White Eagle Nation renders them virtually one and the same. Thus, their possession of nuclear weapons is tantamount to the White Eagle Nation wielding such destructive capabilities. The Iron Tower Nation, however, is not included within this permissive framework. To be direct, the discussion turns to missile transactions. While the Dragon Nation may dare to sell, the Iron Tower Nation might not have the audacity to purchase. Consider this scenario: one day, an ordinary friend, impoverished to the point of near destitution, approaches you, a modestly affluent individual, offering to sell you a top-tier supercar at a surprisingly reasonable price. Does this not seem peculiar? The individual is not only destitute but has also offended two prominent figures within the affluent circles. The fact that he has not been eliminated already is a stroke of fortune. One must wonder where he acquired such a luxury vehicle. Would one not be concerned about the potential hidden machinations behind this offer? If one were to purchase it, could a series of uncontrollable troubles not arise thereafter? In light of this, Zhang Jun opted for a more circuitous approach, peddling anxiety and selling insecurity. He elucidated the shared predicament of both nations, fostering a notion within the Iron Tower nation that an enemy's enemy is a friend. How to instill anxiety within the Iron Tower nation? The answer lies in emphasizing the White Eagle nation's discontent and oppressive tactics against them. As far as I am aware, your nation has not hesitated to provoke the White Eagle nation over the years, and out of a shared desire to counter the Eastern camp. The White Eagle nation has exercised remarkable restraint. However, there are limits to forbearance. The moment you develop nuclear weapons, it signifies that the White Eagle nation can no longer tolerate such provocations. Zhang Jun, with a semblance of amusement, recounted a recent incident. Over a year ago, the esteemed Dai Shui reclaimed the #1 position and initiated a transaction with the Bear Nation for grains. The Iron Tower nation's prioritization of industrial development has led to a persistent strain on domestic electricity supply. This power scarcity adversely affects agricultural production, resulting in the Iron Tower nation's annual necessity to import vast quantities of grain from the White Eagle nation. Doctor, if I may be so bold as to analyze, your country's importation of grain from the Bear Nation serves not merely to strengthen ties with the giant Bear Nation and sever the White Eagle Nation's control over your food supply, but it likely carries an element of retribution as well. Is it not a retaliation against the White Eagle Nation's covert maneuvers to expel your traditional influence from the desert regions? Upon hearing this, Edgar was once again taken aback. Zhang Jun was correct. Dai Shui's actions were indeed a form of vengeance against the White Eagle Nation. The desert territory has long been a traditional colony of both the Kingdom of the Setting Sun and the Iron Tower Nation. With the rise of the White Eagle Nation as a superpower, they have aggressively contended with the Bear Nation for dominance, extending their reach into the territories of allies. Not only have they stationed over 300,000 troops across European nations, but they have also set their sights on the old imperial colonies within the desert world, inciting desert nations to expel the Kingdom of the Setting Sun and the Iron Tower Nation, reclaiming their rightful privileges, to safeguard their own interests from infringement. The two ancient empires have formed a coalition, preparing to exert armed control over the Canal regions. Following the outbreak of the Canal War, the coalition advanced with overwhelming momentum. Only one last step remained before the complete subjugation of the desert nations. Little did they anticipate what was to come. The White Eagle Nation suddenly emerged, condemning the shameless invasion of another country by two nations, and called upon various countries to impose sanctions on the Sunset Kingdom and the Towering Nation. Soon after, the Bear Nation fanned the flames, proactively proposing to join forces with the White Eagle Nation to combat the audacious actions of the Sunset Kingdom and the Towering Nation. At this juncture, the Towering Nation could no longer afford to appear weak. If the Bear Nation and the White Eagle Nation truly formed an alliance, even 10 Towering Nations would be no match for them. From the day of compromise, the Towering Nation completely lost the desert canal and 80% of its interests in the arid region, retreating in disgrace back to its European homeland. Following the conclusion of the Second World War, the citizens of various countries often mocked the Towering Nation, suggesting that their retreat was always swifter than their offensive maneuvers. Once a formidable superpower, the Towering Nation, which had dominated Europe without rival, had now fallen to the point where they fled in disarray at mere threats, without the enemy even deploying troops. Such grievances and animosities could not simply be brushed aside. Without the White Eagle Nation fast oppressing its own people, how could the Bear Nation possibly cooperate? Filled with hatred towards the White Eagle Nation, Edgar's thoughts spiraled. Observing this, Zhang Jun smirked and remarked, "Had your nation possessed nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles at that time, would they have dared to treat you in such a manner? Would they have had the audacity to expel you from the desert world like mere pests? They would never have dared," Edgar shouted vehemently. Zhang Jun continued, "If my country could provide your nation with a conventional missile of decent performance, would you be interested?" "What kind of conventional missile?" Edgar, engulfed in fury, replied without hesitation. "The missile has a range of over 200 kilometers, although the margin of error is somewhat significant." Upon hearing the range of merely over 200 kilometers, Edgar nearly burst into laughter. It was evident that this was a test reference left by the Bear Nation for the Dragon Nation. Indeed, the Dragon Nation was so impoverished that they were even selling experimental products. What model and what is the margin of error? Edgar had little interest in such outdated scrap. However, if he could ascertain the margin of error for this type of missile, it might provide some assistance for the missile research of the towering nation. The Model 1 missile has an effective range of 250 kilometers, with a maximum margin of error of 2,250 kilometers. The margin of error was astoundingly large. Edgar's eyes widened. His heart racing uncontrollably. God, did I miss here? An effective range of 250 kilometers, with a maximum margin of error of 2,250 kilometers. Could Zhang Jun be certain he hadn't reversed the figures? A margin of error of 2,250 kilometers implied that the actual range of this missile exceeded 2,000 kilometers. Once again, Edgar found himself in a state of blankness, his body reacting uncontrollably. How could the Dragon Nation possibly possess a missile with a range of 2,000 kilometers? To take an extreme hypothetical, assuming divine favor graced the Dragon Nation, and they truly possessed a ballistic missile with a range of 2,000 kilometers, why would they sell it? This made no logical sense. Ballistic missiles, like nuclear weapons, are strategic assets. As long as the Dragon Nation developed an atomic bomb, they would possess long-range strike capabilities, enabling a preemptive assault strategy, capable of striking targets 2,000 kilometers away. Ballistic missiles armed with nuclear warheads serve as a formidable deterrent to all nations surrounding the Dragon country. The Far East region of the Bear Nation will remain in perpetual unrest. The substantial military presence of the White Eagle Nation, with over 200,000 troops stationed in the southern Bubble Nation and numerous military bases established within the territory of the Little Sun country, along with the majority of the 7th Fleet, will all fall within the nuclear strike range of the Dragon country. When deployed to the north, it can intimidate the entire Far East. When stationed to the south, the troops of the White Eagle Nation in this region will no longer enjoy a peaceful slumber. Zhang Jun feigned helplessness, stating, "Doctor, due to our country's missile technology still being in its infancy, the margin of error for such missiles is somewhat significant. However, having them is certainly better than not having them at all, or wouldn't you agree?" Edgar stammered, "Did you truly possess such capabilities?" Following this, he forcefully slapped his own face. How could a former chief commander display such a lack of composure? The revelation that the Dragon country intended to sell ballistic missiles with a range exceeding 2,000 kilometers left him utterly astonished, rendering him nearly speechless. Wait a moment. The Dragon country, despite its poverty, should not engage in the sale of such strategic weaponry. In the next instant, Edgar's heart sank. The Dragon country's willingness to sell might not stem from desperation. Could it be that they possess even more advanced ballistic missiles? It is not unprecedented for them to sell missiles to developed nations, and such an occurrence would likely be unprecedented. Their willingness to sell suggests that the Dragon country harbors no fears. Zhang Jun continued, "Doctor, our two nations share many commonalities. Do you not agree with my perspective?" Edgar pressed a hand firmly against his chest. The existence of commonalities had become irrelevant. What mattered was that the Iron Tower Nation required ballistic missiles, specifically those that could transform nuclear weapons into offensive capabilities. The journey of the Iron Tower Nation's nuclear weapon research has been fraught with obstacles. The external pressures faced are hardly less than those encountered by the Dragon country, and in certain respects, they are even more dire. At the very least, the Dragon country has the support of the Bear Nation in terms of technology and expertise, while the Iron Tower Nation has started from scratch. The White Eagle Nation would never permit the Iron Tower Nation to possess nuclear weapons that could threaten its status as the Western leader. Furthermore, neighboring European nations would be even less inclined to allow their former overlord to wield a weapon capable of claiming their lives at any moment. Had it not been for the foresight of Marshal Dai and his indomitable will, the Iron Tower Nation would have remained devoid of nuclear capabilities. In 1945, as Marshal Dai first seized complete control, he swiftly established the Atomic Office, laying the groundwork for the nation's nuclear research. Time and again, facing the meddling and interference from European nations and the White Eagle Nation, he persevered and ultimately developed the atomic bomb. However, the emergence of the atomic bomb did not elevate the international standing of the Iron Tower Nation, rather, it exacerbated tensions with the White Eagle Nation. In terms of ballistic missile technology, the White Eagle Nation adopted a policy of total suppression. Developing nuclear weapons was already an arduous task, and the continued research into ballistic missiles would increase the difficulty manifold. Did not the experts from the Bear Nation withdraw? How could you possibly develop such terrifying ballistic missile technology? Edgar inquired in confusion. In the eyes of the Bear Nation and the White Eagle Nation, ballistic missiles with a range exceeding 2,000 kilometers are not considered cutting-edge technology. The two nations have elevated the standard of their intercontinental missiles from 500 kilometers to 8,000 kilometers, demonstrating that their missile strike range has indeed surpassed this threshold. However, for the Iron Tower Nation and the Dragon Nation, this is sufficiently adequate. A strike range of 2,000 kilometers sufficiently encompasses a majority of the European continent. Self-reliance encapsulates the essence of their endeavors. Zhang Jun remarked with a hint of amusement, isn't your country's development of nuclear weapons also a form of self-reliance? With unwavering dedication, miracles can surely be achieved. Upon hearing this, Edgar fell into silence. Had this been many years prior, he would have scoffed at such assertions. Since the conclusion of World War II, humanity has embarked on an era of unprecedented technological explosion, with an array of scientific marvels emerging incessantly. For contemporary humanity, the miracles are no longer a rarity. From the moment mankind invented the airplane to conquer the skies, a mere 57 years have elapsed. Half a century later, humanity is poised to venture into space, liberating itself from the clutches of gravitational control. Satellites have already taken the lead, suspended amidst the boundless cosmos. Both the White Eagle Nation and the Bear Nation are preparing to send their astronauts into the universe. The Dragon Nation's creation of missile wonders is not beyond the realm of possibility. Nonetheless, Edgar remained hesitant to fully believe the words. Zhang, how much do you intend to sell these problematic missiles for? Zhang Jun raised a finger and replied, Doctor, the specific price depends on the upper echelon's intentions. If you are interested, perhaps you might consider extending your stay in our country for a few more days. Next week, we will host a grand fireworks ceremony. You are most welcome to attend. Edgar was left utterly speechless. A fireworks ceremony. Just call it a missile test. They are all astute individuals. Why complicate matters so? Gunpowder originated from your Dragon Nation, and I've heard it was initially used for creating fireworks. I anticipate that next week's fireworks ceremony will indeed be spectacular. I have a few friends who are seasoned fireworks enthusiasts. I would like to invite them to witness this grand event. For this reason, I must return to my country. Zhang, could you possibly postpone your fireworks display by a few days? The matter was of such magnitude that Edgar felt he could not afford any delay. He must return immediately to report to General Dai in person. The Dragon Nation and the Iron Tower Nation have yet to establish diplomatic relations. And there are no official communication channels. Relying on a third country to relay information carries significant risks of leaks. Sending an aide back for a report is equally unreliable. I believe there should be no problem. Guests from afar are always a delight. This has long been our Dragon Nation's traditional way of hospitality. Zhang Jun beamed with a radiant smile. In certain commercial dealings, the Iron Tower Nation has maintained a commendable reputation. Throughout the 1960s and 70s, both nations thrived in arms trade, with 40 of the Dragon Nation's military imports sourced from the Iron Tower Nation. The well-known Little Antelope also hails from the Iron Tower Nation. Had the counterpart been from the Setting Sun Kingdom, Zhang Jun would have resolutely refused to engage in any business with them. The traditional hospitality of the Dragon Nation celebrates guests from afar, while the Setting Sun Kingdom's approach is characterized by a ruthless disregard for allies and an insatiable greed. Dai Dashui stands as the final man of the Iron Tower Nation, distinguished among its leaders for his audacity in confronting the White Eagle Nation directly. He possesses a clarity of judgment unparalleled by others. Alas, the people of Long Nation have managed to hollow out a mountain. How on earth did they accomplish such a feat? What astounds me further is that Long Nation has transformed the interior of this mountain into a military base. A project of this magnitude would require at least a decade in our Iron Tower Nation. Had Long Nation possessed such formidable weaponry years ago, our losses would have been far more catastrophic. Days later, a contingent of distinguished visitors appeared within the mountainous regions of Long Nation. The scientists and military leaders from Iron Tower Nation could hardly fathom that Long Nation, in its quest to conceal their ballistic missiles, had excavated an entire giant mountain. At that moment, the minds of the onlookers were nearly paralyzed with disbelief. What shocked them even more than the military base constructed within the mountain was the sight of the colossal ballistic missile ahead. In an apparent effort to better camouflage their strategic weaponry, the missiles had been painted green, measuring at least 20 meters in length. Esteemed guests, allow me to introduce our commander of the missile forces, General Yang Ligong. As the military leaders and scientists from Iron Tower Nation stood agape, Zhang Jun approached with his entourage. Upon noticing the 3 stars adorning Yang Ligong's shoulders, the generals from Iron Tower Nation raised their hands in salute. Yang Ligong reciprocated the gesture, welcoming them warmly. With the successful testing of intercontinental missiles, Long Nation immediately set about establishing a new military branch. Building upon the existing missile battalions and emulating the strategies of the Bear Nation by forming a strategic missile force. As the direct superior of the missile battalion, General Yang Ligong was temporarily tasked with overseeing the establishment of this force. In addition to Edgar, a prominent figure accompanied the Iron Tower delegation, General Andre, a close ally of Dai Shui and the foremost supporter of Iron Tower Nation's nuclear program. Not only is Andre the commander of the Iron Tower Army, but he has also served as the chief of staff for the Western Alliance organization. After the introductions, General Andre turned his gaze toward Edgar. Edgar immediately grasped the unspoken intent, smiling as he inquired, "Zhang, may we take a closer look at this missile?" Prior to their visit, skepticism regarding Long Nation's possession of ballistic missiles with a range exceeding 2,000 kilometers loomed large among them. However, upon witnessing the reality firsthand, General Andre and his associates were left with but a singular thought: this is truly miraculous. None among the visiting entourage were novices in military affairs. As Zhang Jun conveyed the request to Yang Ligong, he discreetly winked. Yang Ligong, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded in acknowledgement. The higher authorities had issued a command for Yang Ligong and his team to fully cooperate with Zhang Jun. How should they cooperate? Undoubtedly, by following orders without question. Once permission was granted, the members of Iron Tower Nation rushed eagerly, each one quicker than the last. The nearly 60-year-old General Andre, exhibiting an agility unbecoming of his age, was the first to dash toward the missile. General Andre extended his hands, cautiously caressing the ballistic missile before him. The distinct coldness of the metal served as undeniable proof of the missile's authenticity. He was resolute, it was imperative to acquire it. A tumult of emotions surged within him. The Iron Tower Nation had surmounted countless obstacles to develop the atomic bomb. Yet, possessing an atomic bomb necessitated a means to launch it. Without the capability for nuclear delivery, the bomb's potency would be significantly diminished. Currently, the bombers of the Iron Tower Nation were utterly incapable of carrying and executing a long-range deployment of atomic bombs. The endeavor to upgrade their nuclear strategic bombers was fraught with challenges. Researching ballistic missiles posed even greater difficulties. Not only would the White Eagle Nation oppose such advancements, but the Sunset Kingdom, sharing the European continent, would undoubtedly seek to undermine their efforts. Should the Iron Tower Nation attain nuclear delivery capabilities, the Sunset Kingdom would be the first to feel the threat. For millennia, the two nations had been locked in a cycle of love and conflict. The disgrace of the 100 Years War still lingered in the collective memory of the Iron Tower Nation, and the atrocities of the Great War, which claimed an entire generation of their youth, were still fresh in their minds. Were it not for the Sunset Kingdom's meddling, the Iron Tower Nation might never have capitulated to Prussia. Mr. Zhang, can this missile accommodate alternative warheads? I mean, aside from conventional warheads, can it carry a nuclear warhead? General Andre, a man of intellect, preferred to bypass any obfuscation with the Dragon Kingdom. If a ballistic missile could not carry a nuclear warhead, then by what merit could it be deemed a ballistic missile? Mr. Zhang shrugged lightly, the hint of a smile gracing his lips. As for the number of nuclear warheads it can accommodate, that will depend on the subsequent requirements of the buyer. General Andre nodded in understanding, then shifted his gaze to a few dilapidated vehicles nearby. Mr. Zhang, what purpose do these vehicles serve? Are they specialized support vehicles for missile launches? Although uncertain of their exact function, General Andre could surmise their relevance. The presence of these vehicles near the missile indicated a supportive role. Mr. Zhang elaborated. The Type 1 missile we export utilizes liquid fuel. Due to the peculiarities of liquid fuel, it is only injected just prior to launch. Therefore, special vehicles carrying liquid fuel must remain in close proximity to the missile at all times. The other vehicles are for maintenance and launch support. Compared to solid fuel, liquid fuel poses greater risks. Its usage conditions are exceedingly stringent. Once injected into the missile, it cannot be extracted. Any lapse in diligence by the operators could result in injury from the highly corrosive liquid within. In addition to its notorious corrosiveness, improper handling and storage of liquid fuel can lead to the creation of highly toxic substances. The sole advantage lies in its cost-effectiveness. Mr. Zhang was well aware that solid fuel was superior, but constraints of the Dragon Kingdom's resources left them with no alternative. "I see," General Andre said, enlightenment dawning upon him. "Given that vehicles carrying liquid fuel must always remain alongside the missile, why does your country not employ vehicles with superior performance for transportation? These vehicles seem rather antiquated." As a nation renowned for its automotive industry, General Andre possessed a discerning eye for the quality of vehicles. The vehicles employed by the Dragon Nation as missile launch support apparatus cannot be deemed anything less than dilapidated. They decidedly do not resemble new automobiles. Zhang Jun rolled his eyes in exasperation. If the Dragon Nation were affluent, would it resort to selling missiles abroad? Adhering to the principle of utilizing available resources, Zhang Jun repurposed some of the vehicles left behind by the Bear Nation into dedicated missile transporters. Observing the flicker of displeasure in Zhang Jun's eyes, Edgar cheerfully interjected, inquiring when Zhang Jun would host a viewing of the fireworks ceremony for everyone. "In 4 days," he replied. Upon hearing this, General Andre and his entourage were invigorated, as if they had received a shot of adrenaline. To evade the intelligence networks of the Eastern and Western blocs, the group covertly exited the country under various pretexts. Under the guise of the Iron Tower Nation's intelligence agency, they traversed multiple countries, ultimately entering the Dragon Nation after circumventing much of the globe. Their sole purpose was to witness the missiles' might firsthand. The missiles were transported by train pre-deployed to the testing grounds. The truth would soon be revealed. In the northwest, the Launch Command Center declared, "General Yang, we are ready for launch." Upon hearing this, Yang Ligong decisively issued the launch command. Due to financial constraints, the Dragon Nation currently lacked the capability for road mobile launch systems. Thus, this launch would proceed via a fixed ground launch method. Boom. As the countdown concluded, the earth trembled. The ballistic missile soared skyward, leaving a fiery trail in its wake. Observers from the Iron Tower Nation's Missile Launch Command Center eagerly grabbed their binoculars to witness the launch process from afar. The missile, trailing a long plume of fire, ascended rapidly into the heavens. Witnessing this spectacle, General Andre was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. The soaring missile symbolized the Iron Tower Nation's imminent challenge to the hegemony of the White Eagle Nation. With a sufficient stockpile of ballistic missiles, the external world would no longer dare to meddle in the Iron Tower Nation's subsequent nuclear research. The Iron Tower Nation aspired not only to possess atomic bombs but also hydrogen bombs. The synthesis of both capabilities would affirm its status as a great power. Beyond merely deterring the White Eagle Nation from taking hasty actions against the Iron Tower Nation, the ballistic missiles would also grant the Iron Tower Nation precious time, allowing it to meticulously advance its various nuclear strike capabilities. Casting a glance at General Andre, whose face was flushed with excitement, Zhang Jun was confident that even if he were to dismiss them now, General Andre and his entourage would remain. Zhang Jun perceived the Iron Tower Nation's fervent desire for nuclear power with keen insight. As a nation with a rich history that once triumphed over all challengers on the European continent, the pride of the Iron Tower Nation was palpable. Since surrendering to Prussia, all glory had eluded them. With the war concluded, the Iron Tower Nation had become the butt of global ridicule. Anyone could humiliate the Iron Tower Nation, deriving amusement from its misfortunes. The existence of the White Eagle Nation as a sovereign entity was inextricably linked to the substantial support it received from the Iron Tower Nation. Who could have imagined that the once subordinate White Eagle Nation, nurtured by the Iron Tower Nation, had transformed into its actual overseer? For a nation such as the Iron Tower State, which boasts a glorious past, the various controls imposed by the White Eagle Nation are more humiliating than its annihilation. General Yang, this business deal is virtually assured. Is this truly sufficient? Yang Ligong gazed incredulously at Zhang Jun. In the eyes of Yang Ligong and his fellow generals, the armaments of the great powers have always been considered the most advanced. Moreover, their stance towards the Dragon Nation is one of shared contempt, perceiving it merely as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Presently, the great powers have chosen to procure weapons from the Dragon Nation, including formidable missiles. no matter how one contemplates it. It appears utterly unrealistic. To speak candidly, Yang Ligong, who manages the missile forces, harbors a degree of dissatisfaction regarding trade with the Iron Tower state. Zhang Jun chuckled, stating, "To a certain extent, their determination to possess ballistic missiles is even more urgent than ours. If we do not sell, they will have no choice but to develop them independently." Analyzing from the perspective of national strength, the Iron Tower state is certainly capable of developing ballistic missiles. As for the time and difficulty involved, they are more acutely aware than we are. Given the constraints of the era, Zhang Jun fully comprehended Yang Ligong's reaction. Not only Yang Ligong, but even President Ning likely harbors a sense of skepticism regarding Zhang Jun's ability to extract a substantial profit from the Iron Tower state. Whether in the present or the future, missile transactions unequivocally belong to a seller's market. Buyers dare not haggle, nor even utter a displeasing word. Were it not for the Dragon Nation's lack of awareness regarding the wealth of affluent patrons, the missiles sold to them could easily be priced at 3 to 5 times their current value. At this stage, the desert nations have not yet evolved into the opulent oil barons of future generations. It will take another year or two before significant oil fields are discovered in the desert regions. Currently, the number of oil and gas reserves in these areas is extremely limited and is predominantly controlled by Western powers. 2 years hence, when hundreds of oil fields emerge in the desert, the attention of the bear and the white eagle will swiftly shift from the Dragon Nation to the desert world. Driven solely by the desire to seize oil. 10 minutes later, messages from the target location confirmed that the missile had accurately struck its mark. The two locations were approximately 2,400 kilometers apart, aligning closely with the range data described by Zhang Jun. General Andre was beaming with joy. Possessing ballistic missiles would not only grant the Iron Tower state a relaxed international standing but also expedite the research and development of domestically produced missiles. The figure of 2,500 kilometers is more than sufficient to deter most continental European nations. Gentlemen, let us indulge in our imaginations. How terrified will the upper echelons of the Sunset Kingdom be upon learning of our ballistic missile capabilities? I wager that Macmillan will surely regret his betrayal of us 2 years ago. Humph. The Sunset Kingdom, in its own decline, has repeatedly sacrificed the interests of the Iron Tower state to appease the White Eagle Nation. I propose that when we launch our first ballistic missile, we should invite him to witness the event. The exuberance displayed by the group far exceeded Yang Ligong's expectations. Through the explanations of other translators, Yang Ligong could scarcely believe his ears. This group from the Iron Tower state, aside from humiliating the White Eagle Nation, had, at the same time, the Kingdom of Sunset was vehemently criticized. Are they truly a great power? Their disdain for the Kingdom of Sunset and the White Eagle Nation seems even more intense than ours, Yang Ligong murmured. Zhang Jun chuckled, saying, "The General Yang, you are unaware that the Western powers have never been a monolith, especially the Kingdom of Sunset and the Iron Tower Nation, who have been engaged in overt and covert conflicts for over 1,000 years. They may appear friendly on the surface, but deep down, they wish to annihilate each other. More than 2 years ago, the Kingdom of Sunset, in a bid to appease the White Eagle Nation, ruthlessly outmaneuvered the Iron Tower Nation, leading to the resignation of the entire cabinet at that time. Only when the nation was on the brink of collapse did the great Commander Dai return to the fray. The Iron Tower Nation is a mere 1,000 kilometers from the Kingdom of Sunset, and with access to ballistic missiles with a range exceeding 2,000 kilometers. It is only natural for them to seek revenge." Zhang Jun remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Yang Ligong sighed sincerely, "Comrade Zhang, it is indeed a brilliant decision by the higher-ups to assign you this matter. I believe there is no internal conflict among the Western powers that you are unaware of." At this point, Yang Ligong's expression turned somewhat somber. Regardless of the myriad conflicts between the Kingdom of Sunset and the Iron Tower Nation, they remain insatiable imperial powers. Should they ever unite once more, the missiles we sell could very well be turned against us. Exporting missiles to generate revenue is a course of action taken out of necessity. Without funds, the Dragon Nation cannot continue its development. This much Yang Ligong understands. However, the thought that one day ballistic missiles might be wielded against the Dragon Nation by the Western powers fills him with profound unease. Zhang Jun wore a cryptic expression and said, "For the West, a ballistic missile with a range of 2,500 kilometers is undoubtedly a strategic weapon, yet for us, the performance of such missiles is merely average." No sooner had he spoken than Edgar collapsed to the ground without warning. Doctor, you are finally awake? How do you feel now? In a single room at the capital city hospital, Edgar, who had been in a coma for 2 days, finally opened his eyes. They possess even more powerful missiles. They could very well have intercontinental missiles. Upon regaining consciousness, Edgar grasped General Andre's hand tightly. Startled, General Andre reached out to touch Edgar's forehead. No fever. Why would he speak such nonsense? The ballistic missiles sold to us by the Dragon Nation might only be a fraction of their arsenal, but not the entirety. They must have intercontinental missiles with even greater range. General Andre's face changed color as he turned and shouted for medical personnel. Edgar had lost his bearings. The very notion that the Dragon Nation possessed intercontinental missiles was utterly outrageous. Such a possibility was more astonishing than the Iron Tower Nation developing its own ballistic missiles. An interpreter from the Foreign Affairs Department outside came in and asked General Andre, "What is happening? Quick, call the doctors and nurses. It seems there is an issue with Dr. Edgar." General Andre tapped his temples, seriously doubting Edgar's mental state. "I am not insane." Edgar's frustration was palpable as he witnessed the interpreter being summoned to the room, his nose nearly crinkling with indignation. He bellowed, dismissing the translator with a wave of his hand, reiterating the notion that the Dragon Nation could not possibly possess intercontinental ballistic missiles. Impossible, General Andre vehemently shook his head, resembling a drum in his favor. With exasperation, Edgar retorted, "General, I implore you to refrain from constantly interrupting me. If the Dragon Nation were to possess even a single type of missile and sell it to us, would they not be concerned about a potential leak of technology? Let us not forget that our Iron Tower Nation is home to a plethora of weaponry experts and military enterprises. Deciphering weapon technology is hardly a challenge for us. Unless, of course, the Dragon Nation possesses intercontinental missiles that are technologically superior. In that case, the leakage of conventional missile technology would be of little consequence to them." General Andre rolled his eyes, dismissing Edgar's musings as fanciful. A scholar's imagination runs wild. If the Dragon Nation had intercontinental missiles, then our Iron Tower Nation would possess atomic bombs. Wait a moment, perhaps we do. Regardless, the Dragon Nation cannot possibly have such capability. Doctor, no matter how you argue, I refuse to believe that the Dragon Nation has mastered ballistic missile technology. Their poverty compels them to sell missiles, it has nothing to do with anything else. Edgar recalled a phrase he had recently learned in the Dragon Nation's tongue, "When a scholar meets a soldier, reason does not prevail." These traditional military men were resolute. Their perceptions clouded by the belief that the Dragon Nation had turned against the bear and was ensnared in an unprecedented economic crisis. These fools failed to grasp the essence of ballistic missiles, defensive weapons. Even if the Dragon Nation were destitute, they would never sell their missiles. Should they choose to sell, it would be evident that they had something far superior in reserve. Thus, in his capacity as team leader, Edgar insisted on the immediate commencement of negotiations. The day the Dragon Nation possesses nuclear weapons will mark the day of diplomatic relations between our Iron Tower Nation and the Dragon Nation. Both the Bear and the White Eagle Nations possess intercontinental missiles and nuclear arms. If the Dragon Nation were to acquire the same, the establishment of diplomatic ties would herald a new era, with intercontinental missiles and potentially nuclear weapons. These two great powers could forge a new international influence beyond the sphere of superpowers. This aligns with the interests of the Iron Tower Nation and has been a long-held aspiration of the commander, albeit one that has proven difficult to advance. General, please notify the Dragon Nation that tomorrow's discussions will take place in this very hospital room. Edgar offered a self-deprecating smile, acutely aware of his own frail condition. Feeling utterly powerless. Regardless of whether the Dragon Nation possesses intercontinental missiles or the capability to develop nuclear arms in the near future, one thing remains imperative: to strengthen ties with the Dragon Nation and mend the rifts created during the war, thereby laying the groundwork for future collaborations. Should the Dragon Nation fulfill Edgar's conjecture by acquiring both intercontinental missiles and successfully manufacturing nuclear weapons, the commander would undoubtedly pursue immediate diplomatic relations with them. This, Edgar believed without a shadow of a doubt. Doctor, your scholarly prowess is commendable. Your imagination is so vivid that you dare to entertain the notion of the Dragon Nation possessing intercontinental missiles. As General Andre, a former comrade of the esteemed General Dai, harbors the inherent arrogance and prejudice typical of Westerners, he regards the situation with disdain. The other high-ranking officials present in the ward were expressions of cold amusement. The following day, the single patient room transforms into a conference room. Only 3 representatives from Long Nation participate in the negotiations: Zhang Jun, the leader overseeing national economic development, and General Ning from the Science and Technology Commission. In accordance with the agreed-upon protocol, Zhang Jun is responsible for communication, essentially engaging in bargaining. General Ning and leadership are tasked with providing support and ultimately making the final decisions. Traditionally, developed nations sell weapons to underdeveloped countries. Yet Long Nation not only disrupts this convention but is poised to achieve numerous unprecedented milestones, such as exporting missiles from a third world country to Western powers. Currently, Iron Tower Nation stands as the sole nation among the 5 major powers willing to invest significantly in ballistic missiles. And it finds itself at odds with the Sunset Kingdom and the White Eagle Nation, making it the best prospective buyer at this stage. All 3 individuals are acutely aware that Iron Tower Nation is not to be trifled with, yet there is little choice. Long Nation is in dire need of funds. Selling missiles to developed countries, especially those with whom Long Nation has had fierce conflicts in the past, poses a challenge for the negotiations and for securing a favorable price. Aside from Zhang Jun, the central government found no other candidate capable of shouldering such a significant responsibility. Ultimately, the Grand Elder decided that Zhang Jun would take the lead. Edgar, clad in a patient gown and receiving intravenous fluids, has General Andre acting as the recorder. In the corridor, guards patrol with military precision, citing the presence of enemy agents as the reason for the entire building's medical staff and patients being relocated overnight. Dr. Edgar, General Andre, may we begin? Zhang Jun initiates the conversation in impeccable Iron Tower dialect. General Ning and leadership, having studied in Iron Tower Nation during their youth, are proficient in reading and writing, facilitating seamless communication throughout the proceedings. This proficiency is one of the primary reasons for their involvement in the negotiations. Long Nation lacks experience in selling ballistic missiles, and Iron Tower Nation has never purchased such items. Edgar references another type of strategic weapon, pricing the Eagle-class aircraft carrier from White Eagle Nation at a fraction of its cost to establish a benchmark for the ballistic missiles. An order for 22 missiles is proposed, with the total price mirroring that of the aircraft carrier. The initial batch consists of 5 missiles, and should their performance meet Iron Tower Nation's requirements, an additional 17 will be ordered, at the price of $20 million per missile. Iron Tower Nation is willing to pay Long Nation 50% of the total upfront, amounting to $100 million. I regret to inform you that at $20 million per missile, you will not be able to purchase ballistic missiles, Zhang Jun states. In an instant, the expressions of those present mirror one another, eyes wide in disbelief as they stare at Zhang Jun. Edgar gapes in exaggerated astonishment, unable to fathom that Long Nation would reject an offer of $20 million per missile. General Andre, exasperated, retorts, do not think that just because you possess ballistic missiles, you can set arbitrary prices. Ignorant and unworldly, listen closely, our quotation stands at $20 million, not 20 million dragon coins. It is evident that Zhang Jun is entirely oblivious to the concept of international exchange rates and the esteemed value of the US dollar on the global stage. Andre, with a tone laced with sarcasm, began to expound on the Bretton Woods system. The US dollar, tethered to gold, is among the primary currencies in international transactions. Chairman Ning and leadership exchanged glances, both mystified by Zhang Jun's intentions. This year, Longwo's foreign exchange reserves amount to less than $50 million. Upon completing the entire transaction, Longwo would acquire $400 million in foreign exchange. The cost of a Type 1 missile is merely 3 million dragon coins, while the export price of the Bear's main battle tank is only $170,000. General Andre, I implore you to reconsider your demeanor, otherwise you may find yourselves scavenging for missiles in the Kyolen region. You. General Andre was on the verge of an explosion in fury. What is Kyolen, you ask? It is a testing ground for the White Eagle Nation. Zhang Jun proposed exporting missiles to the Tower Nation to generate foreign exchange. Given that the Tower Nation possesses wealth and a pressing need for missiles capable of carrying nuclear warheads. However, this does not imply that Zhang Jun would allow them the opportunity to dictate terms, nor does it suggest that the Tower Nation could acquire missiles at a bargain price. Engaging in such exploitation of the great powers is not an option. If one chooses to engage, it must be done with a decisive and substantial approach. Edgar, Wearing an expression of disbelief, remarked, Mr. Zhang, I see no issue with the price of $20 million per unit. I believe even the two esteemed gentlemen would not find this price objectionable, would they? Last year, the tower nation's total revenue reached $672 billion. With total transaction amounts at $44 billion, accounting for 65% of the tower nation's annual revenue. Furthermore, their military budget this year is only $326 billion. What more could Longwo desire? Zhang Jun, composed and unruffled, replied, Dr. Edgar. Our discussions extend beyond mere missile exports. They encompass international space, geopolitical strategy, research costs, and the morale of the populace. $100 million per missile. I consider to be a rather reasonable price. What? $100 million per missile. General Andre sprang to his feet, his face a canvas of disbelief. Is Longwo selling ballistic missiles or nuclear warheads? $100 million apiece, why doesn't Zhang Jun simply seize the opportunity? Edgar, too, was taken aback. What a farcical international jest. A missile priced at $100 million, the White Eagle nation would not allow Zhang Jun to profit at their expense. Should they acquiesce? The price would soar from $44 billion to $66 billion, equivalent to 70% of the tower nation's military budget this year. Chairman Ning and leadership exchanged incredulous glances. The representatives from the tower nation glared at Zhang Jun with fury in their eyes. Compared to Zhang Jun, the White Eagle and the nation of the setting sun, known for their ruthless dealings, would be humbled. Indeed, Longwo has triumphed over the tower nation. Yet it signifies that Longwo can continue to belittle them. Chairman Ning and leadership's minds were in a whirl. Does Zhang Jun truly believe that the tower nation's funds are merely swept in by the wind? The great powers are never benevolent. They have always extorted others and would never accept being extorted themselves. Upon reflection, President Ning must be feeling quite exhilarated. With the formidable naval power at their disposal, these Western powers have certainly profited from the Dragon Kingdom. Regardless of whether this transaction succeeds or fails, Zhang Jun's audacious extortion of the Westerners can be seen as a contribution to national pride. Zhang Jun smiled softly and remarked, the significance of morale and public sentiment to a nation is immeasurable by monetary means. The Iron Tower Nation, under the dual pressure from the Rising Sun Kingdom and the White Eagle Nation, will require countless resources to carve out a space for itself. The White Eagle Nation has stumbled in its endeavors, leading to your acquisition of nuclear capabilities. Consequently, they will undoubtedly exert all efforts to blockade your strategic research. In such a context, attempting to develop your ballistic missile program is a task that cannot simply be resolved with financial resources. General Andre and the official representatives from the Iron Tower Nation repeatedly attempted to exit the room. How absurd it is to cloak extortion in such grandiloquent terms. Does Zhang Jun even comprehend the notion of dignity? Observing their turmoil, Zhang Jun, with a semblance of a smile, remarked, the cold humor crafted by the White Eagle Nation and the Rising Sun Kingdom about your plight, as far as I know, is incessant. For instance, they jest that General Dai is the last man of the Iron Tower Nation, praising his national salvation while subtly mocking that apart from him, there are no other men. Furthermore, I have heard experts from the Bear Nation joke that 1/3 of your men followed General Dai to hell, another third accompanied the saint to heaven, and the remaining third perished in the icy trenches of the Great War. General Dai is already 70 years old once he departs. The Iron Tower Nation will undoubtedly transform into a matriarchal society. General Andre was seething with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. Edgar's expression darkened, as if he had become a different person. Does Zhang Jun truly understand the principle of maintaining decorum and not revealing others' shortcomings? Is he here to negotiate or to deliberately unearth the Iron Tower Nation's vulnerabilities? Everything that should and should not be said, Zhang Jun has articulated with audacity. Does he genuinely believe that the men present would shy away from confronting the Dragon Kingdom? An immediate apology for your remarks is required. Otherwise, we shall reconsider the continuation of this transaction. General Andre was livid. Had this been in the Iron Tower Nation, he would have drawn his weapon on Zhang Jun without hesitation. President Ning gestured subtly towards leadership, employing a strategy of provocation. Leadership furrowed his brow. Sensing that this did not appear to be mere provocation, Zhang Jun's statement seemed to be a blatant humiliation of the Iron Tower Nation. If this were the case, would Zhang Jun not fear jeopardizing the transaction? Just as President Ning prepared to speak and ease the tense atmosphere, a powerful hand pressed him down. Li Dashun shook his head and whispered, "Zhang Jun may have a backup plan, let us not rush to judgment." Hearing this, Li Dashun observed that Zhang Jun appeared unfazed, facing General Andrei's stern reprimand with no semblance of fear. Zhang Jun, casting a reassuring glance at President Ning, inquired, "Which of my statements was erroneous that warrants an apology?" "The Iron Tower nation is not weak, it is certainly not a nation of women," General Andre replied coldly. "This statement is not mine, even if an apology is warranted. It should come from its original author," Zhang Jun stated, "neither servile nor arrogant. Some things can be purchased with money, while others are priceless treasures. Do not misunderstand. I am referring to ballistic missiles." General Andre was consumed with murderous intent. Apart from the silent Edgar, the others from the Iron Tower nation could no longer contain themselves. Marshal Dai led the Iron Tower nation to defeat the nefarious Axis powers, emerging as one of the victorious nations. Why should the Summer Kingdom look down upon the Iron Tower nation? Mr. Zhang, I implore you to apologize for your remarks immediately. Otherwise, we will reconsider whether to continue this transaction, the General Andre demanded sternly. Having held high positions for many years, he and Edgar were not oblivious to Zhang Jun's intent. He was attempting to provoke the Iron Tower nation with a crude tactic, hoping to incite anger and irrationality in the two, thus compelling them to acquiesce to the astronomical demands posed by the Dragon Kingdom. Though they understood the ploy, their anger remained palpable. Chairman Ning and Li Dashun also discerned that Zhang Jun was employing a provocation strategy, deliberately unearthing the humiliating history of the Iron Tower nation to underscore the significance of ballistic missiles to them. This tactic might yield unexpected results against ordinary individuals. Yet the two seated before Zhang Jun were far from insignificant. One was the chief commander of the Iron Tower army, and the other, a former chief of staff. Just as Li Dashun prepared to rise and ease the tense atmosphere, a powerful hand pressed him down. Chairman Ning shook his head and murmured, "Look, Zhang Jun remains unfazed. He might have further strategies. Let us not rush, let us observe." Upon hearing this, Li Dashun noticed that Zhang Jun appeared entirely unperturbed, showing no fear in the face of General Andrei's harsh reprimand. Zhang Jun cast a reassuring glance at Chairman Ning while saying, "General Andre, may I ask which of my statements was erroneous? What do I need to apologize for? The Iron Tower nation is not a weak nation. Nor is it a nation of women." General Andre replied coldly, "That statement is not mine. If an apology is due, it should be rendered by its original author, the bear." Zhang Jun continued, "Neither servile nor arrogant, some things can be bought with money, while others are invaluable treasures. Do not misunderstand. I am not speaking of ballistic missiles, but rather your national dignity. Marshal Dai led your Iron Tower nation to become a victorious nation, one of the 5 great powers. Yet your international image is more dismal than that of a defeated nation. It is unclear when the West began to forget your glorious past. A life spent participating in 65 wars, 58 of which were victories for the Iron Tower nation, and how many times the West formed alliances to counter you. They only remember 3 words, foreigners, the dwarfs, Waterloo." Zhang Jun's words struck like steel blades, mercilessly piercing the hearts of General Andre and Edgar, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Since the conclusion of World War II, the Iron Tower nation has become one of the 5 victorious nations. Yet the sardonic jokes about the Iron Tower nation have proliferated more than ever. For the Iron Tower nation to claim victory, the 2 conditions must be met. The commander of operations must include women and individuals of diminutive stature, specifically foreigners among the latter. No one has succeeded in capturing the capital of the Iron Tower nation before its surrender. As the Iron Tower nation concedes defeat in the conflict with the Monkey nation, the covert derision from various countries transforms into overt mockery. A significant portion of the ridicule directed at the Iron Tower nation emanates from the Kingdom of Sunset. If the Kingdom of Sunset serves as the primary force behind the derision aimed at the Iron Tower nation, then the White Eagle nation stands as its greatest disseminator. Zhang Jun calmly inquired, "Dr. Edgar, having held high-ranking positions and being an esteemed scholar, might ask whether the vocabulary included in the Oxford Dictionary possesses absolute authority?" Upon hearing this, Edgar, who typically prided himself on being a refined gentleman, became more ghastly than a spectre. "Do not let him speak," General Andre interjected, gritting his teeth and adding, "Zhang Jun, you must be referring to the surrendering monkeys." General Ning and Li Dashun exchanged glances, puzzled by the term surrendering monkeys. Their reaction even more pronounced than before, as if Zhang Jun had desecrated their ancestral graves. Zhang Jun replied nonchalantly. The Oxford Dictionary is globally recognized as the most authoritative lexicon. Each term admitted undergoes extensive deliberation among numerous experts. Sometimes, discussions may extend for as long as a year. The White Eagle Nation, in its derision, has portrayed the soldiers of the Monkey Nation as primitive beings, indicating that you have succumbed to savages, unworthy of being considered human. Relegated instead to the status of monkeys. Following suit, the Kingdom of Sunset brazenly incorporated this deeply insulting term into the Oxford Dictionary. While jokes and mockery may fade over time, words recorded in an authoritative dictionary will persist alongside our civilization. Even centuries or millennia later, whenever someone encounters this term, the humiliating history of the Iron Tower Nation will be revisited repeatedly. The fury on Edgar's face dissipated, leaving him devoid of spirit as he futilely slumped onto his sickbed. As long as humanity endures, its civilization will inevitably continue, and this word, steeped in humiliation, will remain entwined with human existence. General Andre said. Do we believe that ballistic missiles can alter this? Why not? Zhang Jun awaited this very response. In the Western world, the strong are revered, might makes right. Shaking his fist, Zhang Jun remarked, why does the Kingdom of Sunset tirelessly concoct narratives to mock you? On one hand, it stems from a millennia-old grudge, on the other, it serves merely to present a token of loyalty to the White Eagle Nation. The more this occurs, the more the White Eagle Nation will trust the Kingdom of Sunset and grant them everything they desire, including ballistic missile technology. General Andre involuntarily nodded. With the assistance of the White Eagle Nation, the Kingdom of Sunset became the first nation on the European continent to possess nuclear weapons. Currently, while the Kingdom of Sunset possesses nuclear arms, its nuclear strike capabilities are underdeveloped, with aerial bombing as its sole method of attack, lacking missile strike capabilities. As the Bear expands its nuclear strike capabilities, the methods of nuclear attack have become increasingly diverse. In addition to the Air Force, missile forces and submarine units have also begun to acquire nuclear strike capabilities. Ultimately, the missiles are the crux of the matter. If the missile issue cannot be resolved, all efforts are in vain. Zhang Jun slapped his forehead and remarked, our ballistic missile has a significant flaw. With a range of 250 kilometers and an error margin as high as 2,250 kilometers. It is advisable not to conduct test launches on the European mainland. Should the missile inadvertently land in the vicinity of the Sunset Kingdom, it could lead to misunderstandings, making them believe we intend to exert nuclear deterrence against them. This may also incite extreme panic in the European region, resurrecting many historical memories they thought were long forgotten. General Andre's expression changed, and he suddenly burst into hearty laughter. An error margin of 2,250 kilometers, ha ha ha, an error margin of 2,250 kilometers. Upon hearing General Andre's words, Edgar joined in the laughter. 100 million per missile. We accept this price. The Sunset Kingdom is a troublemaker in the European region, and the Iron Tower Nation is no pushover either. A slight deviation in the test launch of a ballistic missile is surely understandable to the neighboring countries. Zhang Jun and Edgar's contrasting reactions elevated the atmosphere to a peak. One appeared nonchalant while the other was impatient. Doctors, you cannot agree to their terms. Seeing Edgar readily accept the price proposed by the Dragon country, the General Andre quickly intervened. Are you joking? 100 million each, that's 2.2 billion for 22 missiles. If Edgar agrees, it will consume the entire military budget of the Iron Tower Nation this year. Hypotheticals are still hypotheticals. Without witnessing the Dragon country's intercontinental missiles firsthand, General Andre absolutely could not believe that an agricultural nation could master intercontinental missile technology ahead of many industrialized nations. Shut up, you fool. Edgar was confident in his assumptions. The Dragon country undoubtedly possesses superweapons. This belief stemmed not only from Edgar's understanding of the Dragon country but also from his previous role as chief commander, giving him deeper insights into a nation's foreign policies than a soldier like General Andre could grasp. Meanwhile, President Ning wore a smile that reflected a mixture of emotions. Indeed, the imperialists are mere paper tigers. Logically, Zhang Jun's indirect suggestion that the Dragon country has mastered more powerful intercontinental missiles is a violation of regulations. He should immediately interrupt Zhang Jun's words. However, on a personal level, Seeing the representative of the old imperialist Iron Tower nation become anxious over the speculation that the Dragon country possesses intercontinental missiles filled him with pride. Historically, it has always been developed countries that first mastered strategic weapons, using these tools to perpetrate wrongdoing globally, extortion and coercion. Now, the tables have turned. And the situation has undergone a remarkable transformation. The Dragon country has surged ahead of the vast majority of Western developed nations. Not only mastering ballistic missiles fast but also innovating upon them to achieve a higher level of intercontinental missile technology. Simply put, it's exhilarating. Leadership was left speechless. The Iron Tower nation is willing to invest $2 billion in acquiring ballistic missiles from the Dragon country. Good heavens, and am I not dreaming? Although this sum will not be immediately transferred to the Dragon country, as it must undergo a series of intricate processes, it will nonetheless significantly alleviate the economic woes of the Dragon country. The economic overseer, leadership, clasped his hands tightly, controlling his inner excitement in this manner. In the initial transaction, the Dragon country will deliver 5 ballistic missiles to the Iron Tower nation. To say nothing of the transaction itself. The deposit for this first deal amounts to a staggering $250 million. Having been accustomed to financial scarcity, the sudden influx of such a vast sum left leadership feeling utterly bewildered. How should one even spend it? Edgar cast a glance at the visibly irate General Andre and hastily sought an excuse, asserting that reshaping the Iron Tower nation's grand national image is far more vital than the $2 billion at stake. Humph. General Andre scoffed in disbelief. Without allowing further discussion, Edgar decisively proclaimed that, according to the prior agreement, our side would initially remit $300 million as a deposit for the first batch of 5 ballistic missiles. Upon the delivery of these missiles, an additional $200 million would follow. Once the missile performance is confirmed by the higher-ups, the subsequent 17 missiles must be delivered by your country within a year. Having already committed $2 billion to providing a larger deposit to the Dragon country seems inconsequential. This step-by-step approach would strengthen the friendship between the Dragon country and the Iron Tower nation, paving the way for future strategic arrangements. How should we proceed with the payment of $300 million? Zhang Jun inquired, glancing at the taciturn Mr. Ning and leadership. This was a conundrum Zhang Jun could not resolve. Leadership spoke up, suggesting, we could facilitate the payment through the bank in Port City. What does the doctor think? Port City serves as the sole gateway for the Dragon country's foreign dealings and is the primary channel for obtaining external commodities. Engaging in trade with a former adversary is unprecedented, and the economic department has thoroughly prepared for this. That is inadvisable, Zhang Jun interjected abruptly. Port City is under the jurisdiction of the Sun-Sitting Kingdom. Such a substantial flow of funds would inevitably attract scrutiny from their intelligence agencies. Upon hearing this, Edgar too felt it was a precarious notion. While the influx of substantial funds from other regions might catch the Sun-Sitting Kingdom's attention, they would likely refrain from overt investigations. However, if the funds were traced back to the Iron Tower nation, the situation would be markedly different. Currently, aside from Port City, it is exceedingly difficult for us to exchange this sum elsewhere without complications. Leadership's expression turned grave. The entrance of funds from the Iron Tower nation into Port City, currently under the tenuous control of the Sun-Sitting Kingdom, would certainly raise alarms among their intelligence operatives. In light of this dilemma, the Economic and Foreign Affairs departments proposed several alternatives. Yet, no one anticipated that the Dragon country's initial receipt of funds would surpass the originally estimated few hundred million or even several billion, but rather be a full $300 million. Leadership, I have a suggestion. How about routing this money through pastoral country? Zhang Jun proposed. Pastoral country, a leadership murmured. This nation is a traditional colony of the Iron Tower nation and remains a sensitive topic in their psyche. The collapse of the previous authorities in the Iron Tower nation is intrinsically linked to the grassland nation's quest for autonomy. Edgar was taken aback when Zhang Jun presented him with yet another conundrum. The grassland nation, situated in the northern expanse of the Black Continent, possesses an unparalleled strategic position, commanding several vital waterways. It is also a resource-rich country, boasting substantial reserves of oil and natural gas, with an abundance of internal resources. Since the 1930s, the grassland nation has been one of the core colonies of the Iron Tower nation. By the 1950s, it began to strive for self-development. attempting to liberate itself from Iron Tower's control through military resistance. It was only 2 years ago that the grassland nation finally attained a degree of autonomy. The Dragon Nation was the first to extend friendship, becoming the inaugural non-regional country to establish diplomatic relations with them. Upon taking office, Commander Dai promptly announced the granting of certain autonomous rights to the grassland nation, advocating for a peaceful resolution to military confrontations. After much contemplation, Edgar reluctantly nodded in agreement. Both the Dragon and Iron Tower nations wield considerable influence in the grassland nation. Choosing this venue for financial transactions and missile deliveries seemed a prudent strategy. As Zhang Jun remarked, when faced with matters of great consequence that affect destiny, peripheral issues must take a backseat. Although the Dragon Nation was the first to forge diplomatic ties with the grassland nation, causing considerable embarrassment for the Iron Tower nation, it was an indignity that had been endured for quite some time. Patience was necessary. Consequently, the two parties officially signed the agreement. Effective immediately, the Dragon Nation would deliver the first batch of 5 ballistic missiles to the Iron Tower nation within 3 months, with the transaction occurring in the grassland nation. Funds would be directly transferred to the Dragon Nation's embassy in the grassland nation. Dr. Edgar, I wish you a swift recovery, Zhang Jun said, exchanging pleasantries before being ushered away by the two leaders. The convoy sped towards a heavily guarded and imposing edifice. Upon entering a room, Zhang Jun felt his legs tremble and his heart race. The once timid scholar had matured into a formidable figure. "Old friends, let us applaud this young man," came the encouragement as Zhang Jun gradually regained his composure. In the modest room, the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and the Supreme Commander sat before him. Faced with the high-ranking officials of the Iron Tower nation, Zhang Jun spoke with an air of confidence, seemingly unacquainted with fear. Why was he now so apprehensive? Did they appear to be ferocious beasts? Chairman Ning settled onto the sofa, his mood buoyant as he teased Zhang Jun about his anxious demeanor. The Grand Elder spoke kindly. "Scholar, Chairman Ning has just briefed us on your endeavors. While your methods may be somewhat vigorous, they have proven effective, demonstrating that you not only know how to engage with foreigners but also how to benefit your country. Extracting funds from the pockets of developed nations while ensuring their willing compliance is remarkable." His words echoed the profound sentiments of the elders present. Historically, it was the powerful nations that plundered the impoverished. It was a novel occurrence for a poorer nation to dictate terms and receive funds willingly. Confronted with the accolades from esteemed leaders, Zhang Jun felt a tinge of embarrassment within. His modest contributions paled in comparison to their monumental achievements. They are the true pillars of the Dragon Nation, the towering white jade columns that support the heavens and the golden beams that span the seas. Without their guidance, the discourse of the Dragon Nation would undoubtedly be reduced to trivialities. The military forces of various nations converge upon the Dragon Nation, voraciously dividing its abundant resources. The relentless presence of foreign warships rampaging through the internal seas will persist indefinitely. Comrade Zhang Jun, please share your thoughts with us. The second elder beamed as he approached Zhang Jun, kindly patting him on the shoulder. The chief commander chuckled and said, "Young one, our esteemed mentor, who holds himself above all, has been deftly managed by you this time. Could you enlighten us on how you managed to lead the Iron Tower nation by the nose?" Among the 5 individuals in the room, 4 had previously studied in the Iron Tower nation and were well acquainted with its customary ways. Zhang Jun had raised the price from $20 million to a staggering $100 million per unit. It seemed that mere provocation was not the sole strategy employed. The current situation of the Dragon Nation is, in comparison to the Iron Tower nation, exponentially more arduous. Any proposal capable of breaking external blockades and elevating the developmental standards of the Dragon Nation is met with eager ears. The elder often remarked that without investigation, one lacks the authority to speak. Zhang Jun's ability to maneuver the Iron Tower nation clearly indicated extensive groundwork laid on his part. The wisdom of others can illuminate our own paths. Perhaps certain strategies can be applied to other foreign endeavors. Taken aback by their attention, Zhang Jun replied, "Esteemed leaders, it's really quite simple. It boils down to 2 strategies. First, strike at the opponent's vulnerabilities, guiding the Iron Tower nation to discern what truly matters. Secondly, adopt the perspective of the client, rather, the stance of Marshal Dai, when contemplating issues." Zhang Jun gradually calmed his fervent emotions. Marshal Dai had regained power during a tumultuous time for the Iron Tower nation. facing an array of challenges that were no less daunting than those of the Second World War, perhaps even more so. At least during the Second World War, his focus was primarily on internal matters and collaborating with allies against Prussia. Now, the Iron Tower nation confronts threats more formidable than Prussia, namely two superpowers. The Bear Nation has amassed hundreds of thousands of troops right at the doorstep of the Iron Tower nation, while the Eagle Nation incessantly meddles in its internal affairs. The colonial system teeters on the brink of collapse, and the European nations collectively look down upon the Iron Tower nation. Internal unrest brews while external adversaries encircle it. Military action remains the last resort for resolving troubles, yet it is also the most direct and effective means. The elders nodded in agreement, acknowledging the Iron Tower nation's precarious predicament. Zhang Jun continued, although I have yet to meet Marshal Dai, this does not hinder my understanding of him. His character can be succinctly encapsulated in 8 words: indomitable tenacity, unwavering resolve. Utilizing his profound foresight, Zhang Jun articulated his insights regarding Marshal Dai and the various adversities currently faced by the Iron Tower nation. Both the Iron Tower nation and the Dragon nation harbor aspirations for external breakthroughs, suggesting a fundamental potential for collaboration between the two parties. Furthermore, the relationship between the Iron Tower nation and the Dragon nation possesses an additional layer of complexity. A portion of the elite within the Dragon nation has received higher education in the Iron Tower nation compared to other European countries. The Dragon nation holds a deeper understanding of the Iron Tower nation. Concurrently, the Iron Tower nation requires electrical resources and sufficient food supplies, issues that the Dragon nation can readily address. The various hardware and commodities needed by the Dragon nation can temporarily be imported through the Iron Tower nation. How can we assist them with their power supply when we are struggling to meet our own? The chief commander questioned, perplexed. In support of the 596 project, 65 of our nationwide power supply has been allocated to them. The research into nuclear weaponry not only demands vast quantities of nuclear materials but also necessitates a substantial power supply. Zhang Jun quickly responded, to answer the chief commander. Our current power shortage is directly related to nuclear research, and the key to resolving this energy deficiency lies within nuclear studies. Nuclear power plants are our solution. Leadership interjected, are you suggesting that we could establish a large-scale nuclear energy power station akin to that of the Bear Nation? Absolutely. Zhang Jun assured the assembly with unwavering confidence. He pledged to design a comprehensive set of blueprints for the nuclear power station, which would far exceed the scale of the Obninsk nuclear power plant constructed by the Bear Nation in 1954. The Obninsk plant, with a generation capacity of 5,000 kilowatts, has been hailed as the largest nuclear power station in human history. The Dragon Nation aims to achieve even greater feats. Zhang Jun intends to construct a power station with a generation capacity at least double that of the Bear Nation's, with safety measures that would surpass theirs by several folds. The issue of power is crucial to all aspects of development and construction. With ample electrical energy, the domestic agriculture, industry, the military development, and cultural education sectors will experience significant advancements. The encirclement by the Bear Nation and the White Eagle Nation is likely to persist for an extended period. The Iron Tower Nation, seen as a disobedient ally by the White Eagle Nation, stands as the Dragon Nation's optimal partner for collaboration at this stage. This mutual benefit ensures that the two nations can maintain a relatively harmonious relationship for the foreseeable future. Scholar, it seems you have more to say. The Grand Elder, patient and unhurried, lit a cigarette as he noted Zhang Jun's pose. We must develop, strengthen ourselves, and ensure that our people are never subjected to oppression. We cannot place all our eggs in one basket. Zhang Jun inhaled deeply and stated, in a year or two, the two major camps of East and West will likely no longer be able to unite to suppress us. A region abundant in gold will soon come into their view. This area will become the largest powder keg of the human world for the coming decades. It is none other than the desert regions where oil is plentiful. For a long time, foreigners have viewed the Dragon Nation through a distorted lens, perceiving it as impoverished and backward, with a century-long gap from the Western world. They believe the nation is rife with illiteracy and devoid of any understanding of modern civilization. Little do they realize, they are gravely mistaken. During the tumultuous era of war, from the commanding officers to the ordinary soldiers, an unwavering commitment to continuous learning prevailed. In the 1940s, The vast number of personnel in Long Country not only comprehended the significance of aircraft carriers, submarines, then carrier-based aircraft but also frequently engaged in tactical discussions, analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of the naval technology of Little Japan and White Eagle Nation. Even as they faced the imminent prospect of battle, the soldiers remained resolute in their pursuit of knowledge. The rank and file were well versed in various cutting-edge military concepts, thus it was inconceivable that the leaders would be uninformed. When Zhang Jun mentioned the White Eagle Nation and the bear, the attention swiftly shifted to another region. The second elder was the first to consider the desert world. The Grand Elder, flicking the ash from his cigarette, remarked, "In recent years, substantial oil fields have been discovered in the desert region. The White Eagle Nation, the maritime power, possesses a vast fleet of aircraft carriers and fighter jets, while the bear excels in armored divisions. Both require copious amounts of oil, perhaps they will clash fiercely here." President Ning added, "According to reports from our comrades in Jinta Nation, there is a growing dissatisfaction among a multitude of desert nations regarding the control exerted by Western oil companies. Rumor has it they are preparing to unite to reclaim their rightful oil resources. Should these nations take action, the interests of the West in the region would face significant jeopardy, and it would be entirely reasonable for the bear to intervene." In the mid-1950s, Long Country established diplomatic relations with Jinta Nation, located in the desert world. The leadership possessed a certain understanding of specific situations in the desert region. "Old comrades." This exemplifies the adage that a scholar can grasp the affairs of the world without leaving his home, the Grand Elder quipped, extinguishing his cigarette and praising Zhang Jun for his astute understanding of the desert circumstances despite never having traveled abroad. When nations descend into chaos, the West will inevitably find itself in disarray, and the bear would naturally seek to stake its claim. The emergence of conflict between these two superpowers over oil would afford Long Country a moment to breathe. Seizing this opportunity would allow for rapid development. Zhang Jun, somewhat bashful, expressed gratitude for the Grand Elder's commendation, stating, "The discord among our adversaries presents us with an opportunity. Whether it be the Eastern Bloc led by the bear or the Western Bloc led by the White Eagle Nation, neither is a monolith. By capitalizing on each opportunity, we can widen their rifts, facilitating our nation's development." He then articulated the fundamental needs of humanity: clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. The issue of food security could soon be resolved, but mere satiation was only the beginning. A focus on quality and healthfulness was paramount. Enhancing the physical well-being of the populace and elevating the quality of food on their tables necessitated addressing the meat supply issue. Transportation, clothing, and housing also required comprehensive solutions. On one hand, the internal construction must be strengthened, on the other, exchanges of goods, weaponry, and technological products must occur. Exchange? With whom? President Ning inquired hesitantly. "Certainly with the nations of the Third World," Zhang Jun replied with a smile. "Desert nations, particularly those rich in oil, find themselves in a rather awkward predicament. On one hand, they have discovered vast oil fields within their borders, on the other, these resources are almost entirely unrelated to their own interests. Control is neither in the hands of Western powers nor solely in the grasp of oil magnates. Resistance has become an inevitable choice for these nations. The alternative to resistance is to witness others amass fortunes on their own land, while as rightful landowners, they cannot even afford a mere bowl of soup. Beyond the arid deserts, we must also strengthen our ties with the nations of Africa. While they may lack oil, they possess abundant minerals. This rare opportunity, coupled with the knowledge that these venerable elders are great heroes concerned for their country and people, emboldened Zhang Jun to express his thoughts candidly. He resolved to exert his utmost initiative, achieving remarkable research outcomes through self-education and collaboration with others. The Dragon Nation would handle sales, while Zhang Jun would focus on production. With both wealth and resources at hand, there would be no cause for alarm. The fusion of two powerful elements would render them invincible. As internal adversities began to stabilize, the Dragon Nation would start to shatter its constraints. In the evening, Zhang Jun departed from the central government and followed Director Ning back to the Science and Technology Commission. "You truly are audacious, daring to suggest that the nation sells while you produce," Ning remarked. "Given your capabilities, would you accept the title of academician upon entering the office?" This statement left Zhang Jun momentarily stunned. "Academician? Me?" he exclaimed in astonishment. "What, are you afraid?" "Not at all. Zhang Jun shook his head, asserting, "The nation and the organization trust me, I fear nothing. Listen carefully, by the end of this year, you will be included in the national list of top researchers as a candidate academician. Next year, you will officially become an academician of the Academy of Sciences. As for your status, this decision was unanimously approved by the Council of Elders the day you completed research on intercontinental missiles. The reason for not informing you sooner was due to a significant issue, whether your title would be publicly or privately conferred." Excluding Zhang Jun, all the Academy's hundreds of academicians are esteemed scientific authorities, many of whom are noted figures on Western intelligence lists. During the afternoon meeting, the Grand Elder specifically consulted with Director Ning about this matter. Regardless of whether the title is public or private, it is essential to seek Zhang Jun's personal opinion first. The Dragon Nation does not operate under a paternalistic model, everything must be voluntary. Just as the experts involved in missile and nuclear projects were not coerced. All signed voluntary agreements. Before engaging in discussions with the organization, one must first answer a pivotal question: are you willing to live a life of anonymity for the sake of building your country? "I am willing." Director Ning paused in surprise. "What do you mean by that?" "I am willing to remain anonymous," Zhang Jun stated earnestly. "Director, I am about to turn 23. There are certain matters I can deduce even without your words. My family perished during those troubled times, returning in glory holds no significance for me. There are thousands of scientists with families and responsibilities, why should I seek special treatment? To be an anonymous individual accomplishing extraordinary feats is sufficient for me." Director Ning was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Given the remarkable achievements of Zhang Jun, any form of reward or promotion would be entirely justified. However, the adversary's intent to undermine us remains unrelenting. Today, Zhang Jun stands as a scientific giant of national prominence, a hero of the state. Yet, tomorrow, he may become a prime target for our enemies. A commanding voice, reminiscent of thunder, echoed from outside. "If you do not provide the special equipment, I shall refuse to live." President Ning smiled wryly, remarking, "We have one who dares to dream and act, and another who is audacious beyond measure. What a duo we have." Curious, Zhang Jun inquired, "President, who has arrived?" Ning rolled his eyes and replied, "It's your old mentor, Li Daban, who taught you to shoot when you were 5. Old chief, regarding the new rifles, please do not, little Jun." At that moment, a tall, stout middle-aged man entered, followed closely by Ning's personal secretary, who attempted to escort him away. "Please step outside," Ning gestured for his secretary to attend to other matters. "Little Jun, what brings you here? Do you remember your Uncle Li?" The middle-aged man strode confidently toward Zhang Jun and, with a hearty clap on his shoulders, exclaimed, "Your strength remains undiminished, Uncle Li. You still appear as delicate as a scholar," the man teased, then turned to President Ning and saluted. "Reporting in, Sir, Li Yunbyo at your service." With a playful grin, he continued, "Sir, regarding the new rifles and rocket launchers, I implore you to show some leniency. My 108 subordinates incessantly pester me about these matters. Look. My ears are nearly calloused from their complaints. Li Daban, I cannot speak to the condition of your ears, but your audacity grows ever thicker." President Ning feigned annoyance. "The nation is currently facing hardships, every penny is stretched to its limits, and there are no surplus foreign funds to procure special weapons for your unit. You must wait a while longer." Upon hearing this, Li Yunbyo grew anxious. "Sir, that bald-headed bunch has been increasingly brazen along the coast lately. Since last year, their underwater activities have surged beyond the combined frequency of the previous years. They come in waves, and naturally, my subordinates must respond, but we lack the necessary weaponry." With a sigh, he lamented, "While our Type 56 rifles are sufficient for positional warfare, they fall short for precision strikes. I have much to say about the shortcomings of the Type 56. Although it is a submachine gun with undeniable firepower, when several are discharged together, they can suppress multiple enemies. The issue lies in the nature of our operations. My reconnaissance teams are tasked with infiltration rather than direct combat. Thus, our primary weapon must not only possess formidable firepower but also exceptional accuracy. Boss, I only am not picky. If we truly cannot acquire firearms with formidable firepower and high shooting accuracy, a few sniper rifles will suffice." Li Yunbyo remarked. "Do I resemble a sniper rifle?" Ning The boss cast a sidelong glance at Li Yunbao and replied, "Do you think the bear and the white eagle would sell us the weapons we require? Are you aware of the cost of a sniper rifle equipped with a scope? It's not difficult to obtain a sniper rifle. But where can I procure optical sights for you?" Ning was acutely aware that the issues raised by Li Yunbao were pressing realities. The crux of the matter was that they were simply unattainable. In the late 1940s, the White Eagle led a coalition of Western nations in the capital of Iron Tower country, signing a strategic accord aimed at countering the Eastern Bloc, the Batumi Agreement. This agreement stipulated that any materials, technology, equipment, or supplies designated as strategic by the White Eagle would be strictly controlled and prohibited from export to the Eastern Bloc, including the Bear and the Dragon country. This encompassed cutting-edge weaponry, optical equipment, machine tools, metallurgical apparatus, chemical devices, various alloys, totaling in the hundreds. Boss. The bald-headed one is aware of our rupture with the Bear and the unprecedented challenges we face. That is why he dares to audaciously dispatch small units to engage in harassment, surprise attacks, assassinations, and sabotage. If we continue to yield, it will only embolden those ruffians on the bandit island. Li Yunbao expressed his contempt for the bandit army, his anger palpable. When relations between the Dragon country and the Bear were amicable, the bandit army under the bald-headed one behaved as docile as Zhang Jun. Upon witnessing the rift between the Dragon country and the Bear, in the face of various adversities, they suddenly felt empowered. "Uncle Li, I am not as honest as you might think," Zhang Jun lamented. If Li Yunbao were to discover that he had spearheaded the intercontinental missile and nuclear weapon projects for the Dragon country, he would likely never again describe Zhang Jun's character with the term honest. "Speak respectfully when addressing your superior," Li Yunbao retorted before lamenting, "Boss, if high-precision submachine guns are unattainable, and sniper rifles are beyond your means, surely you can provide us with a few rocket launchers. If I return empty-handed, my subordinates will undoubtedly berate me." Ning replied, "Li Yunbao, do not feign ignorance. The Type 56 rocket launcher was among the first batch issued to your troops. Please, do not bring up the Type 56 rocket launcher again, it is far too troublesome," Li Yunbao exclaimed, his frustration evident. Old Li often stated that any remedy capable of drawing out pus is a good ointment, and he categorically refused to be choosy about weapons. However, the problem with the Type 56 rocket launcher was that it frequently backfired. Its design was simple and easy to understand. One merely had to disengage the safety and push the firing pin into position. Pulling the trigger would initiate the launch. However, herein lay the difficulty: the likelihood of misfires due to armor-piercing weapons was exceedingly high. Out of 10 launches, it would likely misfire 5 or 6 times. In order to obliterate the enemy's armored firepower, soldiers must bear rocket launchers and approach within a perilous 20 meters of their adversaries. Should they fail to vanquish the foe in a single strike, they risk becoming living targets for the machine guns mounted on enemy tanks and armored vehicles. Moreover, there exists a critical issue concerning the fuses. On one occasion, the 108th Squad under Li Yunbao conducted a live-fire exercise targeting the enemy command post. 3 rockets were launched from 3 distinct directions, accurately converging upon the command center. However, all of them proved to be darts. Li Yunbao was nearly apoplectic with rage. To exacerbate his fury, after dispatching the engineers to detonate the unexploded ordnance, another explosion ensued. What were purported to be rockets resembled more closely to time bombs, detonating when least expected and failing to explode when they ought to. Since uncovering the various issues with the Type 56 rocket launcher, its use has demanded utmost caution. It is uncertain when this contraption might turn against its wielder. Li Yunbao was so apprehensive of the 108th Squad handling these rockets that he forbade them from even touching them. Just then, a red telephone on General Ning's desk rang. "Zhang Jun, take him to your place to settle in. Leader Zhang, let us discuss matters tomorrow." The ringing of a secure line invariably signaled significant developments. General Ning cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Jun, silently conveying that certain things must remain unsaid. "Uncle Li, the guest house is this way." Upon exiting the Science and Technology Committee building, Li Yunbao strode purposefully in the opposite direction. "Your Uncle Li isn't senile yet, come. Let me treat you to some drinks." Given that not a single task had been accomplished, Li Yunbao's mood was understandably sour. He arrived at a nearby general store, producing a handful of assorted ration coupons to purchase 2 bottles of liquor. Next, he visited a neighboring restaurant to procure some peanuts. In the double room at the guest house, specially allocated to Zhang Jun by General Ning, Li Yunbei removed his Major General's uniform and casually tossed it onto Zhang Jun's bed. Young Janzi, I forgot to ask earlier. How did you come to be at the Science and Technology Committee? I heard you were accepted into a university in the capital, becoming a student. Did you then secure a position here? The 4 individuals following them were surely comrades assigned to protect him, Li Yunbei thought. Having fought against enemies and bandits for over 20 years, he possessed an almost instinctive acuity for unusual circumstances. From the moment they departed the Science and Technology Committee building until they entered the guest house, they were consistently shadowed. Had he not witnessed these individuals successfully gain entry, his sidearm would have long since been drawn. Their ability to enter confirmed their allegiance as allies, quietly ensuring Zhang Jun's safety. Uncle Li, you are truly remarkable. Zhang Jun expressed with genuine admiration. Without such skill, you would have perished 100 times over. As Li Yunbei reminisced about the past, the melancholic expression crossed his face. To drive away the notorious bandit known as Zairizi, he had lost countless old comrades. In times of insufficient ammunition and weaponry, Li Yunbei resorted to training his soldiers in close combat with melee weapons. Through close quarters combat, addressing the issue of inadequate firepower in both reduction and daily life. During the war years, Li Yunbei grappled with concerns regarding weaponry. Even in peacetime, he remained troubled by these predicaments. In response to the incursions of small bands of bandits, a multitude of scattered militia and rogue elements entrenched in the southern regions, his superiors tasked Li Yunbei with the formation of a specialized reconnaissance unit. Engaging small forces against small forces, employing special operations to counter special operations. This unit would collaborate with allied troops to eradicate bandits and infiltrate enemy territories for intelligence gathering and tactical assaults. The 108th Squad, organized at a battalion level, derived its name from the precise number of its personnel, 108, neither more nor less. Not a single coward among them, all were valiant warriors. Each possessing remarkable martial skills and capable of disassembling and reassembling various types of weaponry with their eyes closed. They were well versed in battlefield first aid. And while they might not literally walk on rooftops, they found unarmed rock climbing to be as easy as breathing. Moreover, the soldiers were adept at operating various vehicles and proficient in artillery mapping, able to accurately guide artillery units with coordinates. Despite these capabilities, Li Yunbei still felt it insufficient. After all, the bandit island was home to hundreds of thousands of adversaries. Every time he dispatched the squad to undertake a mission, he found himself anxious for their safety, hoping they would accomplish their objectives and return unscathed. Alongside continuous training, there was an ongoing effort to enhance the performance of individual weaponry. However, this issue proved to be the most challenging to resolve. Uncle Li, the higher-ups have their own predicaments. Do not fret. I shall assist you in addressing the weaponry concerns of the squad. Just grant me a little more time, and I will ensure that you receive whatever armaments you desire. Zhang Jun reassured. Now that all joy is gone, it seems it's your turn to lecture me on ideology. You may be young, but your bravado is quite impressive. Li Yunbei jested, taking a swig of white liquor. You claim you can provide whatever weapon I desire. What if I ask for missiles? Can you deliver? Absolutely. How about an atomic bomb? No problem at all, Zhang Jun retorted. You cheeky lad, you truly have a penchant for boasting without a second thought, Li Yunbei chuckled, opening a second bottle of liquor and offering it to Zhang. You haven't even started drinking, and you are already spouting nonsense. Once you've had a drink, I wonder what else you'll say. Zhang was unperturbed, taking a hearty gulp from the bottle. Uncle Li, I'm not exaggerating. The weaponry we possess not only matches that of foreign nations but surpasses their performance to the extent that they can scarcely keep pace. He kept in mind General Ning's instructions, refraining from mentioning matters that should remain undisclosed. While sipping liquor, he endeavored to soothe Li Yunbei's worries. Currently, the 56 type rifle was indeed ill-suited for special operations, and the domestically produced 56 type rocket launcher, modeled after the foreign two, posed significant safety hazards. However, these were merely temporary setbacks. Once the necessary funding from the Iron Tower Nation was secured and thermonuclear devices were developed, the Dragon Nation would manage its external crisis. Whatever the troops required, Zhang would ensure its production. As a few drinks were consumed, Zhang vividly articulated his insights regarding improvements to the 56-type rocket launcher. Improve the ignition issue by utilizing a new type of military explosive with a lower acid value to address the misfire rate of domestically produced rockets. Enhance the optical sighting devices and improve the warhead of the rocket to increase accuracy and striking power against armored units. Extend the range to 300 meters. Ensuring that soldiers can launch their projectiles while effectively evading enemy counterfire. Uncle Lee. This upgraded rocket launcher is not only suitable for your squad surprise assaults but is also adept at countering armored formations, making it exceptionally effective for guerrilla warfare. It is truly one of the 3 indispensable tools for genuine guerrilla combat. Zhang Jun raised 3 fingers while taking a few swigs of liquor. Li Yunbao grabbed a handful of peanuts and popped them into his mouth, feeling that Zhang Jun was increasingly losing coherence. When it comes to guerrilla tactics, Li Yunbao is undoubtedly a master. He had never had anything so extraordinary, let alone the so-called 3 indispensable tools. What are the other 2 tools? A small rocket artillery and a new type of assault rifle. Glancing at the remaining half bottle of liquor, Zhang Jun took another swig. Drinking liquor is peculiar. The first sip is difficult to swallow, but once you take a second sip, the desire only intensifies. Uncle Lee, do you remember the 92mm howitzer? How effective is it for guerrilla warfare? Of course, it's formidable. Li Yunbao exclaimed back during the anti-sweeping campaign. I took a captured 92mm howitzer into the mountains for guerrilla warfare. That small steel cannon brought them to their knees. If there were a weapon with a larger caliber than the 92mm howitzer, with a longer range, capable of launching 12 rockets in one go, its firepower rivaling that of an artillery battalion's rocket artillery, what would guerrilla warfare feel like? My goodness! Launching 12 rockets at once. The firepower equating to that of a battalion's small steel cannon, this is not leaving the enemy any chance at all. Li Yunbao's eyes widened in disbelief. A rocket artillery of such potency must be hefty. How could it be fired and then swiftly withdrawn? Zhang Jun chuckled blankly. The true marvel lies not in the launcher but in the rocket itself. With a launcher, it can be fired, but even without one, it can still strike the enemy. Splatter. The drink Li Yunbao had just swallowed erupted out, splattering Zhang Jun's face. Young man, are you talking about rockets or mortars? Li Yunbao shook his head vigorously. Mortars can indeed be fired without a launcher. The key point is that Zhang Jun was referring to rocket artillery. Of course, it's the rockets. Zhang Jun wiped the liquor off his face nonchalantly, saying that a rocket artillery can be transported in various ways, by truck, by beasts of burden, or if nothing else, disassembled into several parts, allowing a handful of soldiers to carry it. The launcher has a range of 8 kilometers, and without it, using batteries and wires, rockets can still be launched. The third tool is even more impressive. It allows for precise shooting while providing fierce fire suppression. Durable and easy to maintain. The most significant aspect is that it uses our currently standardized 7.62mm ammunition, which is the same as the 56 type bullets. As he spoke, Zhang Jun rummaged through the drawer for paper and a pen, leaning over the table to sketch and jot down notes. What is this? No, it can't be. Could it be the upgraded Type 56 from the military industry? Li Yunbao stood behind Zhang Jun, peering down at the gradually forming firearm blueprints on the paper. A few years prior, the military had researched a second version of the Type 56 rifle to address the issue of excessive ammunition consumption. The semi-automatic Type 56 rifle, regarded as an excellent firearm by other units, remained a problematic weapon for Li Yunbao's 108th Squadron. While its accuracy had improved, it was ill-suited for jungle and mountainous combat. Moreover, its insufficient firing rate made it vulnerable to enemy fire suppression. Li Yunbao had once participated in a live fire exercise, where during close-quarters combat, an equal number of Type 47s could easily suppress the Type 56 semi-automatic. The 108th Squadron was never tasked with conventional combat missions. Infiltrating enemy territory and navigating dense forest was routine, and being surrounded by the enemy was commonplace. In the event of close combat, soldiers armed with the Type 56 would find themselves in peril. Someone suggested equipping half the squad with Type 50 SXS and the other half with Type 56 semi-automatics, which seemed a feasible solution. However, this was not a long-term strategy. Uncle Lee, I shall temporarily name this rifle the Type 60 automatic rifle. capable of functioning effectively in various complex and perilous environments. This weapon adheres to the spirit of the meetings from years past with standardized ammunition, any 7.62 caliber round, be it armor-piercing, incendiary, tracer, or standard, can be universally used. Zhang Jun, slightly inebriated, picked up a pen and declared, in hand, it resembles a dagger. Affixed to the rifle, it transforms into a bayonet, a versatile, disassemblable weapon. The already widely deployed Type 56 semi-automatic utilized a folding single-edged bayonet, which was non-detachable and merely foldable, inadvertently adding weight to the firearm. You've cast it plenty for its limited stabbing function, haven't you? Zhang Jun jested, his words laced with tipsiness. Li Yunbao nodded emphatically, then inquired, what is its magazine capacity? That depends on whether it is fitted with a drum or a magazine. Zhang Jun replied. It can accommodate a drum. Li Yunbao's heart raced with excitement. Currently, among the various firearms used in long war, only machine guns could be equipped with drums. Why not? Zhang Jun yawned and explained, the magazine holds 30 rounds, while the drum holds 75. When faced with a large enemy force and in close combat, will the drum suffice for fire suppression? Yes. That is more than sufficient. Li Yunbao nodded eagerly, grasping Zhang Jun's arm as he pressed for more information. Apart from precision shooting, fire suppression, adaptability to various terrains, and the disassemblable bayonet, does it possess any other features? Indeed, it has more than just one, Zhang Jun replied, a wave of drowsiness washing over him as he pointed to the muzzle position on the paper. Do you see it? Li Yunbao shook his head. He could hardly discern anything without Zhang Jun's guidance. How can you be so dense? The muzzle lacks rifling. It serves as a muzzle brake. As he spoke, Zhang Jun stretched lazily and stepped towards the bedside. The device not only mitigated shock and noise but also extinguished flames and prevented jumps. Upon reaching the edge of the bed, Zhang Jun flopped onto it. Li Yunbao stared intently at the muzzle of the gun, astonished by the multitude of features present in an area devoid of rifling. He pondered the meaning of the numbers displayed on the selector switch, gazing at the area above the firearm's grip that resembled a selector switch. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. The switch bore 3 numbers, 0, 1, and 2. After a moment's contemplation, Li Yunbao concluded that they likely represented safety, single shot, and automatic fire. Zhang Jun had sketched a schematic of the firearm, and though Li Yunbao was no military expert, he could comprehend some familiar aspects. Zhang Jun had made a bold alteration to the selector switch. In contrast to the 56 series and the Soviet counterparts, which traditionally placed the selector on the right, Zhang Jun had ingeniously positioned it on the left. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yunbao extended his hands forward, envisioning himself wielding Zhang Jun's design of an automatic rifle. Pushing his right thumb to the side. Little genius, you truly are a prodigy. Li Yunbao exclaimed, turning his head to shout. Whether it's our 56 model or the old Soviet ones, the selector is always on the right, necessitating the right hand to leave the trigger during combat. Yet, with your rifle selector conveniently near the grip on the left, one can adjust it merely by moving the thumb, keeping the right hand on the trigger. What other advantages does this masterpiece possess? At that moment, Li Yunbao's face flashed with excitement. He suspected Zhang Jun was merely showing off after a few drinks, akin to a toad donning glasses to feign intelligence. However, Zhang Jun was not pretending, he genuinely possessed a scholarly background. The only response to Li Yunbao's queries was Zhang Jun's gentle snoring. You little rascal, how can you still be asleep? Li Yunbao called out several times without receiving a reply, his irritation mounting as he plopped down on the opposite bed. In his fervor, he had forgotten that Zhang Jun had simply drifted off to sleep. While Zhang Jun slumbered, Li Yunbao was wide awake. The allure of Zhang Jun's proposed guerrilla warfare triad of marvels and the rifle itself was far more compelling than the thrill of capturing a 92 model cannon. Possessing the 92 cannon would grant Li Yunbao's unit the capability to assault fortified positions. But the advent of this new rifle would empower the 108th team to launch a direct assault on enemy strongholds. Little genius. What have you experienced over the years that has honed your talent so? Li Yunbao mused, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Zhang Jun, feeling both a sense of relief and curiosity. The infant who once wailed at the sound of gunfire had now evolved into a designer of weaponry for the troops. It was no wonder the commander had arranged for a guard to protect him secretly. If Zhang Jun were to serve in Li Yunbiao's army, he would be inclined to assign an entire regiment for the young man's protection. Commander, I no longer require equipment, nor will I trouble you again. The following morning, as Commander Ning entered his office, Li Yunbiao, spotting dark circles under his eyes, hastily followed him in. Comrade Yunbiao, the nation is currently grappling with challenges that require a methodical approach to resolution. Please return for the time being. I have noted your concerns. And once we address the pressing issues at hand, I shall personally assist you with the specialized weaponry for your reconnaissance team. Li Yunbiao, known for his irascible temperament, mistook the calm demeanor of General Ning for insincerity. The reconnaissance team is not merely a unique unit, it serves as the sharp blade of our forces. Tasked with perilous missions, Li Yunbiao had submitted reports on their equipment needs on numerous occasions, to enable the reconnaissance team to excel amidst the chaos of battle. Superior weaponry is indispensable. As a senior commander, one must refrain from juvenile displays of temper. Rest assured, new firearms will be provided. And the higher-ups will endeavor to secure any additional reconnaissance equipment you require. At this moment, General Ning contemplated the possibility of procuring suitable gear from Iron Tower Nation. Despite the derision directed at Iron Tower Nation by neighboring countries, there are several undeniable truths. It stands as a formidable power on the European continent and is one of the earliest industrial nations, boasting comprehensive capabilities in weaponry, automotive production, and industrial machinery. General, with all due respect, I am not a mere child throwing a tantrum. I speak earnestly. I, Li, desire nothing more than to have Zhang Jun assigned to me, declared Li Yunbiao, already formulating plans to appoint Zhang Jun as a technician in the military's equipment department, devoted solely to the development of weaponry. Such folly. General Ning nearly succumbed to exasperation at this proclamation. The significance of Zhang Jun was far beyond what even an entire army led by Li Yunbiao could offer. General, let us not prolong this discussion. Other matters are negotiable, but the issue of Zhang Jun leaves no room for compromise. You may transfer Zhang Jun, but only upon the directive of the first and second elders. With the two elders having not seen each other for many years, there would undoubtedly be much to discuss. Thus, General Ning arranged for Li Yunbiao to spend the night in Zhang Jun's quarters. Had he anticipated Li Yunbiao's impulsive nature, General Ning would have never permitted them to share the same space. General, I am but a timid man, unable to withstand such intimidation. I understand the leadership's concern for young Jun, but the front lines require him more urgently. Li Yunbiao arrived prepared, producing the sketches of weaponry that Zhang Jun had illustrated the previous night. Is this the Type 56? General Ning was taken aback, for the firearm bore a striking resemblance to the Type 56. Not at all, General. Yang Jun refers to it as an automatic rifle, also known as the Type 60. He claims it is a new firearm he developed in his spare time, utilizing two types of magazines with capacities ranging from 30 to 75 rounds. Proficient in semi-automatic and fully automatic fire, as well as precision shooting and fire suppression. Li Yunbiao animatedly recounted Zhang Jun's descriptions of the weapon. It employs the standard Type 56 ammunition, adaptable to various harsh environments, delivering formidable firepower with advantages in both close and long-range combat. The stock is foldable, facilitating rapid movement in confined or low-lying spaces, ideal for the reconnaissance team. The design of the firearm's rapid-fire mechanism is remarkably rational. It allows for the adjustment between single shots and continuous fire while ensuring sustained firepower. Boss, do you notice any issues with the barrel? Li Yunbiao asked proudly. General Ning shook his head, his expression becoming complex. This group of warriors, forged from special materials, harbored no belief in saviors or divine beings. Yet, at this moment, General Ning's heart wavered. Surely, it must be the spirits of the martyrs who sacrificed for the nation, unwilling to see Longo suffer humiliation again, that bestowed Zhang Jun with extraordinary abilities. He resolved to arrange for Zhang Jun to continue the defense of the nation. Taking a deep breath, General Ning inquired, "Is there a problem with the muzzle?" Boss, let me elucidate, Li Yunbiao replied with enthusiasm, recounting the terms Zhang Jun had explained the previous night, word for word. After a night of contemplation, Li Yunbiao had deduced a plausible theory. During rifle fire, the muzzle experiences a certain degree of jump. The anti-jump device mentioned by Zhang Jun could effectively resolve this issue, ensuring consistent shooting accuracy. General Ning nodded slightly and asked, "Where is Zhang Jun?" He drank too much last night and is still asleep, Li Yunbyo answered. Call him over. All right, please wait, I shall fetch him immediately. Considering General Ning's usual good temperament, Li Yunbyo felt there might be room for negotiation. As long as Zhang Jun agreed to accompany him, General Ning could not possibly restrain him from leaving, could he? If it were the deputy commander, even with 10 times the courage, Li Yunbyo would not dare to haggle. Upon returning to the guest house room, Li Yunbyo roused Zhang Jun with considerable effort. Gazing at the bleary-eyed Zhang Jun, he adopted a sorrowful expression, sitting opposite him while puffing on a cigarette. Uncle Li. What brings you here? Why such a heavy sigh so early in the morning? Zhang Jun rubbed his temples and glanced at the empty liquor bottles on the floor. No wonder he had a headache, it turned out he had consumed so much. Alas, Li Yunbyo lamented, I received a telegram from the military early this morning. The bold man has received a substantial shipment of weaponry aid from the White Eagle Nation and is boasting about striking back. Pfft, Zhang Jun scoffed. If he could strike back, pigs would be able to climb trees. One cannot dismiss it so lightly, Li Yunbyo countered. They possess a considerable amount of Eagle-class equipment. And should war break out, our losses would undoubtedly be significant. Li Yunbyo then began to perform, exaggeratingly recounting how the bold man's army across land, sea, and air were merely soft targets, while their various weapons were far from mere sticks. The firepower is insufficient, Li Yunbyo stated, Little Janzi. You have yet to experience the battlefield and are unaware of how ferocious the enemy's firepower can be. After a round of bombardment, the frontline positions are left in ruins. Uncle Li, do you also suffer from a fear of inadequate firepower? Zhang Jun asked, astonished. Fear of inadequate firepower. That's a clever term, Li Yunbyo remarked. Momentarily taken aback before quickly adding, your Uncle Ding once mentioned that a confrontation with the bear is perhaps inevitable. We must contend with Western powers. Closely monitor the bold man's every move, and now face the military threat from the bear. It is indeed challenging. The thousands of warriors under my command are cherished treasures born of their parents. If our firepower could be slightly more potent, we could surely avert the sacrifice of many soldiers. Zhang Jun nodded in agreement, stating, you speak the truth, the war inevitably demands sacrifice. Yet, achieving victory while minimizing losses is the epitome of success. Seizing the moment, Li Yunbyo pressed on, young Janzi. Do you not wish for our soldiers to return safely from the battlefield? Zhang Jun replied, of course. Then, let Uncle Li guide you in realizing this aspiration. With that, Li Yunbyo grasped Zhang Jun's hand, preparing to lead him outside. Where are we going? Zhang Jun instinctively inquired. We must bid farewell to the commander, we are heading south. Li Yunbyo asserted. Zhang Jun was taken aback, pondering when he had expressed a desire to go south. Moments later, he slapped his forehead in realization. Alcohol impairs judgment. He lamented. Mentioning the 3 sacred tools of guerrilla warfare was merely an attempt to alleviate Li Yunbyo's agitation and to paint an optimistic vision. Unbeknownst to him, the liquor had clouded his thoughts, leading to an overflow of unfiltered dialogue. Young Janzi, it is not that Uncle Li is anxious, but rather that the bald-headed rascals are affording us no time, Li Yunbyo seethed. Since news of our falling out with the bear has spread, the bandits have escalated their harassment of our coastal regions, terrorizing the populace, abducting fishermen, raiding supply depots, and setting grain stores ablaze. Their nefarious methods are beyond imagination. They are not human, they are a pack of beasts. At this juncture, Li Yunbyo's anger was palpable. After slaughtering innocent civilians, the bandits would even decapitate their victims, displaying the heads in conspicuous places to instill fear in others. As the local military commander, Li Yunbyo had repeatedly organized campaigns against these marauding water ghosts, eliminating one wave only for the bald-headed leader to send reinforcements immediately. In this world, it is unreasonable to expect perpetual vigilance against thieves to quell the bald-headed menace. One must strike them squarely in the face. Li Yunbyo's chest heaved with indignation, clearly affected by the situation. The bandits had turned their cross-sea assaults, assassinations, and abductions of civilians into their winning strategy. To exact revenge for the people, he felt compelled to deploy the 108th Squad. In the previous artillery battle, the 108th Squad infiltrated the enemy's territory, guiding the artillery to eliminate several high-ranking enemy officers and destroy substantial military supplies and artillery positions, effectively curtailing the bandits' arrogance. Having learned from their failures, the bandits had become aware of the elusive special unit opposing them. They not only reinforced their defenses across various locations but also equipped patrols with heavy weaponry sourced from the White Eagle Nation. Armed with merely the 56 rifles, 56 semi-automatics, and 56 firearms, we find ourselves lacking. The 108th Squad is a special reconnaissance unit, not a divine battalion, and without formidable weaponry, I find myself distressed. Li Yunbei's tone turned grave. Even if I agree to accompany you, the commander will not release you. There are matters beyond your level of inquiry. And some you must not touch. Zhang Jun's mood mirrored the heaviness of the situation. The bandits' atrocities are so egregious that it would be an understatement to say they are beyond reproach. The blade passes over stone, and the people change. The bully returns home. Each heinous act that touches the very core of humanity was perpetrated by the bandit army. What do you mean by that? Li Yunbei's expression changed abruptly. In an instant, he recalled a statement made by General Ning to transfer Zhang Jun. It would require the joint decree of both the first and second elders. Although Li Yunbei held the rank of Major General and commanded an entire army, even he was not permitted to inquire or interfere. Was Zhang Jun involved in covert operations? Uncle Li, let us go see General Ning together. Resolute. Zhang Jun strode confidently toward the door. As he observed Zhang Jun's unwavering silhouette, Li Yunbei experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation. Upon reaching General Ning's office, Zhang Jun halted and said, Uncle Li, please wait a moment, I will call for you shortly. Li Yunbei nodded silently. General, grant me 20 days. And I shall return a brand new automatic rifle to you. Entering the room, Zhang Jun found General Ning intently examining sketches on the desk. He immediately expressed his determination to develop this new type of automatic rifle. Zhang Jun, you must understand that your primary task at present is not to manufacture firearms, but to forge weapons for the nation. General Ning gestured for Zhang Jun to take a seat as he discussed the progress of the 596 project. After nearly a year of preparation, the atomic bomb tests had been completed and the hydrogen bomb production was now in its final stages. The integration of the two weapons was about to commence. General, I am fully aware of the mission I bear, however. Enhancing the weaponry of our troops is also a way to forge weapons for the nation. From the very beginning of his journey, Zhang Jun had devised ways to assist the Dragon Nation in becoming prosperous. The system's advanced technology encompassed a myriad of possibilities, given the right conditions. Not only automatic rifles could be produced, but even more advanced weaponry could be manufactured. The crux of the matter was that the Dragon Nation's economy was in dire straits, grappling with external pressures. With two superpowers uniting to suppress the Dragon Nation, it faced the dual challenges of addressing basic needs such as food and clothing while remaining vigilant against bandit incursions. In light of this, Zhang Jun focused primarily on three tasks: developing strategic weapons to deter enemies, solving the food crisis for the populace, and facilitating early weapon exports to gradually bolster the nation's coffers. Only after addressing these three matters could he proceed methodically with other endeavors. Without food, without funds, and with two ferocious dogs lurking at the doorstep, any other discussions would be futile. Noticing that General Ning did not interrupt, Zhang Jun continued, General, I plan to establish a weapons workshop at the nuclear base. This way, I can simultaneously offer strategic insights for the 596 project, provide technical guidance for nuclear bomb development, and work on the design of this automatic rifle in a manner akin to sharpening a knife without delaying the chopping of wood. The Northwest nuclear base spans a vast area, and one could easily find a vacant lot to set up a weapons workshop. Additionally, this site is securely guarded by tens of thousands of troops, ensuring absolute safety with no risk of leaks. As for the workers assisting in the weapon development, they can be selected from among these soldiers, who have pledged their loyalty and demonstrated exemplary conduct. Assuming the role of a workshop worker posed no challenges. Once Zhang Jun completed the transformation of the weapon production line and unveiled the first batch of sample firearms, other military manufacturing units would readily replicate them for mass production. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhang Jun remarked, Boss, this firearm, along with two other weaponry, is not only our national defense reliance but also a lucrative avenue for export. Mr. Ning, with a humorous tone, jested, on the verge of becoming an academician, yet I see no semblance of the scholarly demeanor one would expect from a researcher in you. Why have you become so obsessed with wealth? Zhang Jun shrugged, responding, "I aspire to be like academician Lu, Professor Li, and Director Chen, engaging honestly in research. But the issue lies in the lack of funds. Project 596 and the Two Firecracker Initiative have nearly drained our resources. Furthermore, over half of the national electricity supply is devoted to these two major projects. The old Russians are relentless in their pursuit for our funds, finding every possible means to extract money from us. When funds fall short, they resort to material substitutes. The foreign exchange from the Iron Tower nation appears substantial, but our expenditures far exceed the income. Nuclear power stations, hydraulic dams, river management, road construction, the promotion of basic education, enhancement of public health, procurement of raw materials, and balancing the development of light and heavy industries all require significant financial investment. Moreover, we need to launch artificial satellites, research electronic computers, electron microscopes, semiconductor technology, enhance our oil extraction capabilities through mechanical equipment, improve our synthetic fiber technology, and achieve comprehensive domestic production of clothing and footwear." Zhang Jun's words left Mr. Ning with a heavy heart. It was not Zhang Jun's fixation on wealth, rather, the Dragon Nation was genuinely in need of funds. The timeline for the completion of the projects Zhang mentioned remained uncertain. "What do you mean by transforming the weapon production line?" Mr. Ning inquired. "Report to the boss. Our existing machine tools cannot produce the new firearms depicted in the blueprints," Zhang Jun said. "This firearm possesses a distinct technological advantage over the rifles of various countries today. Not only can it execute precise shots, but it also facilitates extensive firepower suppression, is cost-effective, and adapts seamlessly to a myriad of complex combat environments, be it rainforests, deserts, snowy terrains, or even underwater. However, at the current level of machine tools, possessing only the blueprints is insufficient for production." Such grandiose claims! Mr. Ning exclaimed in astonishment. The main firearms of the White Eagle Nation and the Bear Nation would not only find themselves humbled in its presence, but even with the blueprints, they could not replicate it. Zhang Jun's subsequent assertions grew increasingly extravagant, rendering Mr. Ning speechless. Were it not for Zhang Jun's capability to even handle intercontinental missiles, Mr. Ning would undoubtedly suspect that this audacious young man was merely jesting. The fully automatic rifle Zhang Jun spoke of would later acquire a resounding reputation, the 81. Colloquially known as the 81 gun, beloved by the Army's elder brother. Its appearance bore a resemblance to the 47. Yet it was an entirely new automatic rifle with no connection to it. The king of jungle warfare, it could be thrust into muddy ground, trampled upon, yet still function flawlessly upon retrieval. While other issues may be manageable, there remained one conundrum that only Zhang Jun could resolve. The unique self-tightening technology of the 81 rifle is derived from the self-tightening technology of artillery barrels, originating in the early 1970s. In contemporary times, it undoubtedly represents a groundbreaking advancement in the realm of firearms. Even if one were to combine the resources of the United States and Russia, they would still be unable to replicate it. Subsequently, Zhang Jun posed a rhetorical question and answered it himself. He shared some fundamental insights with General Ning. Through his research on artillery barrels, he gradually conceived the notion that this technology could potentially be applied to rifle barrels. After conducting theoretical studies, he concluded that it was indeed feasible. Firearms developed using this technology would not only significantly extend the lifespan of the barrels and conserve manufacturing materials, but also enhance the strength of the barrels. Given the current state of machine tool equipment, achieving the required internal diameter of the barrels is not yet possible, necessitating modifications to the machinery. As he spoke, Zhang Jun requested paper and a pen from General Ning, who pushed a sheet of draft paper towards him and retrieved a pen from his coat pocket. Accepting the paper and pen, Zhang Jun promptly listed the necessary equipment and materials: lathes, planers, milling machines, drill presses, and bench vices, among a plethora of metal components. In addition to this, Zhang Jun required assistance from the state to procure a wire-cutting machine from Russia. The reason Zhang Jun had not immediately produced the 81 rifle was not solely due to the lack of cooperation in resolving the self-tightening technology for the rifle body, but also because he could not acquire the wire-cutting machine. The wire-cutting machine was invented in Russia in 1960, and it had only been a few months since its inception. General Ning reviewed Zhang Jun's list of equipment and inquired, "Is there anything else?" "For now, this is all," Zhang Jun replied thoughtfully. He then added, "If you agree to allow me to conduct weapon research at the nuclear facility, could we possibly arrange for a batch of high-quality construction materials? Besides designing and manufacturing fully automatic rifles, the weapon workshop could also be utilized in the future for the production and processing of other armaments." "That sounds feasible," General Ning noted, inscribing the words to be processed immediately beneath the list and signing his name along with the date. "I will arrange for my secretary to contact the Ministry of Machine Building, they will expedite the matter. Were it anyone else, the process would likely not progress so swiftly." However, with Zhang Jun, the situation was markedly different. He was given the freedom to experiment, and who knows? He might just succeed in creating a firearm superior to the AK-47. The mere thought ignited a genuine excitement within him. Zhang Jun promptly stood, assuring, "As long as the factory is constructed and the equipment and materials are in place within 20 days, I will present General Ning with an exceptional rifle as a grand gift for the troops. Now go and rest, and bring in Li Yunbei." "Yes." Without hesitation, Zhang Jun joyfully strode towards the door. Who would dare to claim that the esteemed heroes of the Dragon Nation do not value research and development or lack an understanding of technological advancement? Zhang Jun would certainly greet such a person with a firecracker. "How did it go?" Li Yunbei, who was smoking outside, eagerly inquired upon seeing Zhang Jun exit the office. "Uncle Li, help me take down a few more bandits." With that, Zhang Jun gestured towards the office. "Good lad. When my 108 warriors return victorious, I will surely present you with some rare spoils," Li Yunbei replied, overwhelmed with excitement. "More than a decade ago, a small military knife traded for dozens of boxes of grenades. If Zhang Jun can swiftly procure superior firearms, it is imperative to ensure that the squad acquires more intriguing spoils of war." In the remaining days, Zhang Jun diligently reviewed an endless array of personnel files. The forces safeguarding the nuclear base comprised 2 divisions and 3 garrison regiments, totaling 35,000 troops. After 2 days of meticulous screening by the security department, 286 soldiers were selected for their unwavering loyalty, commendable conduct, and prior experience as workers. Among them, 12 had previously worked in military factories, all of whom were promptly recruited by Zhang Jun. He then chose 150 individuals from the remaining 274 to form the inaugural group of skilled workers in the weapons workshop. Meanwhile, the engineering troops assigned to the nuclear base had commenced construction. With building materials readily available, the engineering unit completed the weapons workshop tailored to Zhang Jun's specifications. In just 7 days at the eastern location of the nuclear base, "Yo, a victory, I've been promoted to lieutenant." Upon returning to the long-missed nuclear base, Zhang Jun chuckled and joked with the guard, Lei Xiangli. "Chief, I will be your dedicated bodyguard from now on," Lei Xiangli said while saluting and adjusting his insignia. "During my absence, our responsibilities were managed without any issues, right?" "Thanks to you, Chief. If it weren't for your super rice, we would still be gnawing on cornbread," Lei Xiangli replied excitedly. "The 2 acres of super rice you cultivated, 1 acre designated as a research trial and the other for improving our living conditions, will ensure that, on Sundays, the canteen provides a hearty meal of rice for the remaining researchers and guards. Soon, rice will be abundantly available. With the atomic bomb and intercontinental missile completed, only the hydrogen bomb awaited its debut, paving the way for the widespread promotion of super hybrid rice free from the fear of imperialist plunder." Later that day, a series of machine tools and production materials were delivered to the weapons workshop. 162 comrades, who were both soldiers and skilled workers, were tasked with reporting to Zhang Jun. "Baldy, get ready for some excitement." "Hey, don't laugh, soon it will be your turn," retorted a comrade. The following day, Zhang Jun entered the pristine weapons workshop. Conversing with himself as he embarked on the first step of his work, modifying the forging equipment, he envisioned an extraordinary technology emerging from the research of new rifles. From the severance of ties with the Dragon Nation and the Bear Nation to the conflict between the Eagle Nation and the Bear Nation in the desert, the Dragon Nation endured 5 arduous years. It was believed that offending 2 of the world's largest rogues would spell doom. Various malevolent entities emerged, eager to trample on the Dragon Nation to deliver a grand gift to their powerful benefactors. The Baldies dispatched a multitude of water ghosts to harass coastal areas, seeking to curry favor with their eagle benefactor for more aid. Meanwhile, the A3s, who considered the bear their father, were not idle. An inexplicable surge of confidence began to awaken, showcasing the adage that those who provide sustenance deserve loyalty. Illustrating classic military examples of enemies refusing to surrender and daring to launch attacks. It is believed that the Dragon Nation and the Bear Nation will sever ties. And internal issues are sufficient to overwhelm the Dragon Nation, rendering it incapable of influencing the surrounding international situation. Next year, the Eagle Nation will personally intervene, instigating a comprehensive war against the Monkey Nation, aiming to fulfill their objectives that were left unaccomplished on the northern battlefield and to re-establish a strategic dominance over the Dragon Nation. The Monkey Nation is undoubtedly a treacherous entity, a fact that is irrefutable. However, even if the Monkey Nation is guilty of heinous acts, the Eagle Nation must not be allowed to completely conquer them. Otherwise, the southwestern borders of the Dragon Nation will never find peace. It is imperative to bolster the overall military strength of the Dragon Nation as swiftly as possible, showcasing its might through support for the Monkey Nation against the Eagle Nation. On one hand, it is crucial to sever the Eagle Nation's insidious grasp extending towards the Dragon Nation, while on the other, it is essential to intimidate the Monkey Nation. In order to compel certain humanoid beings to behave, mere benevolence and gentleness will prove futile. At times, it is necessary to display a fist harder than iron. In the next phase, it is essential to wholly commit to transforming the domestic machine tools and precision processing equipment. Gazing at the nearby wire-cutting machine, Zhang Jun was engulfed by a myriad of emotions. The workshop before him was equipped with a comprehensive array of machinery for milling, turning, and grinding, making it feasible to produce various models of the 56 rifle family. As for the 95 rifle family, the stamping equipment would need to be manually upgraded first. Despite the absence of standard hydraulic presses, the production of the 81 rifle was still achievable, albeit with a high scrap rate. As Zhang Jun entered the weapons workshop, a cacophony of sounds filled the air. Lei Shengli, peering curiously over the window ledge, was astonished by the sight before him. The chief consultant of Project 596, a distinguished scientist renowned for developing super-hybrid rice, was now wielding a hammer. Before long, Zhang Jun set aside the hammer and picked up tools from his toolbox, beginning the manual modification of the stamping equipment. After careful consideration, he resolved to proceed directly to the goal, transforming the receiver of the 81 rifle into a more refined stamping receiver. Prior to 1959, all weaponry related to this field utilized milling receiver technology. Due to the imperfections in stamping receiver technology, milling receivers became a standardized manufacturing process for the Eastern Bloc's firearms. It was not until last year that the Bear Nation solved the technical challenges associated with stamping receivers, leading to a complete replacement of milling receivers. Compared to milling receivers, the mature stamping technology is lighter and more cost-effective. The sole dilemma is that, at present, no military technicians in the Dragon Nation possess knowledge of stamping receivers. Chief, it's time for dinner, came Lei Shengli's voice from the doorway. Zhang Jun glanced outside. The sky had darkened, with the moon already high in the sky. Chief, I believe we should wrap up for today. You must be exhausted, he suggested. Tomorrow, I will gather the comrades to assist you while you oversee the operations. Zhang Jun, drenched in sweat, clearly reflected the intensity of his labor. We'll have the comrades start working the day after tomorrow. I still have another busy day ahead of me. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he remarked, in just one more day, the equipment will nearly be transformed. By the day after tomorrow, I will lead the comrades to familiarize themselves with the modified machines and other equipment. A step-by-step guide on how to utilize and manufacture firearm components. While speaking, Zhang Jun lowered his head to eat his rice. The strength of an individual is inherently limited. It is the collective effort of many that propels progress. Even without the words of Lei Shengli, Zhang Jun would not permit idleness among the group for too long. By the third day, over 100 skilled workers finally gained access to the weapons workshop. Among these individuals, only 12 possessed experience in military manufacturing. Zhang Jun, adhering to the belief that even the smallest of sparrows possesses all essential organs, appointed these 12 individuals as team leaders, fostering a spirit of mentorship. The focus was on nurturing these 12 leaders, who would subsequently pass on their knowledge and skills to others. A week later, the workshop began to run smoothly. With only 2 days remaining until the designated deadline, the new rifle, reminiscent of the AK-47, materialized before Zhang Jun's victory. Let us test the weapon. Completing the design and manufacturing of the armament does not signify the end. Calibrating the firearm is an indispensable step. Unlike other military factories that employ specialized marksmen, Zhang Jun's facility relied on seasoned soldiers, many of whom were veterans of combat, to assess the weapon's quality. "Commander, why does this gun lack a bayonet?" Lei Shengli scrutinized the rifle repeatedly, unable to locate a folding bayonet. "Foolish lad, this rifle utilizes a detachable bayonet," Zhang Jun clarified. "It appears I must relearn the art of thrusting." Lei Shengli's rise through the ranks was not merely due to battlefield experience, but because he consistently excelled in military evaluations. In addition to his accuracy, his proficiency with a bayonet within 200 meters was formidable. However, this modular bayonet was beyond Lei Shengli's current grasp. The essence of this rifle lies in its firepower and precision, not in engaging the enemy in close combat, Zhang Jun asserted. "During wartime, we had nothing. To vanquish our foes, we had to risk our lives and engage them in hand-to-hand combat within 200 meters. In today's context, we do not engage the enemy with bayonets. We must unleash a ferocious barrage of firepower to obliterate them." Armed with a formidable Type 81, or rather, the Type 60 automatic rifle, Zhang Jun was acutely aware of the pervasive fear of insufficient firepower among all nations. He recognized that with the ability to suppress the enemy through overwhelming fire, the notion of engaging in bayonet combat was utterly absurd. With a firing rate of 600 rounds per minute and an effective range of 400 meters, the weapon's ferocity and precision remained unparalleled. Even with one hand injured, one could still deliver effective fire. The combined firepower of these rifles would suffice to suppress enemy machine gun nests. When equipped with a drum magazine, it transformed seamlessly into a light machine gun. An ancient adage states, "When impoverished, one must maneuver; when affluent, one must dominate with firepower." As early as 1956, the nation had established the capacity for mass production of ammunition, standardizing the 7.62mm caliber for rifles. With such overwhelming firepower at their disposal, the idea of engaging in bayonet combat seemed ludicrous. The sound of thunderous applause erupted around them. Zhang Jun's words resonated profoundly. To utilize firepower to obliterate the enemy was the only sensible approach. Only a fool would engage in direct bayonet combat. It was precisely as Zhang Jun articulated, "Let us annihilate them utterly." Observing the situation, Zhang Jun beckoned, "Let us proceed to the base shooting range to broaden our horizons." With a sweeping gesture towards the eager crowd behind him, he led the way. The Northwest Nuclear Base, though termed a base, resembled more of a miniature city. To ensure that the scientists and technicians involved in the 596 project had no concerns, the base boasted not only research facilities but also a plethora of amenities. These included multiple large generators imported from the Bear Nation, a library, 2 clubs, a cinema with a capacity of 1,000, 3 bedding facilities, and several dining establishments alongside a cafeteria. There was also a hospital and numerous clinics. It is no exaggeration to say that apart from schools, nurseries, and nursing homes, the base encompassed all the facilities one might find in a city. What the city lacked, the base possessed. Military training grounds, shooting ranges, helicopter pads, and large fuel depots were all present as well. At this moment, over 100 workers from the security battalion and the weapons workshop were gathered around the shooting range, intently observing Lei Shengli as he calibrated the firearm under Zhang Jun's guidance. Even the workers from the weapons workshop held military ranks and shared an anticipation for the new weaponry that the average person could not fathom. Victory. It's up to you now. After introducing the operational techniques, Zhang Jun stepped back, leaving the specialized tasks to the professionals. In his domain, there was no room for an amateur to direct experts. Having never served in the military or handled firearms extensively, Zhang Jun, despite being a weapons designer, could not flawlessly demonstrate the weapon's capabilities. Rat-tat-tat. As his words faded, 3 bullets struck a target situated 100 meters ahead. Subsequently, the demonstrator dashed towards the target, raising a small flag. All hits, 27 rings. Comrade Lei Shengli, you are impressive. This is your first time handling this weapon, and you achieved a 27 ring score with a 3-round burst. Remarkable. How does it feel? Is it more comfortable than the 56 assault rifle and the 56 semi-automatic we typically use? Squad leader, isn't that a given? We have been using the 56 series for years. Of course, this newly manufactured weapon feels more intuitive. The soldiers exchanged opinions, recognizing that achieving such precision necessitated the use of the 56 semi-automatic. While accuracy was commendable, they remained uncertain about its firepower. Kneeling, Lei Shenli cradled the Type 60 automatic rifle, adjusting the selector switch to the automatic mode. Rat-tat-tat. A burst of flames erupted from the muzzle, leaving the target riddled with bullet holes. As the final rounds were fired, the target disintegrated into fragments. There was no need for the target marker to signal. Everyone already knew the outcome. Hitting the target from 100 meters with consecutive shots was a feat effortlessly accomplished, transcending mere excellence. It was perfection. Commander, the alignment of this rifle's 3 points is remarkably stable. Lei Shenli removed the magazine and, rising with excitement, remarked, one could confidently assert that even those unaccustomed to firearms, provided they understand how to align the 3 points into one and how to pull the trigger, could aim at a target 50 meters away and would undoubtedly hit it. Lei Shenli praised the weapon in his hands with unwavering enthusiasm. The marksman never practices merely aiming, but rather the sensation of shooting. Just now, Lei Shenli habitually engaged in precise shooting. Aligning 3 points in a straight line, he held his breath and squeezed the trigger. All 3 bullets struck the target. The exact feeling eluded description, yet Lei Shenli could confidently assert that the accuracy of this automatic rifle undoubtedly surpassed that of the Type 56 and Type 56 to 1. Zhang Jun chuckled, continue. Upon hearing this, Lei Shenli replaced the magazine and continued with both single shots and bursts. Zhang Jun succinctly summarized Lei Shenli's ineffable sensations with a single phrase, genetic differences. With the conclusion of the Northern War, Dragon Country bid farewell to foreign-made weapons, adopting a unified standard weaponry, primarily the Type 53 rifle. The Bear Nation commenced full-scale deployment of the AK-47 assault rifle, while Dragon Country procured relevant blueprints and metal, subsequently replicating the Type 56 and Type 56-1 based on the AK-47. These two newly devised weapons, originating from the AK-47, exhibited significant modifications in various aspects. However, they still faced minor adaptation issues. The Bear people, being tall and robust, utilized the AK-47 without impediment, but transitioning to the Type 56 introduced complications. The replicated Type 56 had an excessively long body and an overly wide forend, leading to fatigue in the hands after holding the weapon for over half an hour. This issue was only resolved with the advent of the Type 56-1. The Type 81, on the other hand, encountered none of these problems. Though it appeared similar, it bore no relation whatsoever. It was designed specifically to accommodate the physique of Dragon Country's soldiers, utilizing a short-stroke piston mechanism. It emphasized two significant advantages: balanced reliability and enhanced shooting precision. After expending several hundred rounds, Zhang Jun finally revealed a satisfied smile. Chambering around, aiming, shooting, and adjusting precision, Lei Shenli had already mastered these key aspects. The remaining tests were beyond Lei Shenli's purview. After completing the shooting assessments, these firearms still required rigorous environmental simulation tests. A sudden series of sneezes interrupted Zhang Jun's thoughts regarding the forthcoming environmental simulations. Noticing this, Lei Shenli engaged the safety, pointed the muzzle downward, removed the magazine, cautiously ejected the last round, and gently placed the rifle on the ground. He then approached Zhang Jun with concern, asking, "Comrade Commander, are you feeling unwell? Should I escort you to the infirmary or summon the medic?" Zhang Jun rubbed his nose and reached for his forehead. He had indeed been busy producing sample rifles over the past few days and had not rested well. However, there seemed to be no signs of fever, no dizziness, no flushed face, and no warmth on his forehead. Could it be that someone was speaking of him? Damn it, this is too much. In a military command center along the southern coast of Dragon Country, Li Yunduo furiously slammed his military cap onto the table. The expressions of the officers surrounding him grew increasingly grim. "Commander, if artillery fire fails to instill fear in the foreign devils, let me and my comrades approach them and deliver a generous gift to that big-nosed David." An officer adorned with the rank of colonel eagerly volunteered to lead a team to the outer islands of the insurgents and eliminate their commanders. Unbeknownst to anyone, the enemy commander was eliminated. Does the great nation of the White Eagle not fear losing their life in slumber? A few days prior, Commander David of the White Eagle disregarded the vehement protests from the Dragon Nation, resolutely deciding to visit the loyal canine, Baldy, on the Bandit Island. David not only dismissed the Dragon Nation's warnings but also brazenly proclaimed his intent to supply Baldy with a substantial cache of weaponry, What, my dear little ancestor? How much longer must I wait for your newfangled weapons? Li Yunbyo grumbled, irritably ruffling his hair. When will the fully automatic rifle, capable of precise shooting and firepower suppression, finally be completed? Damn it. Without formidable weapons, I will still instill terror in the hearts of the enemy. Duan Yunpeng, lead your squad to scout tomorrow evening. If you can eliminate them, do so. If not, at least retrieve some personal belongings of the commander and his deputy for me. I wish to make them publicly aware of our presence. Let these bastards not dare to close their eyes while they sleep. Dingling. Just as he finished speaking, the urgent ringing of a telephone interrupted him. What a thrill, truly exhilarating. Outside the capital, at the military shooting range, Li Yunbyo, having just celebrated his 50th birthday, resembled a child who had received a cherished toy. With the thoroughly tested Type 60 automatic rifle in hand, he aimed at a target 100 meters away, delivering accurate shots, each bullet striking the bullseye. Unsatisfied, he adjusted his position, lying prone with legs spread apart. Utilizing the rifle's sighting device, he aimed at a target positioned at the far corner of the range and initiated a series of rapid fire. The bullets poured forth like a torrential downpour, shredding the final target into fragments. My dear little genius, you are truly brilliant. After expending the last round, Li Yunbyo nimbly rose from the ground. Disregarding the dust on his uniform, then strode purposefully towards Zhang Jun. Where's the rocket launcher? Let Uncle Li take a look at the rocket launcher you designed, he exclaimed, his face alight with urgency as he scanned the surroundings. 2 days prior, he had received a call from his superiors, commanding him to report to the capital and directly to the shooting range. Upon entering, Li Yunbyo immediately spotted a new rifle that bore resemblance to the Type 56. It needed no guessing, it was undoubtedly the masterpiece of Zhang Jun. As expected, when General Ning revealed the name of the rifle, Li Yunbyo was elated, as though celebrating a grand victory. Grasping the usage of the Type 60 automatic rifle, he eagerly commenced firing. Present at the scene were Li Yunbyo, Zhang Jun, General Ning, and Deputy Director Zhang Jianxi, who was responsible for rice cultivation. I say, Li Yunbyo, if you injure our little genius, I shall not let you off easily. Zhang Jianxi feigned a warning. General Ning jested, so, you no longer howl, do you? Not a peep. I swear on my life, I shall not utter a sound. Li Yunbyo replied, gripping his rifle tightly, his face beaming with joy. Gentlemen, with guns, we also require cannons. Where's my cannon? General Ning cast a disapproving glance at Li Yunbyo and admonished him, what is the rush? Am I not devising a solution for you? Comrade Zhang Jun has but 2 hands, do you truly expect him to perform miracles as if he were a celestial being tirelessly laboring for you each day? Li Yunbyo, with a hint of mischief, retorted, I am merely anxious. That big-nosed fellow from Ingwe thinks he can get away with anything. If we do not give him a taste of his own medicine, he shall remain blissfully unaware of the might we possess. Upon hearing these words, both General Ning and Zhang Jianxi's expressions turned grim, sensing the impending consequences. Zhang Jun swiftly interjected, Uncle Li, do not fret, that big-nosed fellow has not yet departed. Kindly grant me 3 more days, then I shall ensure that all weaponry is in your hands. What a good lad. Your uncle truly cherishes you, Li Yunbyo exclaimed, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Boss, my subordinates are clamoring to give that big-nosed man a taste of his own medicine with just 2 types of weaponry. If I do not orchestrate a grand upheaval, I shall not bear the solemnly. Hold your horses, General Ning interrupted Li Yunbyo and turned to Zhang Jun, asking, are you truly capable of producing enough advanced rocket launchers for an entire company within 3 days? I assure you, I shall fulfill the task, Zhang Jun replied, adding, though they are not entirely new, they are upgrades based on our current 56 rocket launcher. We aim to enhance explosive power, armor penetration, and accuracy while addressing the inconsistent detonation of the fuses. I will also strive to extend the attack range, alleviating the need for our soldiers to approach the enemy within mere meters to ensure accuracy. In that case, accompany me back to my office shortly. I shall arrange for the first and second machine departments to procure whatever you require. Subsequently, General Ning shared delightful news with Zhang Jun. Following a collective discussion by the Council of Elders, it was decided to name the new automatic rifle the 60 type automatic rifle, as proposed by Zhang Jun. The blueprints and relevant materials had already been handed over to the firearms experts in the second machine department, who were currently engaged in collective study. Meanwhile, the upgrade of machine tools was being addressed by the first machine department in tandem. Just 2 days prior, Zhang Jun had presented sample rifles and documentation to the Science and Technology Committee. After an hour of enlightening discussions, General Ning, Zhang Jianxi, and the relevant leaders from the industrial sector began to grasp the rifle's superior performance and the production challenges it entailed. The revelations were startling. Among Zhang Jun's innovations for the 60-type automatic rifle was the use of a stamped receiver rather than the conventional machine receiver. Although the stamped receiver had a relatively brief history, it had not seen widespread application due to technological shortcomings until last year. When experts from the Bear Nation resolved these issues, General Ning and the industrial leaders contemplated dispatching a team of firearms experts to thoroughly study the Bear Nation's stamped receiver technology. However, this decision was met with vehement opposition from the Bear Nation, who accused Longo of harboring ulterior motives and seeking to uncover their proprietary secrets. Little did General Ning imagine that the stamped receiver technology, to which the Bear Nation held so dear, would be unraveled by Zhang Jun, a recent university graduate. At the same time, Zhang Jun undertook significant renovations and upgrades to the firearms manufacturing equipment. The emergence of the internally tightened gun barrel technology has astounded a multitude of firearms experts. Each instance and every detail brings a smile of understanding to President Ning as he recalls these moments. Domestic specialists and returning foreign experts alike, upon examining Zhang Jun's firearm blueprints, exhibit expressions of disbelief and astonishment. Observing President Ning's knowing smile, Zhang Jianxi remarked, "President, it seems yet another throng of experts is losing sleep over this." Losing sleep? Or indeed, many experts are indeed restless. President Ning initially paused before shaking his head and chuckling, "I suspect these experts must think our craftsman is an elder, at least 50, if not 60. Who has devoted half a lifetime to the study of firearms technology." Li Yunbyo interjected, "President, who exactly is this craftsman?" Suddenly adopting a serious tone, President Ning replied, "Li Yunbyo, listen carefully. Zhang Jun has pledged to deliver the rockets to your unit in 3 days. While having both guns and cannons undoubtedly enhances the likelihood of success, we must not let this breed complacency. The bandits are not to be underestimated. Last time, you all stirred up quite a commotion. Attempting to replicate that would significantly increase the difficulty. What you have heard and seen today must remain strictly confidential. Do not utter a word once you return." Li Yunbyo, abandoning his playful demeanor, asserted, "Even if my wife inquires, I will say nothing. You have grasped the essential usage points. Return to the military with the weapons allocated to your unit. In 3 days, I will dispatch planes to deliver the constructed rocket launchers and ammunition to you. After you have mastered their operation, proceed as scheduled," President Ning instructed. "Understood," Li Yunbyo replied, standing at attention and saluting. Following the salute, he chuckled, "Young Janzi. Uncle Li is the most honest man in the world. Rest assured, whatever I promised will come to fruition." Currently, Li Yunbyo is contemplating the perfect gift, sure to astonish Zhang Jun. This audacious Li, now in his 50s, still carries an air of jest and irreverence. After Li Yunbyo departed, President Ning, Zhang Jianxi, and Zhang Jun returned to the Science and Technology Commission building in a jeep. In the office, President Ning, sipping tea, jested about Li Yunbyo's lack of the demeanor befitting a senior commander. Every time he encounters new weaponry, he behaves like a child, filled with exuberance. Zhang Jianxi, raising his teacup, responded, "It's no wonder Li Yunbyo behaves this way. Many of our seasoned warriors have truly suffered from poverty. During the war, who wouldn't want a few formidable weapons at their disposal? Back then, the watchtowers were indeed formidable fortifications, but viewed through the lens of today, they seem like houses made of paper. Just a small mountain cannon could easily dismantle them, yet we had nothing, neither mountain cannons nor even mortars to count on. During the Patriotic War, numerous watchtowers were erected at strategic locations and transportation hubs. Each time one was destroyed, it would often cost the lives of 10 or even dozens of soldiers. Why? Because we lacked the heavy weaponry necessary for breaking through strongholds. The warriors could only rely on explosives and cluster grenades to approach the artillery tower, exchanging their lives for a chance at victory. Shaori was acutely aware that his artillery tower was vulnerable. With each retreat, there was an inevitable destruction of artillery that could not be taken along. Even a single lost cannon during routine training would trigger a comprehensive search, driven by the fear of it falling into our hands and becoming a formidable weapon against them. Ding ding ding. General Ning set down his teacup and walked to his desk to pick up the phone. All right, I understand, send it over as soon as possible. Moments later, General Ning hung up the phone. Zhang Jun, you should delay your departure, there is something I need to hand over to you. What is it? Zhang Jun casually inquired. A medal. General, I already possess a first-class merit medal. Zhang Jun humbly replied. In comparison to the sacrifices made by our venerable predecessors and heroes during the war, what I have accomplished is truly insignificant. Modesty is a virtue. But excessive humility is unwarranted. General Ning approached Zhang Jun and said, do you think what you designed is merely a gun? No, your achievements surpass your own imagination. Firstly, you tackled the issue of the stamping magazine. You may not realize that this technology is tightly held by the bear as a core secret. Secondly, without assistance from others. You made substantial modifications to the existing weapon production line. With your blueprints, our machine tool experts and technicians will soon be able to upgrade other machinery and mass-produce the Type 60 automatic rifle. This rifle possesses the precision of the Type 56 and the firepower of the Type 56, and it can be equipped with a drum magazine. Tell me, is your contribution insignificant? Once our comrades fully grasp your technology and begin mass production of the Type 60 automatic rifle, it will undoubtedly be adopted as the new standard issue for the troops. In light of your outstanding contributions to firearm design and upon the recommendation of the Grand Elder, you are to be awarded the First-Class Freedom Medal. The First-Class Freedom Medal. Zhang Jun gasped, instinctively taking a step back. Zhang Jian's heart raced. Longwo has 3 national-level medals, each awarded to deserving individuals at different stages of wartime. Each medal is further divided into first, second, and third classes. The first-class medal is only awarded to commanders at the division level or above. Zhang Jun is a scientist, not a soldier. Zhang Jian looked at General Ning with uncertainty. General Ning patted Zhang Jun on the shoulder and spoke kindly. You entered the border area nursery around 43 years ago and have moved with the troops multiple times. Although you are young, you have indeed participated in battles against Shaori. Awarding you the Freedom Medal is warranted. The decision to bestow the First-Class Freedom Medal upon you is because the weapon you designed not only enhances the combat effectiveness of our troops but also saves countless soldiers' lives. The central government has already dispatched personnel with the medal to this location. It would not be too late to claim your honor and return to the base afterward. Observing Zhang Jun's serious demeanor, General Ning spoke gently. Child, we all understand your desire to swiftly transform the backward state of our nation. However, as the saying goes, one must eat a meal bite by bite and walk a path step by step. Do not impose excessive pressure upon yourself. The construction of the nation is not solely your responsibility. From the esteemed elders to the ordinary soldiers, everyone is a builder of the nation. You have already done remarkably well. Zhang Jian, following suit, remarked, Comrade Zhang Jun, Longwo belongs to us, but even more so to your generation of youth. Our generation has aged. The future of Longwo relies on a multitude of young builders like you to create an even more prosperous and splendid nation. Balancing work and rest has always been our principle. Regardless of how arduous the task may be or how many difficulties lie ahead, one must pay attention to one's health. During the transformation of equipment and the design of prototype firearms, Zhang Jun only rested 4 to 5 hours each day, often eating hastily. All of this was well understood by Zhang Jian and President Ning through Shenli. General Zhang, I shall remember this and will certainly pay attention to balancing work and rest in the future. Zhang Jun lowered his head shyly. In this fervent era of construction, Zhang Jun felt no fatigue in his endeavors. Sleeping only a few hours each night, he still awoke full of vigor and spirit. For everyone was engaged in the same mission, to build the nation with unwavering dedication. They aspired to break the shackles imposed by foreign powers on Longwo in the shortest time possible. An hour later, a major accompanied by 2 soldiers entered the office. One soldier carried a tray, upon which rested an octagonal medal adorned with a pagoda design featuring a green background and a yellow single stripe. The other soldier bore a certificate. President Ning affixed the medal to Zhang Jun's chest and handed him the accompanying certificate. After the simple yet solemn award ceremony, Zhang Jun reluctantly removed the medal and carefully placed it in a box. Subsequently, he made a request for the expedited purchase of a batch of electronic components from Iron Tower Nation. Machine tools not only manufacture weapons but can also create and process everything related to machinery. Thus, machine tools are often referred to as the mother of industry, with multi-axis CNC machine tools being the finest foundation. To produce CNC machine tools, one must first resolve the computer issues, which inevitably involves a myriad of electronic components and semiconductor-related matters. While Zhang Jun found these challenges surmountable, they would consume considerable time. He resolved to take an alternative route by modifying existing domestic CNC machine tools. Indeed, Longwo already possessed CNC machine tools. The world's first CNC machine tool was born in 1956, while Longwo's first CNC machine tool emerged in 1958, designated as 531. Without the assistance of foreign experts or detailed data, a group of young technicians, driven by unwavering ambition, created this historically significant machine tool. Compared to the development of automatic rifles, modifying existing rocket launchers proved to be considerably less challenging. The 40mm rocket launcher, known as the 40-Fire, is utilized to attack enemy strongholds, armored vehicles, and infantry. At present, the rocket artillery equipped by the Dragon country is classified as the Type 56 rocket launcher, boasting a caliber of 40mm, often referred to as the 40 rocket. The Type 56 rocket launcher and the Type 69 rocket artillery, developed over a decade later, share the same caliber but differ vastly in firepower. One is derived from the Soviet-made 2M rocket launcher, while the other is a replica of the 7 rocket launcher. As previously discussed by Li Yunshaw, the Type 56 40mm rocket launcher issued to the troops is fraught with numerous issues. To engage enemy armored vehicles, soldiers must advance perilously close. The fuses are erratic. Sometimes, when several rounds are fired, they all fail to ignite. Attempts to disarm them often result in unexpected detonations. The primary culprit behind these failures lies in the propellant. The Type 56 rocket launcher utilizes black powder, whereas the Type 69 rocket launcher employs a newly developed double-base propellant. This modification enhances safety while significantly increasing the armor-piercing capability of the rockets and effectively extending their range. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Jun bid farewell to General Ning and Zhang Jianxi, proudly boarding a small military aircraft. 2 hours later, the plane landed on the tarmac of the Northwest Nuclear Base. Due to the expansive area of the base, 4 jeeps were permanently stationed nearby for shuttle purposes. Boarding a GSE jeep, Zhang Jun returned to his quarters, carefully placing his certificates and medals in a cabinet. He fetched a cloth and meticulously wiped away the dust that had settled on the surface. Comrades, everyone should rest immediately. At midnight, the new shipment of equipment and materials will arrive here. Over the next 3 days, we will design a custom batch of weapons for the troops. I hope everyone can master their spirits, follow my directives, and complete the manufacturing of these weapons. Upon returning to the weapons workshop, Zhang Jun sounded the emergency assembly alarm. The scattered workers in the workshop quickly formed ranks, reporting to the commander, "We are not only workers but also soldiers. It is our duty as soldiers to obey orders. Whatever you say, we shall do to ensure the mission is accomplished." Among the crowd, the highest-ranking captain stepped forward to express his determination. Zhang Jun replied, "Comrades, please go back and rest. When the equipment and materials arrive, I will sound the victory assembly alarm to summon you." With the 596 project progressing vigorously, most nuclear experts at the base had been reassigned, and the remaining specialists would soon depart for the Gobi base. The mass exodus of experts left numerous rooms vacant. To facilitate operations, Zhang Jun decided to relocate everyone to the specialist building, situated a kilometer away. At 2 o'clock in the morning, a sharp emergency assembly alarm reverberated through the specialist building. The 162 soldiers within stirred almost simultaneously from their slumber, swiftly donning their uniforms and rushing outside to assemble. In under 3 minutes, all 162 soldiers had gathered. Following this, they proceeded to the weapons workshop under the leadership of Lei Shengli. Goodness! Why are there so many new items in the workshop? Did anyone hear the sound of trucks passing by? Upon entering the weapons workshop, the sight that greeted them left everyone astonished. In the spacious weapons workshop, aside from the machinery for producing automatic rifles, there lay an array of unfamiliar equipment, substantial in weight and notably large in scale. Such an abundance of machinery undoubtedly necessitated transportation by truck. The experts building, where everyone was gathered, was not far from the workshop. If a truck were to pass, it would be impossible for it to go unnoticed. Latiently elucidated, comrades. The equipment and materials were delivered by transport planes dispatched by our superiors. A total of 8 transport aircraft were sent for this purpose. The pilots, risking their lives, worked through the night to bring the equipment here, underscoring the significance of this mission. Let us set aside any further discussion and get to work. What? The country has its own transport planes now, exclaimed a young soldier, astonished as he gazed at Leshengli. Foreigners often view us through a narrow lens. We cannot allow such perceptions to persist. Why should our nation be incapable of manufacturing transport aircraft? At that moment, Zhang Jun, donning gloves and carrying a toolbox, approached from an unknown direction. 2 years ago, our nation achieved the capability to produce domestically manufactured transport aircraft. Although these planes can carry only 3,000 tons of cargo at a time, they are indeed our own creation. In the future, we will not only possess larger transport aircraft but also fighter jets and bombers capable of flying thousands, even tens of thousands of kilometers. Good heavens! Can aircraft truly fly over 10,000 kilometers? Is this real? Several soldiers expressed disbelief. It certainly is, Zhang Jun declared with conviction. And that day is not far off. Comrades, in our quest for superior aircraft, and to ensure that we are no longer bullied, every sector is contributing to this effort. Your selection as security personnel for the base attests to your resilience and steadfastness as commendable soldiers. A prosperous nation must be safeguarded by a formidable military. What forms the foundation of such a military? It is both you, these exceptional soldiers, and the machines you see before you. Without advanced military technology, powerful weaponry cannot exist. Without strong weaponry, how can we speak of a robust national defense? Progress will come step by step, and we will achieve everything in due course. With our bellies full and ample foreign currency at hand, we will procure the necessary materials and equipment. With all preparations in place and a solid industrial foundation, we stand ready. Before arriving here, the soldiers underwent extensive close training. The confidentiality protocols were ingrained in them. The development of nuclear weapons is intended to safeguard peace, ensuring that tranquility remains in the Dragon Kingdom. Manufacturing firearms and artillery is equally a means of nation building and peacekeeping. After this assertion, Zhang Jun strode purposefully towards a piece of equipment, preparing to modify the machine tool and subsequently calibrate the dual-based propellant. As long as this group of the most admirable individuals is present, the bald-headed tyrant shall never return. Chief, I've heard that the aircraft carrier of the White Eagle Nation is quite formidable, larger than our village. Will we have one too? An excited soldier inquired. We certainly will, Zhang Jun replied without hesitation. I assure you, before you retire, you will witness our very own aircraft carrier. Intercontinental bombers, high-altitude heavy fighters, electronic early warning aircraft, reconnaissance planes, aerial refueling tankers, these are all part of the Dragon Nation's arsenal. And this is merely the realm of the skies. The naval power must be equally formidable. Once the specialized steel for ships is resolved and enhancements in air defense, anti-submarine warfare, and maritime capabilities are achieved, the Dragon Nation's warships will become unmatched in this era. Baldy, Mankoli is soon to present you with a grand gift. I must show my appreciation. The upgraded Zayawai Black is quite impressive. It can assist in modernizing your fleet. The thought of naval development brings an involuntary smile to Zhang Jun's face. The complete version of Zayawai Black is quite generous, isn't it? Comrades, this is all I can offer you. Listen closely, ensure your safe passage, and return without a single loss. In the deep of night a few days later, on the southern coastal beach, Li Yunbiao, accompanied by a multitude of officers, raises a toast to bid farewell to the soldiers of the 108th Squadron who are about to embark on a perilous mission. This task is fraught with danger. All 108 soldiers will be deployed, traveling in sound-silenced speedboats to assault an island heavily fortified by the enemy. The island spans over 100 square kilometers, with enemy forces exceeding 100,000. As the saying goes, to claim the head of a general amidst 10,000 troops, the soldiers are set to execute multiple missions under the encirclement of these vast enemy forces. A single misstep could lead to being overwhelmed by the enemy's defenses. Even Li Yunbei himself harbors doubts about the soldiers returning unscathed. The faces of the officers behind him bear both solemnity and reluctance. Duan Yunpeng drains his cup and casually tosses the bowl into the sea. Commander, when did you become so sentimental? Even against 100,000 bandits, this rabble cannot withstand us. The 108th Squadron will be divided into 3 assault teams, each consisting of 36 members, tasked with executing 3 critical missions: dismantling enemy artillery positions, destroying the enemy's large oil depot on the island, and attacking the enemy command center with the aim of annihilating their operational core. Li Yunbei forces a smile and delivers a light punch to Duan Yunpeng. Comrades, do not consider me nagging. The 240mm howitzer is a lethal weapon heavily guarded by the enemy. You have but one chance after dawn, regardless of the mission's success. I need you to retreat. 108 men, 108 brave souls, must accomplish their tasks amidst the relentless pursuit and blockade of the enemy's vast army. The challenge is akin to plucking the beard of the Jade Emperor in the celestial realm. The key to success lies in tonight. Under the cover of darkness, they must strike the enemy unawares, dismantling 5 of their artillery positions amidst the chaos of the enemy forces. Preliminary reconnaissance has revealed that 15 large-caliber howitzers are concealed in 5 secret locations. These artillery positions are fortified against the mountains, capable of withstanding various types of artillery fire from Li Yunbei's arsenal. Even airstrikes dropping hundreds of pounds of bombs would not be sufficient to completely annihilate these fortified positions. The only viable method to neutralize them is through infiltration and demolition. The external fortifications provide concealed, reinforced positions, while the interiors are fortified with reinforced concrete. In addition to the 240mm howitzers, the insurgent forces have also deployed multiple tank battalions on the island, with nearly 100 tanks and armored vehicles. Commander, it's time, the operations officer whispered. Li Yunbei cast aside his wine bowl with a crash, declaring loudly, anyone who dares to linger behind is no soldier of mine. Move out. Turning away, he rubbed his dampening eyes with vigor. Damn it, the sea breeze is fierce tonight, so much sand has gotten into my eyes. Board the ship. With a command from Duan Yunpeng, over 100 soldiers boarded the speedboats, vanishing into the night. Several dozen nautical miles away lay a modestly sized island, surrounded by fortifications, with dense barbed wire visible in every direction. Mines were strewn before and behind the wire, and searchlights illuminated the area as the insurgent patrols moved restlessly. At the center of the island stood the headquarters of the insurgent forces. The current commander sat alone within, a table before him adorned with red wine and goblets. Commander, why are you still awake at this hour? A man adorned with the insignia of a major general entered the command post. Noticing it was his chief of staff, the commander retorted with irritation, I don't know what's wrong, but my heart is racing tonight. I thought a few drinks might help. Commander, could it be the enemy? Impossible. The commander's displeasure was palpable as his chief of staff's words trailed off. The last time they managed to infiltrate, it was due to the incompetence of my predecessor. Under my command, not even a fly could breach my defenses. With 100,000 valiant soldiers on this island, my impregnable defenses are as solid as a fortress. Even if those country bumpkins sprouted wings and flew over, they would be reduced to pulp by my artillery. The insurgent commander spoke with unwavering confidence. The esteemed president of the White Eagle Nation is soon to supply us with even more munitions and advanced weaponry. The rabble across the way is under intense scrutiny from the bear, and they are utterly powerless to confront us. Once the new weapons arrive, they will face annihilation. Indeed. Commander, the chief of staff praised. Those country bumpkins are just that. They should be grateful that our friends from the White Eagle Nation have not sought retribution against them. They have offended the bear, which is tantamount to courting death. Their so-called iron will cannot withstand our tanks. The commander sided with malice. Having made enemies of 2 superpowers, those country bumpkins must be mad. They may bark loudly, but they lack true capability. Once our friends from the White Eagle Nation arrive, they will surely be reduced to mere mush. The chief of staff sighed deeply, lamenting, the friends from the White Eagle Nation are too kind. 10 years ago, the First Lady advised the President to show no mercy against those country bumpkins. They should have been obliterated with atomic bombs. If we had turned several major cities into ruins back then, we would not be facing these troubles now, we would have long since returned. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The command post shook violently, the wine and goblets crashing to the floor. Nearby, glass shattered into fragments. They are attacking. The chief of the bandit army stood pale and trembling, his malicious demeanor vanished without a trace. Where has the explosion occurred? The bandit commander bellowed towards the outside. A disheveled bandit officer stumbled in, breathless and disoriented, only to trip and fall clumsily. What has happened? The commander inquired urgently. The number 3 artillery position has exploded. You fool. What on earth were you doing? The commander felt as though the world was spinning around him. It could either be due to poor ammunition storage leading to a catastrophic explosion, or perhaps someone had been smoking near the ammunition depot. Boom. A thunderous noise erupted again from the southwest. This was no mere accident, it was the work of a small infiltration unit sent by the enemy. Order the men to enter a state of full combat readiness. Capture any alive, offer a bounty of $5,000 for each one. I shall personally dismember their scouts. The commander roared, akin to a slaughtered pig. 2 consecutive explosions could not possibly be mere coincidences. 15 240mm howitzers. A generous gift from our allies in the White Eagle Nation who are now in jeopardy. If they were all destroyed, it would not only strip the bandits of their final means of threat but would also incite the displeasure of their White Eagle allies. Should this jeopardize arms transactions? Even 10 lives would not suffice to appease the wrath of the bold chief. The 2 deafening explosions signified the obliteration of 2 artillery positions and tolled the death knell for Commander Wang Renjie. More than 2 years prior, the bandits had engaged in a massive artillery battle against Li Yungbei's forces. The enemy's shells seemed to have a mind of their own, decimating military installations across the island and claiming the lives of 3 bandit generals and a military advisor from the White Eagle Nation. In a fit of rage, the bold chief had dismissed the island's commander, tossing him into prison on a whim. Wang Renjie was appointed as the new commander, vowing to transform the island into an impregnable fortress, denying Li Yungbei any opportunity. Such grandiose promises echoed loudly, yet the reality struck swiftly. The enemy's infiltration unit effortlessly obliterated 2 artillery positions right under the noses of 100,000 bandits. The commander of the defending forces now found himself cornered. The bold chief's fury and the derision of their White Eagle allies pierced Wang Renjie's heart like daggers. Damn it. Even if I am dismissed and held accountable, I will ensure that every last one of those infiltrators is exterminated. Wang Renjie ceded, roaring, increased the bounty to $10,000. I want these scoundrels to have no place to bury their dead. Eliminating the entire infiltration unit would at least prove his efforts. It was not that the bandits were incompetent, the enemy was simply too cunning. The hastily assembled bandit officers seized their phones, issuing a series of encirclement orders. Soon, more grim news reached Wang Renjie's ears. The 3 additional artillery positions were simultaneously under attack. Despite the bandits' valiant resistance, they could not withstand the onslaught of the small units. The military leader pondered, could it be that the mad-legged foes have mobilized an entire regiment? Reports from various garrisons indicated that the enemy's firepower was extraordinarily fierce. The bandit army's chief of staff, his face pale with trepidation, spoke apprehensively. What is there to fear? Even if they have indeed dispatched a division, we possess 8 divisions ourselves. 8 against 1, the advantage lies with us. Furthermore, one of Li Yungbei's divisions consists of no fewer than 10,000 men. Do you truly believe such a multitude could infiltrate undetected? Wang Renjie maintained an unwavering confidence, asserting that the infiltrating forces dispatched by the enemy could amount to no more than a battalion. The loss of 2 artillery positions was solely due to underestimating the situation. The military leader acknowledged this insight. The chief of staff, accustomed to flattering Wang Renjie for his foresight, reflected on the reality of the situation. Indeed, an amphibious infiltration of over 1,000 men could not occur without being noticed. The enemy forces that had penetrated thus far were, at most, 300 to 500 strong. The entire bandit army on the island was mobilizing. Before dawn, they would undoubtedly be annihilated. Boom. The anticipated repercussions arrived. Just as Wang Renjie finished boasting, the sound of explosions reverberated once more. The chief of staff, nearly soiling himself in fear, stammered the artillery positions. Silence. Wang Renjie bellowed, understanding that the explosions signified an attack on their artillery. He seized the chief of staff by the collar and forcefully pushed him to the ground. With 100,000 bandits encircling a mere few hundred, how had they not yet been exterminated? Were the enemy soldiers endowed with supernatural powers? Impossible, utterly impossible. Wang Renjie, regardless of whether the enemy were deities, could not allow them to escape his defensive perimeter. Boom. With 2 consecutive thunderous roars, Wang Renjie's face drained of color. His body crumpled to the ground, his mind blank. Reinforcements for the artillery positions had already departed, yet why were the positions still being destroyed? Military leader. The mad-legged foes are upon us. A wounded bandit colonel stumbled into the command center. A large contingent of mad-legged soldiers was advancing towards them. And the guard battalion was on the verge of collapse. The chief of staff, in a panic, asked, "How many are there?" "At least a regiment." Equipped with a substantial number of machine guns, the bandit commander replied anxiously. "Military leader, we must flee. The enemy has sent a regiment to assault our command center. And the guard battalion has only 600 men, they cannot hold them off." "You speak nonsense." Wang Renjie, supported by the chief of staff, stood up. Seething with impotent rage. The infiltrating forces sent by the enemy could not possibly exceed 1,000. They cannot have the strength to attack both the artillery positions and here. The forces assaulting the command center are at most 200 or 300. Return to your units and hold them off. However, just then, bang. A bullet wound appeared on the colonel's chest. Wang Renjie, gripping his pistol, declared with lethal intent, "This is the fate that befalls those who defy military orders. A mere guard battalion cannot withstand a small detachment of mad-legged soldiers. You are doomed. Chief of staff, you are now in command of the guard battalion. Eliminate the mad-legged intruders." Despite being terrified, the chief of staff could only steel himself and accept the task of defending the command center. There was no other choice. Once the enemy reaches this point, none shall survive. Commander, after so many years, how is it that the enemy's combat capability remains as feeble as it was in the past? They crumble at the first blow, unable to master even a semblance of a counterattack. The weapons wielded by these brigands are merely carbines, likely belonging to the garrison tasked with guarding the command center. And their fighting prowess is utterly lacking. I have come to understand the adage, "A poor soldier reflects a poor commander." A one-sided battle is erupting just 400 meters from the command center. One of the 3 squads has already advanced this far. The hundreds of enemy soldiers before us are nothing but a disorganized rabble. The 30 or so warriors in the first squad, armed with Type 60 automatic rifles, unleash a fierce barrage upon the foe. The garrison of bandits resembles a hastily assembled mob. Many of the enemy soldiers cower behind various cover, scarcely daring to breathe. They fire sporadically in all directions, yet lack the courage to advance. Duan Yunpeng scoffed, "Comrades, if these brigands were as courageous as we, would they be driven to these islands as mere sea bandits at the speed of autumn leaves swept away by the wind?" As he spoke, Duan Yunpeng glanced at the Type 60 automatic rifle in his hands. Compared to the Type 56 submachine gun, the Type 60 boasts greater firepower and accuracy. Just moments ago, Duan Yunpeng had used his automatic rifle to precisely eliminate several enemy soldiers attempting to deploy mortars. "Brothers, today is the day to achieve greatness, let us charge forth." The brigand chief of staff, adorned with the insignia of a major general, arrived at the front lines. One hand gripping a firearm while the other clutched a fellow brigand to serve as a human shield. He bellowed promises of rewards for killing enemies, urging his men to charge into battle. Suddenly, the bullet whizzed past the chief's ear, startling him into abandoning his shield and seeking refuge behind a tree. Hundreds of brigands remained motionless, without leadership to charge forward. They were expected to absorb bullets. The brigands are not warriors of honor, they fight for coin. Expecting them to charge without compensation is sheer folly. After shouting fruitlessly for a while, the chief's frustration grew as he noticed no one stirred. "Brothers, there are barely 20 mad-legged fellows over there. Do not be deceived by their ferocity, their ammunition is nearly depleted. The higher-ups have decreed that for every enemy killed, a reward of $2,000 to $3,000 will be granted." The chief, frustrated by his initial failure, devised another scheme, now enticing his men with monetary rewards. Resources on the island are scarce, and the military pay has been consistently pilfered by the various brigand officers. These expendable soldiers, upon seeing the promise of money, are more drawn to it than to their own kin. The adage that well stirs the heart has finally proven its invigorating power. Upon hearing that $2,000 would be rewarded for each enemy soldier slain, the eyes of the malnourished brigands sparkled with hope. They emerged from their hiding places, weapons in hand, charging forward. Comrades, let them experience the might of our new weaponry. With a single command from Duan Yunpeng, the soldiers tasked with assaulting the command center promptly removed their magazines and replaced them with drum magazines containing 75 rounds. In a coordinated assault, they established comprehensive fire coverage against the enemy before them. The 60-style automatic rifle unleashed a torrent of flames, mercilessly ripping the lives of those wicked bandits. The advancing bandits fell in droves upon the ground. Not far away, the bandit chief of staff, paralyzed by fear, soiled his trousers. How could a mere dozen men exhibit the vigor of an entire regiment? Did each person carry a light machine gun? The bandits were primarily armed with Garand rifles, Browning rifles, and carbines. Their firepower was utterly incomparable to that of the mud-legged adversaries. The opposite side seemed deranged, having brought so many light machine guns to the island. Protecting the bandit command post was a garrison of 600 bandits, yet, due to previous skirmishes, they had already suffered heavy casualties. Within the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the remaining bandits who charged forward were all annihilated. "Commander, our reinforcements are coming." A bandit, used as a human shield by the chief of staff, excitedly pointed ahead. The brightly lit road ahead indicated the approach of vehicles. Indeed, 5 trucks laden with bandits were racing towards them. The chief of staff shut his eyes, whispering prayers, beseeching the gods for the reinforcements not to falter, otherwise his life would be in jeopardy. It was not that the chief of staff did not wish to flee, his legs were utterly immobilized. As the trucks drew near, a barrage of grenades was hurled towards them. Duan Yunpeng cunningly ordered his soldiers to delay the release of the grenades by 3 seconds. Half of the grenades detonated midair, creating a lethal zone of destruction. With such excellent firearms and grenades, if we do not annihilate the bandit command post, I, Duan Yunpeng, am not worthy of my name. The soldiers of the 108th Squadron, tasked with the assault, were equipped with a diverse array of weaponry, daggers, pistols, automatic rifles, numerous magazines, and drums. They also possessed an improved 40mm rocket launcher and a secret weapon meticulously prepared by Zhang Jun, the 77-style grenade. Compared to the active 59-style grenade, the 77-style boasted a greater number of shrapnel and was lighter in weight, devoid of the various legacy issues associated with the 59-style. With the assistance of the Soviets, Long Country had established a fundamental military-industrial system capable of producing various light weapons, rifles, rocket launchers, grenades, and light machine guns. However, the imitation of the Soviet 59-style grenade, like other replicated weapons, suffered from performance issues. The effective shrapnel was insufficient, and each explosion inflicted limited damage on the enemy. The formidable power of the 59-style grenade was, ironically, its flaw. The explosive force would shatter the casing into fragments. The lethality derived from these fragments diminished significantly due to their excessive disintegration. Furthermore, the 59-style grenade was highly susceptible to moisture if not properly maintained. One could encounter issues unscrewing the grenade cap during combat. Presently, these issues were non-existent. The small team led by the commander was reveling in the intensity of the battle. They could not afford to falter. "Do you see the several tanks ahead? We shall avenge our fallen comrades. Aim for those iron turtles and unleash hell upon them. Do not hastily detonate the fuel depot, transform the armored turtles into mere scrap metal." Upon learning of the artillery position's assault, the garrison of the fuel depot swiftly adopted a state of alert. A nearby tank battalion mobilized several tanks for support, illuminating the area as if it were daylight with searchlights. 6 light tanks from the White Eagle Nation obstructed the sole access road to the fuel depot. The commanding officer leading a trio of squads toward the fuel depot promptly ordered the loading of rocket shells. The deputy commander whispered, "Commander, the enemy tanks are approximately 150 meters away, it would be prudent to advance a bit closer." Others echoed the sentiment, favoring a closer range before engaging. The 56 rocket shells allocated to Squad 108 were critically flawed. Attacking armored targets from 100 meters away often resulted in the enemy's expert gunners deflecting the shots. Furthermore, due to issues with the fuses, the rockets struggled to detonate in a timely manner. Did they not see the searchlights ahead? Advancing now would be tantamount to surrendering their lives to the enemy. The higher-ups would not betray us. Having stated that the potency and range of this rocket launcher far exceeded that of the 56 rockets we wielded, we ought to place our trust in them. Enough chatter. Aim and fire. Upon receiving the command, the soldiers tasked with launching the rockets held their breath, targeting the enemy tanks as they squeezed the triggers. Boom. One after another. The rockets soared toward their designated targets, instantly transforming the 6 tanks into fireballs. One tank was obliterated. Its turret sent soaring into the air by the force of the explosion. A bandit officer guarding the fuel depot exclaimed in disbelief that they brought cannons to the island. It was inconceivable that all 6 formidable tanks from the White Eagle Nation had been destroyed. The 60-type automatic rifles, 40 rocket launchers, and the thoughtfully prepared 77-type grenades by Zhang Jun became an indelible nightmare for the bandit forces, each proving remarkably effective across the battlefield. The deafening explosions of grenades echoed, complemented by the furious roar of the 60-type automatic rifles. The bandit soldiers lamented their lack of agility. The tanks, once considered the mainstay of their arsenal, erupted one after another. Moreover, the soldiers employed the rocket launchers as lethal instruments against bunkers. Upon spotting any fortified positions, they swiftly dispatched rockets in response. With the sound of gunfire drawing ever closer, one ranger realized it was too late to retreat. Reluctantly, he urged the officers of the command post to mount a final stand, holding out until reinforcements could arrive. On the island, with 100,000 bandits, even a single spit from each could drown the infiltrating forces. Large numbers of bandit officers trembled as they brandished their weapons and charged forth. This ragtag mob could scarcely match the prowess of Squad 108. Duan Yunpeng led the charge, wielding his automatic rifle with remarkable skill, alternating between rapid fire and precise shots, each bullet finding its mark. The assault team was now less than 30 meters from the enemy command post. One ranger, like an ant on a hot pan, frantically called for reinforcements, commanding all units to disregard other matters and concentrate their forces at the command post. A moment longer, then his life might be forfeit. At this moment, one ranger was compelled to confront a stark reality: his analysis had been flawed. Judging by the intensity of the enemy's firepower, it was evident that the infiltration units dispatched by Li Yunbao consisted of at least 2 regiments, if not a full division, otherwise such ferocious fire could not have been unleashed. The cacophony of gunfire was simply too dense. However, the perplexing issue arose. According to reports from the returning enemy chief of staff, it seemed that the opposing forces numbered merely in the dozens. How could a mere handful of men generate the firepower of thousands? Before one ranger could decipher the nature of the forces assaulting him, a barrage of grenades rained down from all directions. Boom. Moments later, the command center fell into an eerie silence. Duan Yunpeng entered the command post, automatic rifle in hand, surveying the ruins that had once been the command center before casting his gaze upon the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Without hesitation, he removed the insignias from the corpses. At 2:35 a.m., the island, now under the control of the enemy, was in utter chaos. Gunfire echoed everywhere, and explosions illuminated the night sky. Searchlights, car headlights, and the infernos ignited by the blasts transformed the island into a scene reminiscent of daylight. The enemy's commander, one ranger, along with the chief of staff and numerous mid-ranking officers, had perished. After 3 hours of the infiltration assault, the 108th Squadron had successfully accomplished their mission, annihilating the enemy command center and destroying 15 240mm howitzers. They had sent the largest fuel depot on the island skyward. "Commander, we have succeeded." Duan Yunpeng and his team had completed their task and were in the process of retreating. On the sandy beach, ever since the departure of the 108th Squadron, Li Yunbao had not moved an inch. His gaze remained fixed on the horizon, waiting to personally welcome the victorious soldiers back to the island. A combat staff officer hurriedly approached Li Yunbao, halting to salute as he reported, "Commander, the 108th Squadron has successfully retreated, and not a single soldier has been lost. Only a few have sustained injuries." "Well done. This is absolutely splendid," Li Yunbao exclaimed, elated, as he gestured animatedly. He commanded the artillery to play a triumphant tune to honor the returning heroes. "Yes, sir." The operations officer returned to the temporary command post on the beach. picked up the field telephone and ordered the artillery battery to commence rapid fire. The 108th Squadron, led by Duan Yunpeng, had successfully boarded their vessels for the return journey. The beleaguered enemy forces, having suffered significant losses, would undoubtedly pursue them. A barrage of fire at this juncture would not only enhance their victory but also provide cover for the retreating troops. After a prolonged standoff, Li Yunbao had long since memorized the locations of various critical targets on the island. Shell after shell rained down upon the distant island, sending the pursuing enemy forces into disarray. An hour later, several silenced speedboats appeared along the shoreline. One by one, soldiers disembarked from the boats, forming ranks to salute Li Yunbao. Li Yunbao raised his hand in acknowledgement, tears glistening in his eyes as he proclaimed, "Comrades, you have all done exceptionally well. This operation will certainly provide those who oppose us a taste of their own medicine. Ha ha ha, you are all truly remarkable." Li Yunbao meticulously examined the condition of his comrades. All 108 individuals had returned unharmed. A dozen wounded soldiers were receiving treatment. Upon witnessing their safe return, Li Yunbao erupted into hearty laughter. "Duan Yunpeng, do enlighten me on how you created such a ruckus in the heavenly realm." According to the plan devised by the commander, they had charged and fought all the way. It was said that the success of this mission was significantly aided by 3 new weapons. Without them, the outcome would have been different. At this point, Duan Yunpeng fell silent. It was not the time for unpleasant remarks in the midst of celebration. To speak the truth, without the cooperation of these new weapons, it would have been impossible for all 108 soldiers to return unscathed. Li Yunbao took the automatic rifle from Duan Yunpeng and remarked, "With these weapons, do you not feel as though you have divine assistance?" Duan Yunpeng laughed heartily. "Commander, let me tell you something amusing. On our way back, I captured a tongue." And he claimed that the bewildered enemy believed you had landed an entire division, each equipped with a machine gun. If the enemy knew we were armed with automatic rifles and that we numbered just over 100, the bald head would surely be infuriated. Infuriated? That would be too merciful for the bald head. Li Yunbao retorted angrily. That butcher, whose hands are stained with blood, does not deserve such a swift demise. One day, I will personally bring him back for judgment. Comrades, you have all worked hard, go and rest. Tomorrow, we shall celebrate your achievements. In this operation, the 108th Squad had destroyed an enemy fuel depot, eliminated 15 units of 240mm howitzers, and killed countless enemy soldiers, destroying 19 tanks and armored vehicles. They had taken down the enemy's Major General Wang Renjie, the Brigadier General Chief of Staff, and a multitude of colonels and lieutenant colonels. A total of 102 enemy soldiers had been eliminated. I have fought all my life, yet I have never felt such exhilaration as today. Upon returning to the command center, Li Yunbao began the process of reporting up the chain to commend the soldiers of the 108th Squad and praise the weapons they carried. As dawn broke, Li Yunbao placed a call to General Ning's office, earnestly requesting a meeting with Zhang Jun. The successful operation, with all 108 valiant men unscathed, was attributed not only to the soldiers' rigorous training in combat skills but also to the direct correlation with the 3 types of weapons that Zhang Jun had tirelessly developed. With the 108th Squad having vanquished over 100 enemy officers, Li Yunbao was determined to honor his promise by presenting Zhang Jun with a special gift, which he intended to deliver personally. After hanging up, General Ning, in a cheerful mood, said, "Old Zhang, please make a trip to the nuclear base and invite our little hero to the Science and Technology Commission." Li Yunbao had begun to boast about a mysterious gift he would be presenting to their young hero, piquing General Ning's curiosity about what this burly man could possibly conjure as a unique offering. After Zhang Jianxi departed, General Ning's excitement lingered, difficult to subdue. The island was not only the core defense of the Bald Head's territory but also a strategic frontier for his incursions into Longwa. Were it not for this, how could one possibly station 100,000 troops on a relatively small island, equipped with large-caliber artillery, various types of tanks, and armored vehicles? The assault last night was not only intended to intimidate the insurgents and warn the leader to cease harassing the coastal regions, but it also served as a stern admonition to the esteemed leader of the White Eagle Nation, David. Should David persist obstinately in his intention to meet with the insurgent leader, the armed forces of Dragon Country, land, sea, and air, along with missile units, will spare no effort in upholding the dignity of the nation. The dignity of Dragon Country is not to be infringed upon by anyone. Within a single morning, news of the reconnaissance team's remarkable success reverberated throughout various military departments. Even the vice ministers of several industrial sectors received the jubilant tidings. Stationed in the southern coastal region, the unit led by Li Yunbu boasted a reconnaissance team tasked with a special mission. This matter was well known among both the military and the industrial sectors. The valorous 108 heroes hailed from various divisions of the armed forces. Utilizing an array of reconnaissance equipment collaboratively developed by multiple industrial departments. The triumph of Team 108 is indeed a shared victory. However, who could have anticipated that the team's ability to navigate through a sea of adversaries with such ease was due to their superior weaponry? 3 hours later, a transport aircraft descended upon the helipad of the nuclear base. Seated in a GAZ jeep, Zhang Jun urged the driver to hasten. Such exhilarating news must reach Zhang Jun post-haste. At the entrance of the weapons workshop, Zhang Jun's bodyguard, Li Shengli, was squatting on the ground, engrossed in a stack of manuscript papers. It was only when the jeep came to a halt before him that he noticed the arrival of a superior. Swiftly stowing the papers in his satchel and saluting. "What has captured your attention so thoroughly?" Zhang Jun inquired amiably. "Sir, these are manuscripts written by the leader that I was tasked to return to his quarters. I glanced at them earlier, and the more I read, the more fascinated I became, to the point of completely forgetting my duties," Li Shengli confessed, his head bowed in embarrassment. "Oh, what manuscripts? Might I also have a look?" Zhang Jun asked with keen interest. Li Shengli promptly retrieved the papers from his bag. The Manual for Barefoot Doctors. Upon reading the title on the first page, Zhang Jun continued to peruse. It addressed the need to rectify the imbalanced medical conditions in Dragon Country, ensuring that the impoverished agrarian populace could also receive medical attention. The state should earnestly cultivate a cadre of rural doctors to facilitate understanding among the agrarian community. These practitioners were aptly named barefoot doctors. The exceptional physicians from medical schools and major urban hospitals would be selected to form training teams, educating the barefoot doctors hailing from rural areas. Upon completion of their training, these barefoot doctors would return to their hometowns to serve the medical needs of their fellow villagers, focusing healthcare efforts where they were most urgently required. Healthcare must serve the people, fundamentally resolving the challenges of accessing medical care and obtaining medications. Beneath the title lay such proposals. Zhang Jun felt a resonance within him as he turned to the second page of the manuscript. The second page contained a comprehensive table of contents, underscoring the necessity of mobilizing the populace for disease prevention, making the treatment and prevention of illness a deeply ingrained priority. Although it comprises merely a few pages, the content holds significant value within each word listed in the table of contents. On the third page, Zhang Jun meticulously outlined strategies for pest prevention and reducing illness in rural areas, targeting the eradication of cockroaches, bedbugs, rats, and lice. He provided an array of solutions for various pests. To illustrate, regarding the common rat, in addition to employing traps, one could also excavate, use rodenticides, or seal holes and fumigate to drive rats away from granaries and homes of farmers. Turning to the fourth page, Zhang Jun had only written halfway, discussing the enhancement of awareness among impoverished farmers regarding disease prevention and treatment. "Excellent!" Zhang Jun exclaimed repeatedly, returning the manuscript to Li Shengli. "Comrade, where is Zhang Jun now? Could you take me to meet him?" Li Shengli quickly nodded and escorted Zhang Jun along with a guard to the weapons workshop. Upon entering, the workers, upon noticing the military insignia on Zhang Jun's shoulder, promptly ceased their tasks and saluted in unison. Zhang Jun returned the gesture and continued forward. Approaching a door deep within the workshop, Li Shengli gently knocked. A sign on the door read, "Factory Director's Office." Zhang Jun chuckled, bemused. Well, this Zhang Jun certainly knows how to embellish his title. Instead of being a great scientist, he aspires to be a factory director. "Who is out there?" "Chief. It's me, Li Shengli. Back so soon?" Inside the office, Zhang Jun stood, stretching lazily before opening the door. "Chief, what brings you here?" he asked, surprised to see Zhang Jun behind Li Shengli. Zhang Jun replied, "I've come to bring you good news. But it seems you've already delivered a piece of good news to me." Zhang Jun promptly inquired, "Chief, is it about Uncle Li?" As Zhang Jun stepped into the room and observed the items on the desk, he remarked, "Our gift has already reached the guests, and it was a resounding success." "Wonderful!" Zhang Jun exclaimed, clenching his fist in excitement and nearly jumping in celebration. "Zhang Jun, I have a matter to discuss with you, and I hope you can respond candidly." "Please." "Chief, ask away, I will certainly be truthful." Zhang Jun replied hastily. "What is the situation regarding the barefoot doctor manual?" Zhang Jun inquired. "Do not be reserved, speak freely." He encouraged, easily perceiving that Zhang Jun had abruptly halted his writing midway through the 4th page. It was unclear whether he lacked materials or was preoccupied with other matters. "Chief, you already know." Zhang Jun responded. In jest, Zhang Jun remarked, "I had no idea you, young comrade, not only grasp advanced science and weapon manufacturing but also possess medical knowledge. Please elaborate on why you paused midway. Whether you intended for your guard to return the manuscript to your room for further writing later or if there were other considerations." Zhang Jun was deeply intrigued by the few pages of the Barefoot Doctor Manual. Despite its brevity, it did not diminish its inherent worth. If completed according to the table of contents, it could become an indispensable resource for rural doctors. Delivered to various production teams and placed in the hands of the impoverished yet industrious farmers, the potential impact is significantly greater. In the absence of medical professionals, one may resort to self-treatment based on the aforementioned insights. Zhang Jun remarked, "Report to the chief, it is not a matter of being unable to continue writing, rather. My train of thought was interrupted by a particular issue. I intend to return the manuscript to my quarters and, when the night deepens and silence prevails, I shall compose the remainder." "What issue?" "Still." The mere mention of the word "still" elicited a subtle shift in Zhang Jun's expression. It becomes evident why Zhang Jun had today's newspaper laid upon his desk. After a brief hesitation, Zhang Jun inquired, "Chief, how does the higher authority plan to address this recent turmoil?" With a sigh, President Zhang Jun responded, "When it comes to malicious intent and subversive tactics, the most effective approach is to cut off the source. The White Eagle Nation ranks first, with the Bear Nation tied for the lead. The Bear Nation has torn up agreements that constrain the economic and industrial development of the Dragon Country. This is merely the beginning. They also aim to sever our access to the critical components necessary for tank production, the alloy steel. Without the alloys provided by the Bear, our newly developed Type 59 main battle tank will find itself unable to be mass-produced. Once our stock of alloy steel is depleted, we may find ourselves incapable of producing even a single unit. The Bear has halted our import of alloy steel in an attempt to stifle our tank manufacturing capabilities. And the response from above is self-reliance and independent research." Zhang Jun patted Zhang Jun's shoulder and smiled gently, saying, "Rest assured. You are not alone in your desire to alleviate the burdens of our nation, and every sector aspires to contribute its ingenuity. Indeed, the production of tanks currently faces unprecedented challenges. However, no difficulty can crush the spirit of the Dragon people. Unlike the Western nations that boast about their might, the leadership of the Dragon Country values practicality and truthfulness. We neither exaggerate our achievements nor conceal our problems. Confronting difficulties is merely acknowledging reality. The common folk have the right to be aware of the hardships we face. The Bear employs hegemonic tactics against the Dragon Country, not only by violating various aid agreements but also by using various pretexts to disrupt numerous trade agreements for which we have already made payments. This includes the supply of armored steel, naval steel, various alloys, and electronic components. Prior to this, the Science and Technology Committee had convened a collective discussion on the matter. In accordance with directives from the higher authority, the Dragon Country will embark on a vigorous campaign to advance metallurgical technology. Without the Bear as our butcher, we shall not suffer from the swine it brings. Chief, I have a solution to the tank steel dilemma. You have a solution? Please, share your thoughts. Zhang Jun's expression shifted, and instinctively he thought, how could Zhang Jun possibly have a solution to the armored steel issue? However, he quickly reconsidered. Zhang Jun's capabilities should not be underestimated. According to the elder's perspective, Zhang Jun possesses an exceptional capacity for learning and the ability to apply knowledge practically. What others cannot achieve, Zhang Jun may very well accomplish. We can substitute rare earth elements for the nickel and chromium in the Bear's armored steel materials. Zhang Jun. Once again invoking the authority of their experts, elaborated on his understanding of the composition of their armored steel. The Type 59 main battle tank of the Dragon Nation traces its origins to the Soviet Union's T-54 tank. In 1956, the Soviets transferred the complete blueprints of this tank to the Dragon Nation. After 3 years of meticulous research, the Military Industrial Department under the Commission of Science and Technology was able to replicate the Type 59 main battle tank using the various materials provided by the Soviets. The Soviet armored steel, also known as special alloy steel, contains relatively uncomplicated internal alloying elements. However, due to the deficiencies in the metallurgical technology of the Dragon Nation, it was unable to produce both nickel and chromium, leading to a critical juncture where tank production was on the verge of interruption. Indeed, you are correct. The issue stemmed from the lack of nickel and chromium. Zhang Jun, regaining his composure, acknowledged that the concerns raised by Zhang Jun, derived from the Soviet experts, were indeed valid. The Dragon Nation lacks the capability to produce nickel and chromium. The inability to smelt these two materials is merely one of many challenges. The most significant issue lies in the scarcity of the two types of ore resources within the Dragon Nation. Not only is their yield low, but their quality is also subpar. The notion of substituting rare earth elements for these two materials seems impractical to Zhang Jun. Prior to your arrival, metallurgical experts had suggested the possibility of incorporating rare earth materials into the alloy, but this proposal faced collective opposition from other specialists. Zhang Jun, poised to become a secret academician of the Academy of Sciences, is privy to certain matters. Consequently, Zhang Jun outlined several pressing issues at hand. First, the Dragon Nation is deficient in chromium and nickel, and their quality is substandard. Second, the technology for open heart smelting is underdeveloped. Third, the control of rare earth elements is exceedingly challenging, akin to an untamed stallion. After patiently listening to the current problems, Zhang Jun confidently stated, "Chief, I can resolve these issues, but it will require a three-step approach." Zhang Jun, astonished, wondered how these seemingly insurmountable challenges, which had baffled hundreds of experts and chief engineers from major steel mills, could be simplified by Zhang Jun. The first step involves acquiring a substantial quantity of high-quality rare earth materials. The second step requires the full cooperation of several key industrial departments, such as the Ministry of Textile Industry, the Ministry of Chemical Industry, and the Ministry of Light Industry, to produce a batch of special materials according to my blueprints and data formulations. The third step entails granting me temporary oversight of a large steel enterprise under the Metallurgical Industry Department, ensuring their unconditional compliance with my directives. Zhang Jun fell silent upon hearing this. The first issue seemed manageable, but the second and third posed significant challenges. Not only could Zhang Jun not make such decisions, but even General Ning would be powerless to assist. The Commission of Science and Technology directly oversees only the Ministry of Mechanical Industry. Zhang Jun's request for the mobilization of 4 industrial departments for his singular benefit could only be sanctioned by the Elder Council. Chief, as a member of the organization, I assure you that with the cooperation of these industrial departments, our armored steel issue will soon be resolved. Furthermore, our indigenous armored steel will surpass both Soviet and American standards, emerging as the finest armored material globally. Sometimes, circumstances unfold unexpectedly. Even though Zhang Jun had an inkling of what the future held, recalling the precise timeline of upcoming events was an impossible task. Had it not been for this, Zhang Jun would have already taken action to resolve the issue of armored steel, thus avoiding being caught off guard by the bear. Please wait a moment. I will call General Ning, Zhang Jun said, stepping out of the office. Halfway through, he paused and turned to ask, Comrade Zhang Jun, could you enlighten me on the reason behind your compilation of the Barefoot Doctor's Manual? In response, Zhang Jun replied with composure, "Report, Chief. There are over 1 million healthcare workers nationwide. Do you know what proportion of them are from rural areas?" Zhang Jun shook his head, suspecting that it might be less than 1/10, barely exceeding 100,000. Zhang Jun shuddered in disbelief. How did you arrive at that figure? Zhang Jun opened the office door and called out, "Chief, a considerable portion of our soldiers hail from rural backgrounds. If you inquire among them, arriving at a rough estimate would not be difficult." Zhang Jun furrowed his brow. This matter necessitated immediate investigation. Addressing the issue of armored steel could wait. Understanding the healthcare situation in rural areas was of paramount importance. Chief, our nation resembles a newborn infant. We are not only the parents of this child but also its caregivers. For the child to thrive, mere sustenance and warmth are insufficient, healthcare issues must not be overlooked. Zhang Jun implied. At that moment, the Dragon Kingdom appeared akin to an adorable infant. Nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles served as shelter against the storms, while food security represented the nutrients for growth. The healthcare issue was crucial for the child's healthy development. Zhang Jun patted Zhang Jun on the shoulder and, without a word, exited the office. The Barefoot Doctor's Manual, one of the 3 sacred texts, needed to be expedited. The lives it could save would be no less significant than that of the super race. Zhang Jun glanced at Zhang Jun's retreating figure before returning to his desk, picking up a fountain pen to draft the special material formula for armored steel. Comrade Zhang Jun, please write down the material formula. I shall take it back to the capital immediately for the elders' review. Additionally, continue your work on the Barefoot Doctor's Manual. 20 minutes later, Zhang Jun returned to the office, announcing several important matters. Having completed the formula and requirements, Zhang Jun handed them over without hesitation. Chief, if possible, I would like the opportunity to meet with the Grand Elder. You will have that chance, Zhang Jun replied, hastily leaving the office. More pressing matters awaited, particularly the situation regarding Li Yunbei wanting to personally present a gift to Zhang Jun, which would have to be postponed. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the central government decision-making hall in the capital was ablaze with light. The Grand Elder, Second Elder, Chief Commander, the Deputy Commander, General Ning, then leadership, among others, convened. In addition to the elders, personnel responsible for national healthcare were present. The atmosphere in the decision-making hall was tense. 2 significant issues required immediate resolution, whether to accommodate Zhang Jun by assigning several industrial departments to assist him, and the investigation into the current healthcare situation in rural areas. At the same time, in different locations, a meeting of equal significance is concurrently taking place. Suddenly, the fierce-looking elder, in a fit of rage, shatters his teacup upon the floor, vehemently berating his subordinates in a thick dialect for their incompetence. An investigation reveals that merely 100 soldiers infiltrated the pirate island. Yet, these few managed to obliterate 15 large-caliber howitzers from the White Eagle Nation and devastate half of the island's fuel reserves. Even more infuriating is the fact that the commander of the pirate forces met with total annihilation, leaving no survivors. Fools. Buffoons. Over 100 Dragon Army soldiers have systematically dismantled our artillery positions, fuel depots, and command center right under the noses of 100,000 troops. What have you all been doing? Time and again, I have been assured that the outer islands are as secure as a fortress, impervious to even a mosquito. The bold commander, seething with rage, felt an urge to devour someone. Everything is lost, vitally lost. The only artillery capable of threatening the opposing 240mm howitzers has been reduced to scrap metal. With the fuel depleted and the command center eradicated, one must wonder if the Dragon Army possesses divine prowess. Why is it that we consistently face defeat? The pirate generals in the conference room dared not utter a word, fearing that any misstep could lead to execution at the hands of the bold commander. Speak up, you who are so loquacious in ordinary times. Why have you all become mute? The bold commander scolded darkly, this debacle is entirely the result of your ineptitude. Had you engaged in more training and fortified the island's defenses, such a catastrophic defeat could have been averted. Observing the trembling pirate generals within the room, he felt a fire of frustration burning within him. Each of you has received advanced military education from esteemed institutions in the West. What are we facing? Illiterate peasants. I fail to comprehend why, as professional soldiers educated in modern military strategies, you repeatedly succumb to the enemy. How can these peasants triumph time and again while we are unable to deliver a single formidable counterattack? It feels as though we are besieged like Xiongyu at Gaixia, destined for grim outcomes. Years ago, I led hundreds of thousands to countless victories. The vibrant, flourishing world of possibilities is still vivid in my mind. Why, upon arriving here, do we repeatedly encounter such dismal defeats? Decades later, why has the situation deteriorated so? Are these islands destined to become our graves? The bold commander's face contorted with rage. Through sycophancy towards the White Eagle Nation, he managed to procure a plethora of Eagle-class weaponry for the pirate forces. bolstered by military supplies and training from friends in the White Eagle Nation. Yet, why does the pirate army crumble upon impact? It seems as if the Dragon Army is an invincible force, equipped with the most advanced human weaponry. Why does the pirate army always meet with failure in confrontations with the Dragon Army? It is one thing to be unable to contend with the fully organized Dragon Army. But how is it that 100,000 well-armed pirates cannot even subdue a mere 100 dragon soldiers? Report to the commander, the lady has arrived. Just then, a pirate attendant pushed open the door to the meeting room. Upon hearing the mention of the lady, the bold commander's expression softened slightly. He slammed his palm on the table, demanding his subordinates to reflect upon themselves and diligently study his military strategies. Suddenly, the bold man exited the conference room and proceeded to his office. "Darling, Commander David will not be coming." "Not coming?" Upon hearing these words, the bold man felt as if the ground was shifting beneath him, and he stumbled onto the sofa. Across from him, Mrs. Bold expressed her indignation, saying, "Due to security concerns, Commander David will cease his meetings with us. I have always maintained that when dealing with these peasants, any extreme measures can be employed, including atomic bombs. Our friends in the White Eagle Nation have not only ignored my counsel, but some even deem me insane, claiming I am deranged. Little do they realize that my suggestion to deploy atomic bombs against the Dragon country was not solely for our benefit, but for the very interests of the White Eagle Nation as well." The bold man felt an equal surge of anger. With so many atomic bombs at their disposal, why wouldn't they strike the Dragon country? If they were to use atomic weapons against the Dragon country, they could have long since retaliated. Why remain cooped up on the island, living in perpetual fear? My dear, this is not the time for anger. The Dragon country has severed ties with the Bear Nation and is on the brink of an attack. If we promise substantial benefits to the White Eagle Nation, they will surely not abandon us." The bold man feigned calmness. Mrs. Bold suppressed her fury and remarked, "Darling, to ensure the continued support of our friends in the White Eagle Nation, we must secure some victories to demonstrate our worth. The Bear Nation has completely halted its assistance to the Dragon country and has even withdrawn a nearly completed destroyer. We might as well exploit this situation." The bold man pondered, his expression intricate. "Earlier this year, we engaged in naval combat with the Dragon forces, and the outcome, darling, our defeat months ago was due to our excessive leniency. We deployed merely patrol boats instead of warships." Mrs. Bold, with a sardonic smile, retorted, "The opposing side has named 4 ships from the Bear Nation the 4 Great Kings. We too possess 4 large warships aided by our friends from the White Eagle Nation. Let us utilize our 4 Great Kings as the main force to conduct an unprecedented naval raid, eliminating the Dragon country's counterfeit 4 Great Kings. This will not only assert our dominance and prove that we are the true kings, but also demonstrate to our friends in the White Eagle Nation that we possess the capability to triumph over our adversaries." "Your insight is remarkable," the bold man exclaimed, rising with excitement. "Using our 4 Great Kings from the White Eagle Nation to sink the 4 counterfeit kings from the Bear Nation, brilliant. If we achieve victory in this battle, it will not only invigorate our spirits but also enhance our value in the eyes of our friends from the White Eagle Nation." Contemplating the incompetence of his subordinates, the bold man resolved to personally devise the surprise attack plan. With his astute command, how could this battle possibly end in failure? They merely awaited the repair of one of their warships. The Dragon country's 4 Great Kings would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. It has been a full month since Zhang Jun departed with the materials and formulas. During this time, Zhang Jun's life has become highly regimented. He dedicates half of each day to composing the Barefoot Doctor Manual. Occasionally, he communicates through a courier to provide answers for Land Guangming to General Feng and others at the Gobi base, aiding in the hydrogen bomb manufacturing efforts. Additionally, he organizes relevant materials for the new tank armor in accordance with his vision. The Dragon Kingdom currently does not require various types of cataclysmic weaponry. With the emergence of 2 significant developments next year, the Bear and the Eagle, those disparate factions, will undoubtedly hesitate to bear their fangs against the Dragon Kingdom in the short term. This opportune window should be utilized to gradually address the populace's fundamental needs, such as food, clothing, electricity, water, and healthcare. Regarding food security, Zhang Jun has devised a comprehensive plan. The promotion of super hybrid rice is imminent, yielding an astounding 8,000 pounds per acre. which will not only sustain the nation's citizens but also serve as a lucrative export commodity. As for meat products, solutions abound as well. Through biotechnological advancements, local pig breeds and imported stock will be enhanced to significantly increase meat yield. The surplus rice straw from the super rice fields will be repurposed into biological feed, accelerating the growth rate of pigs, ensuring that every household enjoys a meat-rich diet. Report to the Commander General Ning has personally called, instructing you to bring the prepared manual and promptly head to the capital. Upon hearing the news from Zhang Jun anticipated the challenges that lay ahead. Swiftly tidying his desk, he returned to his dormitory to organize the remaining documents. Moments later, a YF-5 transport aircraft ascended from the base's tarmac. Upon arriving in the capital, the city was aglow with lights. A military green GAZ jeep whisked Zhang Jun and Li swiftly towards the central government office. Within the decision-making hall, a haze of smoke lingered, creating an ethereal ambience. The elders present appeared discontented. Report. Comrade Zhang Jun has arrived. In the next moment, Zhang Jun, carrying a military green satchel, stepped into the conference room. Child, you've worked hard. Please take a seat, the chief commander greeted him warmly. Noticing the somber expressions of the elders, Zhang Jun cast a questioning glance toward General Ning. With a sigh, General Ning lamented, Comrade Zhang Jun, we have erred. The healthcare issues in rural areas are far more severe than you indicated. The elder lit a cigarette, his face etched with sorrow as he reproached himself. The general speaks truth, we have made grave mistakes. After a month of thorough investigations, it has been revealed that our nation has a total of 1.05 million healthcare workers, with 730,000 remaining in urban areas, and only 190,000 serving in towns and other locations, leaving a mere 8,000 in rural regions. The proportion of healthcare funding allocated to rural areas is a mere 1/5. According to last year's survey, the urban population hovers around 1.3 billion, while the rural population stands at 5.4 billion, yet 92 of medical professionals serve only 20 of the populace. This is a travesty. Upon reviewing the results of the month-long investigation conducted by the relevant departments, the elder expressed rare and profound anger. Each data point resonated deeply, shocking the high-ranking officials present. In the midst of this outrage, Zhang Jun's earnest efforts in compiling the Barefoot Doctor's Manual profoundly moved the assembly. Through discussions with soldiers at the base, Zhang Jun discerned that the impoverished farmers were grappling with severe difficulties in accessing medical care, obtaining medications, and receiving treatment. Strive to compose a comprehensible manual for barefoot doctors, utilizing your modest capabilities to address the pressing issues at hand. Without the vast populace, the Dragon Nation could not possibly vanquish the heavily armed invaders. Without the selfless dedication of the impoverished and hardworking farmers, how could the Dragon Nation drive away the 8 million bandits? The last grain of rice was sent to the front lines as military provisions, and the final piece of cloth was surrendered to the troops for uniforms. Mothers sent their sons to confront the enemy, and wives bid farewell to their husbands as they marched into battle. Elder too, with reddened eyes, spoke, Comrade Zhang Jun. Aside from compiling the manual for barefoot doctors to disseminate medical knowledge, what other methods do you propose to tackle such challenges? Speak freely today, we are all your students. The elder, extending his hand, inquired, might I see the manuscript you have penned? With a heavy heart, Zhang Jun presented the manuscript personally to the elder. Comrades, every word resonates with sincerity, the elder remarked, gazing at the opening table of contents. In recent years, there have been persistent assertions that traditional Chinese medicine is mere sorcery, an archaic relic, while Western medicine is the true savior, the living bodhisattva. We must neither dismiss Western medicine nor wholly deny traditional Chinese medicine. The optimal medical practice lies in the harmonious integration of both. As he spoke, the elder detached the table of contents and passed it around for all to peruse. Elder Tu and the others revealed expressions of approval. A seemingly light piece of paper now felt as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Zhang Jun's table of contents bore substantial sections concerning traditional Chinese medicine, including acupuncture, tuina, Chinese therapeutic massage, cupping, herbal identification, understanding acupoints, and the 4 diagnostic methods of traditional Chinese medicine: observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. In addition to introducing traditional Chinese medicine, the contents also encompassed extensive information on disease prevention, including water sanitation, waste disposal, diagnosis and treatment of common ailments, and management of serious illnesses. A prominent abbreviation piqued the chief commander's curiosity, child. What does this abbreviation signify? Report to the chief commander. The abbreviation represents the various branches of Western medicine, encompassing internal medicine, surgery, pediatrics, urology, hematology, gastroenterology, orthopedics, otolaryngology, dermatology, ophthalmology, dentistry, and more. Zhang Jun scratched his head and added, there are also relevant insights concerning gynecology and family planning. The chief commander chuckled heartily. You, a university-educated youth, still harbor feudal thoughts. Are you intending to outline the relevant Western medical content and entrust the subsequent material to professional healthcare workers for compilation? Zhang Jun nodded vigorously. The therapeutic methods and medications presented in the manual for barefoot doctors are yet to be fully realized, and Zhang Jun remains uncertain of their efficacy. Drawing upon the knowledge endowed by the system, he could articulate it flawlessly, yet he was unsure of its practical application. Thus, Zhang Jun adopted a two-pronged approach. He would document the traditional Chinese medicine content, preventive measures, and emergency responses for various common and acute diseases, while delegating the contentious topics to doctors and medical experts in major hospitals for analysis and discussion. Excellent. This is superbly articulated. The elder suddenly struck his thigh, exclaiming in admiration, the blend of agriculture and medicine, the establishing cooperative healthcare, then harnessing every ounce of subjective initiative to tailor the barefoot doctor manual for various regions. Indeed, different locales are afflicted by distinct maladies. We must universally promote barefoot doctors while eschewing a rigid adherence to textbooks. Special issues deserve special attention. I propose adding several points, prioritizing prevention, with treatment as a secondary focus, thereby enhancing the health literacy of the impoverished farmers. Our barefoot doctors should serve not only as healthcare workers but also as educators. Clutching the manuscript submitted by Zhang Jun, the elder appeared cautious, fearing he might soil or damage it. Every line within was purposeful, addressing the crux of the matter. Countless impoverished farmers in Dragon Country have sacrificed immensely for the nation's development, elevating their living standards, ensuring they are well-fed, warmly clothed, and have access to medical care when ill, as well as clean drinking water, is paramount. If we cannot achieve these basic provisions, how can those present here face their fellow villagers? Comrades, he continued, we must cultivate a substantial number of barefoot doctors from rural areas and enhance public health education and health knowledge seminars in these regions. Barefoot doctors will not only serve as health workers and educators but will also become liaisons. Should any peculiar ailments arise in a locality, they must promptly report to the local health clinic and, if necessary, directly contact the city's major hospitals. Furthermore, they should assume the role of patrol officers. Zhang Jun solemnly remarked, according to what I have gathered from the soldiers, there are signs of the resurgence of feudal superstitions in several areas. When ill, some refuse medication, opting instead for talismans and prayers. Certain cunning shamans masquerade as traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, administering erratic acupuncture and administering questionable herbal remedies. We must strive to deliver medication directly to patients' homes, ensuring they actually consume the prescribed treatments. At this point, Zhang Jun recited a catchy phrase, delivering medicine to the door. No swallowing, no departing, confirming the medicine goes down. The elder beamed with delight, exclaiming, what a splendid phrase, delivering medicine to the door, no swallowing, no departing. Confirming the medicine goes down. These 12 words carry profound significance. Many impoverished farmers possess limited education, with numerous illiterate individuals easily swayed by the charlatans. In his youth, the elder had visited countless villages and impoverished areas, witnessing the alarming extent of superstitious beliefs. Some regard taking medicine as a perilous act, fearing it could lead to death. Many misled individuals perceive medication as something terrifying, often spitting it out when unobserved. Moreover, countless farmers, having lived in poverty, are reluctant to spend on medication, preferring to save for their relatives and descendants. This not only delays treatment but also risks administering inappropriate remedies, potentially endangering their children's futures. Zhang Jun continued, comrades, this barefoot doctor manual is not an all-encompassing cure-all. The barefoot doctors trained through this manual are not reincarnations of Huatuo or Bien Quebec. There will undoubtedly be challenges. However, I believe having problems is preferable to having no solutions at all. His words elicited unanimous nods of agreement from the assembly. Perfection is an unattainable ideal. The Barefoot Doctor's Manual and the Barefoot Doctors themselves are certainly not omnipotent healers capable of curing all ailments. When faced with challenges, it is essential to address them without allowing fear of failure to stifle progress. The commitment to promote healthcare must remain resolute. With a population of 6.7 billion in the Dragon Kingdom and only 1.05 million doctors across the nation, it translates to 1 doctor for every 638 individuals, many of whom are nurses or medical students. Training a competent physician requires at least 3 to 4 years, if not longer. A duration that the impoverished farmers cannot afford to wait. The elders are equally adamant that the ongoing scarcity of medical resources for the rural poor cannot persist. Having some resources is undeniably better than having none. Confronting issues is preferable to feeling utterly helpless. With a cheerful demeanor, the Grand Elder addressed the scholar. I would like to offer you a suggestion. Please, Chief, share your insights, Zhang Jun responded promptly. The Grand Elder, with a warm smile, approached Zhang Jun and proposed, could we perhaps incorporate illustrations into the manual, such as diagrams of acupuncture points, techniques for treating fractures, and other visual aids? A well-illustrated book would facilitate quicker learning. Presently, the Dragon Kingdom still grapples with a significant number of illiterate and semi-literate individuals. The content of the Barefoot Doctor's Manual, as compiled by Zhang Jun, is indeed accessible and easy to comprehend. However, not everyone can read. Even for those who recognize some characters, the knowledge of various herbs remains elusive. If the manual included detailed images, it would not only enhance diagnostic and treatment efficacy but also serve to disseminate essential knowledge about traditional Chinese medicine, herbal remedies, massage, and cupping therapy among the illiterate rural populace. With a chuckle, another elder interjected, I also have a few suggestions. The chief commander replied with a smile. In addition to the Grand Elder's suggestion for a richly illustrated book, we should also incorporate military content. For instance, preventive measures and self-rescue techniques against nuclear, chemical, and biological weapon attacks could be included. Additionally, first aid during wartime, such as emergency rescue, battlefield bandaging, hemostasis, and transporting the wounded, should be addressed. The chief commander contributed additional content from a military perspective. To instill fear within the Dragon Kingdom, the bandits not only resort to vile tactics such as assassination, kidnapping, and arson of granaries but also occasionally poison water sources like wells, rivers, and grain storage facilities. Allow me to add a few words, Chairman Ning chimed in. In my hometown in the southwestern mountainous region, we have an abundance of poisonous snakes. I recommend that the manual include methods for avoiding and repelling snakes, as well as self-rescue techniques in the event of a snake bite. Furthermore, it would be prudent to address other venomous creatures as well. Unbeknownst to them, the Elder Council of Esteemed Veterans began to offer Zhang Jun their invaluable counsel, drawing from their professions or unique local circumstances to enhance the content that Zhang Jun had yet to include. The second elder hailed from a renowned region abundant in fish and rice, characterized by its rich resources and numerous rivers. Each summer, countless children would take to the rivers for swimming. Drowning incidents occur with alarming frequency due to a lack of sufficient rescue experience. Many children who could have been saved often lose the optimal opportunity for rescue because their parents or bystanders are at a loss for action. It is imperative to include content related to the rescue of drowning victims. Before long, the decision-making hall is filled with cheerful laughter. Zhang Jun, once a teacher, has now assumed the role of recorder. The Grand Elder, the Second Elder, the Chief Commander, and General Ning engage in lively dialogue. They also summon the guards to collaborate in brainstorming. In the words of the Chief Commander, it is to convene a unique assembly reminiscent of Zhuge Liang's strategies. After extensive discussion, it is decided that doctors and nurses from the hospital, professors and experts from medical schools, rural healers, pharmacy owners, military doctors, and medics with battlefield rescue experience will all partake in this initiative. The more contributors there are, the richer the content will become. Each individual's contribution will hasten the publication of the Barefoot Doctor's Handbook. The immediate goal is to implement the Barefoot Doctor policy to temporarily alleviate the scarcity of medical resources in rural areas. During the war years, the Dragon Nation relied on its people to repel invaders and bandits. Today, The Dragon Nation is set to launch a new campaign, a comprehensive war for the widespread dissemination of medical and health knowledge. The Elder Council, adhering to its usual prompt and decisive approach, engages in on-site discussions and operations to refine the subsequent compilation of the Barefoot Doctor's Handbook. The cooperation of the entire society is essential, regardless of whether one practices traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine, or if they are formally trained. Anyone with a particular skill may join the compilation efforts. The Grand Elder, holding a cigarette, humorously remarked, 3 cobblers can match the wisdom of 1 Zhuge. This compilation will involve numerous Zhuge, and I firmly believe that soon, the medical and pharmaceutical dilemmas of the impoverished farmers will see significant improvement. There is a plan to cultivate a large number of semi-medical, semi-agricultural rural healthcare workers, aiming to have barefoot doctors spread throughout every rural area in the nation within 1 to 2 years, delivering medical care and medicines directly to households. Furthermore, I propose that every 6 months, both provincial and municipal levels organize professional training sessions to continuously elevate the medical and cultural proficiency of barefoot doctors. It is a fact that barefoot doctors predominantly hail from rural areas and their educational levels cannot be compared to those of professionally trained healthcare workers. This reality must be acknowledged without excessive caution. If their educational levels are low, we must find ways to enhance their knowledge. Regular training sessions should be organized to strengthen cultural education. A substantial number of dedicated youths and proactive individuals with strong moral character and a passion for serving the people should be selected from rural areas to enrich the ranks of barefoot doctors. We shall begin by addressing common basic ailments in rural areas, spreading health knowledge, and promoting disease prevention. We must resolutely combat feudal superstition and eradicate the influence of shamans and sorcerers pervasive in the countryside. As the living standards of the populace improve, we will further elevate the artistic and medical capabilities of barefoot doctors, enabling them to address not only common illnesses but also to handle some emergencies and serious conditions. The efforts of these grassroots practitioners are invaluable. With that, the Grand Elder affectionately patted Zhang Jun's shoulder with his other hand. Dear colleagues, every time we meet with our esteemed junior scholar, our little teacher invariably surprises us with delightful revelations. The Barefoot Doctor's Manual is indeed a remarkable asset, and our junior scholar is poised to contribute significantly to military development by addressing a formidable challenge. How shall we reward him, or one might ponder. As the words left my lips, the chief commander chuckled and remarked, to whom much is given, much is expected. Let us consider assigning Comrade Zhang Jun additional responsibilities. We should embrace both technological advancement and military-industrial development. I propose elevating Comrade Zhang Jun's administrative rank to that of a Major General. A Major General. Zhang Jun felt a jolt of astonishment. If memory serves him correctly, Director Chen also holds a similar rank. Or this suggestion is indeed commendable. The Elder nodded in approval. Comrade Zhang Jun is not only an expert in nuclear physics but also possesses exceptional research capabilities in missile technology, agriculture, industrial machinery, firearms manufacturing, medical theory, and metallurgical engineering. Each innovative idea requires a cumbersome reporting process, which is counterproductive and increases the risk of information leaks. Bestowing the rank of a civilian general upon Comrade Zhang Jun will streamline numerous unnecessary procedures, providing immense benefits to our nation and its people. I concur. The Elder raised his hand in agreement. Chairman Ning interjected, the Science and Technology Commission is a ministerial unit comparable to the military's large districts. As Comrade Zhang Jun is about to assume the role of an academician, this appointment as a civilian Major General aligns perfectly with our personnel appointment principles. In no time, the Council of Elders reached a collective resolution to adjust Zhang Jun's administrative rank to that of a civilian Major General, with military rank equivalent to a senior colonel, and an administrative salary at level 6. The professional technical classification was designated as First Class Special. The second Elder, with a tone of expectation, remarked, Comrade Zhang Jun, your elevation in rank not only reflects organizational recognition but also signifies a considerable burden. We hope you will continue to leverage your intellect to better assist the nation, enhance the living standards of our people, and contribute to the construction of a more prosperous country. Yes. Zhang Jun promptly stood, raising his hand to render a somewhat imperfect military salute. Observing this, the assembly broke into warm smiles. As for our junior scholar, the compilation and promotion of the Barefoot Doctor's Manual will commence in earnest tomorrow. besides disseminating medical knowledge in vast rural areas and establishing a plethora of barefoot doctors. From which other avenues can we improve the living conditions of our citizens? The elder inquired. Zhang Jun quickly responded. Report to the leadership. Considering our nation's current circumstances, I believe we can also focus on meat production. It is imperative that every citizen has access to sufficient food and medical care while simultaneously enhancing their physical constitution. Only then can they better defend our homeland. The issue of meat supply is indeed a matter of grave concern. The elder glanced at the other members of the council. The scarcity of meat and grains has plagued not only the present-day Long Kingdom but has also remained unresolved throughout thousands of years of feudal history. Including the elder. Council members frequently embark on investigations across various locales. The Long Kingdom has been erected upon the remnants of devastation, and many issues must be resolved step by step. Whether in urban or rural areas, the scarcity of grain, meat, and various supplementary foods is a widespread phenomenon. During the decade of construction, the development of various industries in the Dragon Nation flourished. Just as the central government was preparing to address issues related to food and clothing, the bear unexpectedly turned hostile, shamelessly tearing up all agreements and disregarding the Dragon Nation's difficult situation, demanding that it repay its debts promptly. This was a covert attempt to tighten the noose around the Dragon Nation's neck, coercing it into submission as a satellite state of the bear's camp. Zhang Jun, since you have raised this issue, I presume you possess a viable solution. Among those present, General Ning, who had the longest acquaintance with Zhang Jun, understood his character best. Zhang Jun never spoke of matters he lacked confidence in. Once he did, a solution was assured. He confidently addressed the leaders, the esteemed leaders. The issues of food, clothing, and healthcare are pressing concerns that cannot be delayed. Before coming here, I conceived a comprehensive plan to provide meat for the entire populace. Once this plan is implemented, every household will have meat on their tables. Upon hearing this, the elders' expressions shifted, their eyes fixed on Zhang Jun with eager anticipation. Had anyone else made such a claim, the audience might not have believed it. However, coming from Zhang Jun, their faith was already 70% assured. The commander could hardly contain his excitement and urged, "Child, please share your plan." Zhang Jun articulated his long-held vision, but we must vigorously develop pig farming and promote new breeds of pigs. By acquiring various foreign breeds for hybridization and improvement, we can enhance the ratio of fatty to lean meat, accelerate the growth rate, shorten the growth cycle, rationally adjust feed conversion rates, and boost disease resistance. He poured forth his thoughts, a culmination of years of contemplation. The new breed of pigs would amalgamate the advantages of premium global pork varieties, thereby resolving the age-old problem of inadequate meat on the tables of the populace. The decision-making chamber fell into a profound silence, for in terms of scientific knowledge, the combined wisdom of the elders paled in comparison to Zhang Jun's insights. Nevertheless, when it came to livestock rearing and agriculture, each elder was an adept practitioner, many having originated from farming backgrounds, intimately acquainted with livestock and learned from an early age. During the wartime period, in a desperate bid to undermine the Dragon army, the enemy not only resorted to ruthless tactics but also employed encirclement and strategic blockades, while simultaneously engaging in skirmishes against the Dragon army. In their fight against the enemy's blockade and strangulation, the Dragon army initiated a vigorous production movement, striving for self-sufficiency while battling the foe. The elders, being seasoned experts in pig farming, listened intently. "Child, are you not exaggerating? Are there truly such remarkable breeds of pigs in the world?" The commander inquired, unable to suppress his skepticism. "It seems implausible that they eat less and grow faster." General Ning was equally perplexed, recalling how he had once nurtured a piglet with great care during the war. From a mere dozen jin to over 100 jin. It took nearly 2 years to achieve such growth. The prolonged growth cycle can be attributed, on one hand, to the insufficient supply of feed, and on the other, to the naturally slow growth of black pigs. The elder inquired, if the state were to procure the necessary varieties as per your proposal, how long would it take for you to complete your research and subsequently promote this new breed of meat pig? What would be the feed conversion ratio for such pigs? Setting aside a myriad of uncertainties, the elder cut directly to the heart of the matter. The hybrid research would not take long, however. Imparting the requisite experience and technology would require some time. Zhang Jun contemplated for a moment and replied, training livestock experts would likely require 1 to 2 months. During this period, we can learn while simultaneously practicing. For a comprehensive rollout, I believe 1 year should suffice. The feed conversion ratio would be approximately 1:1. The overall commander exclaimed in astonishment, 1 gene of feed can yield 1 gene of meat. Good heavens, child, are you some sort of deity? At that moment, the commander's mind was in a whirl. The individuals present were all adept in pig farming, with the commander being the most skilled among them. From the war years to the present, he had consistently shown concern for pig farming. He had repeatedly emphasized that pigs are a vital resource for the nation. The widespread promotion of pig farming would not only enhance the physical well-being of the populace but also increase the income of the impoverished farmers. To this end, 3 years prior, the commander had convened a national pig farming conference advocating for extensive pig farming across various regions. In response to the issue of exorbitant pig farming costs, he suggested finding suitable feed sources tailored to local conditions. He encouraged breaking free from conventional thinking to explore alternative feed options beyond staple grains. Pig farming requires grain, and historically, the most scarce resource in Longo had been grain. Faced with this deadlock, the enthusiasm of the common folk for pig farming remained lukewarm. Remarkably, with a 1:1 ratio, raising a black pig weighing over 100 gene would necessitate just over 100 gene of grain. The saved grain could potentially sustain another 10 pigs. Chairman Ning was left speechless upon hearing this. At the beginning of last year, the state made further adjustments based on the National Pig Farming Conference, placing pig farming on par with grain production. They recommended that each commune and production team adopt a 1 pig per person policy, likening a single pig to a miniature fertilizer factory, with the resulting pig manure serving as fertilizer for an acre of land. Despite the government's issuance of numerous favorable policies, the enthusiasm of the populace remained lackluster. The primary reason was the excessive grain required for pig farming. If corn were used to raise pigs, the feed ratio for 100 gene black pig might exceed 10:1 or even higher. Substituting with pig grass, sweet potato leaves, and other alternatives would result in even slower growth for black pigs. It might take 3 to 4 years for a pig to reach over 100 gene. Zhang Jun interjected, "Sir, we are not raising traditional black pigs, but rather a new breed of white pigs, utilizing not conventional grain feed, but biological feed. The system boasts a wealth of surveillance technology. Given the current circumstances in Longwa, I have decided to integrate the characteristics of various technologies to develop high-quality white pigs and biological feed in advance." As Zhang Jun observed the puzzled expressions on the faces of the crowd, he patiently elucidated, "The so-called biological feed refers to a novel type of fodder derived from drying straw, animal bones, and protein-rich earthworms through the art of biological fermentation. This feed possesses the remarkable characteristic of utilizing locally sourced materials. After the harvest of super hybrid rice, a substantial amount of rice straw is left behind, which serves as one of the essential raw materials for biological feed. Additionally, animal bones are replete with nutritional elements. Grinding them into powder and incorporating them into the biological feed not only enhances its nutritional content but also ensures the availability of simple and accessible ingredients. Once our pig farming ventures reach a certain scale, we will also be able to increase the production of biological feed." Zhang Jun proceeded to elaborate on the cyclical relationship between these components. The two primary nutritional sources for biological feed, bones and earthworms, can be sustainably produced through pig farming. The more pigs we rear, the greater the number of bones we have. Furthermore, the manure generated from pig farming can sustainably nourish earthworms, which primarily feed on decaying organic matter. Animal manure serves as a significant source of sustenance for earthworms as well. By fermenting pig manure, we can create a suitable diet for the earthworms, supplemented with vegetable and fruit residues, thereby forming a complete closed-loop supply system for feeding. Moreover, earthworms not only serve as a crucial source of nutrition for pig feed but can also be utilized as fodder for chickens and ducks. The bone meal derived from the bones of chickens, ducks, and pigs is also a vital resource for poultry and livestock. The elders present were rendered speechless by this comprehensive introduction, having known that earthworms could be used as poultry feed, yet unaware of their myriad other applications. They were even more astonished to learn that the bones of livestock are treasures in their own right. The Grand Elder, unable to conceal his delight, eagerly inquired, "What is the potential weight of the pigs raised using these techniques?" Zhang Jun responded, "The average weight ranges from 250 to 300 pounds. He further added, "The time to market is approximately 4 to 5 months. Upon hearing these figures, the commander's face flashed, and he coughed incessantly, exclaiming, "Heavens! This is nothing short of a miracle. Even if the time to market were a year, as long as the weight reached 200 pounds. The commander would bow deeply in gratitude on behalf of the entire nation." It was utterly astonishing. With a feed ratio of 1:1, pigs can be ready for market in 5 months, with a minimum weight of no less than 250 pounds. With a sufficient supply of meat, the health of the people in Long Country is bound to improve, and they will grow taller and stronger. The average lifespan will also witness a significant increase. The only concern is that the initial new breed of pork may exhibit a higher lean meat ratio, Zhang Jun remarked candidly. "Ha ha ha, my dear scholar, you worry too much. Having meat to eat is certainly better than having none at all. As you mentioned, a higher lean meat ratio at the outset does not imply that this condition will persist indefinitely." The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. The other elders joined in with warm smiles, teasing Zhang Jun for his excessive concerns. Indeed, the common people crave richer, fattier meat far more than lean cuts. The issue lies in the fact that even lean meat cannot satisfy the needs of the entire populace. How can one speak of choosing between fatty and lean cuts? First and foremost, one must fill their stomachs. By consuming a substantial amount of pork, we can enhance the overall physical well-being of the populace. Only then can we deliberate on whether fatty or lean meat is more palatable. At this juncture, I urge you to compile a detailed list, explicitly outlining the names and quantities of the breeding pigs, along with the countries they hail from. Our overseas colleagues will procure these items promptly. The Grand Elder paused, casting an inquiring glance towards Zhang Jun. Clearly, sending them to the Northwest nuclear base is not suitable. This research must be spearheaded by Zhang Jun, and determining the location for the study presents a new conundrum. "I propose we select a farm in the suburbs of Beijing," suggested General Ning. The suburban farm is affiliated with the Livestock Research Institute under the Agricultural Science Academy, originally established for livestock endeavors. The equipment and environment are, in my opinion, quite suitable. Just 3 kilometers from the suburban farm, we have a garrison responsible for the farm's security. Ding Ding is currently preoccupied with promoting super hybrid rice. So I recommend transferring Professor Su, the president of the Livestock Association, to the Livestock Research Institute as its director, while concurrently serving as the vice president overseeing breeding at the Academy of Sciences, working alongside Comrade Zhang Jun. "A splendid idea, I wholeheartedly agree," the chief commander replied cheerfully. "Professor Su and I are old acquaintances. Many of the data and materials in my scientific articles on pig farming stem from his generous assistance." Like Ding Ding, Professor Su is a leading expert in his field, one who pioneered hybrid rice research in the 1930s, while the other is an internationally renowned livestock specialist. I am confident that Professor Su will collaborate seamlessly with Comrade Zhang Jun. With the pig farming arrangements settled, Zhang Jun promptly drafted the necessary specifications for the imported breeding pigs, detailing the quantity and their countries of origin. In total, there are 4 varieties of imported pigs. All white, originating from the White Eagle Nation, the Bear Country, the Sunset Kingdom, and the Fairy Tale Kingdom. The chief commander nodded in agreement, stating, "Old Ning, your arrangements indeed reflect a shared vision. Zhang Jun's proposal for improving white pigs aligns perfectly with Professor Su's endeavors, which have also focused on the enhancement of white pigs in recent years." General Ning smiled lightly. "I cannot speak to that. But I believe that professionals should handle specialized matters. Zhang Jun is our versatile scientist, thus, his assistant should also be a top expert in the field. We may manage with swords and guns, but scientific matters ought to be entrusted to professionals." "Am I being transferred to the capital as the vice president of the Academy of Sciences?" Professor Su from a university in Northeast China looked at the transfer order in disbelief. "The research on domestic white pigs is nearing completion. What will happen to the project if I leave at this critical juncture?" After some contemplation, Professor Su picked up the phone on the desk and called the chief commander. "Sir, this is Su Zhenhua. I appreciate the organization's trust, but I cannot depart just yet," he stated plainly during the call to the military headquarters, expressing his inability to leave the project team at this moment. The domestic white pig research project has been ongoing for 3 years, and we are merely a step away from success. Once the research is completed, the domestic pork supply issue is certainly poised for significant improvement. The domestic white pig has a market readiness period of approximately 8 to 10 months, yielding a meat output of around 150 gin. It is particularly suitable for farming in colder climates. In comparison to the domestic black pig, the meat yield can increase by nearly 50%. Professor Su. Please do not become overly excited, the commander said in a mysterious tone over the phone, assuring him that his transfer to the capital was also related to pig farming. Once you arrive in the capital, I will present you with a grand surprise. Upon hanging up, Professor Su was left in a state of bewilderment. His new assignment in the capital also involved working with pigs, yet he was promised that it would be a worthwhile endeavor. Could it be that the nation had made new breakthroughs in pig breeding technology and required his technical expertise? Reflecting on the commander's keen interest in pig farming, Professor Su felt no further hesitation. He promptly returned to his dormitory, collected his belongings, and boarded a train to the capital. At 53 years of age, Professor Su had been engaged in livestock for over 30 years. He entered a prestigious domestic university as a teenager and, before turning 20, pursued studies in animal husbandry in the White Eagle country. Upon completing his education, he resolutely returned to his homeland, contributing to the livestock development of Long Country. He established the nation's first livestock research institution and trained a significant number of professionals in the field. Together with several other professors and academicians, he played a crucial role in advancing livestock in Long Country. Boss, I have arrived. Where is my surprise? After an arduous day and night on the train, Professor Su hurried to the military headquarters. As one of the first lifetime professors in Long Country and a close friend of the commander, he was well aware that the commander would not deceive him. Any unexpected surprise would undoubtedly be a fortuitous development. Come. Sit down and rest a moment. Take a look at these materials, the commander said, pulling open a drawer and carefully retrieving a dossier. Upon seeing the words top secret on the cover, Professor Su's heart skipped a beat. Take a look and I'll brew you a cup of tea, the commander said, not wishing to elaborate. Professor Su quickly opened the dossier. Inside were sheets of neatly written paper. The topics included biological feed technology, trace microorganisms, complementary vitamin nutrition, altering the seasonality of traditional feed, and the development of biologically nutritious feed through scientifically proportionate methods. Bone meal, earthworm protein powder, silage to enhance digestibility. This is astounding. Suddenly, Professor Su turned to the commander, who was pouring hot water, and exclaimed, Boss, how did we acquire the secret formulas for foreign livestock feed? Secret formulas from abroad? Ha, Professor Su. Could it not be that we have developed our own formulas? The commander replied with a smile. Our own? Professor Su shuddered, as if electrified. As he glanced back at the documents in his hand, his heartbeat quickened. Not only was Professor Su an expert in animal husbandry, but he was also a specialist in animal nutrition. He understood the value of this information far better than others in the field. It was a priceless treasure. Absolutely invaluable. Regardless of Long Country or any other nation, the issue of seasonality in livestock feed remained pervasive. Based on the seasonal production of grains, a simple feed formulation is established, commonly referred to as eating whatever is available. The biological nutritional feed documented not only has the potential to alter the limitations posed by seasonal feed but also plays a significant role in conserving grain and expediting the market readiness of pigs. The chief commander inquired about the expertise behind this technology. Was it the work of academician Tang, Professor Yu, or academician Pang? Or perhaps it was the collective effort of many. In an instant, Professor Su's mind raced through a multitude of domestic animal husbandry experts, yet upon reflection, he deemed it improbable. Although numerous specialists in animal husbandry have returned from studying abroad, those well-versed in animal nutrition are exceedingly rare. Allow me to take you there, you will soon comprehend. The chief commander said, handing a teacup to Professor Su and inquiring about the feasibility of the information it contained. It is exceedingly feasible, Professor Su exclaimed, placing the teacup on his desk with urgency. Please take me to meet this expert at once. With the advent of biological nutritional feed, I assure you that the enthusiasm of the populace for raising pigs will soar and all previous concerns will vanish without a trace. Grasping the chief commander's wrist, Professor Su fervently articulated the technical advantages, stating first and foremost the conservation of grain. Secondly, He emphasized the scientific and rational nutritional formulation. Protein is not only crucial for human growth but equally vital for the development of livestock and poultry. Thirdly, a well-balanced formulation can significantly reduce disease incidence among livestock, enhancing their resistance to ailments. After expounding on over a dozen benefits, Professor Su's impatience grew. He implored the chief commander repeatedly to introduce him to the researchers behind this technology. "Let us depart at once." Donning his military cap, the chief commander led Professor Su out to the vehicle, directing them towards the suburban farm affiliated with the Agricultural Science Institute. "Professor Su, allow me to introduce you to Comrade Zhang Jun, the leader of the Biological Nutritional Feed and Novel Breeding Project." Upon arriving at the farm office, the chief commander formally introduced Zhang Jun to Professor Su. "Professor Su," he stated solemnly, "this research is of great significance to the populace. It concerns when they can indulge freely in meat and whether our nation can achieve self-sufficiency in meat supply. We cannot afford any missteps. Besides being Comrade Zhang Jun's assistant, you will also bear the responsibility of managing the work of the Research Institute's staff. Given Comrade Zhang's unique status, certain matters will require your communication." "Understood, Chief," Professor Su replied, tempering his excitement as he grasped the implications of the commander's words. Only a select few were privy to Zhang Jun's true identity and capabilities. Aside from project research, all other inquiries were off limits. "What is this, my dear?" After briefing Professor Su on the confidentiality protocols, the chief commander's attention was drawn to a diagram on the table. "Report to Commander. This is a standard configuration for a pig farming facility that I sketched casually. In the interim before your arrival, I completed the final component of our initiative for universal meat consumption, the pig farm and its ancillary facilities, aiming to produce a new breed of meat pigs and resolve the issues surrounding biological nutritional feed. As we reach the husbandry phase, there remain pressing issues to address. How can we construct pig farms in a scientifically sound and rational manner? What are the appropriate methods for the effective utilization of pig manure? How should we maintain the hygiene of pig pens? And what is the suitable number of veterinarians to assign to each brigade? These are all urgent matters that demand resolution." After listening to Zhang Jun's insights, the chief commander expressed strong agreement. Poor sanitation in pig pens can lead to widespread illness among livestock. If we do not allocate an adequate number of veterinarians, who will tend to the sick animals? Under the chief commander's guidance, each commune generally has 1 to several veterinarians. In the past, this was considered sufficient. However, this time is different. Once the research is completed, production teams across various regions will embark on large-scale breeding of innovative meat pigs. Each commune encompasses a certain number of production brigades, which in turn contain smaller production teams. Relying solely on a handful of veterinarians is simply insufficient. Child. Taking advantage of the promotion of barefoot doctors, let us devise a way to cultivate a group of barefoot veterinarians. What do you think? Footloose veterinarians. Brilliant! Exclaimed Zhang Jun, slapping his thigh. Boss, I also wish to compile a book that not only encompasses a wealth of veterinary knowledge but also includes a series of agricultural insights. For instance, soil enrichment, methods for measuring soil pH, information regarding fertilizers, and the scientific ratios for pesticides. It should also cover how to engage in sideline occupations, such as cultivating fruits and vegetables, growing medicinal herbs, handling minor agricultural machinery malfunctions, and processing edible oils, topics that are intricately linked to the lives of the vast impoverished peasantry. The chief commander beamed with delight. What an excellent idea! In addition to farming and pig raising, encouraging the impoverished peasants to pursue sideline occupations and enhance their income is also a crucial avenue for improving their lives. Professor Su, who was nearby, was nearly rendered speechless. Zhang Jun's intention to write a book was met with a barrage of diverse topics. Although all related to rural life, none of the subjects overlapped. One dared to speak, while the other dared to believe. What was happening here? A livestock expert knowledgeable in fruits, vegetables, agricultural machinery repair, oil extraction, and soil pH measurement, can one truly believe this? The chief commander continued, an essential task of barefoot doctors is to disseminate health and hygiene knowledge, while barefoot veterinarians can promote sanitary practices in livestock husbandry. One treats humans, the other treats animals, working in tandem and complementing each other. Excellent, truly excellent. Zhang Jun, puzzled, queried, boss, how can barefoot doctors and barefoot veterinarians work together? Naturally. Through the promotion of scientific knowledge, the chief commander reflected. Any new initiative requires an adaptation period for successful dissemination. To expedite acceptance among the populace, it is crucial to avoid rash actions. For thousands of years, our farmers have primarily raised black pigs. How many have ever seen a white pig? How many have heard of using scientific principles to construct pig farms? The two types of barefoot doctors will serve as our finest advocates. Zhang Jun nodded in agreement. Indeed. With over 600 million people in our country and an illiteracy rate as high as 80%, there is a pressing need for promotional and guiding efforts. Contemplating the staggering illiteracy rate, a term sprang to Zhang Jun's mind: compulsory education. The 9-year compulsory education system of the original timeline was born in the mid-1980s. If we were to implement compulsory education now, the issue of illiteracy would undoubtedly be alleviated at a much faster pace. As Zhang Jun rubbed his chin thoughtfully, he noted that the first installment of funds from the Iron Tower Nation was nearly exhausted. Subsequent financial support would likely take some time to materialize. Where would the funding for promoting compulsory education come from? Observing Zhang Jun's solemn expression as he murmured to himself, Professor Su looked curiously at the chief commander. The chief commander gently gestured for Professor Su to refrain from interrupting Zhang Jun, who was evidently contemplating something of great significance. Could the second kickback exchange foreign currency from the Iron Tower Nation? What else could be traded for money? Weapons? Electronics? Zhang Jun scratched his head in frustration. Damn it. It would be several more years before the desert tycoons made an appearance. If we cannot fleece money from this nouveau riche, where else can we procure funds? Surrounding Long Nation are all sorts of malevolent entities. Ba Nation is a subordinate of the White Eagle Nation, while Asan is a protege of the Bear Nation. The Northern Cold Nation. They may have wealth, but it comes from the Bear Nation's coffers. Without resolving the issues with Suezong, there would be no way to earn money from the Eastern camp. As for the West, suddenly, Zhang Jun exclaimed, Chief, I can secure a substantial sum from Suezong for the education department, accelerating our literacy efforts. Child, do you intend to extract foreign currency from Suezong? The chief commander instinctively reached out to pat Zhang Jun's head. Even if Zhang Jun claimed he could develop a satellite, the chief commander would support him, however. This particular notion seemed utterly implausible. Who exactly was Suezong? The head of the Bear Nation, obstinate and arrogant, a brazen individual. He was the one who proposed establishing a joint fleet in Long Nation and constructing a long-wave radio station. Furthermore, he exhibited utter disregard for class sentiments. Each of the conditions proposed by Suezong was a direct affront to the dignity of Long Nation, an attempt to seize control of its military and civilian powers. Should they acquiesce, Long Nation would swiftly become a satellite of the Bear Nation, which, in truth, would be no different from a colony. In the face of Long Nation's firm rejection, Suezong callously tore up all agreements, brazenly declaring that Long Nation had squandered the goodwill of the Bear Nation and threatening to expel it from the Eastern camp. Disregarding the lives of countless individuals in Long Nation, he coerced them into repaying their debts. Such a scoundrel would not only refrain from oppressing Long Nation but would also never provide foreign currency. Chief, I am neither feverish nor speaking nonsensically. I genuinely have a solution to our educational funding dilemma. Zhang Jun's animated reaction once again unsettled the chief commander. Even Professor Su sensed that Zhang Jun was behaving unusually. Comrade Zhang Jun, do you have any ideas? The chief commander was well aware of Suezong's character, and Professor Su had heard tales of it as well. Zhang Jun, brimming with excitement, remarked, Chief, Professor Su, do you know what Suezong's favorite drink is? His favorite drink? The chief commander shook his head in confusion, while Professor Su interjected. Vodka. No, it's a beverage, specifically a Western one. Upon the utterance of those words, both individuals found themselves utterly bewildered. What did this even mean? It was rather unexpected that a grown man from the Bear Nation would eschew alcohol in favor of soft drinks. The commanding officer, a military man, was primarily preoccupied with matters pertaining to warfare. As far as he was aware, alcohol was essential to the lives of the Bear Nation's people. During the war years, soldiers from the Bear Nation would consume any liquid containing alcohol to satisfy their cravings. They would even resort to medical alcohol and aircraft antifreeze. There was scarcely anything they would refuse to drink. Zhang, who had participated in World War II and held the position of army commander, was indeed a notorious alcoholic. The commanding officer held this conviction without a doubt. Zhang had visited the Dragon country several times, during which the commanding officer had the honor of hosting him. Do you recall Zhang's attendance at the international exhibition? The commanding officer was asked. Indeed, he nodded in affirmation. Before our falling out last year, Zhang led a delegation of high-ranking officials from the Bear Nation to the national exhibition hosted by the White Eagle country. Zhang Jun seized the opportunity to interject, yes. It was during this visit that Zhang became utterly enamored with a particular Western beverage. Could it have been cola? Professor Su inquired. Precisely, it was cola. Zhang Jun confirmed, once again referencing the infallible Bear Nation experts. According to some specialists from the Bear Nation, Zhang initially resisted the temptation to sample Western beverages but was ultimately persuaded by the persistent recommendations from the White Eagle country representatives and reluctantly took a sip. Subsequently, he consumed cup after cup, 6 in total. Had it not been for the constraints of his identity and the occasion, it seemed likely he would have downed the entire bottle. I believe I have heard of this incident as well, Professor Su recalled. It is rumored that Comrade Father harbored a profound disdain for various Western commodities, particularly cola, and had issued an edict forbidding its importation into the Bear Nation. By the year 1950, Comrade Father expanded this prohibition throughout the entire Eastern Bloc, asserting that cola was not merely a beverage but a Western sugar-coated artillery shell poison meant to undermine the iron will of the Eastern camp. A multitude of Eastern Bloc nations, including East Prussia, heeded this call, designating cola as a restricted import and labeling it with numerous tags denoting Western decadence, corruption, and malevolence. Professor Su then recalled the Western media's coverage of the matter. Zhang also enjoys drinking cola. Yet, even if Zhang had indeed consumed 6 cups of cola in one sitting, it could not be taken as evidence of his obsession with this drink. After listening to the accounts from Zhang Jun and Professor Su, the commanding officer still felt an air of strangeness surrounding the situation. Perhaps Zhang had merely been thirsty. Or maybe other motivations compelled him to indulge further. As for the reports from Western media, they were hardly trustworthy. Moreover, Comrade Father had commanded that the people of the Bear Nation refrain from drinking cola. How could Zhang, as the heir to Comrade Father's legacy, dare to defy his predecessor's wishes and become enamored with such a beverage? Zhang Jun chuckled, Commander, you are only aware of one side of the story. There are others among the Bear Nation's elite who share a fondness for cola. Even the renowned Marshal Konstantinovich is a devoted aficionado. A day without it leaves him feeling utterly unwell. Even the battle-hardened commanding officer was left momentarily speechless. Such an assertion was utterly outrageous. Marshal Konstantinovich, a great hero of World War II, was referred to as the battlefield firefighter by Comrade Father and was once one of the triumvirate of the Soviet military. He was a national benefactor who turned the tide in dire situations and propped up the crumbling edifice of the nation. Fond of cola, he claimed that a day without it was inconceivable. This assertion by Zhang Jun profoundly challenged the preconceived notions of the commander-in-chief. In his quest to secure funding for the promotion of compulsory education, Zhang Jun nearly exhausted his mental faculties. Fortunately, the heavens do not forsake the diligent. He eventually discovered a new avenue for revenue generation, selling cola and engaging in a price war. This delightful beverage could bring joy and even foster addiction, a fact that has long been established. The reason behind this phenomenon lies in the sugar and caffeine contained in its formula. Few are aware that, in addition to their fondness for alcohol, the Soviet people have an equally fervent craving for sugar. In the late 1980s, the Soviets even proposed trading warships for cola. If not for the indifference of the Coca-Cola company, they could have become the 6th largest naval power globally, surpassing the 5 major nations. Long before the current events, Marshal Konstantinovich had become enamored with cola. In secrecy, he negotiated with Western counterparts to have dozens of crates filled into blank bottles and quietly supplied to him. Commander-in-Chief, I have devised a method to concoct a domestic cola that mirrors the flavor of Western cola. By engaging in a price war with Western cola companies, we can seize their transactions with the Soviets, offset some debts with our domestic cola, and acquire necessary goods. Wouldn't that free up funds for education? The more Zhang Jun contemplated this approach, the more feasible it appeared. This year, The Soviet authorities discreetly reached an agreement with Western cola companies to import cola in large quantities. However, due to the lack of recognition of the Soviet currency by the West, coupled with the Soviet Union's limited foreign exchange reserves, a rather comical barter system was devised: vodka in exchange for cola at a 1-to-1 ratio. Child, I believe you can create cola akin to the Western version. Here's the deal: write down what you need, and I shall endeavor to procure it for you. First, concoct a few bottles of cola for our experts who have studied abroad and savored Western delicacies. If it truly tastes like Western cola, we shall then discuss further matters, said the elder. Neither the commander-in-chief nor the other members of the council would hastily dismiss an individual's ideas. They consistently advocated for a pragmatic approach, believing that knowledge is derived from experience. Since Zhang Jun presented his argument with supporting evidence, the possibility of success seemed plausible. The commander-in-chief was amenable to allowing Zhang Jun to experiment. With a systematic approach, multitasking posed no challenge for Zhang Jun. He could adeptly instruct others in pig farming and the preparation of biological nutritional feed while simultaneously developing the cola formula. The core secrets of crafting cola were meticulously detailed in the advanced technological system: caffeine, sugar, lemon juice, vanilla, caramel, orange essential oil, lemon essential oil, nutmeg essential oil, and a dozen other ingredients. Holding the list provided by Zhang Jun, the commander conveyed a few words to Professor Su and Zhang Jun respectively. Leading the guards, he departed from the suburban farm, driving towards the central government. 2 days later, various beverage materials required by Zhang Jun were transported to the suburban farm by a truck. Comrade Zhang Jun, the researchers you requested have nearly all arrived. How shall we proceed with the allocation of tasks? In the farm office, Zhang Jun lowered his head, engaged in writing and sketching. Professor Su, holding the roster, reported on the livestock personnel gathered at the suburban farm for the research. The imported breeds of white pigs had yet to return, hence, we could commence lectures on biological nutritional feed. We should first produce a batch of biological nutritional feed and cultivate a core group in feed production to promote it more broadly. Simultaneously, I recommend incorporating content on earthworm farming into the lectures. Earthworms, rich in high protein, are a crucial component of biological nutritional feed. Our technicians must not only master the formulation but also learn sustainable farming practices to ensure our biological nutritional feed can be produced efficiently and in large quantities. The biological feed Zhang Jun retrieved from the system was a mere abridged version of the original. It was not due to a lack of desire for the unabridged version, but rather the circumstances did not permit it. Compared to the war years, the current Dragon nation has improved manifold, yet the situation remains dire. A decade after the founding of the nation, the fragile industrial system has barely begun to take shape domestically. There is a notable lack of machinery, production materials, and a staggering 80% illiteracy rate. Scientists, intellectuals, and skilled technicians are in short supply. The mature system of advanced skilled workers is only just beginning to emerge. The number of 7th and 8th level workers in state-owned enterprises is likely minimal. In business, the importance of channels is paramount. In scientific research and industrial development, prioritizing materials is essential. Capital, equipment, materials, and skilled labor along with technicians are all indispensable, each element intricately linked to the others. Training researchers in earthworm farming is a necessary yet impractical solution. Currently, only they can grasp the significance of scientific farming and comprehend Zhang Jun's intentions. The selection, training, and allocation of barefoot doctors and veterinarians will take at least 6 months. Zhang Jun's compilation of the Barefoot Doctor's Manual and the abridged Friend of Dual-Purpose Talents will also require time for dissemination. Despite his urgency, Zhang Jun is cautious not to take overly large steps. A single misstep could lead to the reoccurrence of past issues. At present, Zhang Jun juggles multiple roles: Chief Consultant for Project 596, Researcher in Tank Armor Steel, Member of the Rural Medical Promotion Team, Leader in Livestock Breeding Promotion, Inventor of Biological Nutritional Feed, and Chief Editor of Military and Barefoot Literature. Now, he has also been tasked with developing domestic cola technology. There is no alternative. He must grit his teeth and persevere. In this era, it is both the most arduous time for the Dragon Nation and the most hopeful. There is number 996 work culture. Instead, there are those who dedicate their youth and their lives. Some would rather sacrifice 20 years of their lives to secure a major oil field. Comrade Zhang Jun, taking appropriate rest is not an act of negligence or irresponsibility. Do not push yourself too hard. Observing Zhang Jun engaged in conversation while simultaneously attending a meeting, pen in hand tirelessly jotting down educational materials. Professor Su felt a pang of compassion. A young comrade in his 20s, appointed by the organization as the chief commander of the livestock project, was a testament to the trust the nation placed in his capabilities. Zhang Jun's relentless work ethic stemmed from a desire not to disappoint the country. Nevertheless, it was imperative to maintain a balance between work and rest. With a faint smile, Zhang Jun replied, Professor Su, I appreciate your concern. As a young man, even if I toil to exhaustion, the night's sleep will rejuvenate me by the next day. The more we exert ourselves now, the easier life will be for the common people tomorrow. If we draft a few more educational materials today, our research achievements can be applied to production and construction one day sooner. The sooner they are well fed, the closer our nation will come to prosperity. Upon hearing these words, Professor Su refrained from further discussion, instead taking the manuscript paper to assist Zhang Jun in transcribing the lesson plans. In Zhang Jun, Professor Su saw a reflection of his younger self. In those days, the dragon nation was shattered and its people suffered. Professor Su resolutely forsook the comforts of the white eagle nation to return and develop the livestock industry. As his career was just beginning to take shape, life was becoming bearable. Countless individuals urged Professor Su to return to the white eagle nation to escape the war. War is a matter for soldiers. It does not concern me, an expert in livestock, was his sole response. The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every citizen. Naturally frail, unable to carry burdens or lift heavy objects, he could not fight at the front lines, so he remained behind to support logistics, ensuring that soldiers would not go hungry. By cultivating a substantial number of quality pigs, cattle, and sheep, he addressed the sustenance needs of the front lines. Compared to the tasks of drafting educational materials, training personnel, and coordinating logistics, these duties seemed trivial. A few nights later, Zhang Jun summoned Professor Su to his room, presenting an unfinished manuscript. Professor Su, I have heard that you are knowledgeable in biochemistry. Could you please critique this technology for its feasibility? The manuscript detailed the dual enzyme method for starch-to-sugar conversion. Upon reading the title, Professor Su promptly donned his glasses and read the content with great care. Years ago, the starch-to-sugar technology had gained popularity in the West. Yet the dual enzyme method seemed unfamiliar to him. Using amylase and glucosidase as catalysts, starch is hydrolyzed into glucose. By raising the temperature to 70 degrees Celsius and allowing an 8-hour saccharification reaction, one awaits the complete decomposition of starch, resulting in a high-sugar syrup. Professor Su shuddered with excitement and continued, after completing the evaporation and filtration steps, the high-sugar syrup will be purified into high-purity syrup. Comrade Zhang Jun, you are laying the foundation for our sustainable export of cola. Although Professor Su could comprehend only half of the manuscript's content, it did not hinder his understanding of Zhang Jun's intentions. He aimed to convert cornstarch into high-purity syrup through the dual enzyme method for use in formulating beverages like cola. It is well known that the composition of any beverage is inseparable from syrup. This holds true for fruit juices as well as cola. Currently, there exists a severe scarcity of edible sugar within the country. Both white and brown sugar are supplied in limited quantities, allowing each individual to receive only a meager portion each month. In the absence of available sugar, saccharin has emerged as the primary substitute. The various types of condiments sold in stores also prominently feature saccharin. Ice pops, canned goods, bread, and soft drinks, any item deemed sweet inevitably contains saccharin. Despite its name suggesting a relation to sugar, and the mere need to dissolve 1 or 2 granules in water to produce a copious amount of sweetened liquid, saccharin bears no resemblance to traditional sugars. Rather, it is an artificially synthesized sweetener. Excessive consumption can be fatal, and even minimal intake can adversely affect one's health. This is common knowledge among the populace, yet scientists are even more acutely aware of the implications. Observing the situation is disheartening. I would wager that our cola has found its way into the households of the bear nation, cherished by both the affluent and the ordinary citizens alike. This has been historically validated. Furthermore, there exists another facet of Zhang Jun's cola export initiative rooted in the conflict between Suezong and Sifu. Cloaked under the guise of being Sifu's heir, Suezong engages in the morally reprehensible act of disturbing Sifu's south ancestral resting place. What Sifu abhors, Suezong seeks to perpetuate. It won't be long before the cola prohibition within the Bear Nation becomes a mere formality. Curiously, Suezong seems eager to obliterate everything left behind by Sifu. The nations within the Eastern Bloc have consistently adhered to the regulations established by Sifu. It was not until the merger of the two Prussias that the cola ban dissipated from East Prussia. To ensure a continuous export of cola, one must first secure a sufficient supply of syrup. By converting starch into sugar, not only can the syrup supply for cola be addressed, but it can also alleviate, to some extent, the domestic sugar shortage. Much like the scarcity of grains and meat, the lack of sugar is a persistent dilemma. Currently, Zhang Jun can only integrate existing resources and equipment, devising technologies that align with the actual circumstances, rather than mobilizing everyone to manufacture an abundance of superweapons. Zhang Jun envisions a future where the Dragon Nation possesses nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, stealth fighters, intercontinental bombers, then an overwhelming swarm of drone-like mechanical dogs, akin to a steel torrent of war. However, the pressing question remains, where will the materials come from? Given that the national illiteracy rate stands at a staggering 80%. How can one forge cutting-edge instruments of warfare? Progress must be gradual. Once it is confirmed that the technology is suitable for the current national context, and that existing equipment and personnel are capable of conducting dual-enzyme starch saccharification processing, Zhang Jun will find solace. Meanwhile, an unprecedented mobilization of human resources is unfolding across the expanse of the Dragon Nation. Countless communes and villages nationwide have received orders to select a group of ideologically sound, literate, and locally esteemed representatives from the impoverished peasantry to attend training at provincial health departments. All personnel associated with the medical field, including major and medium-sized hospitals to military hospitals, health teams, rural doctors, and pharmacy owners, are promptly directed to report to provincial medical colleges to participate in the compilation of popular medical literature. Zhang Jun meticulously compiled a comprehensive outline and table of contents for the Barefoot Doctor's Manual. Western medicine has its own protocols, while traditional Chinese medicine equally boasts its own methodologies. The Barefoot Doctor's Manual serves not only as a national medical encyclopedia but also as a visual compendium of medicine. Within its pages, one can find illustrations and descriptions of various herbs, their forms, and their uses, as well as detailed diagrams for treating fractures and bandaging techniques. The manual also includes charts depicting acupoints throughout the human body. In the rural outskirts of Beijing, Zhang Jun wished he could employ one person as if there were three. By day, he taught courses as a livestock technician and expert, addressing a myriad of inquiries. In his spare moments, he busied himself with the compilation of the rural edition of Friends of Dual-Use Talents. As night fell, Zhang was equally restless, diligently refining the cost-effective dual-enzyme starch-to-sugar conversion technology and conducting a technical analysis of the equipment required for this process. "Little gentleman, where are you?" Uncle Li's voice boomed through the tranquil environment of the Beijing outskirts. A few days later, on a serene evening, Zhang Jun wore a wry smile as he recognized the unmistakable arrival of Li Yunbei. Indicating for his students to engage in self-study, Zhang stepped outside the classroom. Upon seeing him, Li Yunbei embraced Zhang heartily. The commander, with a stern expression, admonished Li Yunbei, "Release him. Zhang is in the middle of class. We can discuss matters after the lesson concludes." "Oh, it's all right, this is the final lesson, and it will end shortly," Zhang replied before returning to the classroom. He announced the impending end of the class, and the students departed on their own accord. Once back outside, Zhang inquired curiously, "Uncle Li, what brings you here?" "You, my dear boy, seem to forget your benefactors easily. Once you develop new weapons for our troops, I intend to present you with a grand gift. Last time, due to unforeseen circumstances, I couldn't deliver it personally. Today, while reporting to headquarters, I heard the commander mention your success in crafting cola. Despite my limited literacy, I have experienced the world and indulged in foreign delicacies. I must taste your cola to see if it is truly authentic." Before Zhang could ask further, Li Yunbei opened his bag and produced a cloth-wrapped package, handing it to Zhang. Upon receiving it, Zhang weighed it in his hand. It was quite light. When he opened it, he was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Li Yunbei's gift was indeed unique, a collection of captured enemy officer epaulets, ranging from lieutenant generals down to majors, at least 20 or 30 pairs. "Well, what do you think?" Do you like this gift? Li Yunbyo inquired. I love it. Especially. Zhang exclaimed with a gleeful tone. These enemy soldiers, with blood on their hands, have met their end. And their insignia are now ours, a sign that these scoundrels have faced their judgment. It must be said, Li Yunbyo's thoughtful gift held significant meaning. In ancient times, one would present the head of an enemy general as a trophy, and now we celebrate victory through the capture of enemy insignia. The commander, intrigued, asked the young man. You mentioned that the cola has been successfully formulated. Let us summon experts who have tasted foreign bread and ink to join us in savoring its flavor and determine if it rivals that of Western cola. I shall fetch them at once. Just yesterday, Zhang Jun had completed the adjustments for the cola. Early this morning, I contacted the Science and Technology Commission and borrowed an imported refrigerator to chill some Coca-Cola. The experience of tasting room temperature cola versus chilled cola is akin to savoring two entirely distinct flavors. On a sweltering summer day, a sip of ice-cold soda invigorates one's spirit, instantly revitalizing the soul. I invited Professor Su and several livestock experts with overseas study experiences to join me in Zhang Jun's room. Not far from the desk stood a large imported refrigerator. Zhang Jun opened the refrigerator door and retrieved 3 enamel tea mugs filled with a dark liquid. Commander, the first cup is for you, Zhang Jun offered, extending one of the mugs toward him. I'm too old to discern flavors well, let them have it, the commander replied with a wave of his hand. Back in the days of battling bandits, we once seized several crates of coke, so I'd like to give it a try. Without hesitation, Li Yunbyo accepted the mug from Zhang Jun and gulped down the cola in one go. Ugh, that doesn't taste right, he remarked, smacking his lips and frowning. Xiaojianzi, is this the Western cola? It doesn't taste like what I drank back then. Impossible, Zhang Jun asserted, taking a sip from the second mug. This is precisely the flavor. How could it be incorrect? Hearing Li Yunbyo's discontent, Professor Su and the other experts sampled the cola from the third mug. What do you think? Su inquired. It tastes just like the cola I had in the White Eagle country. Indeed, this is the authentic taste of White Eagle cola. If it were bottled, one could say it is indistinguishable from the original. Upon hearing this, Professor Su took another sip. The flavor is undeniably accurate. Zhang Jun then asked, Uncle Lei, when you mentioned the taste being off, in what way did it seem problematic? I can't quite pinpoint it. All I remember is that it was particularly unpalatable back then. It was thick and sticky, not refreshing at all. I thought the soldiers were playing a prank on me, using something else. The memories of that time were vivid in Li Yunbyo's mind. Upon learning that the soldiers had captured cola from the White Eagle country, he had unhesitatingly downed a bottle, only to promptly spit it out. Aside from its sweetness, it hardly qualifies as enjoyable. I can't fathom why it became a military supply. Oh, I see. Zhang Jun exclaimed, smacking his forehead in a mix of amusement and disbelief. Uncle Lee, what you drank back then must have been room temperature cola, and now you're tasting chilled cola, which is why the flavors differ. Is there really a distinction? Li Yunbyo asked, puzzled. Certainly, Zhang Jun asserted earnestly. I borrowed the refrigerator from General Ning so everyone could experience the difference in taste between chilled and room temperature cola. On a hot summer day, room temperature cola is indeed unappealing. However, once chilled, it is a refreshing delight. Oh, so that's how it is. I never realized cola had such intricacies, Li Yunbyo responded, enlightened. As his words settled, the commander turned to Professor Su. Understanding that they were about to discuss the potential of selling cola to the bear, Professor Su casually fabricated an excuse and ushered the experts who had come to sample the cola out of the room. After everyone departed, Zhang Jun remarked, Uncle Lee, if you're not fond of the original flavor of cola, I can offer you alternatives such as orange, apple, or sweet potato flavored cola. You really have a knack for humor, mixing beverages with liquor, is that even palatable? Li Yunbyo teased. The chief commander interjected, my dear child, based on our comrades' investigations, you are indeed correct. Upon returning home, Suezong has been quite enamored with cola. According to our intelligence, the Russians are currently in discussions with Western cola companies, likely preparing to either introduce production lines or make substantial orders for finished products. The price war you mentioned pertains to this matter, does it not? This incident further enhanced the chief commander's impression of Zhang Jun, who managed to uncover opportunities for national development from Suezong's personal whims shortly after his emergence. Should domestic beverages truly capture Suezong's favor, Longo could not only settle its foreign debts ahead of schedule but might also procure urgently needed industrial equipment from the Russians. Moreover, they could reclaim goods that had already been paid for but were withheld by the Russians. The initial negotiations would undoubtedly be challenging, as the Russian currency faces rejection from Western nations and lacks recognition for international transactions. As for foreign reserves, the Russians likely possess far less than we currently do. The chief commander refrained from commenting, signaling Zhang Jun to continue. Zhang Jun stated, after testing the samples. Experts including Professor Su concluded that the flavor of domestic cola is indistinguishable from that of its Western counterparts. If we can bring the Russians to the negotiation table with an appealing price and terms, their interest will surely be piqued. Suezong has shown remarkable generosity in courting satellite nations to align them with the Eastern Bloc, yet in other affairs, he is notoriously miserly. With the right pricing and identical flavor, we need not worry about the Russians resisting. Zhang Jun expressed his confidence. The chief commander nodded, praising, "You, young man, have never encountered Suezong, yet you possess a clear understanding of his character. Indeed, Suezong exhibits duality. Though we have severed ties with the Russians, we have not reached a point of complete animosity and still maintain a degree of interaction. Are you planning to engage through official channels to bring the Russians to the negotiation table, or do you intend to pursue alternative methods?" In response, Zhang Jun smirked, "Commander. There is a saying in Northeast China, rushing is not a transaction. If a seller is overly eager and approaches the buyer, they often find themselves in a disadvantageous position during negotiations. Our goal is to attract the Russians to seek us out for discussions. This way, we can retain the initiative." Li Yunbei interjected, "Chief, Zhang Jun is right. We cannot engage in a losing business. In my days leading soldiers, every proactive strike meant returning with something from the enemy, even if it was merely a few military coats. If the Russians wish to indulge in such a fine product, they must pay a hefty price. You two, old and young, truly make a perfect pair." The chief commander smiled helplessly. In his military days, Li Yunbei was notorious for being a shrewd businessman, never engaging in ventures that would incur losses. While other regiments comprised 2,000 to 3,000 personnel, Li Yunbei's contingent expanded to over 10,000. All thanks to his meticulous financial acumen. Whether it was a minor skirmish or a full regiment mobilization, he would never return empty-handed. In the realm of commerce, Zhang Jun surpassed him, having audaciously secured $2 billion from the Iron Tower nation. Now, he had set his sights on Suezong. Perhaps the commander-in-chief was contemplating whether the collaboration of two audacious and meticulous individuals could yield superior results. "Uncle Li, I have an idea, and I seek your refinement," Zhang Jun proposed, succinctly outlining a strategy to entice the bear into making a move. After deliberation, Li Yunbei remarked, "This appears overly contrived. We might as well employ a series of stratagems." Thus, the two engaged in a spirited exchange to enhance the bait plan. Meanwhile, the commander-in-chief pondered the prospect of assigning them to work together. One was bold in thought, while the other possessed unwavering trust in Zhang Jun. Despite his inclination to pair Li Yunbei and Zhang Jun, the commander felt an inexplicable discomfort. The two had known each other since their time in the border area, despite Zhang Jun being merely 5 or 6 years old then. Recently, Li Yunbei had learned a great deal about Zhang Jun. Aside from the elder regiment and a few top scientists, no one was better acquainted with Zhang Jun than Li Yunbei. With their complementary skills of intellect and martial prowess, their collaboration could indeed be mutually beneficial. Li Yunbei would be responsible for safeguarding and assisting Zhang Jun, serving as a special liaison to coordinate between Zhang Jun and other departments. Given Li Yunbei's temperament, he would undoubtedly ensure Zhang Jun's interests are protected. Moreover, Li Yunbei was an esteemed veteran. Even those who would otherwise disregard Zhang Jun would hesitate to offend Li Yunbei. However, a sudden thought struck the commander: it would be unwise to underestimate Li Yunbei even at over 50. If provoked, he could still cause a significant stir, much like in his youth. Besides Li Yunbei, who else could be entrusted with the close protection of Zhang Jun? Old General Feng. As the 596 project approached its final stages, General Feng found it challenging to extricate himself Sighing, the commander shook his head with a wry smile. Finding a seasoned colleague capable of both safeguarding Zhang Jun and possessing the requisite experience was proving to be no simple task. Commander, what troubles you? Zhang Jun and Li Yunbei paused their discussion, instinctively turning their attention to the commander. Nothing, the commander replied casually. I was contemplating drawing the bear to the negotiation table. Using cola to offset a portion of the loan, thereby freeing up funds for both infrastructure and education, truly a win-win situation. But what about the sugar issue? Commander. The sugar issue has been resolved. This singular statement left both the commander and Li Yunbei astounded. You can procure a substantial quantity of edible sugar. The commander exclaimed. I cannot acquire sugar, but I can produce it, Zhang Jun stated unequivocally. Through starch, I can manufacture syrup that meets production standards. As long as there exist corn, potatoes, and starch, the nation can perpetually process and produce edible sugar. The sugar produced through the dual enzyme method differs from chemically synthesized saccharin, as it is a purely natural edible sugar. Zhang Jun opened the drawer and handed the refined documentation on the dual enzyme starch to sugar process to the commander-in-chief. The commander received the materials, scrutinizing each word with great care. This is truly remarkable. The documentation contained a plethora of intricate formulas and scientific terminologies, of which Li Yunbei could comprehend only a fraction. Yet, a lack of understanding for the formulas did not preclude him from grasping the accompanying textual explanations. On the final page of the document, Zhang elaborated on how the dual enzyme method could produce and refine syrup, which could further be processed into sugar. From 100 pounds of syrup, at least 50 pounds of sugar could be derived. Li Yunbei was genuinely taken aback. The most common of potatoes and corn could yield syrup, which could then be transformed into sugar. Is this some sort of magic trick? Li Yunbei could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, Xiao Jianzi, during the war, there were times when our troops had to consume potatoes for half a month straight. How come I never noticed that potatoes possessed any sweetness? After speaking, Li Yunbei scratched his head. In wartime, the military consumed whatever was available. Being able to eat potatoes was already a significant improvement in their living conditions. However, the question arose, how could potatoes, which have no discernible flavor, be processed into sugar? Can this technology truly be realized now? The commander pointed to a specific section of the documentation, indicating that through processing potato and corn starch into sugar, even the residual byproducts could be further refined into alcohol. Without hesitation, Zhang replied, Commander, I have meticulously revised the contents of this documentation multiple times, ensuring it aligns with our current production capabilities before presenting it. As for the equipment that cannot meet processing demands, I have devised a comprehensive renovation plan in my mind. If you assign me to visit the largest sugar factory in the country, I assure you that within 3 days, I can completely overhaul the existing sugar processing equipment to meet the requirements of the dual enzyme starch to sugar technology. Potatoes and corn can be processed into syrup, which can serve as a base for cola or be further refined into sugar for the public. My goodness, you truly are a genius. In the face of gunfire, Li Yunbei, who never flinched, felt profound admiration for Zhang Jun for the third time in his life. The first was for the Grand Elder, and the second for old Zhao. Without pausing to inquire how exactly corn and potatoes could be transformed into sugar, Li Yunbei embraced Zhang Jun tightly, raising his robust hand to pat Zhang's back repeatedly. The commander's eyes grew misty. Yet another significant issue, which had long puzzled the development of Longwo, had been resolved. Once again, the solution emerged from the ingenuity of Zhang Jun. How fortunate is Longwo to be graced with such a prodigious talent from the heavens, assisting the nation in addressing one pressing matter after another that impacts millions of lives. Uncle Le, please stop patting me, if you continue, my bones might shatter. The frail Zhang Jun finds himself unable to withstand the vigorous patting of Li Yunbei. Gritting his teeth, he attempts to push Li Yunbei away. Li Yunbei bursts into hearty laughter, exclaiming, little gentleman, it is high time you bolster your physical fitness. With such a constitution, how will you father robust children after marriage? The chief commander, filled with mixed emotions, pulls Zhang Jun close and states, Child, I shall promptly fulfill your request. You will temporarily oversee the nation's largest refrigeration plant. However, Zhang Jun replies, but Chief Commander, I can only manage this for 5 days at most, it won't interfere with my lessons here. He assures the commander. The commander nods and suddenly commands, Major General Li Yunbei. Attention. Instantly, Li Yunbyo straightens, his smile vanishing as he salutes with military precision. On behalf of the General Headquarters, I hereby notify you that you need not return to your military duties for the time being. In the forthcoming period, collaborate with our little genius to resolve the sugar issue. The commander vaguely recalls that the largest sugar factory in the country is located in the northeast, within the jurisdiction of Kong Xiongli, an old comrade of Li Yunbyo's. This arrangement seems fitting, until a more suitable candidate is found. The duties of the special liaison officer will temporarily fall upon Li Yunbyo. Zhang Jun interjects, Chief Commander, I have another suggestion. What suggestion? The commander inquires eagerly. Cola can alleviate our economic pressures, and sugar processed through special techniques can do the same. The Russians, like most Westerners, have an innate fondness for sweetness. The sweeter, the better, they lament the scarcity of sugar. When crafting candies and cakes, they will pour in an entire can of sugar, seeking maximum sweetness, often resulting in overwhelming richness. Zhang Jun hopes that the economic value generated from these two products can be heavily invested in the education sector. He seizes this opportunity to propose the idea of 9 years of compulsory education. Scientific and technological advancement is a crucial foundation for a nation's strength. Why have the United States and Russia ascended to superpower status? Because they possess the world's largest pool of scientists. If Longo aspires to cultivate scientists on par with these two superpowers, it must first address one fundamental issue: universal literacy. Since its founding, the nation has devoted significant attention to literacy programs. Yet, Zhang Jun believes this is insufficient. He advocates for the implementation of 9 years of compulsory education, free schooling and free textbooks, alongside the establishment of an effective learning incentive system to enhance children's eagerness to learn. By providing certain subsidies, they can encourage impoverished families to send their school-age children to school. To eradicate illiteracy in our country, merely relying on literacy classes is far from adequate. We must tackle the root causes of illiteracy. Economic underdevelopment and insufficient productivity are the primary culprits behind the persistence of illiteracy. Vast rural areas are home to many impoverished farmers. Even if these farmers wish for their children to receive an education, their limited financial means hinder their aspirations. Furthermore, when children attend school, a labor force member is lost at home. Why, after years of nation building, do certain regions still harbor a preference for sons over daughters? The work remains inadequately addressed. In the eyes of many, boys are regarded as a form of production resource. The presence of a strong male laborer in the household can indeed alleviate hardships. The chief commander was deeply moved. Young Zhang Jun possesses a remarkably keen perspective on issues. The establishment of literacy classes across the nation may only serve as a superficial remedy. The eradication of illiteracy must commence at its roots. The challenge of ensuring that school-age children, due to familial circumstances and parental beliefs, are unable to attend school, perpetuates the cycle of illiteracy across generations. Transforming parental attitudes to encourage sending children to school for cultural education is essential. Providing appropriate subsidies is undoubtedly a commendable approach. The chief commander pondered establishing 9 years of compulsory education, utilizing funds acquired through exchange, and significantly investing in cultural education and literacy initiatives. This is something I believe the Council of Elders would wholeheartedly endorse. Once our monetary exchange program progresses smoothly, the nation will undoubtedly expedite the promotion of 9 years of education, alleviating the concerns of the impoverished peasantry, allowing them to willingly send their children to school. There are matters that Zhang Jun refrains from voicing, yet they linger in the minds of the council members. Are they not aware that literacy classes merely address the symptoms and fail to resolve the fundamental issues? The elder had previously proposed an innovative approach to tackle this dilemma. In vast rural areas, there should be schools in every village, with the sound of reading echoing everywhere. From those who have undergone literacy education among the impoverished peasantry. Select a cadre for educational training, or while dispatching a group of teachers from urban schools. The combination of private and public teachers would gradually promote literacy and children's education in rural areas. 3 years ago, relevant departments reached a consensus to implement the elders' proposal. Alas, misfortune struck too swiftly. Just as the school construction plan began to take shape, relations between Longo and the Bear Nation deteriorated sharply. Child, I will take this for now, you need not worry for a few days. Soon after, the chief commander took away the dual enzyme starch-to-sugar technology developed by Zhang Jun. Within the confines of the farm, Li Yunbo pressed Zhang Jun with inquiries about the workings of his brilliant mind and how he seemed to know everything. Not only does he comprehend weapon manufacturing, but he also recognizes that potato and cornstarch can serve as materials for sugar production. Zhang Jun casually deflected the conversation, redirecting Li Yunbo's focus towards another domain, military affairs. Sugar, an indispensable condiment in every household, is also a catalyst for the outbreak of wars. Can sugar really incite wars? Li Yunbo queried, half skeptical. If it were a war over rice or flour, that would be one thing, but sugar. Yes, sugar is white. Yet the Western powers that wage wars over it possess blackened hearts, Zhang Jun replied, his tone growing increasingly frosty. Not only do the White Eagle Nation and the Bear Nation relish sweet treats, but developed Western countries also cannot seem to thrive without sugar. The old imperial powers of the Sunset Kingdom have, time and again, initiated colonial wars to satiate their sugar cravings during afternoon tea, engaging in the trade of human lives. They coerced the laboring masses of the Third World to convert their arable land for grain cultivation into sugarcane fields. To reduce the price of white sugar, the Sunset Kingdom resorts to the mass capture of slaves from the Black Continent. They sold them back to the Western world, exchanging slaves for white sugar and weapons. The sugar was reserved for their own use, while the firearms were sold back to Africa, ensuring that the continent remained in a perpetual state of turmoil. Thus, the Sunset Kingdom could unabashedly capture slaves without restraint. The freedom of sugar in the Sunset Kingdom was built upon countless corpses. Some unscrupulous merchants, lacking in virtue, would not dare to trade upon the bones of the deceased laborers. The bones, turned to ash, were mixed into the exported sugar to enhance its whiteness. Among those who suffered, many were like Zhang Jun, whose hands gripped tightly, veins bulging with the weight of the future. Countless individuals regarded sugar as a monstrous threat. Yet, in the present-day Dragon Nation, at least 100 million laborers had never tasted sugar from birth until now. Young gentlemen, we shall overcome difficulties together. We can drive away the big-nosed White Eagle Nation. What problems remain unsolvable? Zhang Jun was unable to finish his statement, but Li Yunbo understood. One day, the debts of blood owed to the powerful nations would be repaid. Soon, the sugar shortage in our country would be fundamentally resolved. The lives of the common people would surely become as sweet as sugar. Li Yunbo patted Zhang Jun's shoulder, filled with mixed emotions, then remarked, during the war years, we endured hunger wielding old rifles, then still managed to repel the invaders. Compared to those times, our current situation is incomparably better. The chairman trusts you. And other leaders trust you too. Be bold and act decisively. Who dares to obstruct the path of national development shall first answer to me. Li Yunbo dismissed such grandiose proclamations with disdain. He knew one thing, everything Zhang Jun did would significantly contribute to the nation's progress, achieving what others could not. Assisting Zhang Jun in research was akin to helping the country shed the shackles of poverty and backwardness. Ensuring that the populace would have sugar to eat and clothes to wear, no longer having to seek refuge in air-raid shelters. The series of proposals presented by Zhang Jun garnered the utmost attention from the Council of Elders. 100 pounds of syrup could yield 50 pounds of sugar, a figure so astonishing it was beyond belief. The raw materials required for sugar production were merely corn and potatoes. The corn technology in the Dragon Nation had undergone 5 generations of improvement, with yields increasing year by year. One super hybrid rice was fully promoted. Rice would largely replace potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, and millet, becoming the staple food of the people. All starch-producing corn and potatoes could be utilized in sugar production. If there were to be any obstacles, only one challenge remained, the mold necessary for processing starch into sugar. Zhang Jun provided a detailed solution to this issue. According to the technical documentation, a group of experts would be dispatched to collectively master the cultivation techniques for the mold. With grain in the bowl and money in the pocket, nothing would hinder the forward development of the Dragon Nation. In the northeast, along the Dragon-Bear border, domestically manufactured liberation trucks, protected by soldiers, were laden with goods for repayment as they crossed the boundary marker into the territory of the bear. On the opposite side, at the bear's inspection station, stood hundreds of armed soldiers. Leading the team was Colonel Lianov, holding a special inspection tool in his hand. In the inspection tool, there exists a fist-sized aperture specifically designed for randomly checking the apples among the repaid goods. Should an apple fall through the circular opening, it signifies a substandard product, which will be entirely returned. Only apples exceeding the size of the central ring will be accepted by the bear as a deduction against the owed amount. Before long, 30 liberation trucks lined up in an orderly fashion. A multitude of soldiers disembarked from the truck beds, commencing the unloading of various supplies. While others proceeded to inspect their apples, Leonov handed the tool to his adjutant and took a cigarette, lighting it with an air of nonchalance. The task of receiving the repaid goods hardly necessitated the personal attention of Leonov, the regiment commander, yet he insisted on attending every time, not out of diligence, but rather for his own amusement. The sight of the Dragon Nation's indignation never failed to fill Leonov with a sense of smug satisfaction. The audacity of the Dragon Nation, believing that after years of aid from the bear, they possessed the strength to challenge their elder brother, was nothing short of folly. With a mere flick of the wrist, the bear could easily revert the Dragon Nation to its former state. Having spent several years in the Dragon Nation, Leonov was well acquainted with the situation within its borders, fully aware that the populace lived in poverty. Compared to the farmers of the bear, those of the Dragon Nation endured hardships many times over. Repaying debts with various agricultural products would swiftly plunge the Dragon Nation back into the hardships of wartime, leaving the entire populace hungry and destitute. Leonov harbored no sympathy for this plight, attributing it solely to the Dragon Nation's hubris in daring to oppose their elder brother. Look at East Prussia. Now that is the obedient child of the Eastern camp. Hey, you there. Leonov, with an air of arrogance, beckoned a few Dragon Nation officers with a flick of his finger. Lin Guiyong, the captain in charge of transporting supplies, approached with 2 deputy captains in tow. Leonov spoke haughtily, a hand over the supply list. Here you go, Lin Guiyong replied. The deputy captain opened the document bag and presented the supply list to Leonov. After glancing through it, Leonov, in a deliberately loud tone, began to read aloud the names and quantities of the supplies in clumsy Dragon Nation dialect. Turning to the 3rd page, Leonov was taken aback. A significant portion of the repaid goods consisted of rice. Is there a problem? Lin Guiyong asked coldly. Though Leonov contemplated questioning the Dragon Nation about their choice to repay debts with precious rice, he ultimately deemed it unnecessary. Whether rice, fruits, or vegetables, they were all staples for the Dragon Nation's people. With each shipment of repaid goods, countless individuals would inevitably go hungry. Damn it, put our things down. At that moment, a Dragon Nation soldier shouted angrily at a bear officer standing before him. Leonov, with a dark expression, stated, Major Lin, manage your soldiers. I do not wish to witness any unpleasant incidents. Lin Guiyong walked over to the side of the truck and inquired, what is happening? The soldier, still seething, reported, Captain. The soda is for our own consumption, not part of the repaid goods, yet he insists on taking it. When I told him to put it down, he spat at me. Lin Guiyong addressed the bear lieutenant in bear language, commanding, put down what you are holding, it is not debt repayment supplies, but military provisions allocated to us soldiers. Witnessing Lin Guiyong's resolute reprimand of his own troops, Leonov, who was anxious to avoid conflict, waved his right hand. Instantly, hundreds of bear soldiers raised their rifles, their dark muzzles aimed at the over 100 warriors transporting supplies. Unfazed, Lin Guiyong drew his sidearm and ordered his comrades to prepare for battle. Leonov, with a sardonic smile, declared, Major Lin, surrender your weapons. Impossible. Lin Guiyong retorted with dignity. Comrade Leonov, you have already reviewed the supply list, it contains no soda. This soda belongs to us. Claiming personal belongings as your own is known as robbery in Dragon Country. Soda? Leonov inquired, glancing at the troublemaking bear lieutenant, who stood beside a white box resembling a foam container covered with a blanket-like material. Why do you wish to take this box of soda? Leonov casually asked. The bear lieutenant responded, Comrade Commander, this is no ordinary soda, it appears to be cola. Cola? Leonov expressed incredulity and ordered his soldiers to open the box. Inside lay neatly arranged glass bottles filled with a dark liquid. Comrade Commander, that I once served under Marshal Konstantinovich as a guard. I have seen this type of cola packaging and even tasted it once, the bear lieutenant boasted. Cola has become military provisions for Dragon Country. What an international farce. Leonov's mind was consumed by a single thought, absurdity. Immediately, Leonov reached for a bottle, intending to savor the cola's flavor. In the next moment, his expression froze. The cola bottles were cold. How could containers of cola, hidden in a foam box and covered with a blanket, possibly remain cold? Yet, the sensation beneath his fingers confirmed that the cola was indeed chilled. It was the height of summer, and even without any external factors, the beverages would gradually warm up. Then, Leonov seized a bottle of cola, poised to bite off the cap. Shameless. Lin Guoyong rebuked in bear language, Comrade Leonov, your subordinates have already turned to thievery. Do you wish to become their leader in this crime? The supplies allocated to you have been delivered in full. Should you dare to touch our soldiers' personal belongings, I assure you, my gun shall not acquiesce. Just as Leonov was about to erupt in anger, his aide whispered, Comrade Commander, please remain calm. Why are you stopping me? Leonov replied, irritated. Do you not find it peculiar? If the beverages in the box are indeed cola, from where did Dragon Country acquire them? Major Lin claims these items are military supplies. I believe it would be prudent to ascertain the truth before taking action. Last year, a shocking revelation swept through the Bear Nation, originating from the Eagle Country. During a visit, the Suezong consumed 6 cups of cola in one sitting. Prior to this, Western cola was an absolute taboo within the realm of the Bear Nation. Comrade further held an extreme aversion to cola. Apart from Marshal Konstantinovich, his favored protege, no one dared to engage with such a beverage. However, the Suezong not only relished cola but also praised it profusely. The Western media extensively reported on it, sparking immense curiosity among the bear populace. No one anticipated encountering such a rarity within the confines of a Dragon Country vehicle. Tell me, is this drink cola? Leonov inquired imperiously. And if it is, what then? If it is not, what then? Lin Guoyong replied with calm dignity. Leonov, suppressing his displeasure, pressed on, is the beverage produced by you, or acquired from the Westerners? Comrade Leonov, why all this unnecessary chatter? Lin Guoyong retorted, bending to extract a bottle of cola from a foam box. He bit open the bottle cap with his teeth and took a hearty swig. After drinking, Lin Guosong emitted a satisfying belch. Comrade Commander, this is indeed cola. The bear lieutenant, having tasted cola before, knew it would invariably lead to a belch. Leonov, utterly perplexed, could not comprehend the situation. The Dragon Country, economically struggling and burdened with debts to the Bear Nation, could scarcely afford to treat Western cola as a military necessity. Where could they have procured it? From the West? Absolutely impossible. In an instant, the expression on Leonov's face shifted dramatically. The adjutant seemed to have an epiphany, whispering something under his breath. After a moment, Leonov appeared transformed. Major Lin, please forgive me, it was not my intention to be harsh or derisive. My remarks were mandated by my superiors, and as a mere commander, I must comply. On a personal note, I harbor great sympathy for your Dragon Nation and cherish our fraternal bond. Leonov deliberately sought to forge connections, reminiscing about his past experiences working in the Dragon Country. From this point forward, the materials you repay need not undergo inspections. Upon arrival, we shall accept them immediately. Leonov added, somewhat sheepishly. Could you spare me a few bottles of cola? I wish to savor the flavor. Lin Guoyong's expression softened. So you truly will no longer intentionally make things difficult for us? Indeed, I assure you, I promise to Comrade Father, Leonov replied earnestly. Shouting. Provide them with 3 bottles, let the payment go. Lin Guoyong stated, as long as you fulfill your promise truthfully and cease any malicious obstruction. These 3 bottles of cola shall be a gift for you. Receiving the 3 bottles of chilled cola from the soldier, Leonov, the adjutant, and the bear lieutenant eagerly bit open the caps. They drank heartily, almost finishing half the bottle in one go, and coincidentally let out a belch. Delicious. Exceedingly delightful. Leonov exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The cola contained a generous amount of syrup. For those unaccustomed to it, the first sip might seem overwhelmingly sweet. Yet for the sugar-loving Bear Nation, no amount of sugar could be deemed excessive. Leonov and the adjutant beamed with joy, while the bear lieutenant pondered in bewilderment. Indeed, this is the cola from the land of the White Eagle. The taste is identical. Leonov waved his hand, and the soldiers immediately lowered their weapons. Lin Guoyong also issued the command to secure the safeties. The cola was simply delightful. It was no wonder that Suezong had fallen in love with it. When, I wonder, did cola become a military necessity for you? Leonov, while outwardly praising the exquisite taste of cola, subtly inquired about its origins. Comrade Leonov, your words are excessive. How cola became a military supply in our country is of no concern to you. Comrades, unload the remaining supplies, rest for 5 minutes, and return the way we came. With that, Lin Guoyong ceased to acknowledge Leonov, directing the soldiers to transfer the remaining supplies from the truck to the ground. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before Leonov. After unloading the supplies, the Dragon Country soldiers, as if performing a magic trick, produced several white foam boxes, likewise covered with blankets. Inside, there was more cola. The soldiers drank heartily, reveling in their refreshment, while the bear soldiers watched, salivating. The sun blazed fiercely overhead, and during the standoff, everyone's hearts raced with anxiety. Fearing an accidental discharge could escalate into a real confrontation. Once the armed standoff concluded, everyone was drenched in sweat. The opposing soldiers indulged in their icy beverages, while the bear soldiers could only watch. Leonov, accompanied by the bear lieutenant, ventured a little distance away and whispered, "Did you see? The Dragon Country brought nearly 100 bottles of cola. Do you know how much cola cost per bottle?" The bear lieutenant replied uncertainly, "I believe it's about 7 cents. The commander notified us of this price before arrived. It has likely increased since then. If we calculate at 10 cents. Those soldiers just drank over 100 bottles. Damn, that's a full $10. According to the bear's official exchange rate, $1 could be exchanged for 1 ruble. However, due to the West's refusal to acknowledge the ruble's status as an international currency, the black market for foreign exchange had gradually emerged within the bear's territory. In reality, on the black market, $1 could be exchanged for at least 4 rubles. At this rate, Leonov's eyes widened in astonishment. A few years prior, the bear had undergone a wage reform. Suezong's monthly salary was 800 rubles, equivalent to the Dragon Country soldiers drinking a sum equal to 1/20th of Suezong's salary in a single sitting. Such extravagance was astounding. No wonder Comrade Sifu regarded cola as a manifestation of corruption and the decadence of capitalism. Comrades, let us depart. Lin Guoyong took a seat in the passenger side of the truck, directing the convoy to return to the Dragon Country. Wait. In a flash, Leonov rushed forward, placing his hand in front of Lin Guoyong's vehicle. Lin Guoyong leaned out, demanding, "You've had your drink, and the goods are in your possession. Do not overstep." "Comrade Major, you misunderstand. I merely wish to inquire how much cola sells for in your Dragon Country," Leonov replied with a smile. "I do not know," Lin Guoyong retorted impatiently, instructing Leonov to clear the way. Yet, Leonov persisted, refusing to depart. Lin Guoyong irritably called out, "Comrades, who knows how much labor cola sells for outside? Speak up quickly and let him know so he can move aside." A voice from one of the trucks responded. "Report to the camp commander. It seems the supply and marketing cooperative outside is selling it for over 1 dragon currency." Lin Guoyong relayed, "Comrade Leonov, listen closely. The labor cola is being sold outside for more than 1 dragon currency. Can we now clear the way?" "More than 1 dragon currency," Leonov muttered to himself as he stepped aside, inwardly delighted. The external selling price confirms that this cola is neither a special supply nor a military exclusive necessity. It can be sold to the public. In a destitute Dragon Country, the ability to produce cola is astonishing. From where did they acquire the formula? When did they commence the production of such a beverage? Leonov rubbed his temples and addressed his aide, "Nikolai, calculate how much 1 dragon currency equals in rubles." "Comrade Colonel, 1 dragon currency is equivalent to 24 rubles. Damn, that's incredibly cheap." Leonov cursed under his breath, a surge of greed swelling within him. The aide, keenly observing Leonov's shifting expressions, deliberately remarked, "Comrade Colonel, the dragon soldiers are unworthy of such a fine product. Only our brave bear soldiers deserve this refreshing drink. If we indulge the dragon soldiers just a bit, acquiring these military supplies would not only allow our regiment's soldiers to enjoy it, but those in the neighboring defense zones would also have the opportunity." The aide emphasized the word opportunity. "Damn it. Those old comrades and superiors always say I only. I'm a merchant of dubious integrity. Compared to these bear cubs, I am but a mere novice." The audacity to consider using debt repayment resources to exchange for equivalent cola is simply outrageous. In a train compartment bound for the northeast, Liu Nbyo gazed at the telegram sent by his superior in disbelief. Following the Council of Elders' decision, Zhang Jun and Li Yunbei were dispatched to the northeast, specifically to the first sugar factory in Binjiang City, to oversee the production line transformation. A day prior, the train made a stop at Shanghai Station, where Zhang Jun, on a whim, decided to inspect a local soda manufacturer to assess their preparedness. With production efficiency in mind, relevant departments selected 4 domestic soda factories to participate: the Beijing Soda Factory, the Tianjin Soda Factory, the Shenzhen Soda Factory, and the Shanghai Soda Factory. Once the production materials were secured, they would immediately commence the production of the labor cola personally named by Zhang Jun. As they departed from the Shanghai Soda Factory, a coded telegram arrived on the train signaling a change in the sweet plan. The commander of the Bear Border Army, Lianov, proposed exchanging debt repayment materials for an equivalent quantity of cola, according to the debt repayment terms agreed upon by the Dragon country and the Bear. The Dragon country could repay the loan with money or through mineral resources and agricultural products. The minerals and precious metals designated for debt repayment would be transported by train to various industrial cities of the Bear, while agricultural products would be delivered to the Bear Border Army via land transport. Consequently, the Bear established hundreds of material trading points and extensive warehouses along the lengthy border between the two nations. The receiving party for the mineral resources is the various industrial ministries of the Bear, which, relatively speaking, is quite courteous. Although there were some difficulties, they were far less severe than those imposed by the border guards of the Bear Nation. In a bid to assert their superpower dominance, the heads of various material reception points in the Bear Nation devised numerous ways to belittle and inconvenience the personnel dispatched by the Dragon Kingdom to deliver supplies. The apple screening method devised by Lianov quickly spread to all reception points should any apple be found to extend beyond the designated circle during sampling. All apples would be rejected. Innovators then began to focus their scrutiny on pork as well, dismissing meat that was either too fatty or too lean. Only those that met the Bear Nation's specified acceptance ratio would be considered. Simultaneously, they deliberately delayed processes and maliciously damaged supplies they refused to accept, resulting in returned debt materials that were either severely damaged or spoiled due to prolonged delays. Unclearly, such fluctuations are actually quite normal. One might even say they hardly qualify as surprises. Zhang Jun wore a calm expression, exuding an air of confidence as if everything was well within his grasp. All right. Stop playing cryptic games with your Uncle Lee. 100 of him tied together wouldn't possess the intellect you do as a university student. What exactly is going on? Li Yunbei had complete faith in whatever Zhang Jun articulated. Even if Zhang Jun claimed he could extinguish the small nation's existence by tomorrow, Li Yunbei would not exhibit the slightest hesitation. He could even command a battalion of soldiers to prepare for an incursion into the small nation's territory immediately. Zhang Jun replied nonchalantly, Uncle Lee, in dealing with the Bear Nation and extracting benefits from them, we must possess a comprehensive understanding of their operations. We need to grasp not only the personalities and working styles of their higher-ups but also have a lucid awareness of all persons and materials involved in the plans. Firstly, it is imperative to recognize that the Bear Nation's forces are gradually losing their essence. Gradually losing their essence. Li Yunbei pondered, shaking his head in confusion. He did not comprehend. Observing his reaction, Zhang Jun smiled gently and explained, Uncle Lee, our original plan was to subtly convey that we possess the capability to produce cola akin to that of the Eagle Nation through a misunderstanding. Once the peculiar situation is noted, the Bear Nation's officials will surely report it immediately. Consequently, the information will reach the ears of their higher-ups, who will undoubtedly seek to investigate further. Upon confirming that our cola tastes identical to that of the Eagle Nation and is priced even lower than Western colas, they will greedily insist on including our cola in the debt repayment supply list. Li Yunbei nodded in understanding. That makes sense. But now Lianov has audaciously exchanged stored materials for cola, indicating that he has not reported the matter at all. Otherwise, the higher-ups wouldn't have sent a telegram inquiring about your perspective. A comprehensive plan required the full cooperation of many departments. The capital's beverage factory, following Zhang Jun's formula, expedited the production of a special batch of cola. The Materials Bureau generously supplied precious sugar and other production materials to the capital beverage factory. The Foreign Trade Department contacted comrades in the port city, spending lavishly to procure a batch of imported foam boxes. Additionally, the military's secrecy department was tasked with gathering information from the officers at various levels within the border defense forces involved in the material handover. Select officers who are loyal in thought, possess a robust demeanor, demonstrate adaptability, and are proficient in the language of the bear. They shall undertake significant supporting roles in this performance. Currently, Leonov, driven by his own self-interest, audaciously conceals the information that the dragon country is capable of producing cola. Furthermore, he whimsically attempts to exchange a certain quantity of cola using the materials he has hoarded. It is evident that this individual intends to profit from such an endeavor. While he may deceive others, he cannot elude the watchful eyes of the dragon country's upper echelons. Nor can he escape the scrutiny of the man infamously dubbed the unscrupulous merchant Li Yunbei. Zhang Jun scoffed, remarking that it is commonplace for commanders on the front lines of the bear to engage in such trade. Moreover, this practice will likely escalate, with the higher authorities unable to intervene effectively. Among the various military branches of the bear, the border defense forces are known for their audacity. Why is this so? Because the border forces do not fall under military management, they are affiliated with the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Upon hearing this, Li Yunbei paused, stating, I am aware that the border forces belong to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, but what does that have to do with their boldness? The ministry is the most trusted department of Comrade Father, wielding immense power that allows them to act with impunity, intruding into any matters of the bear. Beyond their primary responsibilities in intelligence and border security, the ministry's influence extends into industries, commerce, and foreign affairs. One could assert that while the military can oversee certain matters, the ministry can also engage with them, and where the military dares not tread, the ministry does so without hesitation. At this juncture, Zhang Jun lowered his voice and leaned closer to Li Yunbei, whispering, I have overheard several experts from the bear, inebriated, speaking out of turn, revealing that due to Suezong's disdain for Comrade Father, there is a corresponding aversion to the ministry, which Comrade Father has strongly supported. Consequently, they are preparing to seize the majority of the ministry's power. The ministry, however, is not to be underestimated, as they are preparing to retaliate against Suezong. With that, Zhang Jun mimicked a slicing motion across his throat with his right hand. Li Yunbei's mouth fell agape. Goodness, this is audacious. Zhang Jun replied with a cold smile. If this matter is ultimately uncovered, it will lead to the failure of the plan. Fearing a recurrence, Suezong has ordered a significant infiltration of the ministry by his forces. Uncle Li, could the new internal strife between the two major departments of the bear present an opportunity for me? Li Yunbei was left speechless, gazing at Zhang Jun as if he were a peculiar creature. Indeed, the bear is what it is. After a drink, one dares to utter anything. To speak of such a perilous matter inebriated is audacious. Zhang Jun continued, Suezong is notoriously petty, he has yet to settle the score with the ministry for past grievances. And now this group has initiated further provocations. Knowing full well Suezong's obsession with cola, they still dare to conceal such information, clearly slapping Suezong in the face. I would wager that there are individuals under Leonov who are aware of this. It is possible that this matter has already reached the headquarters, perhaps even onto Suezong's desk. Li Yunbei slapped his face, exclaiming that so, our plan has actually succeeded. Not only succeeded, but it will also yield unforeseen effects, Zhang Jun mused. Opening a new business avenue by selling liquor. What a splendid idea. Li Yunbei smacked his thigh and exclaimed. You yourself stated that the leftover potatoes and corn residue from sugar production can be used for brewing alcohol. The Russians have a penchant for sugar, but they are even more fond of liquor. This venture is undoubtedly viable. Zhang Jun replied in a calm manner, Uncle Li, you have misunderstood. The alcohol business I mentioned is not about selling to the Russian government, but rather engaging in transactions with the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The ministry had transformed into a colossal entity throughout the era of the benevolent ruler. Even though there had been numerous confrontations with the ministry that caused chaos, it was akin to merely injuring its fingertips. For many years to come, the two departments would continue their relentless struggle. Zhang Jun subtly hinted at the underlying tensions and past encounters between the ministry and others, merely laying the groundwork for future arrangements. Possessing a wealth of memories from a former life, Zhang Jun understood the intricacies of the situation far better than the upper echelons of the Russian hierarchy. The conflict between the two departments would persist until the downfall of the Russian state. True dominance over the ministry would not be achieved for another 20 years. It would not be until 2 decades later that a significant incident occurred wherein several ministry personnel, intoxicated, fatally assaulted an agent in public. This event marked the beginning of an irreconcilable feud, culminating in the resignation of the ministry's highest official. It would officially herald the comprehensive suppression of the ministry. At present, both sides still had their battles to wage. The benevolent ruler was vehemently opposed to corruption, prioritizing the fight against it as a key task. Years later, the ministry would conspire with various powerful figures to send the benevolent ruler back to the countryside for retirement. This clearly illustrated that the decay of the Russian state had long been underway. The residual materials produced from sugar manufacturing could yield a substantial quantity of alcoholic beverages. Such a highly profitable venture was undeniably enticing to the ministry. The ministry's success in orchestrating the benevolent ruler's departure was directly linked to one individual, to one of the ruler's most trusted subordinates, the future Xuanzong. Upon Xuanzong's ascension, many were astonished to discover that this brother was, in fact, the hidden puppet master of the ministry. To assert his position as the legitimate heir of the benevolent ruler, Xuanzong wholeheartedly adopted and even intensified the ruler's strategies against Longguo. Zhang Jun's objective was to forge a connection with Xuanzong, or rather, now referred to as Illich. By facilitating exchanges between light industrial goods and heavy industry from the Eastern Bloc and simultaneously promoting sales, he could advance his ambitions. It was truly unexpected that the seemingly formidable Russian state harbored so many internal issues. Li Yunbei was unaware of Zhang Jun's overarching plan. Based solely on Zhang Jun's fragmented descriptions, Li Yunbei gained a newfound understanding of the Russian state, with numerous internal problems and a frontline military devoid of discipline. How could this entity still be considered a superpower? Uncle Li, he mused, as the saying goes, one may know a person's face but not their heart. The image we have of the Russians portrays them as militarily robust, their industrial strength rivaling that of the White Eagle nation. Bolstered by a multitude of allies and satellite states, and possessing an abundance of scientists. Undeniably, these facts hold true. However, behind their formidable facade lies a plethora of issues far greater than the strength they present to the world. With merely a few hours remaining until their arrival at Binjiang, Zhang Jun resolved to enlighten Li Yunbei on certain internal matters concerning the bear. As a soldier, allow me to approach this from a military perspective. The bear's officers and soldiers, those with lofty ideals and aspirations, who would rather starve than seize a grain of rice from the common folk, and who strictly adhered to military discipline, mostly perished on the battlegrounds of the Great Patriotic War. In the aftermath of the war, in order to address the shortage of troops, the bear indiscriminately conscripted individuals from all walks of life into the military. A considerable number of convicts from penal camps, unemployed vagrants, and even ne'er-do-wells were dispatched to the front lines. To put it bluntly, they had nearly sunk to the same level as the Western brigands. Zhang Jun sighed. Those bear soldiers and officers, endowed with iron will and unafraid of sacrifice, fell one after another in a series of significant battles, their existence evidenced only by the flickering flame of their uncelebrated deeds. The ruins of the Pavlov house as the Brest fortress. Uncle Li. I recall that Uncle Ding delivered a striking thesis at the military academy graduation ceremony. To be honest, in terms of strategic insight and analysis of international circumstances, you cannot rival him. Upon hearing this, Li Yunbei fell into a contemplative silence. In other matters, he would have argued with Zhang Jun, but on this occasion, he found himself at a loss for words. Even he had once thought Uncle Ding's warnings were alarmist. How could the dragon country possibly fall out with the bear? The elder brother, who had vanquished the Prussian invaders and brought peace to the world, could not possibly threaten the dragon country. Time, indeed, is the greatest teacher. Noticing the somber shift in Li Yunbei's demeanor, Zhang Jun judiciously ceased his discourse. The impending arrival at Binjiang would serve as the ultimate testament to the bear's failings. Not a single piece of machinery or equipment was left for the dragon country, anything that could not be transported was destroyed. In the end, not even a solitary screw was deemed worthy of being retained. Ultimately, the bear soldiers did not spare even the timber transporting truckloads back to their homeland. Initially, the bear had at least attempted to conceal their actions, however, as time progressed, they resorted to outright theft. Hours later, the train gradually rolled into the Binjiang railway station. The platform was guarded every few steps, with several high-ranking officers in military uniforms awaiting their arrival. Old Li, you finally made it. If you hadn't come soon, I might have melted under the sun, exclaimed a man adorned with the insignia of a major general, delivering a friendly punch to Li Yunbei's chest. Old Kong, Spare me the pleasantries. If it weren't for the command from headquarters mandating your military district's full cooperation, you wouldn't be standing out here in the sun for this long. You'd have scurried off to find some shade. Li Yunbyo retorted without reservation, pushing Zhang Jun forward. Come, allow me to introduce our Dr. Zhang. At these words, Kong Xionglei's jovial demeanor shifted to one of respect. Zhang Jun's current status was that of a returning overseas student, holding a doctorate in chemistry. The complexities of the Northeast region, adjacent to the Bear, were indeed intricate. Since the two nations severed ties, the espionage activities have intensified. Kong Xionglie has assisted local security agencies in thwarting numerous covert operations. Among the captured adversaries, there were not only a significant number of bald-headed paratroopers but also a multitude of Bear agents. This is primarily due to the fact that Northeast China serves as the sole heavy industrial base of the Dragon Nation. The industrial output from the three provinces accounts for 80% of the nation's industrial capacity. Disrupting the industrial capabilities of Northeast China is tantamount to severing the industrial foundation of the Dragon Nation. Like Li Yunxiao, Kong Xionglie is also well acquainted with Zhang Jun. Pretending to meet for the first time, he exchanged pleasantries to welcome the experts. Subsequently, Zhang Jun, Kong Xionglie, and Li Yunbyo shared a ride in the same jeep, heading towards the Binjiang State Sugar Factory No. 1. This operation was entirely under military jurisdiction, with no local comrades in sight. Upon arriving at the state-run sugar factory, the group proceeded directly to the conference room. Inside, more than 20 individuals of various ages, dressed in civilian attire, awaited them. Among them were Factory Director Zhao Jinquan, Engineer Gao Dajiong, and technical experts from numerous universities across the nation. Comrades, time is of the essence, let us be brief, the Li Yunbyo announced. Through Kong Xionglei's introduction, Li Yunbyo and Zhang Jun became acquainted with the identities of those present. Li Yunbyo then began to read the orders from higher authorities. The Binjiang State Sugar Factory No. 1 would temporarily be placed under military management. The military would take control of the factory's security department and appoint military representatives to oversee operations. The factory director, a deputy director, engineers, and the experts in the conference room were all required to sign confidentiality agreements. Workers and leaders with ambiguous backgrounds or historical issues would be reassigned to different roles, replaced by personnel from other sugar factories. Director Zhao is a veteran who has served in the military. You must understand that once the factory is designated as a military-managed unit, there are certain matters that must never be disclosed, Li Yunbyo reiterated. Everything you hear and see today must remain confidential. For security reasons, Zhang Jun informed the factory leaders about the upcoming modifications only today. All arrangements would commence simultaneously. Military representatives, security personnel, and replacement staff from other factories had already arrived and were ready to enter the Binjiang State Sugar Factory No. 1 today. Let me introduce this individual, Dr. Zhang, who has returned from studying in the West. Despite his youthful appearance, he is actually over 30, possessing a naturally cherubic face. Dr. Zhang will oversee the comprehensive arrangements for the factory's operations. Please join me in welcoming him, Li Yunbyo proclaimed, prompting applause from the military personnel, including Kong Xionglie. Just as General Li has stated, this task is time-sensitive and carries great responsibility. Let us commence at once, Zhang Jun declared. With that, Li Yunbyo opened a wicker suitcase, revealing a multitude of blueprints. Each blueprint bore a top-secret stamp in the upper left corner. Zhao Jinquan and others eagerly picked up the blueprints, scrutinizing the outlined renovation requirements. Questions that ought not to be asked remained unspoken, even though confusion loomed and none dared to inquire about the true intentions of their superiors. The issues primarily revolve around the modifications in the blueprints. The sugar production workshop is to undergo a complete transformation, ensuring it is entirely sealed off. A vast production area will be allocated specifically for the placement of fermentation tanks. Similar to the sugar workshop, the fermentation area must also be airtight. This evening, the military will transport 1,000 standard fermentation tanks, alongside the necessary raw materials, such as starch, to the factory. Observing the focused discussions among the crowd, Zhang Jun instructed someone to open another wicker box, which contained a plethora of blueprints and documents. Esteemed experts and comrades, he began. Our mission is to address the sugar needs of the entire nation. The invaluable information contained herein must be adhered to diligently. Soon, we shall reap an abundance of syrup and sugar. His words, he delivered with a measured tone, resonated like thunder in the ears of the assembly. Zhang Jun suddenly stood up, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at the new documents on the table. Chief Engineer Gao Dejiang, along with a dozen experts, began to comprehend the situation. It became clear why the state had summoned these distinguished experts from various academic departments and imposed military oversight on the Binjiang State Sugar Factory. Everything was, indeed, for the singular purpose of sugar. The factory leaders and experts present had varying lengths of experience in the sugar industry, ranging from a decade to a lifetime. And they could scarcely fathom that the state had devised a method to resolve the sugar dilemma that had plagued Longwo for millennia. At that moment, a 34-year-old female expert began to examine a document, her expression shifting dramatically with each line she read. The theoretical foundation of this starch-based sugar production method had already surpassed the acid-based techniques employed by the White Eagle Nation. While both processes involve the use of cornstarch to produce syrup, the American sugar production method is fraught with drawbacks, such as lower sweetness and higher impurities, along with a relatively complex process. Initially, the raw materials must be prepared into a slurry, followed by the saccharification phase, cooling and neutralization, before decolorization, filtration, and finally yielding the sugar solution. Professor Zhang, a senior researcher from the Longwo Institute of Microbiology and the Capital Industrial College, discerned the technological superiority of the dual enzyme method compared to traditional acid enzyme techniques. As soon as he articulated this observation, other experts gathered around him. The dual enzyme sugar production technique, like the acid enzyme method, involves a hydrolysis process. However, despite the similarities, their efficacy diverges significantly. The use of conventional acid enzyme methods inevitably results in colored substances, which not only diminish the starch conversion rate but also severely compromise the quality of the sugar solution. In contrast, the dual enzyme method effectively addresses these issues, boasting a high conversion rate for powdered sugar and superior purity and concentration of the syrup. Even without completing their review, the attendees remained optimistic about the dual enzyme technique. Corn, potatoes, and other starchy crops are all agricultural products that Longwo can produce domestically, ensuring that raw material supply poses no obstacle. Regarding the fermentation molds, Zhang Jun personally pledged to lead the research efforts. Furthermore, experts in the capital are diligently organizing to master relevant technologies, striving for a prompt and comprehensive implementation. The production capacity of the Binjiang Sugar Factory is solely sufficient to meet the export demands for cola. To ensure that the entire nation can savor sugar, it is imperative to mobilize sugar enterprises across the country. Zhang Jun remarked, "Comrades, experts, remain here to study the pertinent technologies and document any uncertainties you encounter. I will visit the sugar processing workshop to investigate the equipment modifications. Upon my return this evening, I shall address your queries." The transformation of sugar processing equipment encompasses various facets, and Zhang Jun must first acquire a thorough understanding before proceeding. Leaving the group in the conference room for their studies, Li Yunbiao accompanied Zhang Jun to the nearby sugar workshop. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the sugar factory buzzed with activity. A multitude of trucks arrived and departed, unloading fermentation tanks and generations of starch. Concurrently, personnel selected from other sugar enterprises and relevant departments across the nation entered the factory to coordinate with workshop supervisors. The factory's security operations were entirely taken over by the military, addressing any existing vulnerabilities. Access to the factory not only required an introduction letter but also a special pass issued by the military security division. Each workshop team formed task forces, with a company of soldiers assigned to oversee the factory's security. Double posts were established at every workshop entrance, with the highest security measures implemented at the saccharification workshop. Zhang Jun was responsible for the equipment modifications while the experts focused on mastering the technology. Factory leaders guided key workers to implement Zhang Jun's directives. Little did they anticipate that the acid enzyme method of sugar production, which the West had only just begun to popularize, was already considered outdated in the face of their double enzyme method. Just a year or two ago, when I heard that a nation referred to as the White Eagle had developed a method to produce sugar from starch, I could scarcely believe my ears. I too was taken aback. Who would have imagined that, apart from beets and sugarcane, starch could also be processed into syrup? Now, the nation has mastered a sugar production technique more advanced than that of the West, and through starch-based sugar production technology, the stigma of being a sugar-deficient country will soon be cast into the Pacific. After lunch, the various experts emerged from the cafeteria, their faces alight with anticipation. Zhang Jun's double enzyme sugar production technology is not only more advanced but also cost-effective and widely applicable. Once the experts grasp the core technical aspects, they will be able to initiate a comprehensive rollout immediately. Sugar is being produced. A shout echoed from somewhere, and Professor Zhang and her colleagues exchanged glances. Abandoning their personal utensils to dash toward the sugar workshop. The workshop was bustling with activity. Although Professor Zhang is a woman, she outpaced several male experts, being the first to reach the workshop entrance. The scene that greeted her was so exhilarating it nearly brought her to tears. The equipment, having been modified by Zhang Jun, was executing the most critical step at the purification of syrup. The starch, after fermentation, was being processed through the equipment for juicing and purification. Thick syrup flowed from the machine's outlet into a large wooden barrel. After a 10-minute wait, Zhang Jun carefully scooped a spoonful of syrup from the vat with a large wooden ladle. He brought it to his lips and took a gentle taste. "Let me have a try." Seeing Zhang Jun's beaming smile, Li Yunbei understood that success was at hand and eagerly yearned for a taste. Suddenly, a strong force knocked him aside. Consciously seized the wooden spoon from Zhang Jun's hand and savored the syrup within. Sweet. This is unbelievably sweet. An indescribable sweetness spread across Consciously's palate. Feeling unsatisfied, he took a large gulp. What a delight. In my 50-plus years of life, I've never tasted such sweet sugar. Consciously exclaimed with exuberance. Damn it. Back in the day, even the sake seized from the little Japanese and the sweet potatoes extorted from Li Yunbei couldn't compare to this. The sweetness coursed through him, penetrating deep into his very being. All the sweet treats he had ever tasted paled in comparison to this moment. As laughter filled the air, tears welled up in his eyes. "Old Li, do you remember the Battle of Wolf Valley? You dare to speak nonsense in that battle. Our two families joined forces to ambush the little Japanese. By the end, out of over 1,000 men, only about 100 remained." Li Yunbei shot Consciously a disgruntled glare. That battle was indeed the most brutal they had ever fought together. They had planned to seize some spoils to replenish supplies lost during a counter-sweep, but fate had it that they encountered the elite troops of the little Japanese. After a brutal melee, their forces suffered a 90-casualty rate. Nonetheless, they managed to crush an elite squad of the enemy, annihilating over 1,000 foes. If only we had had enough sugar back then, many soldiers might have survived. Consciously turned away, wiping away his tears. Upon hearing this, Li Yunbei's expression darkened. Indeed. If only we had had enough sugar. At least 1/3 of the injured could have been saved. During that era, the Long Army lacked nearly everything: arms, ammunition, and even basic medical supplies. Sugar could also staunch bleeding. According to the military doctors of that time, sugar's inherent stickiness could serve as a substitute for bandages, aiding in wound coagulation. Even a single pound of sugar could have saved a significant number of soldiers' lives. Suppressing the sorrow within, Li Yunbei took a big sip from the wooden ladle. "Sweet, that sweet taste at the heart," he proclaimed with fervor. "Dr. Zhang, when do you think this technology will be fully implemented?" "By the end of this year, I believe it will be about ready." Zhang Jun family believed that the power of the people is boundless. If mobilized, there would be no issue in having all sugar factories master this technology by its end. With an ample supply of sugar, it would be akin to possessing a hen that lays golden eggs. The bear may employ every means at its disposal to suppress the dragon kingdom, yet it has also forgotten. The bear itself is not a monolithic entity. Its attention will soon be largely diverted to the arid desert regions and the backyard of the White Eagle Nation. At the opposite end of the world, a significant sugar-producing nation is decisively extricating itself from the influence of the White Eagle. With a swift kick, it is abandoning the Western camp and aligning itself with the Bears faction. This precarious situation nearly sparked a third world war during the missile crisis, which looms just 2 years ahead. If, at that juncture, the Dragon Nation presents an abundance of indispensable resources to the Bear, the pressure from the two major camps can be effectively alleviated. Sugar is not only a staple commodity but also a strategic asset. It is perpetually in demand. Similarly, for the Bear, alcoholic beverages hold significant strategic value. By controlling both sugar and alcohol, Zhang Jun is confident in his ability to extract substantial benefits from the bear, as well as from the Eastern camp. Taking advantage of the technological disparity in commodities, he aims to exploit the Western camp. This is the true thrill of the game. Through advanced hybrid rice technology, he intends to surpass the 4 major grain corporations, monopolizing global syrup supply through refined sugar production methods. The world will savor the myriad of sweet delights from the dragon nation. When the bear yearns for cola or overly sweet pastries, or to indulge in potent spirits, it will be no trouble. Industrial products can be exchanged. Should they wish to seize control, they can inquire whether intercontinental missiles and hydrogen bombs would consent to that. As the sugar production workshop rejoiced, celebrating the birth of its first barrel of syrup from new technology, there were others over 1,000 kilometers away within the bear's territory, who felt a surge of excitement over sugar, albeit laced with a palpable sense of malice. Soon, a great many heads would roll. Invisible waves of communication surged from the far east to the capital of the bear, Sco. Bang. 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 20 kilometers from the Dragon Bear border. At the station of the Bear's 6th Border Defense Regiment, a few sharp gunshots shattered the morning tranquility. Leonov, having succumbed to a night of heavy drinking, reflexively tumbled from his bed to the floor. He instinctively reached for his sidearm. Leonov, you are arrested for betraying the Great Bear. As Leonov drew his weapon, preparing to investigate the commotion, the door to his bedroom was forcefully kicked open. Several men in civilian clothing, bearing ill intent, entered. Who are you? And how dare you intrude upon my command center? Leonov furiously aimed his gun at them. The leader, with a cold demeanor, responded, Leonov, you would do well to lower your weapon immediately. Should you maintain your shooting stance, you will not only be charged with betraying the bear but also face an additional accusation. Realizing the audacity of his adversaries, who clearly dismissed him, Leonov began to infer their identities. I care not who you are, depart from my command center at once. Unfazed by their evident hostility, Leonov remained resolute. Even if they were indeed who he suspected, what could they possibly do? His border defense regiment was part of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The next moment, however, Leonov's bravado evaporated. A man produced an arrest warrant from his pocket, with the signatory being none other than Suezon. In an instant, Leonov's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments prior, he had accurately surmised who these individuals must be. Throughout the vast expanse of the Bear Nation, only a few dared to disregard the Ministry of Internal Affairs. It is these individuals who can face the barrel of a gun without flinching. The antagonism between the two factions has persisted for years, often leading to heated exchanges or even physical confrontations. They have repeatedly sought to create trouble for one another. Little did they anticipate the gravity of their actions that would provoke a directive for their arrest from their esteemed comrade one. Leonov, in disbelief, found himself encircled by several agents. One swiftly disarmed him, while another produced handcuffs. Come with us. Can you tell me what transgression I have committed? Why has Comrade Chief personally ordered my apprehension? Leonov understood that this journey could lead to his demise, yet he resolved that even in death, he wished to comprehend the reasons behind his fate. Upon arrival, you shall be informed, came the chillingly detached response from the leader, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. With a wave of his hand, the agents roughly escorted Leonov from the room. Once outside, he grasped the source of the gunfire. Several guards lay in a pool of blood, riddled with bullet wounds. Hours later, Leonov recounted the events surrounding the Kola incident in meticulous detail. In the capital, Red Hall, Director Alexander reported the interrogation results to the stout, stern-faced Suezon. These individuals are becoming increasingly audacious. After a brief silence, Suezon slammed his fist upon the table. Alexander, maintaining a stoic expression, responded, Comrade Chief, the various units under the Ministry of Internal Affairs have long engaged in illicit trade. Just last year, the ministry was involved in hundreds of illegal dealings. The subordinates have taken cues from this, and the evidence of these transactions could fill 20 offices. Suezon trembled with rage upon hearing this. Since assuming office, he had yearned to reclaim the unchecked power held by the ministry. However, the ministry's power was formidable. Even Suezon dared not provoke them to the point of no return. Instead, he could only gradually erode their influence, redistributing the power gained to counterbalance the ministry. Yet, even with such measures, it merely wounded the ministry's fingers, never severing one entirely. Last year, during a national exhibition in the White Eagle country, Suezong had consumed 6 glasses of cola in one sitting. The fact that the leader of the Bear Nation had a fondness for cola quickly spread among Western journalists, becoming common knowledge in numerous countries worldwide. A mere regiment commander dared to engage in cola smuggling with the Dragon Nation. Did he not consider the risk to his own life for the sake of cola? Comrade Chief, the ministry's strength remains substantial. It would be unwise to confront them at this juncture. We should adhere to the established plan, gradually diminishing their power, akin to boiling a frog in warm water, to ultimately dismantle their influence. The issue of cola smuggling is not one that warrants excessive attention, or rather, our focus should be directed towards Alexander, who articulated with precision, from whence does the Dragon Kingdom procure its cola formula? And why do they allocate precious white sugar for its production? The manufacturing of cola necessitates an abundance of sugar and syrup. Historical insights reveal that the Dragon Kingdom has perpetually grappled with a shortage of sugar supply. Upon concluding his remarks, Alexander opened his folder and retrieved a document. Comrade Commander, he began to address the scarcity of edible sugar. The Dragon Kingdom is vigorously promoting the use of saccharin as a substitute for white sugar. Saccharin is a chemically synthesized sweetener. Perhaps they are producing cola with it. However, this raises another question: how did the Dragon Kingdom acquire the cola formula? Suezong fell silent for a moment. After attending the national exposition last year, he had attempted to arrange for scientists from the Bear Nation to decipher the cola formula and produce their own variant. The scientists' conclusions were far from optimistic. For the Bear Nation to manufacture cola, not only must there be a sufficient sugar supply, but also a fundamental proportional formula. Assuming saccharin could replace sugar, what about the syrup? How has the Dragon Kingdom resolved the syrup dilemma? Perhaps a discussion with them is warranted. Discuss? Suezong responded with displeasure. Comrade Alexander, are you suggesting that I engage in negotiations with the Dragon Kingdom over a bottle of cola? We, the Bear Nation, are the mightiest country in the world. Initiating talks with the Dragon Kingdom would tarnish our international image and diminish our stature as a great power. Anticipating Suezong's reluctance to embrace his suggestion, Alexander calmly produced another report. Comrade Commander, please take a moment to review this latest intelligence. Upon hearing this, Suezong reluctantly accepted the report, glancing at it dismissively. Before long, however, his pupils dilated as he pointed to the data with his left hand, exclaiming, Comrade Alexander, what is the meaning of this? How could the quantity of rice in the recent repayments from the Dragon Kingdom be so substantial? The report meticulously documented the proportions of materials the Dragon Kingdom had utilized to repay the Bear Nation's loans over the past 3 months, revealing that rice constituted more than half of all materials. For every 10 shipments returned, 5 were invariably rice. As for the taste, it was quite commendable. Alexander responded, his tone laden with complexity. Comrade Commander, I regret to inform you that, like you, I am currently unaware of the reasons behind this. Suezong's displeasure deepened, and he retorted sarcastically, in a world as vast as ours, are there truly matters of which you remain ignorant? Regrettably, yes, Alexander replied, feeling the sting of Suezong's scorn. Some truths ought not to be proclaimed too boldly, otherwise one might swiftly find oneself in a position of self-reproach. It was utterly unfathomable what the Dragon Kingdom intended to achieve. This uncertainty was precisely why Alexander had proposed a dialogue with them. Comrade Commander, ever since our falling out with the Dragon Kingdom and the cessation of our various aid programs, all personnel stationed there have returned to our homeland. Our intelligence operations concerning the Dragon Kingdom have plunged into a state of paralysis. These issues will be exceedingly difficult for the intelligence department to unravel in the short term. This is unthinkable. Suezong settled back into his chair, massaging his temples. Without the formidable assistance of the Bear Nation, Longwo found itself utterly incapable of producing anything substantial. How could it possibly create a cola that matched the exquisite taste of that from the White Eagle Nation? The production of cola demands a copious amount of sugar. Lacking a sufficient supply of this vital resource, even if Longwo were to pilfer the cola formula from the White Eagle Nation, it would be inconceivable to allocate precious sugar for beverage production. According to Leonov, the cola produced in Longwo is branded as Labor Cola. It serves not only as a military supply for the border defense troops but is also available in shops and supply cooperatives across several border cities. Priced at 15 Longo yuan. This steep price renders it unaffordable for the average citizen. However, it must be noted that the mere fact of cola being placed on shelves for public sale signifies that Longo has established a stable supply chain. While the issues surrounding sugar and cola remain unresolved, new questions arise. For nearly 3 months, Longo has been repaying loans with vast quantities of rice. What could possibly be the reason behind this? Longo is destitute and barren, possessing nothing of value. Were it not for the support of the Bear Nation, it would be incapable of even constructing a basic industrial framework. Countless questions swirled in Suizong's mind. Across from him, Director Alexander of the General Bureau appeared equally perplexed. Alexander had boasted more than once to the outside world that for him there were no secrets. Even the color of the pajamas worn by the supreme leader of the White Eagle Nation, David, was information he could acquire instantly. Soon, several high-ranking officials entered the office. Seated to Suizong's left was his most trusted deputy, the future Marquis Ilyich. Heads of the diplomatic, military, economic, and industrial departments gathered together. The atmosphere in the room was as tense as it had been during the secret meetings of the first half of the previous year. It was here, under Suizong's leadership, that the high-ranking officials had discussed strategies for controlling Longo. At that time, no one regarded Longo as a significant player. A mere display of firmness by the Bear Nation, threatening to tear up treaties and withdraw experts, would surely compel Longo to submit, becoming just another obedient satellite state in the Eastern Bloc. Now, however, the situation was entirely transformed. A series of unforeseen dilemmas lay before them: sugar, cola, rice. Simultaneously, a substantial stack of intelligence documents was presented, including testimonies from border regiment leaders, Leonov, and several involved parties, detailing the quantity and ratio of materials Longo was repaying to the Bear Nation. Comrade Chief, one official spoke. I concur with Comrade Alexander's suggestion. It is indeed time to engage in discussions with Longo. A friend who has turned adversary remains a friend, and only through armed conflict does one become an enemy. Andrievich, the current Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Bear Nation, was the first to express his stance. As one of Suizong's confidants, Andrievich was calm and composed, adept at navigating complex social dynamics. However, unlike others, he did not blindly follow Suizong's decisions. He consistently believed that severing ties with Longo was an exceptionally unwise course of action. The Bear Nation stands at an unprecedented pinnacle of power. Yet its influence remains confined to the Eastern Bloc, failing to fully manifest its dominance. The Bear seeks to extend its influence across the globe, penetrating regions such as Africa, the deserts, and the backyard of the White Eagle Nation, ensuring its presence on all 5 continents and 4 oceans. The Dragon Nation, although lagging, boasts a military force of millions, coupled with the capability to manufacture aircraft, tanks, artillery, and a range of weaponry, alongside a cadre of seasoned veterans. Should relations between the two adversaries devolve into open conflict, the Bear must allocate a portion of its resources to confront the Dragon. While eliminating the Dragon may not pose a significant challenge, the real question lies in whether the West will acquiesce. In the event of a comprehensive offensive against the Dragon, how will the White Eagle respond? What stance will the West adopt? Will it allow the Dragon to perish under the Bear's dominion? Or will it seize the opportunity to exploit the situation? Just as Suizong was about to speak, Ilyich interjected coldly, Comrade Andre, your perspective is naive and immature. The Dragon Nation has deliberately presented cola, attempting to draw us to the negotiating table and restore their aid. We must not fall for this trap. Like Suizong, Ilyich believed the Dragon deserved a stern reprimand. Any attempts to ease relations with the Dragon would be tantamount to slapping the Bear's face. Comrade Ilyich, if you haven't thoroughly reviewed the evaluation materials, I urge you to do so. Leonov was taken aback by the revelation that the Dragon could produce cola. An unexpected turn of events. Moreover, the Dragon soldiers had not even considered informing him of their newfound capability. If the Dragon seeks to leverage the fact that our esteemed comrade enjoys cola to subtly mend relations, why not engage with us through official channels and use cola as a bargaining chip? This indicates that the Dragon has no intention of compromising. At this juncture, Andrievich wisely chose silence, aware that further comments could lead to discontent among his peers. Even arduous negotiations would be preferable to open conflict with the Dragon. Comrade Andre, since you believe we should engage in dialogue with the dragon, I assign this matter to your stewardship. The irascible Suezong could unleash his fury upon anyone. Yet he had never raised his voice at Andreevich, the sole affable figure among the bear's upper echelons, capable of harmonious relations with all. Despite his blunt rebuttal of Ilyich, the two were indeed good friends privately. Suezong had publicly praised Andreevich on multiple occasions, recognizing him as a good person and an exceptionally competent civil servant. Agreeing to negotiate with the dragon was not merely a nod to Andreevich's professional insight, Suezong had ulterior motives as well. Primarily, it was the prospect of acquiring beloved cola. The ability to import cola in large quantities from the dragon would be a boon. Furthermore, the bear faced a sugar shortage. While not as acute as the dragon's crisis, the situation remained concerning. Years of experience in foreign affairs had imparted to Andreevich that the bear's current sugar dilemma might find resolution through the dragon. Moreover, it also caters to the culinary desires of Suezong, while averting unequal commercial exchanges with the West. The sweet plan of the elementary scholar stands as a remarkable triumph akin to a grand victory on the battlefield. In the central government of Longwa, all members of the Elder Council, including the Grand Elder, were present. Although the relationship between Longwa and the Bear Nation has plunged to its nadir, diplomatic ties have not been severed. Last night, Andreevich, the foreign minister of the Bear Nation, prepared for a discussion today with Longwa's ambassador to the Bear Nation. The domestic response indicated that the meeting would be postponed for 5 days. The purpose of the meeting is well understood by all. For this reason, the timing of the meeting must be deferred to allow for the arrival of a special set of leverage. Zhang Jun remarked, "We can only bring the Bear Nation to the negotiating table without securing the commitments we need during the negotiations. The sweet plan cannot be deemed a success." His words elicited nods of agreement from the assembly. Indeed, bringing the Bear Nation to the negotiating table is merely the first step of a long journey. As the negotiations commence, Longwa and the Bear Nation are sure to engage in a battle of wits. At this juncture, Zhang Jun's secret weapons will come into play. Should these secret weapons yield the desired effect, then the sweet plan could truly be hailed as a success. The Elder Council convened to honor Zhang Jun for his contributions to the nation and to gain a detailed understanding of the sustainable production arrangements for syrup. According to the data provided by Zhang Jun, the processing ratio of corn and potatoes to starch is 5:1. In other words, 5 pounds of potatoes can yield 1 pound of starch. With ample starch supply, the syrup supply will not encounter issues. Furthermore, the syrup can undergo further refinement to produce a substantial quantity of single crystal sugar, addressing the nationwide shortage of edible sugar. After a decade of development, Longwa has seen a consistent increase in potato and corn yields year after year, as rice replaces coarse grains as the staple food for the populace. The surplus of potatoes and corn can be processed into even more starch, forming a vast supply chain. Upon concluding his remarks, the leader responsible for economic affairs, Rishon, spoke of the prices of edible sugar in the international market, particularly in the White Eagle Nation. Globally, only the White Eagle Nation has achieved freedom in the production and sale of edible sugar. In comparison, the syrup price in Longwa stands at a ratio of 10:1 against that of the White Eagle Nation, which means our production costs are merely 1/10 of theirs. As the two concluded their reports, the Grand Elder could not help but express his astonishment. The second elder and the commander exchanged glances, their faces beaming with satisfaction. Suezong could never have imagined that the syrup produced in Longwa has a manufacturing cost only 1/10 that of the White Eagle Nation. Nor could he have foreseen that the raw materials for the syrup are the ubiquitous potatoes and corn. Chief, I propose the establishment of starch processing plants near several large sugar factories. Currently, the state of road and rail transportation is far from ideal. Building starch processing facilities elsewhere would incur substantial transportation costs, inevitably raising our price structure. Longwa faces numerous pressing issues that require attention, particularly in the realms of sustenance, clothing, housing, and transportation. Apart from the northeastern region and certain developed metropolises, the transportation infrastructure in other areas is exceedingly poor. Zhang Jun proposed the development of the northeast as a sugar industry hub, expounding on the theory of the upstream and downstream industrial chain. Gradually, Elder 2 began to grasp the concept of this industrial chain and concurred, stating that the black soil of the northeast is rich in nutrients, making the cultivation of crops such as potatoes and corn more profitable than in other regions. The syrup technology was initially implemented at the Binjong Sugar Factory, where the expertise is indeed robust. Simultaneously, the Northeast possesses formidable capabilities in beverage production, the supply of raw materials, the syrup refining and processing, and cola manufacturing. These operations could certainly be established in the Northeast. Elder One interjected, expressing agreement with Zhang Jun's proposal. The Northeast is in close proximity to the Bear Nation, and once we finalize a trade agreement, we could significantly reduce transportation costs. The majority of the Northeastern region shares a border with the Bear Nation, featuring multiple highways and well-established railway connections leading there. Elder One turned to Zhang Jun and kindly inquired about the timeline for his foreign exchange plan involving beverages. Zhang Jun explained, respected Elder One, we must proceed step by step. First, we need to pique the Bear Nation's interest through the export of cola and syrup, gradually gaining leverage over them before opening up the entire Eastern Bloc market. We possess a pricing advantage and the capacity to engage in a price war with the West. By lowering our prices appropriately, if they sell for $1, we sell for 80 cents, if they sell for 50 cents, we sell for 30 cents, we will prevail through volume, distributing our syrup and cola throughout the Eastern Bloc. The Eagle Nation is the world's first to achieve freedom in sugar consumption. In times of abundant sugar supply, cola prices have consistently remained at 5 cents. However, in recent years, fluctuations in the international landscape have led to a rise in global prices. Consequently, cola has surpassed the 5-cent mark, with a bottle now costing 7 cents. By last year, the price had risen to 10 cents. While the Eagle Nation sells at 10 cents, the Dragon Nation offers it at 7 cents. With processing technology akin to a perpetual motion machine, the syrup prices have been driven down to their lowest by the Dragon Nation. Should the Eagle Nation and the West engage in a price war over sugar, they would undoubtedly incur significant losses. The commander expressed satisfaction, noting that through syrup, cola, and rice, we can both repay debts and expand our sales capacity, alleviating domestic economic pressures while redirecting saved funds towards other developmental initiatives. Comrade Zhang Jun's proposal for 9 years of compulsory education can commence preparations immediately. With ample supply and competitive pricing, that as long as there remains one rational figure in the Bear Nation's leadership, this transaction will be irresistible to them. Elder One reflected. The power of science is boundless, and our young scholar excels in multiple scientific domains, while other scientists may master one or two fields. Zhang Jun's expertise spans a variety of areas. He is adept in both the arts and the sciences, understanding the intricacies of weaponry, strategic arms development, and various technologies that enhance the quality of life. He stated that science is the foremost productive force, and I believe this statement should be widely promoted, extending to schools, rural areas, cities, and research institutions, encompassing all construction entities. I concur. Leadership remarked that popularizing education equates to promoting science. Zhang Jun suggested providing subsidies to parents of school-age children, encouraging them to actively send their offspring to schools and classrooms for education. This initiative must also be implemented. Observing that the elders unanimously supported his views, Zhang Jun was filled with joy. The 9-year compulsory education was advanced by more than 20 years, resulting in a rapid and effective curtailment of illiteracy rates. The number of individuals unable to read will continue to diminish year by year. It is possible that by 1965, the Dragon Nation may achieve complete literacy. By easing relations with the Bear Nation, the Dragon Nation can not only alleviate military pressures but also avoid additional economic expenditures. According to historical trends, soon both nations will have amassed millions of troops along the border. The state must allocate substantial funds annually to sustain this standing army. The standoff of 1 million troops persisted not for a year or two, but for nearly 2 decades, severely hampering domestic economic development and triggering a cascade of negative repercussions. During the era of preparing for famine and war, various northern regions hastily established a multitude of industrial enterprises and supporting businesses. County-level and commune enterprises proliferated, all anticipating a potential third conflict. The hastily set up wartime enterprises inherently suffered from numerous deficiencies. Aside from a few that could operate normally, the vast majority became burdensome. Presently, the military standoff at the border may be postponed for many years or might even vanish altogether. Regardless of the circumstances, even a 1-year delay could yield significant economic accumulation for the Dragon Nation. At 9:30 in the morning, the Bear Nation's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Andreevich, donned in a suit, was en route to the Dragon Nation's embassy in a black sedan. The Dragon Nation proposed to postpone the talks by 5 days, which Andreevich found quite reasonable. After all, the Bear Nation had already hinted at its awareness of the Dragon Nation's ability to produce cola. Such a monumental matter certainly necessitated deliberation among the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials. Hopefully, this opportunity will not be squandered by those foolish individuals. Midway through the journey, Andreevich drew back the small curtains of the vehicle, gazing at the streets flanking the road. It has been a full 15 years since the conclusion of the Great Patriotic War. In these 15 years, the Bear Nation not only regained its vitality but also surged to become a superpower, capable of confronting the White Eagle Nation head-on. However, only the high-ranking officials of the Bear Nation are aware that it is far less formidable than it appears to the outside world. Internally, there remains a significant imbalance in the supply of materials. While it can produce various fighter jets, bombers, missiles, tanks, submarines, and warships, it also manufactures a plethora of machine tools and industrial equipment. Nonetheless, the Bear Nation faces myriad challenges in certain light industrial goods and agricultural products. Much like the Westerners, the Bear Nation harbors an intense passion for desserts, dreading anything less than the sweetest, and never shunning the excessive addition of sugar. Due to the separation from the White Eagle Nation and several other Western countries, the Bear Nation's ruble has failed to attain the status of an internationally recognized trading currency akin to the US dollar. Several months ago, Andreevich was commissioned to negotiate with the White Eagle Nation regarding the importation of cola. He initially intended to settle payments in rubles, aligned with the export prices set by the White Eagle Nation. However, to his surprise, the White Eagle Nation outright rejected this proposal, declaring rubles to be an illegal currency. Transactions must be conducted in US dollars. The first round of negotiations faltered, leading Andreevich to persuade Suezong to abandon the cola import initiative. Should they acquiesce to the demands of the White Eagle Nation, the meager foreign exchange available to the Bear would inevitably enrich the capitalists. In a display of his unpredictable temperament, Suezong threw a childish tantrum, insisting that the more the White Eagle Nation refused to sell, the more he desired to purchase. In response to the White Eagle Nation's dismissal of the ruble, Suezong proposed a rather outlandish exchange, vodka for cola. One bottle of vodka would be traded for an equal quantity of cola. During the second negotiation, the White Eagle Nation agreed to this arrangement but imposed a new condition. The vodka offered in exchange for cola must be of superior quality. Their rationale was that the Bear's unilateral declaration of a 1-to-1 exchange rate between the ruble and the dollar was utterly unreasonable. The actual exchange rate should be 4 or even 5-to-1. Consequently, the price of a bottle of cola soared to $50, the equivalent to half a ruble. Minister, we have arrived. After an indeterminate period, the car halted in front of a building. The driver informed Andreevich that they had reached the embassy of the Dragon Nation. Setting aside the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, Andreevich strode confidently into the embassy. Guided by the staff, he proceeded to the ambassador's office. Upon entering the room, Andreevich furrowed his brow at the sight of the wall clock. It was 10 in the morning, and Ambassador Li Wenbin was still partaking in breakfast. On the desk lay a dish of steamed buns accompanied by a small plate containing a viscous liquid resembling honey. Minister Andreevich, please hold on a moment. I worked until midnight last night and just got up. I intended to have a bite before our meeting, but I did not anticipate your swift arrival. Li Wenbin said apologetically, signaling to the staff to remove the buns and syrup. Wait. Is that your domestic syrup? Andreevich inquired, trying the sticky liquid on the plate. Li Wenbin replied nonchalantly, thanks to your country's support, our chef had to pay several times the market price to procure ingredients. Understanding that our meals are subpar, our superiors sent us hundreds of bottles of syrup to supplement our nutrition. Andreevich's expression shifted. Mr. Ambassador, may I taste your syrup? Of course, Li Wenbin said, retrieving the plate of syrup from the staff and placing it before Andreevich. Minister, would you like to dip the bun in it? Eating syrup alone can be rather cloying. Never mind, just a spoon will suffice, Andreevich replied, expressing no interest in the Dragon Nation's buns, which he found flavorless compared to bread. Li Wenbin remarked, if Minister Andreev does not fancy steamed buns, I have a few boxes of delightful pastries that arrived yesterday. This suggestion seemed agreeable. Andreevich nodded in acknowledgement. Li Wenbin then opened a drawer and retrieved a beautifully packaged box of domestic pastries. As Andreevich lifted the lid and took out a piece dipped in syrup, his eyes sparkled with delight. "Exquisite," he exclaimed. Observing Andreevich devouring the syrup-laden treat in just a few bites, Li Wenbin shook his head. The pastries were overly sweet and cloying. He had attempted to savor them with syrup the previous night, but after just 2 bites, he had to consume half a kilogram of pickled vegetables from the chef's hometown to quell the burning sensation in his throat. Unexpectedly, Andreevich savored them with great enthusiasm, appearing ready for more. True to form, he continued to indulge, consuming piece after piece until the entire box was empty, leaving not a drop of syrup behind. At that moment, a bold thought crossed Andreevich's mind. If the Dragon country could supply a substantial amount of cola, syrup, and all things sugary, it might ease relations with the Dragon country. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, the bear was conducting a covert operation that astonished the globe, attempting to sway the most crucial ally of the White Eagle, the Cigar Nation. The Cigar Nation not only stood as a prominent supporter behind the White Eagle but also occupied a strategic position in several vital maritime regions. Furthermore, the Cigar Nation possessed a capability that no other nation could offer the bear, the ability to supply vast quantities of edible sugar. Why wait for the Cigar Nation to join the Eastern Bloc to resolve the sugar supply dilemma? Why not seek solutions from the Dragon country? Even brothers may come to blows over certain disputes. The conflict between the Dragon country and the bear had merely escalated to a quarrel, not yet reaching the point of blood feud. As long as it had not reached that stage, there remained opportunities to alleviate and mend the situation. In the summer of 1953, I was recalled by superiors to serve as the first Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. From that day forth, we engaged in dealings for a full 7 years. In the vernacular of your Dragon country, we could be considered long-time friends, Comrade Li Wenbin, Andreevich stated. I hope our discussion today can transcend the trivialities of protocol and proceed as friends, addressing the current circumstances of our two nations. By altering his form of address, Andreevich aimed to distinguish himself from others. With years of experience in foreign affairs, he was acutely aware of the difficulties the Dragon country would face should the bear audaciously tear up agreements and demand early repayment. He understood that the Dragon country was reliant on the bear's assistance, just as the bear depended on the Dragon country's resources. The bear insisted that, aside from monetary repayment, the Dragon country could fulfill its debts with agricultural and light industrial products, not solely to undermine the Dragon country's national strength but for reasons not meant for public discourse. The bear had a greater need for agricultural and light industrial goods than the Dragon country. Li Wenbin replied calmly, Minister Andreevich, since we are to discuss the state of our nations, let us refrain from intermingling too much personal sentiment. As the elder brother of the Eastern camp, have you ever exhibited the characteristics befitting such a role? In your actions, how do you differ from the Western powers? Li Wenbin scathingly remarked. You demand that our nation repay its debts ahead of schedule. Very well, though our Dragon country may not be affluent, we still possess a few resilient bonds. It is only natural to repay debts if there is nothing more to discuss. If you desire agricultural products, we shall provide them. But what of you? Your conduct is utterly outrageous. Apples must pass through your scrutiny, pork must be neither too fatty nor too lean. And even our embassy chefs face your vexatious restrictions when purchasing groceries. While others buy potatoes by the kilogram, we must pay per piece. And the cost of a single potato is equivalent to that of a kilogram of potatoes. Do you not find such actions rather childish? Andreevich felt a flash of embarrassment wash over him upon hearing this. Comrade Li Wenbin, all I can say is that I am sorry. Please believe me. This does not reflect Comrade Suezong's intentions, it is the behavior of certain individuals. Andreevich weakly defended himself. Suezong's character may be eccentric and myopic, yet he is not ill-natured. The truly foolish and malicious one is the second in command, Ilyich. These childish and shameless actions are conducted at his behest. Never mind that, let's change the subject. Andreevich continued. We have learned that your country possesses the capability to produce a cola with a flavor akin to that of Western brands, which has piqued Comrade Suezong's interest. With a sigh, he added, Comrade Li Wenbin, I comprehend the predicament your Dragon country faces, and I recognize that certain matters are indeed erroneous. However, given the circumstances, our only recourse is to endeavor to salvage the situation. Andrievich, not only the Minister of Foreign Affairs but also a noted economic expert within the bear nation, understood that the bear was in dire need of sugar. The dragon country's ability to mass-produce cola signified a gradual resolution to the issue of sugar scarcity. If the dragon country were willing to disclose the truth to the bear, perhaps. Andrievich opined, if our discussions can yield a mutually beneficial outcome, it will not only ease the tensions between us but also alleviate your economic and material burdens. In light of the sugar crisis, the bear is even prepared to risk conflict with the Eagle nation of fully supporting the cigar country in exchange for ample low-priced imported sugar. If the sugar issue could be resolved through the dragon country, many matters could be strategically arranged. In response, Li Wenbin replied coolly, "Our nation can export a range of sugary products, including syrup and cola, but the pricing must adhere to international standards." Upon hearing this, Andrievich shook his head, saying, No, Comrade Suezong would never accept such terms. It would be absurd. A bottle of our labor brand cola retails for 15 dragon currency. When converted to bear currency, that equates to approximately 60 kopecks. This price is comparable to that of Western colas. The ruble and the dollar are at a 1-to-1 ratio. Currently, the Eagle nation's cola export price is $10, equivalent to 10 kopecks in the bear's currency, as the Western nations do not recognize the bear's currency. The bear engages in bartering, requiring goods valued around $50 for exchange. Li Wenbin scoffed, "Comrade Andrievich, this transaction is initiated by the bear seeking us, rather than our necessity to sell syrup or cola to you. If the price does not meet your expectations, then let it be. Our nation has just overcome the technological hurdles in sugar production, and the current output can only satisfy domestic demand. Exporting to your esteemed country would deprive our citizens of this essential commodity." Andrievich's expression shifted dramatically, astonished as he inquired, "Are you implying that your dragon nation has mastered extensive sugar production technology? Did Comrade Andrievich believe that the white sugar used in cola simply descends from the heavens?" Li Wenbin, with a sense of pride, declared, "Comrade Andrievich, do not forget that our country is home to numerous scientists who have studied in the West. Among all the nations, whose sugar production technology is the most advanced." Andrievich felt a shift within him. He comprehended it all. No wonder the dragon nation could produce cola identical to that of the white eagle nation. No wonder the dragon nation's use of sugar seemed so extravagant. The answer lay within the white eagle nation. At the inception of the dragon nation, a multitude of overseas experts returned to contribute to domestic production and construction, including some of the world's leading scholars, such as Director Chen, who participated in the White Eagle Nation's space agency, and over a dozen experts involved in nuclear research. It must be that one of these experts possessed the cola formula of the White Eagle Nation. Simultaneously, certain repatriated experts engaged in research on sugar production technology, bringing these advancements to the dragon nation, thereby resolving its sugar scarcity. The more Andrievich pondered, the more convinced he became that this was the correct conclusion. Due to certain unique circumstances, the White Eagle Nation had once become the preferred destination for Dragon Nation students. Andrievich subtly remarked, "Comrade Li Wenbin, I have no information to offer regarding sugar materials." Li Wenbin replied without hesitation, "Minister Andrievich, I share this not to boast about our resolution of the sugar issue, nor to showcase the prowess of our scientists. I wish to convey that, even without the bear's support, our dragon nation can still thrive." Upon hearing this, Andrievich displayed a complex expression and queried, "Comrade Li Wenbin, how long will it take you to resolve the production capacity issue?" "This question should not be directed at our nation, but rather at yours," Li Wenbin subtly implied. "Comrade Li Wenbin, thank you for your candidness today." Andrievich sincerely expressed gratitude before turning to depart the office. At a farm on the outskirts of the capital, as dusk approached, a truck laden with supplies drew near, entering the parking area. Before the vehicle had come to a complete stop, the passenger door swung open, and Li Wenbin nimbly leaped to the ground. Ignoring the curious glances from others, he excitedly dashed into Zhang Jun's room. "Little Janzi, we succeeded. The sweet plan has triumphed." Bursting into the room, Li Wenbin radiated joy akin to that of a child, relaying the news he had gathered from the office of the second elder without omitting a single detail. "Tomorrow, the bear will come to formally negotiate matters concerning syrup, cola, and other related affairs. Indeed, you are right, the old bear is shamelessly pursuing sweetness. They can turn hostile at a moment's notice, yet for a mere taste of sugar, they shamelessly approach us for negotiations, Li Yunbyo grumbled. Zhang Jun set down his pen and leaned slightly, remarking, Uncle Li, it's not that the bear lacks shame, rather, this commodity holds no significance for them. Moreover, in the face of interests, the bear is more astute than anyone else. Suezong possesses a peculiar contrarian mentality. The more others disagree, the more determined he becomes to act. This observation was indeed accurate. Li Yunbyo nodded, saying, regarding our falling out, there will surely be a multitude of dissenters. Turning against us will only serve to benefit the Western powers. Only by uniting can we defeat these foreign forces and liberate the suffering masses worldwide. Reflecting on the bear's short-sightedness, Li Yunbyo felt a surge of frustration. Today is a fine day, there is no need for such disheartening discussions. He promptly returned to the main topic. The bear is set to officially discuss the introduction of various sugar-related products with Longwo tomorrow, designating these goods as fixed repayment supplies. Accompanying Zhang Jun on a visit to the Binjian sugar factory, Li Yunbyo considered himself somewhat of an expert on syrup. By processing corn and potato starch into syrup, the production cost is reduced to an astonishing low. Coupled with the cola formula provided by Zhang Jun, whatever quantity the bear desires, Longwo shall supply. It is believed that soon enough, Longwo will repay the 8.6 billion loan owed to the bear. With the burden of foreign debt lifted, the nation's development can proceed unencumbered and with vigor. In addition to this news, Li Yunbyo also brought back a substantial amount of supplies for Zhang Jun. The second elder has specially approved a monthly provision of 10 pounds of flour, 20 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of pork, 2 cans of milk powder, and 10 pounds of fruits and vegetables for Zhang Jun. As for the third piece of news, it is equally pertinent to Zhang Jun. Not long ago, Zhang Jun submitted an application to General Ning, proposing a solution to the armor steel issue for manufacturing the Type 59 tank. Several industrial departments are fully committed to completing the specialized tasks required by Zhang Jun. The issue with the steel mill has also been resolved, with the Shenzhen steel mill providing the necessary smelting cooperation. Once Zhang Jun completes his current projects, the two will once again head northeast. Former comrades often remark that you, Uncle Li, are a favored figure before the commander, escaping punishment despite numerous mistakes. To speak of you, young man, you are truly the favored one, receiving whatever you desire from the commander. Li Yunbyo jested, you are no longer young, should I arrange for the organization to introduce you to a bride? That is entirely unnecessary. Zhang Jun quickly waved his hand, laughing, with our modest existence still thriving, how can we discuss family? Ha! You have spirit. Li Yunbyo initially paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Good lad, your words today prove that you have not forgotten your roots. Back in the day, it was sheer luck that allowed the modest existence to bully us. Had we possessed even a few transport ships, my troops would have advanced relentlessly. Li Yunbyo has long harbored grievances over the impunity enjoyed by the modest existence. If only there had been more ships then, no, even just transport vessels. Li Yunbyo was determined to lead his soldiers into the heart of the Little Sun's homeland, stirring up a tempest. As he extracted a cigarette and took a puff, he remarked, little gentleman, when the day comes that the Little Sun falls into our grasp again, you must petition the Elder Council on my behalf, ensuring that my troops take the lead. Absolutely, Zhang Jun replied with utmost seriousness. Uncle Li, when that time arrives, I shall serve as your advisor, and together we shall wreak havoc upon them. Agreed, Li Yunbyo responded, fully aware that certain moments might never recur in a lifetime, yet he reveled in the present joy. Damn it, it has been years since I felt as elated as I do today. In response, Zhang Jun teasingly interjected, Uncle Li, that statement seems rather misplaced. I recall just a few days ago, you received a letter from Auntie revealing her pregnancy. You were even more jubilant then. You were ready to step out and fire your gun in celebration, and if it weren't for us stopping you, you might have emptied your entire magazine. Hearing this, Li Yunbyo laughed and scolded, you rascal, why bring that up? If it weren't for that situation, the second elder wouldn't have made me feel so utterly humiliated today. Congratulations on your impending fatherhood, and Uncle Zhang Jun playfully mocked. You're always so keen to tease your Uncle Li, Li Yunbyo chuckled, diverting the conversation to inquire about the progress of Zhang Jun's work. Their previous trip to the northeast had been a whirlwind, barely allowing time for anything. Zhang Jun had been preoccupied with instructing technicians and workers in sugar production, with Li Yunbyo steadfastly by his side, Even when Kong Shengli invited him for drinks, Li Yunbei had no time to spare. This time, he vowed to indulge in 300 cups. However, it seemed that such a celebration was still some time away. Zhang Jun, his smile fading, stated, "The knowledge concerning biological nutritional feed has been sufficiently grasped. I plan to divide everyone into 3 groups starting tomorrow. One will focus on biofeed formulation, another on hybrid technology for white pigs, and the last on poultry techniques. In the coming days, I will also develop various additives for beverages and desserts. As the ancient saying goes, to capture a man's heart, one must first entice his stomach. Similarly, to make the bears comply with Zhang Jun's whims, we must first appeal to their appetites." In later years, people would shudder at the mention of food additives, believing that only foods devoid of them could be deemed good. Yet in this era, to achieve an irresistible taste in export foods, additives were indispensable. Capturing the bear's sweet tooth and penchant for alcohol was akin to holding half a life in one's hands. Whether harmful or benign, any additive that could entice foreigners was thoroughly explored by Zhang Jun, while exchanging recipes for food additives with the system. Zhang Jun stumbled upon a crucial technology he had previously overlooked. This technology was not only easy to develop and low in cost, but its impact was monumental. "Little gentleman, can poultry also grow rapidly and robustly?" Li Yunbei inquired with enthusiasm. "Of course. Once we complete the poultry technology research, Uncle Li, I shall personally prepare a grand feast of whole chicken for you, featuring my signature Coca-Cola chicken wings." Upon the mere thought of his favorite dish, Cola chicken wings, Zhang Jun could not help but salivate. "Patience," he reminded himself, "all would soon be well." "Can cola really be used in cooking?" inquired Li Yunbei, his curiosity piqued. "Just wait and see," Zhang Jun replied, vividly painting a picture of the delectable cola chicken wings for Li Yunbei. Before long, through the influence of biologically enhanced feed, the large white pigs could grow to over 300 pounds within just 6 months. Similarly, poultry raised on this biological feed also thrived, reaching impressive sizes rapidly. From hatching to market readiness, chickens could be ready for consumption in less than 40 days. A look of delight once again crossed Li Yunbei's face. True genius was indeed remarkable. Regardless of the endeavor, it always seemed to yield astonishing results. Just over a month prior, had Li Yunbei had such claims from Zhang Jun, he would have likely touched the boy's forehead, checking for fever. The idea of raising a 300-pound pig in 6 months was already quite sensational. And the notion of chickens being ready in just 40 days seemed utterly far-fetched. Yet now, Li Yunbei believed every word that Zhang Jun uttered. "Uncle Li, tomorrow I shall meet with the second elder, you need not accompany me. Stay here and ensure the provisions allotted to me are given to the cafeteria to prepare a grand feast for everyone. Also, please send 2 boxes of milk powder back home for Auntie to replenish her health," Zhang Jun stated, distributing his special supplies in one breath. From now on, the 2 boxes of milk powder would be sent to the south for Li Yunbei's wife, while the pork, legs, rice, then flour would be used for the communal meal. No, absolutely not." Li Yunbei shook his head vigorously, his tone serious. "Young Janzi, while your intention to nourish everyone is commendable, you need nourishment yourself. During the day, you teach classes and lead scientists in research, and at night, you remain busy until the early hours, only managing 5 to 6 hours of sleep and hastily eating whatever you can. This is known not only to us but also to the grand elder, the second elder, and other leaders. Otherwise, why would the second elder allocate such special provisions to you? Uncle Li, trust me. Distribute the supplies to everyone, the hard times are soon to pass." Zhang Jun began to sketch a promising vision for Li Yunbei. The advent of super hybrid rice, hybrid pigs, and hybrid poultry would ultimately resolve the food crisis. "I toiled diligently, and the scientists involved in the project, especially the venerable Professor Su and his peers, are in even greater need of sustenance. This matter is settled." Without allowing Li Yunbei to protest further, Zhang Jun invoked the authority of the Elder Council. Li Yunbei's role was to assist Zhang Jun, acting as a liaison. And he was to fulfill Zhang Jun's directives without compromise. At 8 in the morning, after finishing breakfast, Zhang Jun boarded a specially approved GAZ jeep bound for the central government. Guided by staff, he arrived at the office of the second elder. Upon meeting, Zhang Jun presented a special request to establish a research base around the weapons workshop, utilizing it as a foundation. This base would encompass a series of research projects spanning agriculture, industry, electronic technology, and armaments. The weapons workshop, situated within the nuclear base, boasted various living facilities and was well equipped for such an endeavor. It serves as an exceptionally suitable research base for various scientific endeavors. The second elder attentively listened to Zhang Jun's thoughts, occasionally inquiring about aspects he found perplexing. Chief, you possess an understanding of scientific research and should be able to comprehend the innovative mindset of scientists. At times, it resembles the ephemeral inspiration of artists, surfacing unexpectedly. Zhang Jun articulated, there exists a scientific technique that allows me to document my thoughts for research and contemplation at any time and place. I truly require a personal research base. He meticulously organized the current applications of advanced technology. Recently, Zhang Jun found himself constantly traversing various locations for his research, which not only posed significant risks of information leakage but also necessitated the temporary reassignment of personnel. With a dedicated research base, Zhang Jun would not only be able to conduct research freely but also engage project participants, thereby realizing a seamless integration of production, education, and research. Chief, you can interpret this integration as production, research, and learning, acquiring skills, producing samples, and exploring new technological realms, Zhang Jun explained. The second elder nodded slightly and inquired, what personnel requirements do you have? Without hesitation, Zhang Jun responded, technical workers, scientists from relevant fields, then some high school students. That arrangement seems quite reasonable. The second elder remarked, his expression reflecting satisfaction. Despite hearing the term integration of production, education, and research for the first time, the second elder grasped its essence effortlessly. Workers would be responsible for production, students would learn while working, then scientists would collaborate with Zhang Jun on research. A harmonious exchange of knowledge and cooperation among the old, middle-aged, and young would ensue. Chief, I wish to visit various major hospitals in the capital today. Upon hearing this, the second elder immediately stood up, expressing concern. Comrade Zhang Jun, are you unwell? I shall arrange for a healthcare physician to attend to you at once. Zhang Jun quickly clarified, Chief, you misunderstand, I am not ill. I intend to assess the current conditions of the major hospitals in the capital to address the pressing issue of infant congenital disabilities. Aware that the second elder had limited knowledge in this area, Zhang Jun took the initiative to elaborate, due to a multitude of factors. Our nation's rate of infant congenital disabilities consistently ranks among the highest globally. Even now, the prevalence of birth defects remains alarmingly high, including spina bifida, cleft palate, and anencephaly. And neural tube defects. Particularly, neural tube defects are the most prevalent congenital malformations. This is primarily linked to a deficiency of a certain crucial component in the bodies of pregnant women. However, addressing this issue is not insurmountable. How so? The second elder, while cognizant of the high rate of congenital disabilities, lacked a vivid understanding of the matter. Only after Zhang Jun's description did he begin to grasp the gravity of the situation. He had not anticipated such a high rate of infant disabilities. Folic acid. Had it not been for Li Yunbei receiving a letter that day, announcing his impending fatherhood and celebrating with 3 gunshots to the sky, Zhang Jun might have overlooked this significant issue. Through systematic research on various food additive formulations, Zhang Jun discovered the technology surrounding folic acid. He learned that folic acid can effectively reduce the rate of infant congenital disabilities, a technique that has long been established through research. In the 1940s, scientists in the White Eagle Nation first extracted folic acid from vegetables. A few years later, they successfully deciphered the molecular structure of folic acid. Through artificial synthesis, they formulated a coenzyme that plays a crucial role in human reproduction. During pregnancy, an infant undergoes daily cell division, with folic acid being the most vital nutrient absorbed. If pregnant women do not receive adequate folic acid to supplement their nutrition, the risk of developing severe anemia significantly increases, which in turn can hinder the infant's ability to absorb sufficient folic acid, potentially resulting in congenital deformities. To effectively address this issue, it is sufficient for pregnant women to consume 0.4 milligrams of folic acid daily. Folic acid is not only a lifesaver for infants and pregnant women but also shows promising preventive and therapeutic effects for various ailments, including age-related diseases, certain mental disorders, and hypertension are the sources of folic acid widely accessible. The second elder was once again captivated by Zhang Jun's capabilities. Identifying issues, articulating them, and resolving them, all three tasks pose considerable challenges. For the vast majority of scientists, achieving proficiency in all three areas is a formidable feat. Some excel at uncovering problems, while others possess the courage to voice them. More often than not, scientists are adept at solving problems. Zhang Jun, however, embodies a rare combination of all three skills. As if no challenge could thwart him. The avenues for acquiring folic acid are indeed extensive, encompassing not only vegetables but also the livers and kidneys of chickens, cows, and sheep, as well as eggs, soybeans, cherries, and walnuts. Additionally, bread fermented with yeast is also rich in folic acid. The real challenge lies not in identifying these sources, but rather in the extraction process and deciphering its molecular structure. Zhang Jun already possesses a comprehensive solution to these problems, requiring a team of medical professionals and certain equipment to collaborate effectively. Beyond this, Zhang Jun also intends to seek out a group of hospital pharmacists to assist him in producing food additives. Observing Zhang Jun's hesitation, the second elder gently remarked, "Comrade Zhang Jun, you are a member of our organization. Members do not conceal their viewpoints. Speak your mind truthfully." Zhang Jun scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful, and replied, "Chief, please don't laugh at me after I finish. You, comrade, are simply reporting your work. What is there to mock?" The second elder responded with an unyielding smile. "I also plan to research cosmetics," Zhang Jun added. The second elder's expression momentarily froze. "Could you repeat that? Are you intending to study chemicals or cosmetics?" "Cosmetics," Zhang Jun affirmed, feeling no shame in his declaration. One must capitalize on opportunities, including the wool of the bear and the wealth of Westerners. For Western women, foregoing meals may be acceptable, but neglecting makeup is unthinkable. When it comes to the commodification of women, Western men are undoubtedly experts par excellence. Given Zhang Jun's current status, he is already privy to most confidential matters. Leveraging this position, he spoke of the trade operations of the Dragon Nation in the harbor city, proposing to market the cosmetics he develops through these trading entities. Cosmetics are neither industrial products nor electronic devices, and certainly not weapons. Even if it were to achieve remarkable sales, it would not overly attract the attention of the great powers of the East and West. Zhang Jun had already devised an excuse. The ancient court formula of Longwa. "Chief, the state currently has a myriad of financial needs. Many of my ideas require additional funding applications. I do not wish to burden the country. Instead, I aspire to establish a special fund for women and children through the profits from cosmetic sales. This fund would safeguard the rights of women and children, provide assistance for severe illnesses, ensure support for those in financial distress, and promote public health education." As he spoke, Zhang Jun's voice diminished, then his face flushed deeper. "Why not write it down?" It was surmised that the subsequent content might pertain to women's health. The second elder, perceptive to his discomfort, handed him a pen and guided Zhang Jun to sit at his desk. After taking a few breaths, Zhang Jun began to write. Upholding the principle that the system produces only extraordinary products, he firmly believed that the cosmetic formula provided by the system would surpass other categories, gaining market recognition. While others might deem Zhang Jun's endeavors as misaligned with state priorities, suggesting he focus on weapon development, upgrading industrial equipment, or increasing agricultural yield, he held a different perspective. The well-being of children is the future of the nation. The issue of congenital deformities remained unaddressed until the 1980s, resolving it 2 decades earlier could prevent numerous tragedies. Women hold up half the sky, and their health is equally crucial. Directly applying for funds would inevitably lead to gossip. Therefore, Zhang Jun resolved to sustainably fund this special project through the cosmetics business. 20 minutes later, the guard escorted Zhang Jun to the central government cafeteria for a meal. The second elder, with a mix of emotions, took Zhang Jun's report to the Grand Elder, who was engrossed in a book. "Grand Elder, this is a report just completed by Comrade Zhang Jun." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder set down his book, noticing the second elder's serious demeanor. He took the report from the second elder and scrutinized its contents. To love the people and care for our women and children is indeed the essence of our scholarly pursuits. The Grand Elder smiled, saying, "We can triumph over invaders. Our women have made tremendous contributions and sacrifices, and children are our future. This matter is imperative and requires immediate investigation." Whenever joyous occasions arose, the Grand Elder would reflect on many past experiences, and this instance was no exception. He suggested a nationwide survey to examine the rates of congenital deformities and the health status of women across different regions. Regarding the issue of sanitary pads, if we do not understand, we ought not to give misguided directives, let those knowledgeable handle its implementation. The Grand Elder chuckled, though the nation is not yet affluent, and we face numerous internal and external challenges, necessary expenditures must still be made, we can always tighten our belts a little longer. The scholar would continue researching remedies for parasitic worms, affirming, as long as it benefits the people, we shall offer our unwavering support. Find a way to allocate some funds to support Zhang Jun's research. As for the special project aimed at protecting and assisting women and children, it should also be initiated. Beyond selling cosmetics, we ought to set an example. I will take the lead by donating 1/10 of my monthly salary to this fund. The second elder chuckled, expressing his surprise upon hearing that Zhang Jun was involved in the cosmetics business, almost mistaking it for chemicals. With a sigh, he lamented the burden placed on Zhang Jun, who not only had to engage in scientific research but also tackle various practical difficulties faced by the dragon country. Additionally, he must find ways to help the nation earn foreign exchange while outsmarting the bear. Elder, might it be possible to assign a healthcare doctor to Comrade Zhang Jun? Proposed the second elder. Zhang Jun applied an unequivocal double standard in his treatment of himself versus others. He insisted that the scientists at the farm work no more than 10 hours a day, mandating they retire to bed before 10 o'clock at night. Those who failed to comply would have their electricity cut off by Liunbio. Yet when it came to himself, he disregarded all regulations, as if racing against time, striving to stretch those 24 hours into 48. Not only should a healthcare doctor be appointed, but Zhang Jun's rest periods must also be strictly monitored to ensure he receives adequate sleep and relaxation. The elder pondered for a moment before approaching the desk to take up a brush, preparing to draft a specific order for Zhang Jun, to be supervised by Li Yunbio. "Report," announced the guard Shaoli as he entered the room with a document. Upon merely glancing at it, the elder's smile vanished. The second elder looked at the document and remarked coldly, "It's the same old story, disruption leads to failure, then further disruption will inevitably result in the same outcome." After a lengthy visit, 4 words lingered in Zhang Jun's mind, shocking and heart-wrenching. Over the course of an afternoon, accompanied by several guards from the second elder's office, Zhang Jun visited 3 larger hospitals. Through random checks, he discovered that among every 100 newborns, at least 5 to 6 suffered from congenital disabilities. The specifics aligned with what Zhang Jun had learned through the system, with neural tube defects topping the list. During this time, he witnessed numerous parents kneeling before doctors, pleading for assistance to save their children. If the capital city faced such dire circumstances, one could only imagine the plight in other regions, particularly rural areas. "Uncle Lee, I need to visit the Pharmaceutical Research Institute in the capital. If anything arises, send someone to find me there." Early the next morning, Zhang Jun resolved to procure folic acid immediately, followed by a large-scale promotion. He intended to utilize the establishment of a barefoot doctor system as an opportunity to disseminate the benefits of folic acid for pregnant women. "Wait a moment," Li Yunbio called out as he caught up with Zhang Jun, who was preparing to board a vehicle. "I'll accompany you." "No need," Zhang Jun smiled, politely declining Li Yunbio's offer. "I'm going there for research, and you won't be able to assist. Stay at the farm and rest." Engrossed in his scientific endeavors, Zhang Jun left Li Yunbio to his own devices, knowing the old comrade would surely feel bored. Accompanied by his driver and bodyguard, Li Shengli, Zhang Jun drove straight to the Pharmaceutical Research Institute located in the eastern part of the capital. Established in 1958, the institute stands as one of the foremost research establishments in the country, renowned for its advanced capabilities in pharmaceutical studies. It was assured that the necessary equipment for researching folic acid would be available. Half an hour later, the jeep came to a halt at the entrance of the institute. "Hello, Director Fei, here are my introduction letter and work identification," Zhang Jun said. After making inquiries, the two found the office of Director Fei Man. "Dr. Zhang, greetings. Director Fei, a man in his 50s, inhaled sharply at the sight of Zhang's credentials. To his astonishment, Zhang was holding an introduction letter from the office of the second elder with his work identification linked to the central government. The letter stated that Zhang Jun was a returning PhD in pharmacology and requested the full cooperation of the Pharmaceutical Research Institute in his endeavors. Director Fei: I have studied pharmacology abroad and wish to contribute to the nation's development through my expertise, Zhang Jun stated, adhering to the principle of confidentiality while explaining his purpose. He required access to one of the institute's laboratories along with a centrifuge. Prior to his visit, Zhang had thoroughly researched that several enterprises under the Ministry of Industry had successfully developed a simple medicinal centrifuge a few years prior. This device was essential for several critical steps in the extraction of folic acid. Upon hearing Zhang's request for the medicinal centrifuge, Director Fei's expression shifted to one of concern. I have heard that the institute possesses 2 medicinal centrifuges, but is it truly inconvenient to lend one? Zhang inquired. It's not that it's inconvenient, but doctor. Zhang, your timing is rather unfortunate, Director Fei replied with a sigh. The institute indeed has 2 centrifuges, however, one recently malfunctioned and is currently under repair at the manufacturer, while the other is engaged in a crucial pharmaceutical technology project. Would it be possible for you to wait a little longer? Once the broken centrifuge is repaired, you will have access at any time. Zhang shook his head. My research is urgent, I cannot afford to wait even a single day. How about this, Director Fei? Please take me to the laboratory first so that I can assess the equipment. As for the medicinal centrifuge, I will find a solution on my own. That sounds reasonable. Director Fei nodded in agreement and personally escorted Zhang Jun and Lei Shengli to a chemistry laboratory located on the 5th floor. Inside the laboratory, a dozen technicians clad in white coats were meticulously conducting various experiments. Everyone, please pause for a moment. The Director Fei clapped his hands and announced. Let me introduce this esteemed individual beside me, returning scientist and PhD in pharmacology, Zhang Jun. He has come here to borrow a laboratory for pharmaceutical research. Please tidy up your respective areas and move to the lower laboratories to collaborate with other technicians. The Pharmaceutical Research Institute was notably equipped, and with Zhang holding an introduction letter from the office of the second elder and his affiliation with the central government. Director Fei speculated that Zhang might be a health consultant or physician for certain elders, possibly working on a tonic aimed at enhancing physical well-being. It has come to my attention that the esteemed first elder and second elder, despite their advanced age, manage only a few hours of sleep each day. How can they possibly endure the strain of overwork without some form of restorative medicine? Consequently, Director Fei unhesitatingly assigned the finest laboratory to Zhang Jun. Upon surveying the surrounding equipment, a satisfied smile finally graced Zhang Jun's face. In the context of the Long Kingdom in 1960, such a laboratory is indeed commendable. As for the issue of the centrifuge, Zhang Jun scratched his head. Without a medical centrifuge, many steps must be carried out manually. The extraction of folic acid requires a stirring process which, in the absence of a centrifuge, must be done by hand. Glancing at his slender arms, a self-deprecating smile emerged on Zhang Jun's face. He then activated the system, seeking alternative methods to circumvent the challenge. A desktop centrifuge, what a stroke of genius. Since a ready-made medical centrifuge was unavailable, why not fashion one by hand? Director Fei, please reserve this laboratory for me and I shall return shortly, Zhang Jun declared. Glancing at his watch, I will assume control of this laboratory tomorrow morning. With that, he beckoned Lei Shengli and hurriedly exited the Pharmaceutical Research Institute. Inside, the staff exchanged bewildered glances, one of them remarking, Director, who is this leader? His actions seem quite aimless. Another advised, let us not inquire into matters beyond our purview. We should promptly relocate the equipment. Director Fei shared their sentiment, pondering Zhang Jun's seemingly disjointed approach. He had claimed that time was of the essence. Yet now he had abruptly departed. Was he off in search of a centrifuge? With a sigh, Director Fei reflected on the country's capacity to produce medical centrifuges, lamenting the persistent limitations in output. Each year, only a handful could be manufactured, and due to technical issues, they often malfunctioned after brief usage. It was uncertain how long the last remaining medical centrifuge could endure. Zhang Jun had his mission, and the Pharmaceutical Research Institute had its own significant objectives. Not long ago, higher authorities issued a directive demanding that the institute concentrate its elite personnel to tackle the challenge of replicating the formula of an imported medication, striving for self-sufficiency as swiftly as possible. Chief, wait for me. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun rushed back to his vehicle, gripping the steering wheel in preparation to drive. Lei Shenli hurriedly entered the car and suggested, Chief, allow me to take the wheel. Zhang Jun remained silent, starting the jeep and heading straight for the medical equipment repair factory. Across the nation, only 3 enterprises possessed the capability to manufacture medical centrifuges. And this repair factory was one of them. What? You wish to construct a centrifuge yourself? The factory manager was taken aback upon receiving Zhang Jun. He scrutinized this remarkably youthful doctoral graduate who had returned from overseas. Comrade manager, please refrain from further inquiries and cooperate with me, Zhang Jun asserted. Considering Zhang Jun's work identification and the lieutenant guard standing behind him, the manager had no choice but to comply. He first escorted Zhang Jun to the workshop, then promptly gathered the necessary production materials. By the time everything was in place, the manager was preparing to brief Zhang Jun on the equipment, only to find that Zhang Jun had already rolled up his sleeves and commenced operating the workshop machinery. A PhD returning from abroad, yet capable of operating production equipment. The factory director appeared utterly bewildered, and the workers in the workshop were equally taken aback. Zhang Jun not only requested the use of workshop equipment and production materials but also instructed the director to prepare a plethora of electronic components. He seemed to embody the essence of a seasoned worker, demonstrating an intimate familiarity with the various processing machines, requiring no guidance from others. Observing Zhang Jun deftly maneuvering the equipment like a skilled artisan, the factory director rubbed his eyes in disbelief and approached Lei Shenli. Comrade guard, did Dr. Zhang work in a factory during his studies abroad? Knowing of Zhang Jun's remarkable manual dexterity, Lei Shenli remained unfazed, replying stoically, Director, there are questions that should remain unasked. Understanding the implication, the director gestured to the other workers, signaling them to exit with him. The intricacies of processing technology and equipment operation were unnecessary for further instruction. The incessant clanging and clattering filled the air. Utilizing the equipment and materials to fabricate components for a centrifuge presented no considerable challenge. Domestic enterprises were capable of producing standard medical centrifuges, yet Zhang Jun, through his system, sought to create a model that would not emerge for another decade, a tabletop centrifuge. This device promised enhanced extraction efficiency compared to conventional models, rapidly decomposing the effective components within materials while preserving a significant amount of active substances. Moreover, the tabletop centrifuge served dual purposes, functioning not only in the extraction of chemical raw materials and accelerating component separation but also holding potential in the realm of food processing. As the hours stretched into the night, Zhang Jun found himself invigorated rather than fatigued, his proficiency only increasing with each task. With a multitude of applications, the tabletop centrifuge could also be employed as a mixer, essential for creating cakes, chocolates, desserts, and various other culinary delights that necessitated a blending process. The Dragon Nation was engaged in discussions with the Bear Nation regarding dessert exports, syrups, and the exchange of agricultural products to settle debts. The introduction of the tabletop centrifuge, coupled with the development of additional food additives, promised to produce an array of confections that would undoubtedly captivate the Bear Nation's appetite, leaving them utterly enchanted. As the clock struck midnight and Zhang Jun had yet to return, Li Yunbei prepared to report to superiors. Just then, Lei Shenli called back, informing him that Zhang Jun was occupied at the medical equipment repair factory. That rascal. You nearly scared me to death. If you go missing, the superiors will have my head. At 4 in the morning, Li Yunbei rushed into the workshop only to find Zhang Jun engrossed in his work. A wave of relief washed over him. Summoning Lei Shenli, he whispered, What is Zhang Jun up to? It seems he's processing some machinery, Lei Shenli replied. Thank goodness. You had me worried sick. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Yunbei added, I brought a few eggs, once Zhang Jun is free, give them to him. With that, he produced 3 eggs from his pocket and handed them to Lei Shenli. I'll take my leave now. Upon hearing this, Lei Shenli inquired, Director, aren't you going in to take a look? I find myself in a bit of a predicament, that scoundrel refuses to relent for even a day. Having just slapped him across the face, he promptly retaliated with a dose of scorn. Li Yunbei cursed as he stormed out of the workshop, leaving Lei Shenli in a state of bewilderment. It has been accomplished. The first ray of morning sunlight streamed through the window into the workshop, and Zhang Jun, feeling a sense of satisfaction, stretched languidly. "Chief, is this the so-called machine?" Lei Shengli inquired, leaning forward with curiosity to examine the apparatus on the workbench. It was utterly incomprehensible to him. "This is a desktop centrifuge," Zhang Jun replied, shaking his trembling shoulders. "Stop dawdling and help me load it onto the vehicle. We must return to the Pharmaceutical Research Institute." "Chief, you should consume this first," Lei Shengli insisted, producing the eggs that Li Yunbo had entrusted to him. "At around 4 in the morning, Commander Li came by to hand me these eggs and urged me to ensure you eat them all." "Very well, I shall eat." In matters of obedience, Lei Shengli proved to be even more resolute than Li Yunbo. Aware that he would not be permitted to leave without finishing all 3 eggs, he complied. Zhang Jun swiftly peeled the eggs and swallowed them whole. Upon witnessing Zhang Jun finish, Lei Shengli finally assisted him in loading the desktop centrifuge onto the vehicle. As they journeyed towards the Pharmaceutical Research Institute, Lei Shengli occasionally glanced back at the centrifuge in the rear. It bore no resemblance to scientific equipment, rather. It resembled a large steamer. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Jun closed his eyes and dozed off. With the desktop centrifuge in hand, the extraction of folic acid would proceed remarkably smoothly. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the technical breakthrough for folic acid would be achieved within 2 to 3 days. As for the aesthetics of the centrifuge, Zhang Jun was entirely indifferent. In Li Yunbo's words, "A plaster that draws out pus is a good plaster. Equipment that saves lives is invaluable." "Dr. Zhang, is this truly a centrifuge?" At 8:40 in the morning, Zhang Jun and Lei Shengli carried the desktop centrifuge into the laboratory. Waiting there was Director Fei, whose eyes nearly popped from their sockets at the sight. Having never encountered a centrifuge before, Lei Shengli was at a loss for words. Director Fei, on the other hand, dealt with centrifuges almost daily. Was the device that Zhang Jun brought back genuinely a centrifuge? Despite its unappealing appearance, its performance surpassed that of standard pharmaceutical centrifuges. It was akin to the efficacy of imported medicine. The ginger syrup could cure ailments just as well. Zhang Jun jested. It was indeed the case. One could hardly discern which factory produced such an unattractive centrifuge. Director Fei shook his head in jest, remarking that anyone unaware would never associate it with a pharmaceutical centrifuge. As they spoke, Director Fei assisted the two in placing the centrifuge on the workbench. At that moment, he noticed something peculiar about the unsightly centrifuge. In the center, there were markings resembling the numbers 1 through 10, much like the face of a clock, with a knob situated in the middle. Upon connecting the power, the left side of the centrifuge illuminated with green lights. Rubbing his chin, Director Fei could not help but inquire, "Dr. Zhang, which factory produced this centrifuge? Its features seem quite advanced." "The Beijing Medical Equipment Repair Factory," Zhang Jun replied, pressing a button to test the centrifuge's performance. "My heavens! The speed is astonishing." Upon witnessing the centrifuge whirling rapidly, Director Fei could scarcely believe his eyes. It was inconceivable. Such technology could not possibly originate from the medical equipment repair factory in the capital. "Director Fei, I have a list here. Could you please gather the necessary items for me?" Taking the materials list from Zhang Jun's hands, a look of confusion reappeared on Director Fei's face. The items on the list were few in number, yet each seemed entirely unrelated to the replenishment of medicinal ingredients. They included hydrochloric acid, ammonia, activated carbon, and a traditional Chinese herbal medicine, silkworm sand. "Director Fei, is there a problem?" Zhang Jun inquired. "No problem," Director Fei responded, shaking his head as he turned to leave the laboratory. These were all common pharmaceutical materials, readily available at the research institute. Before long, Director Fei returned with the items Zhang Jun required. "Victory, your presence is no longer needed here, you may go rest," he instructed. Zhang Jun meticulously removed impurities from the silkworm sand before immersing it in hydrochloric acid, a process that would take approximately 4 hours. Once the time was up, he added activated carbon and employed the centrifuge for rapid stirring, subsequently injecting ammonia to ensure thorough dissolution of the materials. Utilizing the laboratory equipment, he proceeded to concentrate and evaporate the solution. As time slipped by, Zhang Jun moved a chair to the center of the laboratory, fixating his gaze unwaveringly on the volumetric flask. At noon, as the institute staff prepared to head to the cafeteria, they passed by the laboratory entrance. Through the transparent glass door, they beheld an extraordinary sight. In unison, they halted at the doorway, peering intently inside. None could ascertain what Zhang Jun was engaged in. They merely noted his singular focus on the volumetric flask. Is Dr. Zhang perhaps a bit unwell? Since our arrival, he has remained motionless for half an hour. Is he here to research pharmaceuticals or merely to daydream? Just after finishing his meal, the Director Fei, with his lunchbox in hand, had approached the sink to wash it. When he overheard the staff discussing Zhang Jun, he paused, turning his gaze toward the laboratory. After a moment's contemplation, he walked to the lab entrance, scrutinizing Zhang Jun's demeanor. 10 minutes later, Zhang Jun still maintained his contemplative posture. Cautiously, Director Fei pushed the door open and called out, "Dr. Zhang. Is everything all right?" Zhang Jun looked up and asked, "Is there something you need?" It was now midday. "Why don't you take the guard to the cafeteria for lunch? If there is anything you're concerned about, just let us know, and we can keep an eye on things for you." "Just a little longer. It will be ready soon," Zhang Jun replied. "In 10 minutes, the materials will be placed in the centrifuge for rapid stirring. It won't be too late to eat once I finish this task." Director Fei hesitated, then said, "Dr. Zhang, please don't take offense. If it's inconvenient to discuss, do not feel compelled. What exactly are you researching?" Zhang Jun responded, "Folic acid. To address the persistently high incidence of congenital disabilities in newborns." In an instant, the mamas in the corridor ceased, including Director Fei. Dozens of staff members stand in unison to look at Zhang Jun. Though not all were physicians, they were nonetheless part of the medical field. The issue of congenital disabilities was well known, having persisted for nearly millennia. Folic acid, why does that sound so familiar? I seem to have heard this term somewhere before. It suddenly came to me. Director Zhang came to inspect the work and mentioned something about folic acid. Someone shouted out, and immediately everyone recalled that 3 months ago, the esteemed Director Zhang Yuanian of the Drug Research Institute had discussed issues related to folic acid. It is said that scientists from the White Eagle Nation extracted folic acid from vegetables, effectively addressing the problem of infant deformities. Director Zhang not only educated the audience on the critical role of folic acid in preventing such deformities but also explained the reasons behind the occurrence of defective infants during pregnancy. The human body has a limited supply of folic acid, and during pregnancy, the fetus absorbs it in large quantities. If pregnant women do not receive timely supplementation, cellular synthesis will gradually slow down and eventually cease. Insufficient folic acid can lead to a series of adverse reactions in the mother's body, and the fetus may suffer from various deformities due to lack of nutritional support. Dr. Zhang, has this substance been tested? Director Fei suddenly recalled something. Zhang Jun had good intentions, but any medication must undergo testing. If Zhang Jun disregarded this critical step and directly administered the drug to pregnant women, the consequences could be dire. Zhang Jun smiled gently and replied, "Do not worry. I chose to conduct drug research here precisely because you have the necessary equipment and can perform drug testing. You must have laboratory mice, right?" Director Fei nodded vigorously. How could the Drug Research Institute be without experimental mice? Next, everyone focused intently on Zhang Jun as he placed materials into the centrifuge for the crucial mixing phase. Subsequently, Director Fei transformed into a fountain of questions, posing a multitude of inquiries regarding folic acid. Before they realized it, the time had slipped into the afternoon. Holding a test tube filled with powder as if it were a treasured gem, the Director Fei uncertainly asked, "Dr. Zhang, is this sufficient?" Zhang Jun nodded and said, "Let us proceed with the pharmacological testing. It's best to expedite the results." The timeline was set for 2 days, primarily for drug testing. Extracting folic acid would only take a day, but to obtain comprehensive data would conservatively require another day. After seeing off Zhang Jun and Lei Shengli, Director Fei grew increasingly anxious. Even if testing could be conducted, no one had previously dealt with folic acid, and it remained unclear whether the data obtained would indeed resolve the issue of infant deformities. After much contemplation, Director Fei decided to consult an expert. The Pharmacological Research Institute, along with the higher-level medical academy, housed hundreds of pharmaceutical specialists. However, the only individual with an understanding of folic acid was Director Zhang himself. Hastily, Director Fei arrived at Director Zhang's office just before closing time and briefly recounted the situation. "How is this possible?" exclaimed the septuagenarian Zhang, visibly astonished. Having worked in a prominent medical laboratory in the White Eagle Nation for several years, he indeed possessed a comprehensive understanding of folic acid. It was precisely this knowledge that made him unable to believe that Long Country could grasp the structural formula of folic acid. Since the White Eagle Nation has mastered the structural formula of folic acid, this technology has been regarded as a vital core secret. Director Fei, with a sense of helplessness, remarked, "Our institute is uncertain, which is why we have come to consult you, esteemed expert. Do you believe that Dr. Zhang's findings do not pertain to folic acid?" "Theoretically, this is implausible. However, as a senior scientist, Director Zhang places a greater emphasis on pragmatism than ordinary researchers. Rationality informs Director Zhang that the information he has had is entirely unreliable. The complexity of folic acid's structural formula is formidable. Scientists from the White Eagle Nation invested years to comprehend its structure. Interestingly, the first scientist to identify the components of folic acid was not from the White Eagle Nation but rather a gynecologist from India in 1931, who discovered a substance capable of ameliorating erythrocytic anemia through studies on animal livers. By extracting the anti-anemia factor from this substance, he aided pregnant women in treating anemia. In the mid-1940s, scientists from the White Eagle Nation conducted further research, formally introducing the term folic acid into the realm of human science. Folic acid is not only present in animal livers but is also abundant in vegetables and fruits. Its efficacy evolved from treating anemia in pregnant women to effectively addressing congenital deformities in newborns. Any exclusive technology is meticulously safeguarded by the White Eagle Nation. And the structural formula of folic acid is no exception. Please hold on for a moment. Adhering to a principle of caution, Director Zhang decided to proceed with testing. He picked up the office phone and instructed experts from various departments to work late that evening, assisting in the analysis of folic acid powder. Understanding the medicinal centrifuge, he aimed to synthesize folic acid powder through a chemical structural formula. This would substantiate that Zhang Jun is not an amateur. However, where did Zhang Jun obtain the exclusive formula from the White Eagle Nation? More astonishingly, the raw materials he utilized for extraction were neither animal livers nor fruits and vegetables. The primary material was silkworm excrement, a byproduct of silkworms. Extracting folic acid from insect waste and employing a contraption resembling a centrifuge, he grasped the structural formula of folic acid. Director Zhang's scientific worldview is gradually unraveling. The knowledge he acquired in the White Eagle Nation utterly fails to elucidate the myriad issues at hand. "Uncle Lee, I assure you I will have a good meal today. So please refrain from following me." The following morning, after finishing his meal, Zhang Jun prepared to head to the Pharmaceutical Research Institute to check whether the test results were available. Unexpectedly, Li Yunbio unceremoniously took the passenger seat, insisting on accompanying him, citing that Zhang Jun had not eaten properly. "Young gentleman, spare me your words and take a look at this." Li Yunbio produced an order. Upon reading its contents, Zhang Jun was both amused and exasperated. The directive, issued by the Grand Elder, required Li Yunbio to serve not only as Zhang Jun's communicator but also as his personal caretaker, ensuring that Zhang Jun adhered to a timely schedule for rest and meals. Working hours were not to exceed 8, mandating a balance of diligent work and adequate repose. 8 hours for labor, 8 hours for slumber, and the remaining 8 hours allocated for relaxation and leisure. Li Yunbio retrieved the order from Zhang Jun's hands and remarked, "You see, it is not merely Uncle Li's desire to accompany you, it is a command issued personally by the Grand Elder. Do you wish for Uncle Li to disobey? Victory. Drive on." Observing Zhang Jun's chagrined expression, Zhang Li secretly chuckled. Truly, one thing diminishes another, even the most esteemed scientists can find themselves at a loss. Comrade Zhang Jun, a miracle, you have created a miracle. Upon arrival at the Pharmaceutical Research Institute, Dean Zhang, waiting there, clasped Zhang Jun's hand firmly. Behind him stood not only the staff of the Research Institute but also a significant number of experts from the Academy of Medical Sciences. After a full day and night of observation, the experimental subjects, pregnant mice, exhibited no adverse reactions. Li Yunbio boisterously declared, "Esteemed experts, you underestimate our capabilities. I assure you, Whatever Zhang Jun endeavors to achieve, he shall accomplish. There is no need to waste time on tests. This lad is a genius, he added. Din Zhang. Undeterred by Li Yunbei's flattery, eagerly inquired Comrade Zhang Jun, without questioning how you acquired the formula and structure of folic acid. Could you elaborate on its benefits beyond improving nutrition for mothers and fetuses? Zhang Jun detailed the myriad positive effects of folic acid on human health, emphasizing its role in promoting brain development in infants, treating certain mental disorders in adults, enhancing metabolism, and improving digestive health. He meticulously advised the team to maintain precise control over folic acid dosages in the forthcoming clinical trials, stressing that the daily dosage for pregnant women must not exceed 0. 4. After discussing precautions, Zhang Jun proceeded to explain the structure of folic acid. While fruits and vegetables are indeed rich in folic acid, the extraction process often leads to degradation. Simply put, the bioavailability of folic acid extracted through cooking is relatively low. Direct supplementation via tablets is the most effective method. After all, Dragon country is still not affluent, and various nutritional supplements are scarce. Din Zhang nodded repeatedly and inquired about production costs. Rest assured, the production costs are entirely manageable. In other words, they are low enough to warrant immediate large-scale promotion, Zhang Jun responded. Din Zhang, Director Fei. This modest folic acid not only effectively reduces the incidence of fetal deformities but can also be exported for foreign exchange. At this remark, Li Yunbei and Lei Shengli exchanged knowing glances, their faces lighting up with smiles. Zhang Jun remained true to form, his thoughts never straying far from export and revenue generation. Indeed, comrades, Comrade Zhang Jun speaks with utmost clarity. You may not realize that this technology has long been held as a closely guarded secret by the White Eagle Nation. Din Zhang exclaimed, the price of folic acid there is nearly equivalent to that of half a small yellow fish. How exorbitant. It's comparable to the cost of penicillin in its day. Director Fei exaggeratedly widened his mouth in astonishment. A box of folic acid could be exchanged for half a small yellow croaker. Once our nation possesses the capability for mass production of folic acid tablets, we will not settle for half a fish, even a tenth would suffice. We shall sell as much as is needed. Director Fei personally witnessed the various materials required for the production of folic acid, as articulated by Zhang Jun, whose insights revealed that the cost of manufacturing folic acid is remarkably low. The term export earning is not difficult to comprehend. Exporting folic acid tablets abroad in exchange for foreign currency. Suddenly, the situation turned dire as the bear demanded the Dragon nation to repay debts ahead of schedule, prompting all departments to tighten their belts. Since the end of last year, the funding allocated for scientific research has dwindled. Completing clinical trials to demonstrate that folic acid exhibits no side effects and significantly enhances the health of both mothers and their unborn children is imperative. Director Fei trembled with excitement at the prospect of green bills fluttering in the air. As the nation's coffers swell, the budget allocated to the Pharmaceutical Research Institute would certainly increase. With financial resources, significant projects within the institute could be expedited. Dr. Zhang, what is the story behind the centrifuge you acquired? Amidst the charged atmosphere, the man in official attire redirected the conversation to the laboratory's centrifuge. Only then did the attendees recall that none had encountered a centrifuge used for folic acid production, and it was evident that it was not a domestically produced medical centrifuge. If it were imported, its appearance would not be so unappealing, nor would it lack any identification marks. The centrifuge in the laboratory is a new type that I fabricated using equipment from the Beijing Medical Equipment Repair Factory. Although its design is unrefined, its efficiency surpasses that of the current domestic centrifuges by at least tenfold. I incorporated numerous electronic components, granting the centrifuge semi-automatic processing capabilities. The first generation of centrifuges also contained electronic elements but lacked the ability for semi-automatic operation. Goodness! Dr. Zhang, how do you possess such diverse skills? The admiration in the eyes of the gathered individuals towards Zhang Jun was palpable, reflecting an undeniable reverence. At over 70 years of age, Director Zhang beamed with joy. Comrade Zhang, we share the same surname. 500 years ago, we were kin. I kindly request you take a few days off to assist our medical academy in fabricating a batch of new medical centrifuges. Director Zhang chuckled, a batch? How many do you consider that to be? Surely not dozens. You jest, Comrade Zhang. How could you possibly produce so many alone? We agree to your terms. But let us start with 10 units, then you may take a break, Director Zhang laughed heartily. Once we master the operation of this new centrifuge, producing dozens more will not be a challenge. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun's lips twitched. Truly, the director was unreserved in his requests. Let us first process 10 units to test their efficacy. Once the results are exceptional, everyone joins forces to assist Zhang in producing dozens of machines. If that occurs, Zhang will have nothing left to do. Even the production team's donkey would not be as busy as he. Moreover, we at the Pharmaceutical Research Institute require dozens of centrifuges. Director Fei urgently remarked, Dr. Zhang, you may set aside your work with the Academy of Sciences. Our tasks at the Pharmaceutical Research Institute cannot afford a moment's delay. Comrade Fei, your words do little to foster unity. Is your work of greater importance than that of the higher authorities? Director Zhang feigned dissatisfaction. Unyieldingly, Director Fei replied, Director Zhang, do not forget that our institute is tasked with a formidable responsibility. Should we fail to complete it, countless lives may suffer grievously. The number of impoverished farmers who might perish could be staggering. Wait. Zhang's expression changed. Directors Zhang and Fei. What situation could lead to the sacrifice of so many impoverished farmers? What does living in the depths of misery even mean? Comrade Zhang, I shall explain shortly, but for now, I implore you to assist our academy by producing 10 new centrifuges. Upon finishing, Director Zhang stepped back and bowed deeply to Zhang. Zhang quickly assisted him, saying, please, do not do this, it is merely a centrifuge. Once I return, I will convey the designs and relevant technologies to the medical equipment repair factory in the capital, where they can handle production far more efficiently than we can here. Since that is the case, there is no need for you to return, please write it here. Director Fei, kindly relinquish your office to Comrade Zhang. Comrade Zhang, I shall escort you to the office. Though aged, Director Zhang had a solid grip as he led Zhang upstairs. Li Yunbei followed leisurely, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. The group gathered in Director Fei's office, where some brought pens, others provided paper, and one even brewed tea for Zhang. Concerned for Zhang's fatigue, Director Zhang turned to an elderly expert, saying, holding. Your father was a street doctor, surely you know how to massage. Come, give Comrade Zhang a shoulder rub. That is entirely unnecessary, and I am truly not tired. The expert, old Li, was even older than Director Zhang, and Zhang felt hesitant to accept such attentions from someone who could be his great-grandfather. Under the gaze of many, Zhang began to draw with a fountain pen. The machining technology for benchtop centrifuges is not overly complex, the only intricate part lies in the installation of electronic components. Provided the steps are followed meticulously, transforming a standard centrifuge into a semi-automatic one should pose no challenge. During the drawing process, Zhang multitasked, occasionally responding to queries posed by those present. In addition to obtaining folic acid through chemical extraction, food extraction is also feasible. Through a more scientific process of purification, concentration, and cooling, folic acid can be extracted from vegetables and the livers of sheep and cattle. In terms of efficacy, it may not match the folic acid produced by automated processes in later times, however, it is the only option available at present. In accordance with the principle of utilizing available resources, Zhang Jun proposed a solution that currently stands as the most effective approach. It is no exaggeration to state that even the folic acid produced by the White Eagle Nation pales in comparison to the folic acid presented by Zhang Jun. Similar to starch syrup, the folic acid from Longo is characterized by two words, affordability. The additional 4 words are simplicity in production. By the afternoon, Zhang Jun had completed the design blueprints for the centrifuge and documented several methods for folic acid production. Observing the jubilant faces of the gathered individuals, who were beaming with delight while clutching the materials, Zhang Jun interjected, Director Zhang, may I now be informed of the earlier circumstances? Why do the impoverished peasants live in such dire conditions? The smiles on the faces of the crowd gradually faded, as Director Zhang spoke with a heavy tone, old Fei. Perhaps you should explain. Director Fei sighed and began, Dr. Zhang, are you familiar with schistosomiasis? Schistosomiasis. Zhang Jun felt a pang of realization. Li Yunbei was the first to respond, but has schistosomiasis been eradicated? This was precisely the question Zhang Jun wished to pose. If memory serves, Longo had successfully eliminated schistosomiasis. Director Zhang continued, since 1953. Our pharmaceutical academy and various medical and health departments across the nation have collaborated in a 5-year campaign to eradicate schistosomiasis. By 1958, the spread of the disease had been effectively controlled, and through ongoing scientific education, many impoverished peasants gained a clear understanding of schistosomiasis. However, we still have a long journey ahead to completely eradicate the disease. For the people of Longworth, particularly the impoverished peasants, the term schistosomiasis evokes a sense of dread akin to a grim reaper. Once afflicted, one's life seems to approach its end. Considering Zhang Jun's background as an overseas doctoral graduate, Director Fay speculated that he might have been too young to comprehend the extent of schistosomiasis's devastation in Longworth. This disease's history stretches back over 2 millennia, predominantly flourishing in the rice-growing regions of the south. Years ago, Director Fay led a team of experts to rural areas to promote schistosomiasis prevention and treatment. They visited several villages, where every household was in mourning, having lost loved ones to the disease. The more remote the area, the graver the situation became, with entire communities succumbing to schistosomiasis. Tens of thousands of acres of farmland had turned to wasteland. The rampant spread of this disease had reached a level of collective outrage. Its highly infectious nature is why there were no survivors in dozens of villages. One person infects 10, and 10 infects 100. Once one contracts schistosomiasis, it is akin to stepping through the gates of the underworld. The disease is marked by 3 characteristics: high transmissibility, high mortality rate, and a rising number of new cases. In 1953, the elder issued a rallying cry to dedicate 5 to 10 years to thoroughly combat this rampant affliction and banish the plague of schistosomiasis. The entire nation mobilized, with everyone taking action. Workers, farmers, students, soldiers, and healthcare professionals have all deemed the eradication of schistosomiasis as a paramount task. Following a collective effort spanning 5 years, the Dragon Nation has achieved a monumental victory, reducing the incidence of this disease to its lowest point. The pestilence, which instilled fear among the populace, can no longer run rampant. In 58 years, the battle against schistosomiasis has reached a significant milestone, leading many to mistakenly believe that the disease has been eradicated. However, this is not the case. As various departments prepare to tackle this illness with renewed vigor, the bear ceased all aid to the Dragon Nation, resulting in a shortage of medicines and medical equipment. Without the Western pharmaceuticals necessary for treatment, reliance solely on traditional Chinese medicine makes a complete victory elusive. The previous treatment strategy had always been a combination of Western and traditional medicine. After discussing the severity of schistosomiasis, Director Zhang expressed his helplessness, stating that months ago, higher authorities had issued a directive for us to devise every possible means to replicate effective Western medications for treating schistosomiasis, in conjunction with traditional remedies to combat this disease. By the end of this year, various departments will establish 100 medical teams to venture into densely waterlogged southern regions, assisting impoverished farmers in preparing for the resurgence of schistosomiasis. Zhang Jun murmured, Director Zhang, can I interpret this to mean that schistosomiasis primarily flourishes in rice-growing areas? Director Zhang affirmed, acknowledging that schistosomiasis indeed prevails in those regions. Zhang Jun suddenly realized the rationale behind the higher-ups directive. The super hybrid rice has completed its promotion in certain areas and is set for nationwide cultivation next year. The primary transmission zones of schistosomiasis coincidentally align with rice-growing regions. Next year, the extensive planting of super hybrid rice will inevitably confront the threat of schistosomiasis. As more individuals engage in water-related work, the disease will likely resurge. Activating the advanced technology system, Zhang Jun diligently explored medications capable of treating schistosomiasis while comprehensively studying the disease. To his astonishment, he discovered that schistosomiasis is insidious, lacking in activities such as transplanting rice seedlings, cutting grass, accumulating fertilizer, and applying manure. The probability of this disease re-emerging is alarmingly high. Apart from water-related labor, other forms of work can also lead to contracting the disease. Director Zhang, I have a plan to develop a new medication. I will organize everyone to conduct research on schistosomiasis treatments immediately, Zhang Jun declared. Director Zhang, taken aback, found himself speechless, fearing he might have misheard. Zhang Jun then solemnly addressed his colleagues, comrades, what progress have you made in your research? Director Fay sighed deeply, stating that there has been virtually no advancement. In the past, The medications for schistosomiasis were provided by the bear. Dr. Zhang, have you ever interacted with the bear's experts? You may be unaware of their practices. The bear's experts only provide medications, withholding the composition formulas, and they do not permit us to conduct research or replication of these drugs. The bear has supplied a multitude of experts, permeating various fields such as education, medicine, agriculture, and industry. These individuals are both experts and supervisors, tasked with preventing the dragon kingdom from utilizing medications provided by the bear country. After the specialists departed, the Pharmaceutical Research Institute commenced its investigations into drug development and prevention strategies. With no data and no samples, everything had to start anew. Director Zhang produced several photographs of patients afflicted with schistosomiasis. The haunting images evoked a visceral reaction in onlookers. Li Yunbio lamented, "Many from my hometown village have succumbed to schistosomiasis. It is astonishing that this disease remains rampant even today." Zhang Jun, with a grave tone, declared, "Director Zhang, Director Fei, I implore you to trust me. I possess a method to create a potent remedy for schistosomiasis. Henceforth, I require the cooperation of all present." Dr. Zhang, "If you truly have a solution for the treatment of schistosomiasis, I would not only offer my full support, but I would willingly sacrifice my life for this cause." Director Fei, like Li Yunbio, had grown up in the countryside, where numerous relatives and villagers had perished from this affliction. In this modern age, the most effective treatment for schistosomiasis is a drug known as potassium antimony tartrate, administered intravenously. Developed nations such as Bear Country, White Eagle Nation, and Sunset Kingdom possess the capacity for mass production of this medication. The schistosomiasis medication previously provided by Bear Country was indeed this intravenous drug. Although potassium antimony tartrate can treat schistosomiasis, it is accompanied by severe side effects. Mild cases may lead to liver tissue damage in patients, while severe cases may result in immediate death. In addition to potassium antimony tartrate, Bear Country also offered another medication, albeit with relatively poor efficacy against schistosomiasis, suitable only for acute outbreaks. Should a patient contract chronic schistosomiasis, this alternative would prove utterly ineffective. Zhang Jun proposed, Director Zhang, "Let us proceed in two phases. Assemble the pharmaceutical personnel not focused on schistosomiasis to study folic acid, while other relevant experts collaborate with me to tackle the challenges of developing a schistosomiasis medication, with systematic chemical formulas and Western pharmaceutical formulations, and the assistance of a multitude of pharmaceutical workers. The mere schistosomiasis shall never triumph over the dragon kingdom." Just moments ago, Zhang Jun exchanged a formula for a modern antidote with negligible side effects, capable of treating both acute and chronic schistosomiasis, praziquantel. Decades later, praziquantel would remain the preferred treatment for schistosomiasis, low in toxicity, with minimal side effects, and rapid efficacy, to promote the widespread cultivation of superhybrid rice. The foremost concern is schistosomiasis. It is precisely for this reason that the Elder Council mandated the Pharmaceutical Research Institute to expedite the development of generic drugs. A large team of experts is to assist the impoverished farmers in various rice-producing regions to combat the ever-present threat of schistosomiasis. The transformation of the Dragon Kingdom from destitution to a nation on par with the White Eagle Nation was no miracle. Behind every achievement lie countless sacrifices and insurmountable challenges. To cultivate rice on a large scale and expand food production, foreign entities will not grant the Dragon Kingdom its desires easily. Schistosomiasis, too, sharpens its blades, ready to strike at any moment. From this day forth, Zhang Jun temporarily remains at the Pharmaceutical Research Institute, entrusting the work at the suburban farm to Professor Su. That evening, Li Yunbio proceeded to the office of the second elder, where he meticulously reported the events of the past few days. The second elder, moved by the account, remarked, "If Comrade Zhang Jun succeeds in developing an effective treatment for schistosomiasis, he will not only be a savior for the common people but also a blessing for our nation. Li Yunbio, you must diligently fulfill your responsibilities, ensuring that Zhang Jun's needs are met and communicated promptly to the central government. Rest assured, I will accomplish the task." Li Yunbio saluted respectfully. The second elder continued, "Zhang Jun is a human, not a deity. We cannot place all burdens upon his shoulders. As he takes 2 steps forward, we must also advance in tandem." Upon hearing this, Li Yunbio questioned, "Second elder, how shall we take those 2 steps?" The response was to exhaust all means to assist Comrade Zhang Jun in his research on schistosomiasis medication. utilizing a portion of foreign exchange to procure a batch of treatment drugs from the port city. The second elder was acutely aware that discovering a special medication was not an endeavor that could be accomplished overnight. The research capabilities of powerful nations like the bear and the eagle were formidable. Currently, they too relied on potassium antimonal tartrate, which possesses significant toxic side effects. The novel medication being developed by Zhang Jun would require at least a year. The promotion of rice cultivation demanded immediate attention, with the medical team to be established by the year's end, ensuring that the super hybrid rice would be comprehensively deployed across southern regions. It was imperative not to allow the populace to face schistosomiasis without medical professionals or protective medications. Therefore, it was decided to utilize foreign exchange to procure a batch of potassium antimonal tartrate, addressing the immediate concerns before assessing Zhang Jun's research progress. After Li Yunbei's departure, a look of remorse crossed the second elder's face. Zhang Jun was merely in his 20s, yet he was tasked with shouldering the immense burden of combating schistosomiasis. Contemplating this, the second elder felt a profound unease. As the year unfolded, various events unfolded in succession, both good and bad. The sweet plan achieved resounding success, with the bear officially designating syrups, various confections, and cola as fixed repayment materials. The first batch of goods was already loaded and en route to the bear's territory. Compulsory education was also progressing steadily. Amidst this backdrop, the bold man began to stir restlessly, deploying warships to wreak havoc along the coastal regions. The several warships at his disposal were all acquired from the Eagle Nation, which he had long considered a secret weapon. Since obtaining these vessels, he had always used them to safeguard his own security and never sending them into battle. Now, however, he dispatched 4 warships and other ships to invade the coastal areas of the Dragon Nation, clearly seeking to prove his capability to the Eagle Nation. Although the Dragon Navy retaliated fiercely, they merely managed to drive the intruders away without sinking any of the bold man's ships. Given his unscrupulous nature, it was evident that one failure would not deter him from attempting again, persisting until blood was shed. Manager, my sister has just been diagnosed as 3 months pregnant. Could you possibly grant me a few boxes of snacks without requiring tickets? In the capital of the Bear Nation, at the first state-owned department store, the manager of the food department, Petrovic, sat in his office chair, arms crossed, wearing a sardonic smile as he regarded the salesperson, Dmitry. If memory serves me correctly, you have only 2 sisters, and it seems that since the latter half of last year, your sisters have been pregnant 5 times. Noticing that Dmitry was about to speak again, Petrovic scoffed, your sister's pregnancies necessitate nutritional support, but what about you? Comrade Dmitry, your weight has surged from 200 to nearly 300 pounds, will you continue to indulge? Manager, please allow me to explain. Enough, Petrovic exclaimed, hurling a sheet of paper from his desk towards Dmitry, internally cursing his subordinate for being such a source of distress and lamenting the foolish decisions made by the higher-ups. He reflected on the state of affairs. Entering the 1940s, the Bear Nation had completed a series of industrial upgrades, transforming from a traditional agricultural state into an emerging industrial power, rivaling the capabilities of the Eagle Nation. While it was indeed a cause for celebration to become a superpower akin to the Eagle Nation, problems soon arose. The agricultural and light industrial products of the Bear Nation could not meet the demands of its populace. They could manufacture airplanes, tanks, artillery, warships, and ballistic missiles. Yet they were incapable of producing food to satisfy everyone's needs. Since the higher-ups opted for a rift with the Dragon Nation, the influx of affordable agricultural products from the Dragon Nation had visibly dwindled. Even though the Suezong pressured the Dragon Nation to repay debts with agricultural goods, it merely alleviated the issue to a slight extent. Once the Dragon Nation settled its debts, where would the Bear Nation procure the necessary agricultural products? From the Eastern Bloc nations. These countries, much like the Bear Nation, were predominantly industrialized, and even the few agricultural nations struggled to meet their own needs, let alone supply the Bear Nation. The first department store was the largest of its kind in the Bear Nation. Prior to the fallout, the shelves brimmed with an array of goods, offering everything from food to beverages. Now, however, apart from bread, pickles, caviar, and condensed milk, all other products required ration tickets for purchase. Even the internal employees were not exempt from this rule. Accustomed to indulgence, these individuals began concocting various excuses to petition Petrovic for special permission to acquire goods without tickets. Din. Upon hearing the phone on his desk ring, Petrovic answered, his expression growing increasingly morose. His employees were a relentless source of worry, and the heads of various departments were equally troublesome. A banquet was scheduled for today, followed by a picnic with friends tomorrow, and necessitating a diverse array of foodstuffs. Money was offered, but tickets were not. Manager, the goods for repayment from the Dragon Nation have arrived. After a short while, a female salesperson knocked on the manager's office door. Aware of the situation, Petrovic, preoccupied with dealing with various departments, instructed the staff to manage the delivery. I assure Comrade Father, this is the finest beverage I have ever tasted. It is astonishing that the Dragon Nation can concoct a cola akin to that of the Eagle Nation. Comrades, while this commodity is still available without rationing, each of you should purchase a few more boxes. Even if you cannot consume them all, selling them will yield substantial profits. Dmitry, you are truly a commercial genius. I believe you should assume the role of manager. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside. Petrovic, in a foul mood, exited his office and bellowed, this is not a playground. It is work time. Return to your posts immediately. And Dmitry, what do you have in your hands? Dmitry, having just received a severe reprimand from Anton, hurriedly replied, Comrade Manager, this is cola from the Dragon Kingdom. Please taste it. It is identical to the cola from the White Eagle country. Upon hearing the word cola, Petrovic swiftly approached and snatched the half-consumed bottle from Dmitry. The dark liquid inside the glass bottle bore a striking resemblance to cola. The ordinary citizens of the Bear Nation were only familiar with the name but had never encountered the actual beverage. As the manager of the food department at the first department store, Petrovic had not only seen it but had also tasted it. Not only he, but the staff beneath him had all sampled this decadent product from the capitalist nations. Raising the bottle to his lips, Petrovic took a sip, and in the next moment, his eyes sparkled with delight. He drained the remaining half of the cola in one go. Before Petrovic could articulate his thoughts, a contingent of fully armed soldiers stormed in. The leading officer glanced at the empty bottle in Petrovic's hand and strode over with purpose. Are you the manager? Captain, you are all to be taken away. Upon hearing this, Petrovic's face turned pale with fear. Had the higher-ups discovered his nepotism, or had they unearthed the misappropriation of goods that required rationing? None of the staff present were innocent, as they were all accustomed to taking what they wanted. Hearing this statement, they were all struck with terror. Just as they contemplated defending themselves, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The leading officer, accompanied by a dozen soldiers, confiscated all the cola that had just been placed on the shelves. Shortly thereafter, another group of soldiers entered, heading straight for the storage room. The commanding officer opened a briefcase and produced a document stating, Comrade Manager, these colas have been requisitioned. This is a direct order from Marshal Konstantinovich. Marshal Konstantinovich. Petrovic exclaimed in astonishment. It was no secret who in the Bear Nation held a particular fondness for cola. The answer was evident. The illustrious Marshal Konstantinovich, who had been the first high-ranking official to purchase cola from the White Eagle country during the war, had achieved victory in numerous seemingly impossible battles through his exceptional command. The benevolent father comrade turned a blind eye to his small indulgence, allowing the marshal to procure cola in large quantities from the White Eagle country. Hearing that the commodity had arrived, it was entirely normal for Marshal Konstantinovich to send someone to seize it. Unusual? Not at all. When the soldiers had all departed, the Coca-Cola from the first department store was completely taken away. Petrovich suddenly came to his senses. Marshal Konstantinovich had been stripped of all his duties and had returned to the suburbs to retire in peace. What right did he have to send troops to seize Coca-Cola? The theft of such a substantial quantity of Coca-Cola was certainly no trivial matter. Petrovich rushed back to his office to report to his superiors. Manager, please come out. We are at our wits' end. The subsequent scene nearly drove Petrovich to the brink of rage. Officers of all ranks and staff from various departments seemed to have conspired, appearing at the food counter almost simultaneously. It was a weekday, and the food counter would normally only be bustling in the evening. Yet, these individuals abandoned their posts to purchase Coca-Cola. The shipment of Coca-Cola delivered that day had all been seized by Marshal Konstantinovich's subordinates. There was nothing to sell to them. Konstantinovich was demonstrating his defiance in this manner. The news, having been reported through multiple channels, eventually reached Suezong's ears. Suezong, both amused and perplexed, remarked to Andreevich. After all these years, he still harbors resentment against me. Andreevich remained silent. How could he not harbor resentment? A renowned general, a battlefield savior, had been thoroughly humiliated by Suezong. When Suezong first came to power, he had exalted Marshal Konstantinovich to great heights. Yet, as his authority solidified, he unceremoniously cast Konstantinovich back to the countryside for retirement, stripping him of all his possessions. This had left the old marshal so enraged that he had not slept for 3 days. Comrade Chief, Marshal Konstantinovich is merely playing a small prank. I believe there is no need to take this to heart, Suezong feigned magnanimity. You are right, it is indeed quite an amusing jest, he continued. Now, Konstantinovich was merely a retired old man, incapable of posing any threat to Suezong. His half-hearted prank was simply a reflection of his own peculiar sense of humor. Taking the Coca-Cola from the first department store and leaving others who wish to drink it empty-handed, a retribution for their perceived ingratitude. Comrade Andreevich, regarding your proposal for a more tempered relationship with Longo, many have criticized you, claiming you have been bribed by Longo or even brainwashed. What do you have to say in your defense? In the midst of their banter, Suezong suddenly shifted the topic. Andreevich, maintaining his composure, replied. The opinions of others about me are of little significance. What truly matters is that Longo can provide us with the sugar, Coca-Cola, and other agricultural products we require. According to the intelligence we have gathered, the bald-headed general is beginning to stir again, deploying naval vessels to harass Longo's coastline. The main warships in Longo's possession are still the retired frigates purchased from us. To confront the bald-headed general's fleet, Longo cannot do without our assistance. Suezong responded with slight irritation. Of course, Longo cannot do without our help, however, their attitude is excessively rigid and unreasonable. We, the Bear Nation, have provided Longo with substantial assistance, aiding them in building factories and training intellectuals, yet they have repeatedly rejected our goodwill. The comrade leader is indeed correct. The Dragon Nation struggles to clarify its own position. However, compared to the Dragon Nation, it is the West that remains our true adversary. Andreevich remarked that we are about to undertake an endeavor that will astonish the entire world. The White Eagle Nation will undoubtedly resist us fiercely. While addressing the White Eagle Nation, we must also curtail the Dragon Nation, which will inevitably lead to complications we wish to avoid. We need to teach the Dragon Nation a lesson, but there is no need for haste. The Dragon Nation is incapable of developing atomic weapons or producing threatening missiles. By slightly easing our relations with them, we can encourage them to supply us with everything we require, just as we assisted them in industrial development a few years ago. By providing a substantial amount of requested resources, we can transform the Dragon Nation back into an agriculturally focused country. I believe that this method of instructing the Dragon Nation is the most effective approach. We can exchange agricultural technologies and equipment with them, while categorically withholding industrial apparatus. Suezong appeared intrigued by this notion. This idea certainly warrants further contemplation. Without the assistance of the Bear Nation, the Dragon Nation's foundational industries will swiftly collapse, forcing them to revert to their agrarian roots and become a supplier of agricultural products for the Bear Nation. Andreevich, true to his expertise in economics, has presented a mutually beneficial suggestion. From a personal standpoint, he empathizes with the current plight of the Dragon Nation and strongly disapproves of the high-level decision to sever ties and withdraw various experts, thus restricting the Dragon Nation's development. With a population of hundreds of millions and vast territorial expanse, along with a significant number of generals and soldiers who have experienced warfare, the Dragon Nation could prove formidable should conflict escalate into war. Let us not forget, the people of the Dragon Nation are fierce warriors, unyielding in battle. Even if the Bear Nation were to emerge victorious, it would undoubtedly be at a great cost. Moreover, war is entirely avoidable. The Bear Nation's adversary has always been the West. As long as the Dragon Nation does not infringe upon the Bear Nation's ultimate boundaries, there is no need for warfare against them. Economic measures remain the most direct and effective means of controlling a nation, while sympathy is felt. When the upper echelons of the Bear Nation collectively resolve to sever ties with the Dragon Nation, as a member of the leadership, Andreevich must comply unconditionally, leveraging his personal capabilities to secure the greatest benefit for the Bear Nation. In Andreevich's view, the Bear Nation cannot completely dismantle the Dragon Nation. nor can it allow the Dragon Nation to pose a threat. The optimal strategy is to ensure that the citizens of the Dragon Nation can barely meet their basic needs while maintaining their national strength within a manageable scope. Gradually abandoning the pursuit of heavy industry in favor of extensive agricultural development. The means for an industrial nation to contend with an agricultural one are plentiful. Suezong, with hands clasped behind his back, paced thoughtfully within the room. After a few moments, he halted and said, "Comrade Andreevich, I find your suggestion immensely intriguing, however. The Dragon Nation is unlikely to develop according to our wishes. Their temperament is far more obstinate than we might anticipate." Upon hearing this, Andreevich nonchalantly remarked, "Comrade leader, we must acknowledge that the Dragon Nation is not one to easily surrender or yield. However, when a person finds themselves unable to satisfy their basic needs, what right do they have to throw a tantrum? The current sugar negotiations present an opportunity for the Dragon Nation to alleviate their pressures, while for us, the bear, it serves as a chance to further exert control over them. Through these discussions, we can showcase our magnanimity and tolerance. The bear is willing to re-establish cooperation with the Dragon Nation, albeit under different terms than before. We shall only provide them with technologies, equipment, and materials that aid in agricultural development. All previously proposed assistance plans concerning weaponry, industrial machinery, maritime and aviation technologies, metallurgy, petroleum, and nuclear research will be entirely discarded." Andreevich then offered a vivid analogy. The bear is the architect of the Eastern Bloc, akin to an elder brother to all nations. An elder brother, much like a parent, will impose discipline upon a wayward child but will not resort to fatal measures. Should we strike too harshly, we risk instilling a sense of dread among other nations, leading to numerous misunderstandings. With a smile, Suezong gestured for Andreevich to continue. He elaborated, "Soda, syrup, and various confections are not only our favorites. I believe other nations within the bloc also have a significant demand for them. We shall proactively assist the Dragon Nation in accessing these markets, prompting leaderships across the bloc to continuously place orders with them for these products. This approach not only demonstrates our generosity and forbearance as the elder brother but also ensures that the Dragon Nation is preoccupied with food production rather than the development of heavy industry. Faced with an avalanche of orders, their focus will inevitably be diverted to food production. With a debt of 8.6 billion owed to us, the Dragon Nation will find its populace going hungry in their haste to repay. Now, we have paved a lucrative path for them, paying us back with sugar products while engaging in trade with other nations. Is this not a display of magnanimity?" The crux of Andreevich's plan lay precisely in this strategy, to compel the Dragon Nation to barely sustain themselves while rendering them incapable of advancing heavy industry and technology. Vast tracts of arable land would be devoted to cultivating sugar crops, inevitably impacting their grain output. To reject the bear's proposal would equate to rebuffing the entire Eastern Bloc. Would any nation dare to refuse when approached to purchase food from the Dragon Nation? Ha ha ha, Comrade Andreevich, after listening to your proposal, I feel an immense sense of delight. As you stated, we possess the capability to assist the Dragon Nation in establishing an industrial system, as well as the means to revert them to an agrarian state. Their existing industrial framework is already sufficient. The orders we and the Eastern Bloc extend to the Dragon Nation will become shackles that govern them. With a substantial focus on agriculture and only a minimal allowance for heavy industry, the Dragon Nation will resemble a leaky vessel. While calm seas may allow for smooth sailing, once tempestuous waves arise, this ship is bound to capsize. For the Dragon Nation to survive, they will have no choice but to extend a hand for our assistance." Suezong had already embraced Andreevich's counsel in his heart. Compared to overt aggression, the subtle approach proves to be far more effective. Andreevich added, "Comrade Chief, the method I propose draws inspiration from the strategies once employed by the White Eagle Nation in their support of the European continent. When it comes to temperament, do the nations of Europe not exhibit a greater rigidity than the Dragon Nation? Yet, what has been the outcome? They have been dutifully subjugated by the White Eagle Nation. Through the Marshall Plan, the White Eagle Nation successfully commandeered the economic lifeblood of Europe. Why should the bear not consider a similar approach to exert indirect control over the economic development of the Dragon Nation?" Suezong concurred, stating, "Before the Second World War, the European nations were on high alert against the White Eagle Nation, fearful of any infringement upon their interests. However, in the aftermath of the war, the White Eagle Nation Through financial means, seized control of the economic arteries of Europe, establishing military presence to confront us. There are instances where we might glean valuable insights from the methods employed by Western nations. Their ideas are not inherently flawed. In the short term, it will be challenging for the Dragon Nation to repay its debts to us. We could facilitate connections for the Dragon Nation with other countries, allowing them to settle their debts with us through the export of sugar products to the Eastern Bloc, ultimately ensuring that the funds flow back into our coffers. By the time the Dragon Nation repays its debts, their aspirations for industrial development will have dissipated. Even if the Council of Elders in the Dragon Nation attempts to pivot towards prioritizing agriculture at the expense of heavy industry, the heads of various departments, having tasted the fruits of success, may be reluctant to agree. In a few years, our influence will have grown significantly should the Dragon Nation persist in opposition. A mere display of strength will suffice to bring them to heel. Suezong could already envision the future of the Dragon Nation, characterized by stunted heavy industry and an abundance of farmland and agricultural factories. Andrivich's strategy not only neutralizes the Dragon Nation as a threat to the bear but also positions it as a supplier of agricultural products for the bear. I say, young virtue, when one emerges for leisure, one ought to embody relaxation, yet here you are, physically present while your mind remains ensnared in research. Adhering to the directive of balancing work and rest from superiors, Li Yunbe ensured that Zhang Jun would take daily strolls, allowing for an hour of respite. This was not merely for leisure, it was a precaution against exhausting this prodigious talent. Based on the known information, Zhang Jun is engaged in and proficient across at least 10 diverse fields: medicine, chemistry, weaponry, industrial equipment, foreign economics, education, agriculture, and many other key areas vital for the swift advancement of the Dragon Nation. As for intercontinental missiles and nuclear weaponry, only a select few are privy to that knowledge, Li Yunbe included. Nonetheless, Li Yunbe still regarded Zhang Jun as an extraordinary genius. Distracted, Zhang Jun remarked rancorously, "The new drug is set to undergo clinical testing in just a few hours, but I feel somewhat uneasy being absent from the site. With so many experts at the research institute, do you think they are merely idle?" Pausing, Li Yunbe sighed. Indeed, it would be quite challenging without Zhang Jun. He patted his companion on the shoulder and said, "With imported medications being obstructed by the West, you and I share the same sentiments of unease. Regardless of what others may think, I firmly believe in you and in our nation's ability to conquer schistosomiasis." A few days prior, in accordance with the principle of preparedness, the superior leadership arranged for a subordinate enterprise in the Trade Department, based in Hong Kong, to attempt the procurement of a batch of potassium antimonal tartrate, which is currently one of the more effective treatments for schistosomiasis. However, as the Dragon Nation harbored this intention, unforeseen complications arose. In a bid to counter the Eastern Bloc led by the Russian bear, the United States, alongside numerous Western developed nations, established the infamous Balkan Pact in the early 1950s. The purpose of this organization was to restrict the influx of advanced technology, commodities, equipment, and production materials into hostile camps. Every item designated by the American Eagle as strategic controlled materials was strictly prohibited from reaching nations such as the Russian bear and the Dragon Nation. Failure to comply would result in the cessation of all support from the United States, including financial assistance and military protection, a historical arrangement known as the Balkan Accord. With the outbreak of the Northern War, the United States escalated the restrictions on commodities to the Dragon Nation, increasing the list from 287 categories to 476. This included high-grade machine tools capable of weapon manufacturing, oil and oil exploration equipment, rubber, pharmaceuticals, and other strategic materials. Even telescopes were added to the restricted list, as their optical glass could be utilized by the Dragon Nation in military applications. In an effort to undermine the morale within the Eastern Bloc, the Balkan Pact, under direct command from the United States, revised parts of the Balkan Accord last year, while maintaining the strictest constraints on the Russian bear. The restrictions on other Eastern nations were significantly reduced. Over half of the items classified as premium materials and goods were permitted entry into Eastern countries, including the Dragon Nation. Unexpectedly, the demeanor of the Western powers shifted dramatically. The United States enacted a revised statute, and the Dragon Nation was not included in the exemption list, remaining subject to the highest level of restrictions, akin to the Russian bear. Consequently, the endeavor for the Dragon Nation to procure imported medications faced numerous unforeseen obstacles. Zhang Jun remarked with a wry smile, "Uncle Lee, my concerns do not stem from this matter, rather, I worry that while the nation earns profusely, the comrades in the Trade Department are working tirelessly, and their families will blame me." Li Yunbiao, taken aback initially, soon erupted in hearty laughter. If we truly earned so much, everyone would rejoice rather than complain about Zhang Jun. A box of folic acid from the United States, it is said, rivals the price of half a small yellow fish. What is a small yellow fish? A gold bar. The Dragon Nation has acquired the capability for mass production of low-cost folic acid. If the United States can profit from small yellow fish, so too can the Dragon Nation. And likely to a greater extent. Once Zhang Jun's effective schistosomiasis medication is developed, it will not only serve as a miraculous remedy but will also generate substantial revenue. Counting money until one's hands grow weary is a notion Li Yunbiao never dared to envision. As Li Yunbiao contemplated these prospects, Zhang Jun too envisioned the future. Folic acid and praziquantel, targeting pregnant women, infants, and schistosomiasis, are bound to yield significant profits upon market introduction. Simultaneously, they could serve as a stepping stone to unlock the doors of the Third World, which, like the Dragon Nation, grapples with numerous issues of infant deformities and schistosomiasis. Their demand for such novel medications is poised to reach unprecedented heights. Lacking funds, they are merely impoverished fellows. Financial matters can be addressed later. There must be mineral resources available. In the future, should the Dragon Nation face siege, surely it will not be a burden to speak a few words of justice on its behalf. Some things can indeed be procured with money, while others, no matter the wealth offered, they remain unattainable. It is a matter of proportion and international influence. The aroma wafting from the vicinity of the cafeteria behind the research institute is enticing. The scent of braised pork fills the air. How unexpected. Today's lunch comprises vegetables, radishes, potatoes, and eggs, devoid of any braised pork. How can there be braised pork when the meal has already concluded? No. There appears to be other stir-fried dishes in addition to the braised pork. Li Yunbiao's expression darkened. This is outrageous. Zhang Jun had declined the Research Institute's special treatment, opting instead to eat in the communal cafeteria with everyone else. It is absurd that some individuals have the privilege of dining apart while esteemed experts are relegated to the common dining hall. At that moment, an even more infuriating scene unfolded before Li Yunbiao. A swaying man stumbled out from a room adjacent to the cafeteria, retching violently against the wall, clearly inebriated. "Little gentleman, you stay here and wait for me a moment. I must discover who dares to indulge so lavishly at this hour." Li Yunbiao's face turned ashen. Since the early date collection by the Bear Nation, the various departments across the country have been tightening their belts. Even in Li Yunbiao's unit, meals have dwindled to 2 scanty portions a day, subsisting on coarse grains. The appearance of the man suggested he had indulged excessively. Had he not been seen, it would have been one matter. Now that he has been, Li Yunbiao felt compelled to intervene. "Uncle Lee, that is the experts' cafeteria. Perhaps some distinguished guests have arrived today." Prompting the institute to prepare a feast, Zhang Jun warned, knowing Li Yunbiao's fiery temperament could not tolerate such misconduct. Concerned that the situation might escalate, Zhang Jun decided to accompany Li Yunbiao to investigate. "Excuse me, what are you doing?" Li Yunbiao confronted the man, his displeasure evident. The man, clad in a suit and tie, with polished shoes and hair slicked with wax, bore no resemblance to a staff member of the Research Institute. "Greetings, Commander," the man slurred, leaning against the wall and offering a ludicrous salute. Li Yunbiao's expression remained icy, and Zhang Jun's demeanor mirrored his discontent. The title of commander indicated that this individual was certainly not a citizen of the Dragon Nation, at least not from the mainland. "I hear that on the mainland you are nearly starving, unable to procure even a meal. Inside, there are various delectable dishes. If the commander has not dined, please join us. Our boss relishes making new friends," the man babbled incoherently, having clearly indulged in excessive drink. Noticing the insignia on Li Yunbiao's shoulder, the man seized his hand, insisting on ushering him inside for a meal. Li Yunbiao forcefully withdrew his hand and pushed open the door to the experts' cafeteria. The scene that met their eyes left both Zhang Jun and Li Yunbiao utterly astonished. The expert canteen was established a decade ago, specifically for the specialists of the bear research. As the bear experts withdrew, the canteen ceased operations. Within the vast space of the canteen, 7 or 8 men of varying ages were seated. Among them, 3 donned uniforms, clearly representatives of a certain department, while the others were all attired in suits. The table was laden with white liquor, foreign spirits, and numerous dishes filled with food. Upon the entrance of an intruder, the men rose collectively. "You are Chen Chongwang." In the next moment, Li Yunbao erupted in fury, swiftly placing his hand on the holster at his waist. "Are you Commander Li?" questioned one of the men, appearing to be in his 50s. "Chen, your memory is quite remarkable, you still remember me," Li Yunbao retorted vehemently. "If I do not end your life today, I would be remiss to those brave soldiers who perished unjustly." With that, Li Yunbao drew his pistol, poised to disengage the safety. "What on earth is happening?" Zhang Jun, standing nearby, was taken aback and hurried to restrain Li Yunbao. There was no jest in Li Yunbao's demeanor, he was undeniably intent on killing. If Zhang did not intervene, the man named Chen Chongwang would surely be riddled with bullets. As Li Yunbao prepared to fire, Chen Chongwang's face turned ashen, trembling as he stammered, "General Li, you misunderstand. The events of the past were all miscommunications. I am a businessman, not a fugitive. To promise you vessels and then not deliver would be tantamount to courting death. Damn it, your words are smoother than silk." Li Yunbao disregarded Chen Chongwang's explanations, forcefully pushing Zhang Jun aside. With his pistol aimed at Chen Chongwang, Li Yunbao gritted his teeth and declared, "11 years ago, tens of thousands of my troops awaited your 3 small vessels. Even until the last gunshot echoed on the island. I never saw your ships. The battle's failure has nothing to do with you. Your breach of trust wasted our final moments, even without this uniform. I would seek your demise. Director Li, please help me. Tell General Li that this is all a misunderstanding." Chen Chongwang, convinced that Li Yunbao truly intended to kill him, cowered behind another man, unable to provide further explanations. "You must be Comrade Li Yunbao, correct?" "Greetings, I am a staff member from the Trade Department responsible for pharmaceutical imports." The man whom Chen Chongwang referred to as Director Li approached Li Yunbao and Zhang Jun with a smile, presenting his work identification to verify his identity. "Li Jinyong, Director of the Commercial Department of the Trade Department stationed in Port City." Li Yunbao's expression remained impassive as he replied, "Directly. I do not concern myself with your relationship with this scoundrel, he must be held accountable for his actions." "Comrade Li Yunbao, we are all aware of the events that transpired back then," Li Jinyong stated earnestly. "Although it is regrettable, it truly was not the responsibility of Boss Chen. I can attest to that. During our discussions, Boss Chen voluntarily recounted the events of the past, expressing profound remorse. Through their dialogue, Zhang Jun gathered an understanding of the reasons behind Li Yunbao's fury. 11 years prior, Li Yunbao's unit was ordered to assault an outer island occupied by a gang of thugs. At that time, the navy had only recently been established, lacking sufficient vessels. Li Yunbao's offensive troops embarked on civilian vessels to assault the island. However, their advance was thwarted, and the timely arrival of subsequent forces became crucial. The enemy forces, relying on their aerial superiority, relentlessly bombarded coastal fishing boats in an attempt to sever the supply lines of reinforcements. In response, Li Yunbao and his allies sought to procure vessels from other provinces while endeavoring to lease merchant ships and small ferries for troop transport. At this juncture, Chen Chongwang, a merchant from the port city, made contact with the troops, claiming he had 3 small ferries available for lease at cost price to serve as transport for the reinforcements. The frontline units found themselves encircled by the enemy, and without hesitation, Li Yunbao paid a substantial deposit, insisting that Chen Chongwang's ferries hurry to the coast for troop transport. The maritime distance from the port city to the frontline was merely about 300 nautical miles. And certainly, within 2 days, they could arrive. To his dismay, however, even until the last soldier fell, Li Yunbao had yet to see the 3 small ferries. In the face of their adversaries, animosities were heightened. According to Chen Chongwang's account, he had dispatched the vessels long ago. Yet, fate had other plans. The 3 ferries were intercepted by the navy of the Sunset Kingdom stationed at the port city as soon as they set sail. Not only were the vessels confiscated, but Chen Chongwang was also fined heavily. "Are you out of your mind?" Li Yunbao thundered, "If that were the case, why did you not inform me?" Had I known even a few hours earlier, I would have sought alternative means to bring my soldiers back, rather than waiting foolishly for your ferries. No matter what you say today, I swear I will make you pay. Comrade Li Yunbyo. Li Jinyong interjected loudly. The reason Chen did not notify you is that he could not bear to face you. Once lives are lost, they cannot be restored, the past is behind us. And we must look forward. This time, Chen is heading to the capital to help us resolve the pressing issue of importing medicines. He assist us with the medicine import issue? Li Yunbyo replied incredulously. Li Jinyong nodded and explained. Chen is aware that the nation currently requires a substantial amount of potassium antimonate injection and has approached me with a means to breach the blockade, promising to secure an adequate supply. Humph. Li Yunbyo sneered coldly. It won't come cheap, will it? Alas, it is indeed costly, Li Jinyong sighed. Let us rewind to several days prior. Due to the supplementary restrictions imposed by the White Eagle Nation, procuring potassium antimonate injections had become exceedingly challenging. Chen Chongwang approached a trading company, offering to provide the necessary supplies, expressing his willingness to overcome numerous obstacles for the sake of national development. The price he quoted was 1 box for 0.5 grams of gold, justifying this as a means to navigate various channels. To demonstrate his sincerity, Chen also made an additional offer. Once this news reached the homeland, the higher-ups entrusted the decision to the Ministry of Health. Minister Li, responsible for health matters, arranged for Li Jinyong to accompany Chen Changwang to the interior to witness firsthand the suffering of the populace afflicted by schistosomiasis, in hopes of igniting Chen's patriotic spirit. Seek ways to reduce the price. It is for this reason that Chen Changwang and his entourage appeared at the Pharmaceutical Research Institute today. Zhang Jun spoke with a hint of amusement, since Boss Chen is wholeheartedly patriotic and feels deep remorse for past events. I presume he intends to supply a substantial quantity of potassium antimonate injection to the motherland, even at a loss. The gentleman speaks of Chen's profound patriotic sentiments, which are truly commendable. I may forgo profit, but my staff must provide for their families. Allowing foreigners to turn a blind eye while I supply medicines domestically will incur expenses. Chen Chongwang shook his head and sighed. 0.5 grams of gold per box is indeed the lowest price. Witnessing the suffering of the common people at the hands of this affliction causes Chen's heart to ache. Ha ha ha, what a heart-wrenching sentiment, Zhang Jun remarked as he approached the dining table and glanced at the dishes. Though his heart may be troubled, his appetite remained unaffected. As he spoke, Zhang Jun picked up a nearly empty bottle of red wine and scoffed. Doesn't Boss Chen find the color of the wine reminiscent of blood, rather glaring? Chen Chongwang frowned, clearly sensing the underlying meaning in Zhang Jun's words. Since you claim that 0.5 grams of gold per box is already the lowest price, and you intend to earn nothing from this deal, I suggest we abandon this transaction. Abandon it? Chen Chongwang's expression shifted. Yes, let it go. Zhang Jun replied with a cold smile. We cannot afford the cost of a box of potassium antimonate injection at 0.5 grams of gold. Continuing to press Boss Chen for a price reduction would only result in losses. It would be prudent to refrain from pursuing this deal, lest your subordinates blame you for prioritizing patriotism over their livelihoods. Comrade, you have no authority to interfere with drug imports. Kindly leave this place immediately. Hearing the rudeness in Zhang Jun's tone, Li Jinyong impatiently ordered him to depart. Without Chen Chongwang as a channel, importing potassium antimonate injection would become an even more distant prospect. Li Yunbyo observed Zhang Jun's expression and suddenly enlightened. He remained silent, waiting for Zhang Jun's next move. I may lack the authority to interfere with the importation of pharmaceuticals, but I possess the right to develop a superior medication to potassium antimonate injection. Utterly audacious, scoffed one of Chen Chongwang's subordinates. Potassium antimonate injection is currently the best treatment for schistosomiasis recognized internationally. Even the Bear and Eagle nations lack a more effective remedy. Though young, the tone of the speaker was quite assertive. Zhang Jun, appearing to be in his early 20s, was undoubtedly a staff member of the Pharmaceutical Research Institute. Both superpowers and a series of developed nations regard potassium antimonate injection as the optimal treatment for schistosomiasis. What merit does Longo possess to develop a remedy superior to potassium antimonate injection? Regardless of the boldness of my claims, they pale in comparison to your appetites. Zhang Jun retorted, disregarding Li Jinyong's displeased expression. In my view, rather than seeking 0.5 5 grams of gold, why not simply demand 1 gram? Perhaps those in the Sunset Kingdom might even share a bit more with you. Chen Chongwang, in a state of exasperation, exclaimed, "You are uttering baseless accusations, directly. Have this person removed immediately, his words are the utmost defamation of my character." Li Jinyong responded, "Comrade, I shall reiterate one last time, please vacate these premises." Zhang Jun, maintaining his composure, retorted, "I too shall say this one final time, we are on the verge of acquiring a treatment for schistosomiasis that surpasses potassium antimineral tartrate injection. Soon, the medication will undergo testing. With domestically produced medicine at hand, let the imported potassium antimineral tartrate injection be reserved for Boss Chen himself." "Is that truly the case?" Li Jinyong inquired, his skepticism evident. "Whether it is true or not can be validated by Director Fei," Zhang Jun replied. Upon hearing this, Li Jinyong signaled to a staff member to hasten and locate Director Fei. In the interim, Li Yunbei pulled Zhang Jun aside, speaking in a tone only Zhang could discern. "Young gentleman, your words are not merely to uphold our dignity, are they? While publicly confronting Chen Chongwang serves one purpose. It simultaneously allows this scoundrel to act as our unwitting promoter." Zhang Jun whispered, "Uncle Li, while others may believe Chen Chongwang's fabrications, I, like you, am not swayed in the slightest. This scoundrel is nothing short of a ruthless profiteer. For the sake of profit, a profiteer would even sell out his ancestors. Yet, paradoxically, they are among the most self-preserving individuals. Currently, the port city is under the dominion of the Kingdom of the Setting Sun, which is closely allied with the White Eagle Nation. Do you think Chen Chongwang would dare defy the mandates of these two great powers to supply us with copious amounts of potassium antimineral tartrate injection?" Li Yunbei shook his head. "While merchants may trample upon all laws for profit, not all of them possess the audacity to engage in such perilous endeavors." Zhang Jun asserted, "I would wager that there is certainly Western intelligence involvement behind this affair. It is possible that the drugs sold to us may have been tampered with. After all, potassium antimineral tartrate injection is inherently a drug with potent side effects. Should patients experience any adverse reactions post-injection, the blame will be shifted to the drug itself. Even if we ultimately do not proceed with the sale, the Western intelligence agencies will not suffer losses. Through this unscrupulous merchant, they glean insights into our domestic market conditions." Regarding a profiteer, Zhang Jun harbored no qualms about harboring the utmost suspicion. Since the Dragon Nation's triumph over the coalition forces on the northern battlefield, Western nations have conspicuously equated the threats posed by the Dragon Nation with those of the Bear of the North. Furthermore, due to successful counterintelligence operations, numerous agents from the West have been apprehended. Presently, the Dragon Nation has become an intelligence stronghold impervious to Western infiltration. With the Dragon Nation's relations souring with the Bear of the North and beginning to repay material debts, the West is undoubtedly eager to ascertain the domestic situation within the Dragon Nation. After all, the first Western nation to establish diplomatic ties with the Dragon Nation will have to wait another 2 to 3 years. Without access and understanding, the West cannot formulate its next strategic moves. Li Yunbei pondered thoughtfully, "Did you intentionally let Chen Chongwang know that we have developed a domestic miracle drug for schistosomiasis, with the aim of relaying it to foreign parties through him?" Zhang Jun replied, "Schistosomiasis is a global issue. It not only afflicts us but also torments our neighbors significantly. They deserve it." Li Yunbei retorted, "Indeed, they do deserve it. However, while their lives may be expendable, their wealth should not be. Our neighbors began researching the eradication of schistosomiasis decades ago, yet their progress remains relatively limited. As for Western countries, schistosomiasis has nearly been eradicated within their borders. Nonetheless, a considerable number of individuals still succumb to this disease each year. The reason is simple: greed. Schistosomiasis primarily thrives in the regions surrounding the Dragon Kingdom, as well as in parts of Africa and desert territories. The latter two regions have historically been subjected to Western colonialism and resource exploitation. The Western powers, driven solely by avarice, have shown little regard for the lives of the local populace, allowing schistosomiasis to become the most rampant affliction in those areas. The death toll among the locals elicits no sympathy from the West, however, when their own citizens begin to perish in large numbers from schistosomiasis, it becomes a matter of concern. Knowing that the Dragon Kingdom has developed an effective treatment for schistosomiasis, the Westerners feel compelled to purchase it. To validate the efficacy of this drug, promotion is essential, and Chen Chongwang, the sycophant, serves as the ideal spokesperson. Li Yunbyo nodded and said, damn it. It seems we need to keep this brat alive a little longer. Zhang Jun reassured him, Uncle Li, he won't be bouncing around for long. I've made a note of him, give me some time, and I will bring him back for a public trial. Upon hearing this, Li Yunbyo's face broke into a smile as he patted Zhang Jun on the shoulder. Not far away, Chen Chongwang remained oblivious to the fact that Zhang Jun and Li Yunbyo had already orchestrated his fate. At this moment, Chen Chongwang assumed Zhang Jun was merely boasting in an attempt to lower prices. Shortly thereafter, the Director Fei hurried into the experts' dining hall. Zhang Jun quickly remarked, Director Fei, are we on the verge of having a miracle drug for schistosomiasis? Director Fei paused momentarily, then noticed Zhang Jun winking at him. Suspecting that Zhang Jun had some ulterior motive, he carefully responded, the miracle drug is indeed nearing completion. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Jun turned to Chen and declared, Boss Chen, did you hear that? We no longer require your potassium antimonal tartrate injection. Not even at the price of 5 grams of gold per box, even 1 yuan would be too much for us. Ha ha ha, who would have thought? Zhang Jun, having devised a strategy using Chen Chongwang, found that Chen had also conjured a means of retaliation. As the head of a key institution, it was astonishing that he would conspire with the youth to deceive others. Director Fei interjected, what do you mean by that, Boss Chen? Director Fei, as a pharmacological expert, you should understand better than anyone the immense difficulty of developing a new drug, let alone an effective treatment for schistosomiasis. In your quest to drive down prices, you have disregarded even the most fundamental scientific principles. Chen Chongwang spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm, remarking that the price for half a gram of gold was indeed exorbitant. However, he lamented that the foreign authorities and the White Eagle Nation had imposed restrictions on pharmaceutical exports, without monetary means to navigate the intricate channels. Acquiring a single box of medicine into the Dragon Nation was an insurmountable challenge. The two of you, in perfect harmony, seemed intent on insinuating that you possessed a miraculous remedy, compelling me to lower my prices. Do you not fear that such actions may dishearten other patriotic merchants? Chen Chongwang bestowed upon Zhang Jun and Director Fei the labels of insatiable greed. As his words echoed, one of his subordinates chimed in, asserting that the White Eagle Nation had yet to develop anything superior to potassium antimonal tartrate injection. How could the impoverished Dragon Nation possibly rival the pharmaceutical prowess of the White Eagle? This transcended science, it bordered on metaphysics. Several other followers were expressions of disdain. In the realm of bargaining and commercial negotiations, the individuals from the Dragon Nation appeared rather naive. Do not forget that you too are citizens of the Dragon Nation. Director Fei, still oblivious to the unfolding situation, trembled with indignation at the repeated reference to you Dragon Nation people. A subordinate scoffed, stating, indeed, we are citizens of the Dragon Nation, yet we are distinct, and we possess a deeper understanding of science and a clearer grasp of reality. Our employer has engaged in numerous transactions with enterprises from the White Eagle Nation, and the medicines destined for the Dragon Nation are sourced from there. Do you comprehend the financial investments the White Eagle Nation allocates annually across various scientific fields, or the number of top-tier scientists it recruits globally? Several of Chen Chongwang's subordinates elaborated, extolling the White Eagle Nation's commitment to scientific knowledge while underscoring the value of the medicines in their possession. The pinnacle of human technological advancement resided solely within the free and civilized realm of the White Eagle Nation. As for the other superpower, the Bear Nation, apart from its comparable weapon manufacturing capabilities, it fell short in all other domains when juxtaposed with the West. In recent years, the White Eagle Nation has persistently sought out